Welcome to the warped world. From now on, you will spend the rest of your days here. The warped world was created by absorbing the world's laws and merging with the Doomsday Vault. All players have been transported to this new world. The wild territories are full of radiation and dangers. Long-term exposure to radiation causes mutations. Urgently arrange your shelter. This is the only hope for survival. Resources and threats go hand in hand. Materials in open areas are critical to strengthening your shelter and developing your own abilities. Actively explore the surroundings. Supplies are refreshed daily. At night and on disaster days, the radiation level increases sharply. During these periods, try not to leave the safe zone. The shelter is created according to the laws of the distorted world and is protected by them. It has functions of territorial marking, expansion of buildings, blocking of high-level mutants and other possibilities. You are the legal inhabitants of this world, players recognized by the system. Take care of your status. 30 minutes to set up the shelter. Time remaining, 29 minutes, 32 seconds, 29:31. 29:30. Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in the middle of dense thickets. Tall grasses spread out around, with occasional low trees, and in the distance, mountain ranges with larger vegetation could be seen. The sky was blue. The sun was blazing mercilessly. The blue seemed almost white, blindingly bright. Did I really end up in a game world? No, this distorted world is a completely new reality after the merger. Chen Chen started playing End of the World Shelter right after it came out and had read a lot of similar literature, so he immediately understood the meaning of the hints that appeared. He mentally called up the interface and a panel immediately appeared in his mind's eye. Remaining time, 29 minutes, 4 seconds, same text as before, but now Chen Chen noticed his personal information on the side. Chen Chen age, 21 years old. Constitution, 0.9. Strength, 1.2. Dexterity, 1.0. Intelligence, 1.2. Other, / shelter. Not created information hidden. The panel looked exactly like the one in the game, except for a small golden sphere. The golden sphere was located under the personal data, and inside it, liquid gold seemed to shimmer, a striking contrast to the white panel. A special ability? A shelter function? A shelter core? Or does everyone have one? Without enough information, speculation is useless, and time is running out. It's better to build a shelter first. Remaining time, 28 minutes, 11 seconds. Chen Chen took a deep breath and began to look around, his brain working at full speed. He stood on a small hillock with a good view of the area in all directions. He glanced at his watch and determined the position of the sun, quickly orienting himself to the cardinal points using his survival knowledge. From his position in the center, north, south, east, and west. To the north, the forest was thin, with a steep mountain range visible in the distance. To the east and west, there was dense jungle with no visible end. Far to the south, mountain peaks with snow spots on their summits were dimly visible. The further south you go, the thicker and taller the vegetation becomes. There are two options. Build a shelter here, on the nearest hill, or head to the northern cliffs. Shelters can be above ground or underground. Each type has its pros and cons in the game, but in reality, living underground will definitely cause a lot of inconveniences. In the later stages, the underground shelters problems, dampness, leaks, limited visibility, could be solved. But this wasn't a game, and Chen Chen didn't want to risk it by relying on surviving the rough start. He ruled out the underground option right away. Building on a hill is convenient for further development and expansion, good visibility, but easy to attract the attention of predators. Safety is questionable, easy to attack, difficult to defend. Rich vegetation usually means an abundance of wild animals. If you place a shelter near a cliff, the rear will be protected from attacks. The probability of animals appearing from the east and west will be significantly reduced. The threat will remain only from the south side. Safety will increase dramatically. But the terrain near the cliffs is lower than on the hill. In case of a flood or earthquake, it will be very difficult. The hill and the cliffs have their advantages and disadvantages. Chen Chen frowned. Finally, after thinking about it, his gaze became determined. I'm going to the cliffs. This is reality. I need to test my theory. Remaining time, 26 minutes, 24 seconds. Having decided on a plan, Chen Chen tightened his laces and quickly headed towards the northern cliffs. The cliffs were quite far away, and there was no telling what dangers might be encountered along the way. But for the sake of long-term safety, a small risk was clearly worth it. After building the shelter, he will still have to go out to look for resources. Danger cannot be avoided. After running for some time, there was more sand and stones underfoot. The grass thinned out. Bushes and low-growing trees appeared ahead. Woof, woof, woof. Chen Chen began to choke, his body covered in sweat. Apart from him, only the wind was swaying the plants around him. It seemed there was no danger, but at the same time, it felt like a hidden threat was preparing to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, one of the distant bushes moved. Chen Chen stopped instantly. He stared at the bush, his heart constricted with anxiety. There was a low spot here. If there really was a tiger or leopard hiding in the bushes, he would have to set up a shelter right there. After waiting for 30 seconds, the bush froze. Remaining time, 14 minutes, 39 seconds. Chen Chen took 2 deep breaths, then walked 50 meters around the bush and continued running north. Although he was in good physical condition, the previous fast run had left him exhausted, and after a short stop, he felt on the verge of exhaustion. Whoop, 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 whoop. He carefully observed his surroundings and tried to normalize his breathing. Hold on, hold on. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and held on for a minute, then another. Fortunately, there were no more strange things to observe. He finally saw the base of the cliffs, and there was only 2 minutes, 6 seconds left. Chen Chen felt his heavy legs gain new strength, and he continued to run forward with determination. Time remaining, 57 seconds. I got there. I got there. He immediately called up the panel and selected the shelter location. A green virtual house appeared in front of him, 3 meters long and wide, 2.5 meters high. Chen Chen wiped his sweat and pushed the model forward. It immediately entered the rock. It worked. Not seeing the red warning color, he immediately confirmed the choice. Soon, the virtual image began to materialize. The doorway on the facade merged with the rock. The shelter was built. Ding! The shelter has been created. The functions of the panel have been unlocked. Chen Chen's heart finally calmed down. He did not rush to study the panel, but first headed towards the shelter. His theory was confirmed. In the Doomsday Shelter, construction was only possible on the surface or underground. When encountering cliffs, the virtual image turned red, prohibiting placement. But in reality, it is logical that a system capable of breaking through solid earth would also cope with rock. In reality, such restrictions should not exist. The facts confirmed the correctness of his reasoning. Now he had a shelter that only needed to be guarded on one side. The feeling of security increased significantly. Breathing heavily, he came closer, put his hands on the 1.5-meter rock threshold, and, using the strength of his arms and legs, climbed the rock. This was another advantage of placing the shelter in the rock. It could be built higher, which would protect it from both beasts and floods. Floods and predators. Ha ha ha. Huff huff. Chen Chen laughed happily, simultaneously turning sideways to the wooden door and stepping inside. He was curious to know what the system panel of the distorted world looked like and what was inside the shelter. Inside the shelter, the walls were covered with wooden planks, as was the facade. The system obviously did not automatically upgrade Chen Chen to a stone structure. Well, there was no freebie, but that's not critical. Now Chen Chen finally calmed down and plopped down on a wooden box in the middle of the room. The room was quite dark. Only a weak light penetrated through the latticed window, just illuminating his face. Let's see what the system opened there. Is it similar to the game version? And what's with that golden sphere? Maybe I really am the main character. With a tired but satisfied smile, Chen Chen began to study the panel. The shelter interface consisted of 4 main sections: characteristics, forum, trade, Blueprints. The characteristics section included the Personal Information and Shelter Parameters modules. Under Chen Chen's personal information, the All Professions panel appeared. The panel of all professions was apparently connected to that golden sphere. Now, under his gaze, a golden glow flowed out of the ball, forming the inscription Beekeeper at the bottom. Panel of all professions. Beekeeper. You have comprehensive knowledge of beekeeping. You can manage bees to a certain extent, influence individual habits of the insects you breed. Honey production increases by 20%. Countless beekeeping knowledge flooded into his consciousness, and Chen Chen instantly felt like an experienced beekeeper. He immediately stood up. It turned out that he was sitting on a beehive. As soon as he thought this, several bees flew out of the hive. These are Chinese bees, small, with high collecting ability, adapted to mountainous terrain. They use pollen effectively. Chen Chen immediately identified the species and tried to give them commands. Bees are not only insects, but also a superorganism. They function as a single unit with a strict structure and a clear division of labor. From an individual point of view, each bee is like a ruthless mechanism, but the entire hive is a harmonious living organism. Humans are united through culture and institutions, but bees, as a superorganism, are rather genetically programmed for unity. After manipulating them for a few minutes, Chen Chen realized that the bees were behaving like normal bees, only now they obeyed his will. Without delay, he sent 4,000 bees on a reconnaissance mission. These bees could survey the distribution of wildflowers within a radius of about 6 kilometers. With their information, the entire hive could set out to collect nectar. More importantly, Chen Chen also assigned the scouts to look for danger and resources. By studying the surrounding area, he would be able to go out for supplies relatively safely. If tigers or other predators were detected in a certain direction, the returning bees would perform a figure-8 dance to warn of the threat. The greater the danger, the faster the movement. When they find sweet resources nearby, bees will perform a circle dance. The more circles, the more valuable the find. The figure-8 and circle dances are natural abilities of bees. Chen Chen only changed their meaning for his reports. The intelligence of individual bees is still low. They probably know only one resource: food. But this is secondary. If the opportunity arises, we will examine all safe places. Rubbing his chin, he added, "Am I really the main character?" And the golden finger is an opportunity to master different professions. At this thought, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm so cool." In the characteristics section, the personal information hadn't changed, and there was nothing to see in the empty shelter. Blueprints. 1. Build a wooden shelter. You can use planks to build basic wooden shelter rooms. Chen Chen only had one blueprint so far. In addition to building shelters, the blueprints included other manufacturing and construction skills. He was amazed. Amazing! Even the blueprint system was implemented. Recalling, he actually found the knowledge of building wooden shelters in his memory. Chen Chen turned his attention to the only remaining section, the forum. While the bees are scouting, you can study the system thoroughly. The forum format resembled the game Doomsday Shelter. You can create topics, reply to them, and comment on the answers. The global forum opens when certain conditions are met. In the regional one, you can only post once a day, but there is no limit on replies and comments. In addition, players of the same region can exchange private messages without restrictions. The forum was divided into 2 modules. The global forum channel did not have a single message, but the regional one was full of many topics. Regional Forum 19,711, 996 out of 1,000 people. There are only 996 people left in the region. Apparently, 4 have already died. Chen Chen glanced at the first topic. "I'm the main character." "What the?" He immediately clicked on it. Wang Yu. "I went to another world. I really did. Oh my God. I'm the main character, right?" Liu Yang. "Wake up. 50 million gaming compatriots are looking at you." Zhang Jianqiang. "And I thought you had special abilities like me. When I came to this world, I found that I could attack with sound waves. Like a scream, a voice so powerful that the trees shook. It seems like I'm the only one who has this, so I must be the main character. Wang Zihuan. Wow, really? Cool. Wang Zixuan. Really? I'm that tree. Liu Yang. The millennial generation is also playing this? Wang Zixuan. Not me. Wang Zihuan. No, I'm not from the 2005 generation. Liu Yang. Yeah, right. Zhang Jiangqiang. Oh, my roar attracted a leopard. I can't get out. Chao Xin. Funny, the main character is me with fire abilities. Attached? Body on fire.jpg Li and Wu Sun. It turns out you can attach photos. Attached? Open palm.jpg. Reading the player's stupid messages, Chen Chen felt like he was back on Earth. He couldn't help but clutch his head. So it's not just the players of this game who came here, but some of them, like me, have also developed special abilities. His initial excitement subsided. A new topic has appeared. I, Qin Shi Huang, give me money. Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng. After taking the elixir of immortality, I came here. Now, I need resources to awaken the Terracotta Army and unite the distorted world. Whoever helps with resources, after victory, I will appoint him a great commander under eternal protection. Wang Yu? Wow, how did this happen? Wang Zixuan. We are fellow countrymen. I am a true Qin citizen, and the neighbor next to me is a Zhao. We are almost neighbors. Help me. Qin Shi Huang. People, don't fall for this scammer. I'm the real Qin Shi Huang. Send me money. Liu Yang. How did you change your name? Speak quickly before the alarm rings, or I'll cut off your head. Ah, crying. Crying also counts for time. Zhang Jiangqiang. How many times have I said, submit, let the bullets fly, for inclusion in the legacy? Piao Zhenyi. We'll submit it, Smidga. Survival Specialist Jing Kai. Found it. You can change your name in the personal panel. Repetitions are prohibited. Whoever wants it, hurry up. Chen Chen was instantly interested and began searching. Name change. Since real names are often repeated, players need to choose unique ones. If this is not done within 2 hours, the system will automatically assign a digital code. Everyone only has one chance to change their name. Chen Chen didn't hesitate and entered Chen Chen. The system quickly confirmed the change was successful. Now, when he browsed the forum, he saw that the players' names matched their posts harmoniously. For example, Energetic Girl Guodagan. I can't overact. I am the main character. Dear Brother Li and Tenyu. Killer Happy Lamb. The girl from Zhuan, her mother. And the suspicious Korean Park Chongyi became Park Chongyi. Damn. Chen Chen shook his head in confusion. They're all just talents. I'll also create a topic now. I'll share my assumptions. We'll compare opinions. That way, we'll figure out this world faster. After all, 4 have already died. It doesn't matter whether these 4 didn't appear because they didn't build a shelter or died after building it. The result is the same. Without a system shelter, it is definitely impossible to survive. At this moment, the bees began to return. Chen Chen immediately put aside his plans to exchange assumptions and carefully studied the information brought. 10 minutes later, he smiled. Lucky, the danger is only in one direction. Feeling that he had rested enough, he stood up. I'll start searching from the west side. Chen Chen carefully descended from the cliff and commanded the bees to freely collect nectar, leaving only 1,000 with him as guards. During forays, these bees could serve as excellent short-range sentries. The sun was still blazing mercilessly. Chen Chen patted his stomach. It's good that I ate a half pear for lunch. After such a long run, I don't even want to drink. After waiting for the bees to fly away, he was in no hurry to leave, but chose a small tree about the thickness of a wrist and broke it. By cutting off the excess branches and sharpening one end with a stone, he made a simple weapon for defense. Only then did Chen Chen, stick in hand, carefully set out on his way. The west was the only direction where the bees found food, so he decided to start his exploration from there. There were probably a lot of things scattered around in other places, but other than food and predators, The bees couldn't recognize other objects yet. Chen Chen moved along the rocks, constantly checking the surroundings. In the game, to search, it was enough to send a character. Through half a day or a day, he returned with his findings. Now, players had to search for it themselves, and without paying attention, it was easy to miss resources. After walking about a kilometre, he found the first resource, a neatly stacked pile of stones. Chen Chen was confused. As he got closer, he received a system notification. 1 unit of stone materials. Could these be the same resources that the system scatters in the wilderness? Taking the stone in his hands, he confirmed that it was indeed ordinary cobblestones. There are a lot of rocks at the shelter. Why would you drag this stuff back? After throwing the rocks, he thought about it and kicked the pile away. The system notification of 1 unit of rock materials disappeared. Chen Chen nodded. So, when the materials are gathered together, the system will automatically determine the amount. He continued on his way. According to the bees, the food should be 2.5 kilometers west of the shelter. He had to go further. Finally, after more than 20 minutes, Chen Chen saw the food. What is this? A large portion of fried chicken, made from a whole broiler chicken. The meat is still warm due to being in the sun. Absurd! Fried chicken! And warm too! But remembering that he had entered another world, Chen Chen suppressed his indignation and quickly went to get the chicken. He took out a chicken leg and tasted it. Quite tasty. Then he sighed. My worldview has been destroyed in the truest sense of the word. I need to study this world better. The chicken was in a box. Chen Chen took it and continued his exploration. He didn't put the leg back, but ate it on the go. He was hungry after the long journey. Having found the food, he only knew that there were predators in the east. He had no idea about the rest. So he began a semicircular search centered on the place where he found the chicken. Chen Chen could clearly see the objects within a radius of about 10 meters, and the system would tell him what he had found. The collection efficiency was not bad. When the search radius expanded to 1,300 meters, he finally found the second valuable thing. The Tang straight sword is ancient in appearance, but has a modern spirit. The antiquity was felt in the aesthetic decorations of various historical periods, more refined than many archaeological finds. The modernity was in the straight, short, sharp shape made of special steel, something that certainly did not exist in the Tang era. Straight Tang steel sword made using modern forging technology, carefully crafted, high hardness and elasticity, total length 50 centimeters. In the Tang era, it would have been considered a divine weapon. Excellent blade, Chen Chen rejoiced. With a sword, it will be much easier to fight predators and to process resources. He was as happy as a second grader who bought a pencil sharpener. After holding the sword in his hands, he carefully hung it on his belt. Then he stopped searching and went to the nearest tree, tore off the bark and crushed it. After that, he split the top of the stick with a tang sword, inserted the handle of the blade in the middle, and firmly fixed it with processed bark. The result was a long guandao. If I meet a predator, it will be easier to fight. Having prepared his weapon, Chen Chen continued searching. But half an hour did not yield any results. Looking at the time, it was already 17:12. He ate some chicken to restore his strength, but felt thirsty. Continuing the search, after 10 minutes, I found the third resource. 11-strand parachute cord, 15 meters. One cord has 11 threads. Fire-resistant, fishing line, wax thread, high-strength nylon. A necessary element of survival in the wild. Chen Chen didn't expect to find a parachute cord. With it, many tasks would become much easier. If he had such a strong cord earlier, he would not have had to struggle with bark to attach the sword, saving a lot of time. The elasticity of this cord is exceptional. One thread can withstand 300 kilograms, more than enough for Chen Chen. Taking the cord, he was about to continue searching, but the characteristics panel issued 2 warnings. Warning! The player has been in the wilderness for 4 hours. In another hour, the radiation exposure of the distorted world will reach its limit and cause irreversible damage to the body. Return to the shelter immediately. Warning! The night of the distorted world will come in 2 hours. Radiation and the number of predators will increase sharply. The player must return to the shelter before that time. Chen Zhen's face darkened. It turns out that there are such restrictions. This distorted world is definitely not the normal physical world. Phew. He exhaled deeply. We'll have to go back quickly. Today's catch is pretty good. Taking an unexplored route, he headed back. Unexpectedly, he soon discovered a new resource. 3 units of wood. Neatly sawn, strong and durable lumber for a wide range of uses. 3 units of wood lay in a neat stack. Chen tried to lift it, quite heavy, but within his capabilities. Tying the planks together with the remains of the bark, he hoisted them onto his back and continued on his way to the shelter. Only 5 hours a day in the open air is not enough, he thought as he walked. But I spent a lot of time making weapons today, and my search was ineffective. Once I get used to it, there should be enough time. It's true that mining ore, water, and harvesting wood will become much more difficult. 20 minutes later, Chen finally reached the shelter. He carried the planks one by one to the rock platform, then climbed up himself. Having gathered all the resources in the house, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the bees' reconnaissance of the approximate location of the predators, being in the wild remained dangerous. Only once in the shelter could he fully relax. When Chen reopened the forum, the atmosphere was completely different from the morning. The jokes were gone, replaced by complaints and desperate cries. The number of users in the regional chat had dropped to 980. In just 16 people died in half a day. Chen himself felt very tired, hungry and thirsty, so he opened the exchange tab to look at the available offers. The list of goods had become noticeably longer. Flint, spring water, stones, wood. Everything that could be obtained outside the shelters. The prices were low, because completely different things were in demand. Food, medicine, bandages. These were the things that were updated by the system, and these were the things that almost everyone was looking for. Someone even put up a drawing of a wooden bed 1.5 meters long for 10 pounds of meat. But there were no buyers yet. People simply did not have the necessary amount of food or materials for construction. Although it was one of the most valuable lots, there was no interest in it. About 2/3 of all players were unable to find food for themselves. Many suffered from hunger. Food became the most scarce resource. Most of the participants had never experienced such a long hunger before. They simply could not stand it. The situation worsened with each passing hour, and the prices of resources fell to the point of absurdity. The bed's design was soon marked down. Instead of 10 pounds of meat, the seller was asking for only 4. This reminded Chen of an old story from an economics textbook. If there was only enough food for 99% of the people, its cost would not double or even quintuple. It would become unattainable for the last 1%, even if they gave up everything they had. Such is the nature of scarce goods. They are priceless when everyone needs them. Chen decided to test the demand. He put a fried chicken wing up for exchange. Real fried chicken wing. Excellent taste. I'll trade it for water. The best offer will win. The lot immediately attracted attention. Oh, this is a mockery at midnight. I can taste it through the screen. Bro, let me give you a liter of water for this. Fried chicken. I love it. Listen, my shelter is right by the water. I'll give you water for 2 days in advance. Just give me the wing. Since shelters were often built near water, water was now one of the most accessible resources. Seeing a message from a player with the nickname, "I am the main character," Chen did not hesitate and sent him a private message. 2 days of water will do. The day is drawing to an end. How much can you send right now? Brother, I don't have any containers. But wait 20 minutes, I'll bring as much as you say. Chen froze for a second. He himself had just realized that he didn't have a single container for water. Without containers, the deal was pointless. He immediately went to the exchange section to look for suitable dishes. Meanwhile, I am the main character nervously bombarded Chen with messages, thinking that he had already found another buyer. Brother, are you here? Listen, what if I give you water for 3 days? Just don't go. Brat. Chen soon found the product he needed: homemade containers made from palm leaves. They were sold by the same Shinkai who had advised everyone to change their nicknames that morning. His containers held about half a litre of water. Chen wrote to him, "How much do you want for one container? Are you the guy with the chicken wings? Any more? I can exchange them for 5 containers. No wings, but I have boards. Not branches, but boards. Do you have an axe or a saw? Listen, let me borrow your tool for a while. I can't steal it. We can set a usage period." Chen thought for a moment, then wrote, "I have a katana, a Japanese sword. I think that will do too. What are the conditions?" "Katana. Even better. Give it to me for 4 hours at night, and I'll give you all 5 containers, and tomorrow I'll give you another 3-litre bamboo tank. Deal? Okay. I'll give you the katana in 2 hours and return it in the morning at 6. Great. Thank you very much." The exchange was successful. Chen received the containers and immediately returned to the main character. Before that, he looked at the forum. It turned out that this player was the same guy who at the very beginning claimed that he was the protagonist. Still getting into character. "So, brother, come on, let's do it for 5 days. I can't take it anymore." "Why are you panicking?" "I was just looking for some dishes." Minus somewhere in a wooden shack, Wang Yu, the real name of the main character, smacked himself hard on the lips. "What a fool I am." He quickly wrote, "Okay, let it be 5 days. Just make a deal quickly. I'm starving." "Agreed." The deal was confirmed, and Chen began to wait. Wang Yu had to get to the spring and send water. But first, he still gave him a wing so that he could have a snack. He then traded a piece of wood for a flint and lit a fire in his hideout. Fire had previously been an expensive commodity, especially when Cao Xing, using his strength, offered it for the price of a pound of meat. Few could afford it. But after Shinkai learned how to make fire by friction, the price dropped sharply. Later, others began selling fire even cheaper, which many did not like. They thought it was parasitism. Chen respected Xing, so he bought fire from him. Light filled the room. Chen inspected the beehive. Just then, the bees began to return, laden with pollen and nectar. The productivity was not bad. He analyzed the situation in the hive. A little honey appeared, only a few grams so far. But with the return of the field bees, the processing of pollen and nectar began into honey, wax, and royal jelly. Intuition told him that he could give the command to increase the production of a certain product. But he was in no hurry to intervene. If he made a mistake, he could kill all the bees. It was only the start, and Chen decided it was better to let the bees get the hang of it. He estimated, taking into account the bees' own expenses, that he would soon receive about 50 grams of honey. In the wild, honey is one of the best forms of food. It restores strength almost instantly. Even taste is not the most important thing. The most important thing is efficiency. To survive, you need food, water, fire, and shelter. He already had 3 of the 4. Only food remained. And honey is an elite product in such conditions. There was little time left before nightfall. Chen went outside, cut down some trees, collected some earth and rocks, and prepared for the evening. When he returned to the shelter with his spoils, he received a message. "Brother Chen, I'm at the stream. How much water should I send you? Pour it in. I'll let you know when there's enough." "Received!" A few seconds later, a soft light flashed in front of him, and a trickle of water appeared. He filled 5 containers, then took off his clothes and gave himself a full shower. "Brother Chen, where have you been? My arms are already numb." "That's it, thank you. You can hang up now." "Okay, I'm coming back." Wang Yu exhaled with relief, shook his hands, drank some water. And then, a flash. Right in front of him appeared a whole fried chicken leg. Not a scrap, but a real one with a wing and a leg. He froze. A new message flashed in his personal messages. "You're doing great. 5 days means 5. Get paid." Wang Yu almost cried. This was no longer just a snack. It was a gesture of respect. He squeezed his fingers and sent one word: "Thank you." Chen did not reply. He had already taken up a new task. He decided to make a post on the forum to share his experience and observations. If everyone shared their findings, they could all understand what kind of world they were in. After spending a little over 10 minutes, Chen finished editing his post and hit send. Some thoughts and observations about the world of distortion. Author, Chen Zhen. Personal conclusions and guesses. Maybe they will help someone. 1. Judging by the initial clues, just sitting in the shelter is a road to nowhere. There are not enough resources nearby, even if it seems that there are many. Go outside. Reconnaissance is necessary. Unless your shelter is located on a gold mine, then do not listen to me. What they call radiation here is unlikely to be related to physics. Neither ionizing nor non-ionizing radiation acts that quickly and does not cause mutations in ours. And wooden walls do not protect against real radiation. So it is something else, perhaps otherworldly energy. Why are resources updated? This world probably somehow copies or processes information from ours. Just as a tree produces fruit, the world of distortion itself creates objects according to its own internal rules. The system warned about dangers from the very beginning. I divide them into two groups: natural disasters, radiation, floods, drought, earthquakes, epidemics, etc. Aggression from local fauna. Perhaps under the influence of distortions, wild animals mutate and turn into monsters like Godzilla? We were called natives of this world. Maybe it's not just like that? We are given shelters, resources. Maybe the goal is not just to survive, but to do something. For example, to exterminate mutants? It's hard to survive alone. Share your knowledge. Help each other. Together, we can handle it. Chen initially wanted to say that his shelter was located near a cliff, but changed his mind. He did not want to arouse envy. And besides, the place was already fixed. It cannot be changed. After checking the text, he published the post. After posting, he began laying boards around the fire to sit on without touching the cold stone floor. The shelter's surface was real rock, and it was cold to sit on. While he was hanging fresh honey on the marketplace, his post was already gaining popularity. Some thoughts and observations about the world of distortion. Comments. Merciless lamb. Oh my God, someone finally got around to writing something useful. I am the protagonist. Chen Gei is as great as ever. Mechanical tentacle. I agree, it all makes sense. I am a donkey. When Chen Gei dies, he will probably leave behind sacred artifacts. Survivalist Xing Kai. Good analysis. I'll add my survival tips tonight. Cutie Guo Dagon. Do monsters also update with resources? I still have that giant panther outside my house. I don't go out all day. Poo poo poo. That's what I think. Fire King Qiaoxing. Unconvincing. It's all too subjective. Poo poo poo, in response. Well, you haven't really proven anything yourself. Just guesswork, no facts. Iron Bull. Shut up, pseudo-expert. You make me sick. Fire King. Here we go. The fan attacks have begun. Emperor Ying Zheng. Weren't you the one who sold fire for a pound of meat? Where are your sales, King? Peasant. Jin Tian. What a fuss. Are you serious? It feels like the forum has turned into a kindergarten. Slug. Listen, you're the one yelling now? How can text bother your eyes? Peasant. Because you make your eyes hurt. The squabble didn't subside until the evening. The participants had clearly decided to have some fun. But the newbies, seeing so much abuse under the post, began to doubt the veracity of what Chen said. And then they noticed that he put up for exchange 50 grams of honey. Honey, 50 grams. Fresh product from Chinese bees, high quality and natural. Ideal for restoring energy in the field. Contains vitamins, trace elements and amino acids. Exchange for a pound of meat or equivalent. Fire King. Yeah, I get it. He just advertised himself. And he jacked up the price. Poo, poo, poo. These Chinese bees actually come from our scimitar. Monster Garuru. Is he crazy? He wants 500 grams of meat for 50 grams? Your bees are made of gold? Dah, Jinkai. Actually, that's quite reasonable. Meat can be found, but honey is rare. Its value in the wild is comparable to salt. I recommend exchanging it, especially if you are going on a hike. It can save your life. Emperor Yinzheng. I am already happy with almost any food when I'm hungry. Even the bees themselves look delicious. Chen didn't expect one post to cause so much controversy. Most of the commenters were reasonable, but there were a few provocateurs, including Chao Xing and Poo Poo Poo. They led the wave of negativity. But Chen wasn't going to make excuses. Those who need to will figure it out themselves. And trying to convince the stubborn is a waste of time. He just glanced at the comments and returned to work. He started chopping wood. It was hot in this world during the day, but as evening approached, the temperature dropped sharply. It was necessary to stock up on warmth. When he was finished, he threw a few stones into the fire, covered them with earth, put some charcoal on top, then laid dry grass and lay down. He learned this method of insulation from a survivalist. It helps to retain heat at night. Before going to bed, he handed the katana to Shinkai, as agreed, and settled down by the wall to get some sleep. Saving energy and controlling resources is the key to survival. At the same time, Cao Xing was furious. He was sure that with his abilities, he would become the leader of this zone. But instead, no one listens to him, and the entire forum quotes Chen, who simply laid out his thoughts. Cao Xing clenched his fists and wrote an angry comment. How can you believe such fabrications? Who will be responsible for this if someone dies? But before he could send the message, a system notification popped up. The post, "Some thoughts and observations about the world of distortion," was considered quality and was published in the World Forum. This message was received by all participants of the region. And yes, this was the only post on the world platform. Slap! An invisible slap went through all the haters, especially Cao Xing, whose last remark was now stuck at the very top under Chen's post. And it was impossible to delete or edit the comment. The forum did not provide such an opportunity. Cao Xing felt like he had been put in a pillory. The other skeptics fell silent, and not only in his region. Chen's post was seen in other zones as well. Despite the lack of general notification, it immediately caused a storm. Some thoughts and observations about the world of distortion. Comments from the World Forum. I am a pig. My God, the First World Post. 5813 586 256. The author is a legend. Flying fish. Ha ha. And in their chat they laughed at this post. Water. What other author? This is Chen Ge. Respect him. Dog's fate. There are dozens of idiots like them in every region. Ka. Why don't we have a Chen like him in our region? 14685233795. And you, like me, haven't changed your nickname? Haha. Wooden block. Hello, everyone. Flower blade. Who created this hellish game? Take me home. Glass soul. I'm starving. Please give me food. You could only write one comment per day. But the joy of communicating with other regions outweighed this limitation. Some admired Chen's analysis. Some bullied Cao Xing. And some just chatted. The number of comments grew rapidly. In less than an hour, it exceeded 10,000. The post, created for the sake of exchanging knowledge, suddenly turned into a global chat. But Chen himself was already sleeping peacefully at that moment, unaware that his guesses had shaken up the entire gaming world. Waking up at 6:30 a.m. without an alarm, Chen sat up, stretched slowly, and looked around. The stone beneath him retained almost no heat, but on it lay the Tang sword, carefully returned to the very spot he had previously designated as the return point. Nearby were more than a dozen bamboo tubes, from thick to thin. Some of them could serve as bowls. He looked at his personal messages. There was already a text from Shinkai waiting. Survivalist Shinkai. Thank you. This knife turned out great. I changed the bamboo yesterday and, with the help of your blade, made tubes. After sleep, I'll take up the baskets. I think they'll be ready by 2 p.m. Smiling, Chen stood up and headed to the hive. Most of the bees had already flown away. The day was just beginning, and they were already working. Carefully feeling the hive, he felt more than 50 grams of honey had accumulated inside. Without wasting any time, he broke off a piece of honeycomb, dropped some honey into one of the new tubes, mixed it with the water he had left overnight, took out yesterday's fried chicken, and began to eat breakfast with appetite. Honey water with fried meat, a combination worthy of a king. While he ate, he glanced at the profession interface. His golden ball, the universal progress indicator, was slightly filled with liquid again. When he opened the beekeeper profession, the ball was empty. Only a shiny shell remained. Now, a golden drop was playing at the bottom again. So you can gradually accumulate energy, and when the ball is full, a new profession will open up. I got this charge by managing bees. The thought of this filled him with enthusiasm. New professions, new chances for survival. And if you manage to establish an exchange, you won't need to go outside at all. It will be possible to simply grow, produce, and exchange. Dreaming, he opened the forum and froze. His post from yesterday really did get into the World Forum. And what's more, it was the only post there. What? The comments under it came one after another. Dog eater. Is this really you, Brother Chen? Not a fake? Surprised? Wow. Xiaozhong. Boss, the analysis is really cool. Any updates? Old chef. And you said you were a C student? Chen laughed, finished his honey water, and said to himself, "Okay, it's time to send the bees out on reconnaissance again." He gave the order, not to collect honey, but to study the area. About 1,000 bees went to explore the area, and in the meantime, he thought of a new route. If there is enough food, the rest can simply be exchanged. An hour later, the bees returned with great news. They had found 2 areas with potential food and 1 wild animal. The closest point was 3 kilometers southeast. The second was 6 kilometers south-southwest. The beast was to the south, about 5 kilometers away. Chen planned a route. First check the closest zone, then go around the beast to the second. He filled up with water, took the remaining chicken leg, a couple of ribs, and all the honey he had saved up. He fixed the tang sword in a wooden handle. The day began. Like the day before, he moved slowly and carefully, searching for resources. After 2 kilometers, the system surprised him again. Ding! You have accumulated experience in searching. New profession. Garbage collector. Profession. Garbage collector child. Your visual acuity is above normal. You are able to distinguish valuable things from trash at a glance. Unlike the beekeeper, this profession was marked in white. This meant that it was basic but important. His consciousness was filled with knowledge. Not words, not images, but sensations. His gaze became like that of a predator. He immediately noticed where a resource was hidden. He felt the world had become different. Now he could visually scan the surroundings, finding useful things without the help of hints. This dramatically increased his efficiency. 10 minutes later, he reached his destination. As he approached, he immediately noticed a clay pot with rice. Real rice with mushrooms and chicken, the aroma was the envy of his neighbors. Saliva immediately appeared in his mouth. He restrained himself, not opening the find. First, he took out food from his supplies. Since we've found a new dish, we might as well treat ourselves. He finished the ribs and, heading back, chose a slightly different route to explore the area. And for good reason. About half an hour later, his gaze caught a tactical camouflage vest. A tactical vest. Light, durable, with lots of pockets. Increases survival in the field? He couldn't believe his luck. He checked the vest, put it on, secured 2 bamboo tubes in the pockets, and put the rice pot in the belt compartment. Now both hands were free. If it weren't for the garbage man, I definitely wouldn't have noticed him. He was in a great mood. He even hummed as he sent the message. Chen Zhen. Are you at the water yet? I need some. Me, the protagonist. Brother Chen. What a coincidence. I just started my water business today. It's all coming soon. Chen Zhen. Add some water for about 30 seconds. Me, the protagonist. Got it. A blue light appeared, and a weak stream of water flowed down. He washed his face, filled the straw, and drank. No honey this time, just water. Rested, moving on. He was about to leave when he received a new message. Personal message from Bitten Off a Snail. He took a bite of the snail. Brother, do you still have any chicken left? Or maybe some honey? I found a blueprint. Do you want to swap? A blueprint? Chen Chen was in no hurry to answer. The sender's name seemed familiar to him. He opened the old screenshots and sure enough, Bitten the Snail was the same guy from the beginning of the forum, a teenager named Wang Zixuan. He immediately responded in a private message. Chen Chen, I have food. What the hell? Bitten the Snail. He's a little weird. I'll send you a description now. And a few seconds later, a file with a description of the drawing and its visualization from the system arrived. Wooden scabbard drawing. Allows you to create scabbards of different sizes. Difficulty, medium. Required materials, 0.1 units of wood. Ah, I see why you hesitated so much. The scabbard is a beautiful thing, but absolutely useless in the current reality. Especially for him, because he carries a tang sword, not a blade with a thin edge. In a fight for survival, no one will stuff a weapon into a beautiful wooden wrapper. If it were a drawing for a table or a stool, I would think about it. And so, Chen Zhen, it's no use. Thank you, but there will be no exchange. He bit off a snail. Got it. Okay, I'll ask someone else. With that, the matter was closed. Chen continued on his way back to the shelter, where he rested a bit and set out again, this time in the direction of the 6-kilometer point to the south-southwest. About halfway through, after 3 kilometers, he found another resource. 1 unit of plastic. Universal material. Temperature resistance from -40 to +170 degrees Celsius. Non-toxic, safe. A transparent plastic cube measuring 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters lay in the grass as if it had been waiting for him. Holy shit. Even plastic is being updated here. He took the find. The thing is clearly more valuable than ordinary wood. In the future, perhaps, there will be machines or drawings where plastic will be worth its weight in gold. Another half hour later, when he reached the place where the food was supposed to be, he felt his heart beat faster. In front of him lay a whole ham, a real jinhua huotui, a Chinese dried pork delicacy. Why, this is a whole hind leg of a pig. Wow! The ham was wrapped in wax paper and tied with a string on which the characters jinhua huotui were clearly visible. Jinhua huotui. Bright color, clear separation of meat and fat. Fragrant, slightly sweet. Contains proteins, fats, vitamins and minerals. Protein, check. Salt, check dot. You don't have to worry about food for 3 days. He threw the ham over his back and continued searching around, now from a point of comfort. 10 minutes later, the scout bees returned. The beast, previously located to the south, had moved to the east. Excellent! Away from me. Let's continue. After 20 minutes, he came across his first independently found drawing scheme. Window with temperature regulation drawing. Due to its special design, it directs hot air flows towards colder zones. Allows to reduce temperature and humidity in the room. Required materials, 1 unit of wood, 0.2 units of steel or iron. Now that's useful, especially for closed shelters. The standard shelters of the system really did protect against distorted radiation. But as soon as a door or a window was opened, the protection was broken. During the day, it was impossible to stay indoors. The stuffiness became unbearable. Now, this could be fixed. He checked the market. Steel plates were offered by 6 players, a total of 9 units. There was plenty of wood. A recent player who was lucky enough to find an axe had already made some firewood. True, he later wrote on the forum that there was little benefit from such work. It was easier to look for trash. People even ridiculed him, reminding him that Chen Zhen himself advised focusing on searching, not on manual resource extraction. A little later, Shinkai knocked on my PM. Shinkai. Chenge, I made a bamboo basket for you. Should I send it now? And can you exchange some honey for me? I haven't eaten all day, but I'm going out. I need to quickly replenish my strength. I can give you some small items in exchange. Chen Zhen. It's not very convenient now. Let's do it during the day. And I don't really need small things. There was silence, but Chen still thought about it and added, Chen Zhen. Okay, so be it. I'll give you 20 grams of honey now. You'll return the equivalent after you find something. Part of the honey is for asking you questions. Shinkai. Brother, you are the best. Of course, I agree. You can ask anything you want for free. And thank you for your trust. They issued a lease using a system mechanism. 20 grams of honey for the return of the equivalent of the tape. Such transactions are possible only with complete trust. Chen then asked a question. How to properly tie different objects together, especially uneven ones like plastic and ham. Having received the necessary instructions, he tied everything securely and continued searching. At this time, a new item appeared on the market. Honey, 20 grams. The comments were not long in coming. Garuru. Seriously? Someone bought it? Haha, got a burdock. Kaoxing. 20 grams of honey. That's 200 grams of meat. Money down the drain. Guodagun. Open your eyes, you weirdo. This was bought by Shinkai, a man who made a ton of useful things in a morning. Do you think you know better than him? Killer sheep. If it weren't for Kai's hot stone method, I would have frozen to death yesterday. Tian Tian. Those two critics are just losers. No skill, no brains. Kaoxing. It still doesn't justify the price. Iron Bull. And you go away, clown. If a survivalist bought it, maybe I should too. Chen Zhen spent the next 2.5 hours on reconnaissance and on the way back. Of the 4 hours allotted for the sortie, he left himself an hour for unforeseen situations. Found some useful little things. Aluminum bowl for forays. Durable, folding handle, domestic production. 1 unit of wood. Planed, smooth, reliable. And now you can drink some warm water. Returning, he ate a pot of rice, half full. Then he exchanged 1 rice ball for 2 units of steel and activated the blueprint. Let's go. He studied the diagram and, as expected, the system immediately recognized the blueprint. Now in his hands was a device that completely blocked distorted radiation, replacing a regular window. Anyone who tries to copy the window manually will only get a partial effect. There will be no complete protection. The system also allowed the creation of a part manually, even without tools, but slowly. With bare hands, 5 hours. With a tang sword, 1 hour. With a normal tool, even faster. 1 hour is acceptable. Let's try Dot. An hour later, he had a window of terrible quality in his hands. A window with temperature regulation. Efficiency, 40%. Quality, low. Crazy. Even quality is taken into account here. I have no experience in carpentry. He thought about it. Sell the drawing? But that would be a loss of strategic advantage. Or spend a lot of resources to develop a skill? And what about the mechanical drawings in the future? He scratched his chin. Wait, what if Chen Chen's full profession panel could indeed accumulate golden liquid? And over the past couple of days, he had already noticed certain patterns. When he controlled the bees, directing them to collect honey, the golden liquid slowly but steadily increased. During the day, the speed was higher. At night, it noticeably decreased. But almost no energy was spent. When he launched reconnaissance and the bees explored the surroundings, the accumulation went a little faster. But due to the small number of scouts, the result was still more modest than when collecting honey. However, the most interesting thing was that with the acquisition of the second profession, scavenger, with each resource found, the golden liquid increased even more actively. So, if I take up, for example, carpentry, I will be able to open a profession like carpenter or craftsman. And this will automatically give a bonus to the quality of creating any things. Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. Then, even if others find the same drawings, I will still be able to do better. Moreover, due to his shelter, he could afford to work for 14 hours a day, of which only 5 were spent on reconnaissance. The rest of the time could be devoted to practice and accumulation of golden energy. And in this case, I have a much more profitable plan. He opened personal messages. PM from Bitten Off a Snail. Chen Jen. Your diagram hasn't been sold yet? I have some food left. We can swap. Bitten Off a Snail. Seriously? Brother, of course I'll swap. I have the diagram. Everything is in place. Chen Jen. I'll give you a serving of rice with meat. Does that work? Bitten Off a Snail. I'm paying. Thanks, brother. Sending the deal right now. Chen confirmed the exchange. Everything was clear. Soon, the diagram of the wooden scabbard was in his hands. He immediately activated the drawing and studied the details. On the surface, it seemed like a simple thing, but the time required, 50 minutes to make, was almost like a temperature-controlled window. He studied the description. It was a high-quality sheath, imitating an aristocratic style. Without a single nail, the entire structure was assembled with precision fitting. It was supposed to have patterns, smooth weapon extraction, reliable fixation. That's great. The scabbard is an ideal thing for training. Minimum resources, good complexity. Ideal for getting your hand in. He stood up, installed the temperature-regulating window he had made earlier, and felt a cool flow of air. It's like an old clay cave here. Cool in the summer, warm in the winter, and those in the shelters on the surface, today will be tough. He glanced at the regional forum, and, as expected, half of the new messages were complaints about the stuffiness. Ida Shimotani. I can't take it anymore. Maybe at least one of the humans will give me a fan for the sake of humanity. Guo Dagan. Is punching you in the face enough? Ida Shimotane. You're cruel. A blow to the face can permanently traumatize the psyche of a 200-kilogram child. Cao Xing. You can really die from the heat today. Guo Dagan. And you only felt the heat today. And yesterday, I was trapped with a monster on the stove all day. Me, the main character. Hey, isn't that the Fire King who's afraid of the heat? Cao Xing. I'll do it to you now. In another thread, a player named Mom Will Punish complained about his failure with a wooden bed blueprint. I kept wondering why no one would take my blueprint for 10 pounds in meat. Today, I decided to try it myself, of wooden boards. I took a fruit knife and started to plane. I spent 10 units of wood, and the result was a bed of extremely poor quality. It creaks, bends, and shakes, as if a generation of rockers had already sat on it. What the hell is this? The reactions were immediate. Fairy. Thanks, brother. I was going to study the blueprint too. You saved me from making a mistake. Jijun. Jijun won't forget you. On the one hand, the post made it clear to many that studying blueprints and producing things is not that easy, especially without skills. But there was still a deficit on the market. There were few schemes. Even the most useless drawing, like the same scabbard, could be exchanged for an eighth of a full meal. More sensible ones cost half or even 2/3. Players found themselves in a trap. Selling a drawing is unprofitable. To use is almost useless. Not to use means to remain without experience. Everyone understood. Whoever masters craft first will dictate the conditions in the future. It's like scientific technologies. A lag today turns into an abyss tomorrow. But all this did not bother Chen Chen. He had already set a course for production and pumping professions. This meant that buying even useless blueprints made sense if it helped develop skills and accumulate golden liquid. Instead of looking for the owners of the schemes himself, he did something different. He created a profitable exchange lot and waited for the offers to pour in. Trade announcement. Exchange. Genuine Jinhua Huotui. A dried delicacy with a rich taste and aroma. Contains protein, fats, vitamins, and minerals. Volume is from 20 grams. In exchange, blueprints or other valuable items. The upper limit of the exchange depends on the quality of the lot. The players reacted instantly. Me, the main character. Chenge, did you really bring a real Jinhua Huotui? This is a delicacy for 1,000 wen. Guo Dagan, 1,000? 1,000, Carl, for the food. Fairy. Nowadays, anyone who has noodles for 20 wen is already considered rich. And here, a whole ham. Yingzheng. I looked at the statistics. Only 1 out of 6 or 7 players found food in a day. Chen just has the devil's luck. Cao Xin. Don't fall for it. He just wants to take all the plans. It's obvious they're important. Better keep them to yourself. Ida Shimotane. Yeah, Chen. Tell everyone what you understood from these plans. Don't be greedy. Mamanya. The plans are useless. If they were useful, he would have bought a bed from me a long time ago. Ida Shimotani. Oh well, nobody is forcing anyone. Just don't push. Cao Xing. Okay, I'll study my drawing myself now, and tell everyone if it really does give anything. Ida Shimotane. I respect you. I support the experiment. Jijun. 2 clowns. The announcement caused heated debate. Some wondered, maybe the blueprints really were the key to survival. But Chen Chen did not interfere. He simply waited. Sooner or later, those with the blueprints would come themselves. He simply offered the best product on the market. So far, nothing had come. He closed the forum, took out a board, and began to carve his first sheath. It was only about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen, not being in the habit of taking a nap, took out a wooden board and began to make a sheath. He understood perfectly well. Sooner or later, things created according to the drawings of M would become scarce. And if you start leveling up early, you can take a monopoly on the craft. And that means resources, respect, and power. With that attitude, he immersed himself in his work, not reacting to the sounds of notifications or incoming personal messages. After 50 minutes, he finally finished. But the result only made him smile bitterly. In front of him lay 2 blanks for the scabbard, long, clumsy wooden planks. He tried to join them using the tongue and groove technique, but the panels categorically did not fit together. The gaps were too wide, and the elements themselves were crooked. At best, they interlocked by a third. After that, the structure jammed. The system mercilessly issued, failure, quality below minimum threshold. It turns out that even with a drawing you can screw up, less than 30% quality, and the system considers the product a failure. He put the blanks aside, stood up, stretched, and only then opened the accumulated messages. PM from Shameless Girl. Zuan Mom. Chenge, I don't have any diagrams, but maybe you'll be interested in something else. Yesterday, I found a set of files. Would you trade it for food? A set of 6 files, includes flat, round, semi-round, and other shapes. Allows you to process grooves, roundings, and smooth out complex surfaces. Chen Zhen. Excellent. I'll give you 40 grams of ham or 50 grams of honey. Choose. He looked at the old notes and saw from the name that it was a girl named Luo Ying Ying. The answer came quickly. Luo Ying Ying. A little short? I'm not full. Chen. No one in this world can eat their fill. The main thing is not to die of hunger. Luo Ying Ying. Well, yes, you're the only one here who can eat their fill. Chen. Are you buying or not? Products anywhere. You think the price is high, and so do I. The only difference is that I have them. Luo Ying Ying. If you add a little, I'll definitely agree. Chen. You should have said so right away. Okay, 41 years old. Luo Ying Ying. Really? Okay, change it. Change it already. I agree. Chen. Haha, the deal has been sent. Confirm. He took out a tang sword and with surgical precision cut off 4 even pieces. The result was exactly 41 grams. Luo Ying Ying. Wow, you are a master of cutting. Chen. Always precise. In trade, it's like in surgery. No shortfalls. Luo Ying Ying. She rolled her eyes. After all, if the weight were less, the system would simply not allow the transaction. But more, please. In exchange, he received a set of 6 files, all in excellent condition. Different shapes, different grain sizes, ideal assistance in fine work. He immediately reactivated the creation of the sheath, and the system showed the production time of 40 minutes instead of 50. The effect was noticeable. We need to collect more tools. If the drawing is studied and the tool is available, you can create anything. He was pleased. The tool was in his hands. The deal was fair. His authority was strengthened. Thanks to his popularity and reputation, even such a rarity as a set of files was given to him. Soon, a transaction was recorded in the trading chat. Exchange. Genuine Jinhua Huotui, 41 grams. Chao Xing. What, someone actually bought it? Me, the main character. Of course. People are starving here, by the way. Guo Dagan. How many grams were spent? Chen Gei, is he at least sane? Luo Ying Ying. More than enough. I asked for a little more. And he added, a real gentleman. Guo de Gang. Well then, respect. The next message came from the nickname Monster Garuru. Monster Garuru. Chen Gei, I have something cool. Will you take it? Chen did not know his real name. He had not written before. Chen. What exactly? Garuru. Systemax, sharp as a razor. Cuts down trees in no time. I'll trade it for 200 grams of ham. Chen. 200 is too much. Send me the system's estimate. I'll look at it and offer a price. Garuru. 150. I won't give you less. You know how it is. If you want to be rich, first chop down a forest. Chen, once again, send the description. Then we'll talk. The guy continued to argue, but did not send either a description or a screenshot. Chen began to lose patience. Garuru. Fuck you. You've set up a market here. Do you think that because you have food, everyone owes you? Chen. Okay. He closed the conversation without further ado. Why, how simple could it all be? Show the item. We discuss the price. If it doesn't suit, we don't exchange it. That's it. And he acts like I'm blackmailing him. The last dialogue left. PM from Mechanical Tentacles. Mechanical Tentacles. Li Wusun. Chen Gei, I have a drawing of a wooden bucket. Are you interested? How much will you give? Blueprint, bucket. Durable, retains heat well. Allows you to create buckets of different sizes. Materials, 2 units of wood, 0.2 units of steel. Chen, I'm interested. I'll give you 80 grams of ham. Li Wusun. Okay, but I'll warn you, it's difficult to make a bucket leak-proof. It requires precise adjustment. Chen, I understand. They quickly made a deal. Chen received the blueprint. It was precisely because the bucket had high requirements that he chose it. For ordinary players, it was a test. For him, it was a way to stand out. As soon as the blueprint was studied, the system immediately reported difficulty, medium. Compared to the scabbard, it was even simpler. He felt that he could assemble a working bucket right now if he wanted to. But the scabbard is not just a case. It is an aristocratic attribute with all the ensuing requirements. I made the right choice. It is on them that you need to pump up the skill. He picked up the Tang sword and a brand new file, took a deep breath, and once again immersed himself in the delicate work. After completing the deal, Chen Zhen immediately began to create 3 sheaths for the sword. Only the second attempt was successful. However, through these experiments, he began to better understand how the blueprint system worked. First, all specified materials were strictly necessary to make an item. Without them, no talent would help. Second, the right tool significantly increased the chances of success and sped up the process. Of course, you can try manually, but it will take many times more time. And thirdly, what is most surprising, it does not matter how complex the scheme is or how weak the master is. If the drawing is studied, then there is always a chance of success. Even if you yourself do not believe that you are ready, the system can push you. This feature was especially evident when creating the scabbard. Chen Zhen felt that his level was insufficient, but the third attempt suddenly turned out to be successful. The second attempt, although it worked, was not my level. It seems the system simply decided to produce a result by force of its rules. He shook his head. At least the other attempts were honest, without interference. But the world here is truly strange. After 3 sessions of production, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen came out of hiding, cut down a few trees, gathered a bunch of pine needles and exchanged some licorice in the trading chat. After that, he set about arranging his sleeping place. A good night's sleep is the foundation of tomorrow's performance. Without sleep, the day is wasted. No resources, conditions only get worse. You sleep poorly again, he thought, cleaning up around him. A classic survival spiral. Having finished, he opened the system interface with a slight smile and whistling. At the top of the discussions was a post with the title, "The main supplier of food in the region. Elite cuisine of only one person. Fairy of sad affairs." I was just scrolling through the trade channel and realized our Chen is the only one who consistently sells food, and not just any food, but elite food. A nervous lady go, "Seriously? Maybe he had a beehive from day one. Then he'd already won. I am the hero of the story. He is not only smart, but also lucky. And he trades honestly. Respect. Mom of the girl with a sharp tongue. I confirm. He never cheated. Everything was fair. I am the hero of the story. Can you imagine? He even gave me a chicken wing for free. Sharp-tongued girl's mother. What? He didn't give it to me. Unfair. Collector mechanic. After today's foray, I understand that his honey is worth the money. My arms were starting to give way from fatigue. I had to go back. Emperor Qin. Yes, my head was already spinning from hunger yesterday. Survival expert Xing Kai. My advice is to stock up on honey or chocolate. The situation does not allow you to overeat. It is better to eat 70%, but have a quick replenishing energy with you. This can save your life. I have 5 packages of chocolate, right if you want to exchange. Fair but sharp. Yeah, I see. Just wanted to advertise. Survival expert Xing Kai. I was already saying that before the find. Just sound advice. Emperor Qin. Oh, the troll is back. Beast Garuru. What the hell kind of boss is he? He's just lucky. He wanted to get my axe for food. And brazenly. He's no hero. Sharp-tongued girl's mom. Ha ha ha. Someone said that the dog came. And indeed, he did. Loving brother Lee. Isn't this the same one who wanted to get rich with the axe? Sales didn't go well? Leaflet. Who knows? Is Chen really normal in trade? Sociable? Beast Garuru. Don't fall for it. This man is only pretending to be good. You'll go broke if you get involved with him. I am the hero of the story. So don't buy. But why lie? Chen Zhen frowned. Usually didn't interfere. It was fun to watch the forum. But such slander could not go unanswered. He quickly gathered the necessary evidence and wrote, Chen Zhen. Attached is a screenshot of private messages with Beast Garuru. This person seems to have memory problems. Here are his messages. Let everyone draw their own conclusions. And also, I received a new blueprint, thermovalve. I will start the exchange tomorrow, starting at 2200 hours, one in hand. And yes, Garuru is now on my blacklist. No more deals with him. Beast Garuru. You are going too far. This is too much. I am the hero of the story. Ha, great. He's been annoying me for a long time. Idea Cedar? Why take revenge like that? You can be more polite, Chen. Chen Zhen. Thanks for the advice. You're next. Idea Cedar. Hey, you. What are you doing? Love snails. Haha, he really couldn't take it anymore. He broke down. Loving brother Lee. I love him. Classic. I wish you well and ban you. Closing the forum, Chen saw a new private message sent half an hour ago. A private message from survival expert Xing Kai. Shinkai. Chen, thanks for the honey. I'm returning it to you. 1 package of chocolate. Shinkai. Don't tell me. You took a risk when you gave me food without a deposit. It's fair. Take it as a token of gratitude. Chen. Okay, then I'll accept it, and you'll get the thermal valve tonight. Shinkai. Thank you. Chen. Always happy to help. He ignored the new flashing notifications and returned to work. After his recent training with the scabbard, his movements became more confident. Although the next attempt failed again, he felt that there was progress. Then he switched to making buckets. They would be useful for storing water and supplies. After all, it is the system that gives real development. Shinkai probably had to learn how to make baskets for months, and I studied the drawing, and now I make advanced wooden containers. The first bucket was defective. It let water through, but it held its shape and could be used to store food. The second one is full-fledged and airtight. After finishing, Chen sent a message to Wang Yu. Can you get some water? We need to fill up new buckets. I am the protagonist's private message to Chen. Are you by the water now? I am the protagonist. Yes, I go out for 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon to meet everyone's need for water. Brother Chen, do you want some water? Chen. Well, just leave it alone. Chen. What is the current of the river where you are now? Are there any fish? Me, the protagonist. No, there is only a stream, and there are no fish in it. Every day when I go to the stream, I help people carry water, and I also search for supplies along the stream, which is just enough for me to keep myself alive. Chen. Oh, okay. I have some fishing line here. I wonder if you can use it. Me, protagonist. What a pity. But, Brother Chen, I found a crowbar today. Do you need it? I want to replace the thermostat. I'm afraid the crowbar is not enough. Should I give Brother Chen water for another 5 days? Chen. Okay, we can stop now. We have enough water. The wooden barrel was filled with water. Chen took out an aluminum lunchbox that was used in the wild, boiled 4 bamboo cans of water, and put them aside to cool. At this time, it was only midday, and the shelter was still very hot, which became even more obvious after we lit a fire to boil water. But today, there was little time left outside, and Chen could not open the window. Standing in front of the window at this moment, Chen could clearly feel the air flowing out of the room. Because Chen's house was built into the rock, it was much cooler than other people's shelters, but it was still very hot during the day, and he had to constantly replenish his water supply. This is also an important reason why Wang Yu made a good profit from selling water. If it had rained that day, they would have had no income. After wiping the sweat from his face, Chen officially began making the temperature control window. His skills have improved significantly since his previous training. It took him 38 minutes to make his first temperature-controlled window. Temperature Control Window Project. With its complex physical design, it accelerates the flow of high-temperature air into low-temperature air, effectively regulating the temperature and humidity in the room. Quality: low 50%. Not bad. The function has improved by 10%. Needs more practice. When a window with more precise temperature control appeared, Chen replaced the old one. Of course, good things should be used first and foremost for yourself. Seeing the progress, Chen became more motivated and continued to create. Meanwhile, Chen spent 20 minutes cutting the ham and boiling it in water, and spent the rest of the time making a temperature control window. By 8:20 p.m., Chen had made 4 temperature control windows during this period. Including the previous one, he now had 5 for sale. All 4 thermostats made this time were of poor quality, with an efficiency of 50% of that of full-size thermostats. Looking at my trading interface now, many people are urging me to put the temperature control window on the shelf. Of course, these people are essentially urging others to buy something out of curiosity, and they basically want others to try the effect before they buy it themselves. Transaction: temperature control window. With its perfect physical structure, it accelerates the flow of high-temperature air into low-temperature air, which can effectively regulate the temperature and humidity in the room. Quality: very low one with 40% efficiency, 4 with 50% efficiency. Trading conditions, items, tools, and blueprints of equal value, the remaining amount can be replaced with ham. I am the protagonist. Hooray! He finally came out. Energetic girl. Gurdagun. Brothers, I'll change it now to test the water for everyone. Wait for me, brothers. Girl from Zon. Damn. My shelter is built on the ground. During the day, it's in direct sunlight, and at night, air leaks everywhere. I don't know if it will work. Mechanical tentacle. You're talking nonsense. The original system shelter has good ventilation and doesn't leak. Cute goat. It's just too cold. I can feel the wind howling every time I turn over. Soon, Chen Chen received a private message from the energetic girl Guo Dagan. Chen Chen thought about it and realized that it was Zhang Jianqiang, the one who used the sonic attack at the beginning. He let out a roar, attracted the leopard, and locked himself in the shelter. I didn't expect that this person went out to search for only half a day today, and that he got something in exchange for the temperature control window. Guo Dagang, a spirited girl. Brother, I have a hammer. Do you want it? How about replacing the thermostat with yours? Chen Zhen. I already have a hammer. Send me yours. I'll take a look. If it suits you, I'll exchange it. Guo Dagang, a spirited girl. Iron hammer, 30 centimeters long, made from a single piece of iron, weighs 3.5 pounds. Hammer in hand. JPG, Chen Zhen. An iron hammer is not really very useful, and I already have a claw hammer. Chen Zhen. But since you are the first one to buy it, I will exchange it with you. If the product is good, don't forget to leave a positive review. Energetic girl Guo Dagang. Brother Chen, no problem, Brother Chen. They quickly came to an agreement. Chen Chen twirled it in his hand for a while and then put it in the corner. Chen Chen looked at his watch. It was 8:30 p.m. and it was already a little chilly. Chen Chen removed the thermostat window and turned it over so that the heat would not escape. Chen Chen looked at the system again and found that he had 20 minutes left to go out today. After thinking about it, he took some firewood, went down from the stone platform outside the shelter, and made a fire outside the shelter to burn the stones. After the fire started, Chen Chen returned to the shelter and continued trying to make a scabbard. He found that the scabbard was the item that tested his craftsmanship skills the most, and also the one that allowed him to improve his woodworking skills the fastest. When the scabbard failed to be made, Chen Chen crawled out of hiding and used a wooden stick to retrieve the hot stone. Outside, and Chen Chen, who was wearing thin clothes, couldn't help but shudder twice. Chen Chen also found that it only took him 6 or 7 minutes to burn and extract the stone, but he only had 5 minutes left in the system. This what they mean when they say that the radiation level in the distorted world increases significantly at night. As he spoke, Chen Chen climbed onto the stone platform and turned to close the wooden door. But at this moment, he saw 2 small green dots in the distance moving quickly towards his hideout. Chen Chen didn't have time to think about it and immediately closed the door behind him. Chen Chen's heart was beating non-stop. If he was a little late, he would probably die. Was it a wolf or some other beast? Chen Chen leaned on the windowsill and tried to see something, but it was too dark outside and he couldn't see anything. After a while, the beast rushed closer, and the scarlet coal dimly illuminated its appearance. This creature with a short mouth was probably a cat. Chen Chen was a little nervous. Cats were better at climbing, and this stone platform might not stop them at all. It shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Jianqiang had been blocked by the leopard for a whole day and night, and he was fine. The shelter must be able to withstand the scratches of this feline. Chen Chen was comforting himself when he heard the sound of claws scraping the wooden planks of the room. A weapon. A weapon is what I need most right now. If I encounter something like that in the wild, I will definitely die. Even bees are useless as a warning. Those wolves and leopards can smell things from miles away. Hey no, I have bees. The stone platform at the entrance to Chen Chen's hideout is only 20 centimeters wide. Even if a beast approaches, it won't be able to use force. Moreover, The wooden walls and doors of the shelter are very strong, so Chen Chen is relatively safe. But this does not mean that Chen Chen can allow a wild beast to guard the entrance to his shelter. Not to mention damaging the wooden planks of the shelter, even the sound of scratching on them was unbearable for Chen Chen. The harder it is to survive, the more important it is to get enough sleep. Chen Chen immediately waved his hand, and thousands of bees flew out of the hive, flew through the window, and flew towards the beast. Chen Chen grabbed the windowsill and commanded the bees to sting the cat monster. The little bees landed on the beasts and stung them with their stings. Then Chen Chen saw the beast start to swing its body wildly, lose its balance, and fall off the stone platform. One of its claws stepped on the hot coals, and the beast screamed in pain and ran away. Unfortunately, it was a Chinese honeybee, not a bumblebee, so Chen Chen could not keep the beast. Chen Chen checked the bees he had sent and found that only about 30 had died. Then called away most of the bees, leaving only about 100 to guard the outside to prevent the wild animals from returning. Once a Chinese honeybee stings a person, it will definitely die, no matter what the other person does. Claws are much less flexible than a human's, making it even more difficult for them to clean a bee sting. However, bees are not powerful enough, so the animal's fur can compensate for most of the damage. Moreover, a bee sting is not poisonous. It may cause pain to wild animals, but it will not cause serious harm. Some folk remedies even use bee stings to cure illnesses. After dispatching the beast, Chen Chen looked at the time he had left and began to make a sheath. Unable to make a sheath, Chen Chen felt slightly sleepy and put out the torch to sleep. Soon, Chen Chen woke up at 6:40 in the morning. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he sent out the bees to scout out the situation. After washing and eating breakfast, the bees returned one after another to report news. There was a wild beast about a mile south of here. Based on the description of the danger the bees pose, this is the same beast that was seen last night. The problem is that there are also beasts to the east and west of the sanctuary today, with the western one posing a greater threat and the eastern one a lesser one, 3 kilometers to the southeast. In that case, I'll just stay in the shelter this morning and do some carpentry. I'll go out in the afternoon and see how things go. Chen Chen opened the door and looked out. That beast must be aiming for me. He has been watching me all night and does not want to leave. The distance of 1.5 kilometers is still too dangerous. Then Chen Chen spent 5 hours in the morning making various items. He made 5 sheaths, 2 of which were successful, 2 barrels, both of which were successful, and a temperature control window of 50% quality. Chen Chen was a little worried because by noon, the wild beast from the southern direction had still not left and was guarding this position. The larger beast at the west gate not only did not leave, but even approached the shelter. The beast at the east gate disappeared. Chen Chen also sent Xingkai the photo of the wild beast he took last night. Xingkai was indeed an expert in wild survival and quickly gave an analysis. The beast last night turned out to be a jaguar of the genus Panthera. It seems that building a shelter on a cliff is not without its drawbacks. At least now I have one less direction to explore. Chen Chen closed the door, and his expression became serious. I need to take the initiative, otherwise I won't be able to go out today. The incident happened suddenly last night. Chen Chen randomly selected about 1,000 bees. At this moment, he carefully checked them and selected a few bees that were no longer in good condition. He allowed these bees to attack and sting the jaguar. The lifespan of bees varies depending on their occupation. Some worker bees can live for months, others only for a few weeks. Generally, bees that fly out to collect honey have shorter lives. Most bees set out to collect honey 3 weeks after birth and die after working for 9 to 21 days. They are the hardest working of all bees. This time, Chen Chen selected such bees, about 2,000 of them, and they all flew together to the jaguar. Without seeing the bees, Chen Chen could only give general instructions and could not precisely control the bees' behavior, so after the bees flew away, Chen Chen went back to making the sheath. What Chen Chen didn't expect was that this jaguar would be really stubborn. After being stung by a bee, he retreated a kilometre and returned when the bee flew away. After receiving the message from the bees, Chen Chen gritted his teeth and gave a death order, ordering 2,000 bees to chase the jaguar and not stop until he had gone 10 kilometres. Estimate that we will lose between 500 and 600 bees if we continue to pursue them. But the queen bee is a free egg-laying queen, and she can lay 700 eggs a day. It's worth it for today's research. The bees at least an hour to drive away the jaguar, so Chen Chen prepared to remake the sheath. At this moment, a private message came from the energetic girl. The energetic girl's mother said, "Brother Chen, please sell me one of your thermoregulation windows. I'll exchange it for 2 packs of napkins." Genki girl. Mum, paper towels. Wood pulp paper towels. Harmless and non-fluorescent, durable and delicate. 200 sheets per pack. This is not bad. The leaves that Chen Chen used yesterday were not very good. However, Chen Chen did not rush to answer, but went into the transaction and the forum to take a look. There is a post about this. Experience report on using temperature control windows. Energetic girl, Guo Degan. I exchanged the temperature control window with Brother Chen and have been using it for 1 night. Now I'll tell you about my impressions. Guo Dagan, an energetic girl. First of all, the appearance. There are grooves and metal clips around the window that securely attach the window to the frame. The strength is not inferior to the original. View of a window with a thermostat. JP Guo Dagan, an energetic girl. Next comes the main part of the window. In the center is a wooden lattice with intertwined wooden slats and holes. The lattice has an irregular shape, and it is probably used to regulate the temperature. View of the temperature control window. JPG, energetic girl Guo Dagan. In our modern society, it seems that there is nothing like NB with a purely mechanical structure to achieve temperature control, and the effect is very good, but it is a system product, so who cares? Guo Dagan, an energetic girl. At first, I locked the window, and a cold wind blew into the shelter, causing the temperature to drop much faster than last night. Later, I realized that I was wrong, and after I put everything back in order, it became much better. I lit a fire for a while to warm myself up, then put it out and went to bed. Last night went pretty well. At least I didn't wake up cold, but it was still cold. Go Dagan, a spirited girl. Overall, this thing is still very useful, although it is not as good as a blanket, but it is worth buying. I feel that the temperature difference between day and night is becoming more and more, so in the future, I will definitely have to take more measures to keep warm. Mechanical tentacles. This seems like a good idea. After all, it will raise the temperature of the entire room. Pleasant goat. The main thing is that this window can be used during the day, and the blanket does not cope with the heat. This post was published recently. I think my mother came looking for him because she saw this post. Chen Chen was just about to talk to his mother alone when he saw a message from the Zhuan girl, his mother. Zhuan girl's mother. Brother Chen, can you swap with me? My stockings are covered in bushes. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a look. Chen Chen. Ah, it was Chen Chen who waited for a long time, concentrating on his words of encouragement. Seeing that no photos were sent, he gave up on the idea of persuading. Chen Chen. Ahem. I was busy just now, so I saw this a little late. You can redo it now. 2 packs of tissues are enough. Zhuan girl fucking. Torn black stockings, long legs. JP. The post has been retracted. Zhuan girl's mom. Oops, I don't know what just happened. I took a picture of my stockings to see where they were torn. How did this even get posted? Ha ha ha. Almost at the same time as Chen Chen sent the message, a photo of a woman in black stockings and long legs appeared, but Luo Yingying quickly withdrew it. But Chen Chen's eyesight had improved thanks to the garbage boy. Although time was short, he saw everything clearly. This black stocking is so white. Oh no, these legs are so long. Then Luo Yingying sent a transaction request, and Chen Chen pressed the approval button. After a while, Chen Chen received 2 packs of tissue paper. Oh, Chen Chen suddenly sighed. And not because of anything else, but because he was thinking about how he would go to this distorted world alone and never see his parents and classmates, whom he had some ambiguous feelings for, again. After the exchange was completed, Chen Chen continued to make the sheath. He felt his skill was improving. It wasn't always successful, but the success rate was much higher than at the beginning. With more tools and improved skills, Chen Chen now only needs 27 minutes to make a scabbard. This time I was confident in the quality of the workmanship, so I made 3 scabbards in a row. All 3 were successful, and the quality of the last one reached 40%. Ding! After much practice, you have acquired certain skills in carpentry. Unlocked. Carpentry. Carpentry. You are proficient in using a variety of carpentry tools and are familiar with most carpentry techniques. You can make subtle changes to the appearance and functionality of your products. When making wooden products, the quality of the products increases by 10% and the success rate increases by 20%. A new profession has finally appeared. Chen Chen excitedly picked up the wooden bucket and took a big sip of water. He was indeed a little thirsty. After the excitement, Chen Chen carefully examined it. He found that after acquiring the profession of a carpenter, his skills in making wooden products had improved greatly. He could directly make scabbards with 50% quality, wooden barrels with 60% quality, and temperature control windows with 80% quality. And these are just the skill levels. With the professional bonus, the quality of these products will increase by another 10%. In other words, Chen Xian can make a thermostatic window with 90% quality. That's powerful. I can sell it for twice the price using the same materials. Without hesitation, Chen Chen immediately began to manufacture a new temperature control window and tested it in real conditions. After 25 minutes, Chen Chen actually manufactured a temperature-controlled window, the quality of which was 90% excellent. When he installed it directly on the window, he felt that the heat was escaping faster. Good. Good. Now it would only take 25 minutes to make the thermostat and only 20 minutes to make the wooden sheath. Chen Chen was satisfied. He opened the panel and found that he had received several private messages. Gigi is really good. Private message to Li Tianyu. Gigi is so cute, Li Tianyu. Brother Chen, I have a drawing and I want to exchange something with you. Gigi is so cool. Li Tianyu. Table drawing, wooden table, exquisite workmanship, simple, sturdy, and reliable. You can make tables of different sizes and heights from it. Materials needed. 3 wooden blocks. The table is pretty good. Like the barrel, it can be made in different sizes. The basic model requires 3 units of wood. The wood consumption may increase or decrease depending on the size. Thanks to the table, he no longer had to work on the ground, so Chen Chen sent a message. Chen Zhen. Of course. How about a 90% quality thermostat and 20 grams of honey? Gigi is so cute, Li Tianyu. It's not worth exchanging a wooden product for my design. Gigi is so cute, Li Tianyu. Giegi is so cool. Li Tianyi. Is the thermostat 90% good? Brother Chen, you are so awesome. Giegi is so delicious. Li Tianyi. Add some honey, Brother Chen. Chen. Zhen. It's quite suitable. Can the table be sold at this stage? Li Tianyi. Just add a little. Your skills are so good. Chen Zhen. It's precisely because of my skills that the relative value of the blueprint in your hands is low. What if I obtain the second table blueprint? Can you still sell it? Okay, without further ado, 21 grams will be enough. Gigi is so cute, Li Tianyu. After that, Chen Chen received a transaction request from the other party and immediately agreed. However, when Chen Chen poured the bees, he accidentally lost control and poured an extra gram. Chen Chen had a hard time taking out this gram, so he exchanged it along with the bamboo tube. Chen Chen now only had one temperature control window with 90% quality, so he took his own out and installed it first. Nowadays, many players have also found knives and other tools, so there are many cheap bamboo pipes on the trading market. Now, the cost of bamboo pipes is negligible. Since scavenging is a pure wealth growth process, after a few days, each player will have accumulated a certain amount of wealth. After that, two more people came to exchange the temperature control window for Chen Chen and gave him a plain and a small stainless steel folding knife respectively. Chen Chen no longer chases after necessary things. He will exchange them for anything suitable. After all, as high-quality temperature-controlled windows come on the market, he'll keep buying the products, and it doesn't matter if he takes some products with slightly duplicated useful features. Even as a backup? That would be great. After completing the transaction, Chen Chen looked at the forum again and found that there was a post that was very popular and ranked first in the regional channel. A small reward if you like it. Please exchange with me. King Cao Xin. Scorched goat.jpg fire. King Cao Xin. Today, I used my supernatural power to burn a goat. If you need anything, come trade with me. When my mother saw me being beaten, she said, "Wow, I've made a fortune." Monster Garuru. This is simply amazing. In this amazing world, only Sao is the strongest. Planting seeds in the well field. Warriors, bow down. Energetic girl. Guo Dagon. It's great that we caught the prey, but the price you asked for is too high. The price of goat meat is the same as the price of Mr. Chen's ham. Fire King Cao Xin. Idiot, how can goat and pork be the same thing? Forget it. Energetic girl. Guo de Gang. If you don't need it, then you don't need it. I don't need it in the first place. You want to ask the same price for such watery goat meat as Jinhua ham. You are so shameless. Mechanical tentacles. The surrounding land is all black. It feels like the mountain is on fire. Pak Pu Pu Zhengyi. I think there is nothing wrong with the Fire King's prices. In the future, the Fire King will become the main source of food. Fire King Cao Xin. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. To be honest, I don't take Chen Zhen seriously at all. He was just lucky. Fire King Cao Xin. Look, it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chen Chen still hasn't hung up any new food. He's just been lucky for the last 2 days. Me protagonist. Ha ha ha, that's right, Brother Chen didn't mention you. There are so many Chen brothers in your post. Giegi is so good. Li Tianyu. Then you're wrong. Brother Chen created a temperature-controlled window with 90% quality. Giegi is so cool. Li Tianyu. Thermostat. Excellent 90% quality. Mechanical tentacle. Shocked. Killing like hemp. Nice goat. Wow. Mother saw the beating. I saw the money flowing. Pu 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 Zhengyi. Cao Xin, my mother. I told you so many good things and you didn't give me a penny less. Although Cao Xin's prices were unreasonable and did not affect Chen Chen, they still reminded Chen that hunting was the way of the future. Relying on the system's daily updates to obtain food was too much reliance on luck, and the food was often only enough for one meal. Hunting is the only long-term solution. Even if you hunt a boar once a week, 100 or 200 kilograms of meat will last for a long time. However, so far, no player in the area has found weapons like crossbows. Maybe he has found one, but unless he offers it in exchange, he will not be able to catch the prey himself. After all, hunting is a skill. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. The jaguar has already been chased away. I'll go get some food. The bees chased the jaguar over and over for an hour before it left the 10-kilometer radius. Chen Chen didn't go out to get supplies today, so he had to act quickly while Jaguar was gone. After gathering his weapons, putting on his tactical vest, taking ropes, honey, and other things, Chen Chen went to the food station. Judging from the bees' responses this time, the food in the southeast direction was far superior to what they had been looking for before, and even Jinhua ham couldn't compare. This made Chen Chen somewhat encouraged, and he was willing to wait for most of the day. Chen Chen 20 minutes to finally reach the food station. Because of his job as a scavenger, Chen Chen could see today's food from afar. An apple. Chen Chen was a little taken aback. It's just an apple. Why is the bee so excited? Chen Chen felt that he was standing too far away. Perhaps the food that the bees liked so much was behind the apple. Chen Chen quickly walked forward, wanting to know what was going on. In fact, It was just an apple. Chen Chen looked at the bees in front. The bees were excitedly circling in the circle, and the circle was spinning madly, as if they had discovered a gold mine. Apple is indeed a little strange. Its appearance is standard and round, almost like the apple created by Steve Jobs. The color of the apple is like a rainbow. Chen Chen believes that if an artist wants to draw the perfect apple, he will definitely choose this color. Even stranger, this apple grows on unknown grass, originally short, but the branch on which the apple grew had grown to 30 centimeters, making the apple hanging on it particularly noticeable. At this moment, Chen Chen had another premonition. Whether it was from what he saw or from the bee's actions, it showed that this apple was unusual and could give him a real surprise. Chen Chen walked over, crouched down, and carefully extended his hand to pick the apple. As soon as his hand touched the apple, it fell by itself, and Chen Chen simply held it with one hand. Only then did Chen Chen smell a rich, refreshing aroma, and his lungs seemed to open up. Little bees quickly flew around Chen Chen. Super apple. I am a block with superpowers. In this introduction, and I have no idea whether this apple is good or bad. Chen Chen suppressed the urge to eat the apple, put it in his tactical vest, and immediately stood up to go back. Just the aroma of the apple made Chen Chen feel refreshed. It was truly an extraordinary meal. Even if there were no other products today, it would be worth it. But no, I have never seen anything like this before, and I don't know what this could lead to. I'd better take it back to the shelter first, and then decide what to do. Game with a technological world. There are no superpowers, so previous experience cannot be used as a guide. Chen Chen has always been cautious. Since he already has the apple in his hands, he is not afraid of it running away. Go back and check carefully to see if anyone else has taken similar foods. It's safer to eat them once you've got a clear picture of the situation. What if the food requires special handling to be most effective? What if the apple is so strong it bursts? Or is it a poisonous fruit, like Snow White? Of course, it's possible that this apple was meant to be eaten immediately after it was picked, and the longer it was eaten, the less effective it was. In that case, Chen Chen would have suffered a huge loss. After returning, Chen Chen said to himself, I must be steadfast in this world, because death is too easy. Trying to do this without considering the consequences may well cost me my life. Only by being careful every time can I survive to the end. Even if it is really good for your body, what about next time? You can't just eat plants you don't recognize in the wild, let alone this superfruit. Remember, running fast doesn't guarantee victory. Success is in not falling. 8,848. After a while, several bees suddenly flew in from the south and danced the 8-character dance towards Chen Chen, flapping their wings with great amplitude, indicating that a great danger was approaching. Chen Chen's face changed. He assessed the direction and confirmed that the jaguar was there. Was it the scent of the falling super apple that attracted it? Was his nose really that sensitive? When he was only halfway there, Chen Chen no longer hesitated and started running. The jaguar was definitely not slow. If bees can transmit a message, then the jaguar is somewhere nearby. Fortunately, Chen Chen was only a kilometer away from the shelter. If he ran as fast as he could return in 4 or 5 minutes. As he ran, Chen Chen gritted his teeth. You damn leopard, you always pester me, right? When I have the right weapon, I will kill you first. I have been so careful, but you still won't let me go. This is simply too much. Fortunately, the bee reported this in time. As Chen Chen, breathing heavily, climbed onto the stone platform of the shelter, he saw a jaguar running towards the shelter from afar. Much safer to press his back against the shelter. Chen Chen blew into the door, took a breath of fresh air, and caught his breath. When the jaguar ran 15 meters away, he closed the door and hid in the shelter. I must kill this jaguar if I get the chance. Chen Chen clenched his fists tightly, for him to run as fast as he could to escape from a wild beast. Chen Chen opened the panel and ignored the private message asking him to change the temperature window. He went straight to the World Forum to search under his message. There must not be a single superfruit-related news poster on the regional channel, otherwise it would definitely be in first place. There is only one post from Chen Chen on the World Forum so far. Useful information may not be reflected in the daily stream of player messages, so it is worth searching. It's a shame there's no search function, so I can only scroll through them one by one. The game's interface, especially the forum, is awkward to use. However, players can't do anything about it. They can't ask the developers to add new features. Snap. Spike. The jaguar, despite the bee's stings, began to beat against the wooden wall of the shelter. It seemed that this super apple had attracted it very much. Chen Chen immediately made a decision. I can't wait any longer. I need to get rid of this apple quickly. In fact, seeing how eagerly the jaguar wanted to eat the apple and all the other signs, Chen Chen was already 99% sure that the apple was something useful and would bring great benefits to the body. However, he still had to be careful with the remaining 1%. Chen Chen cut a small piece of apple with a knife and gave it to 10 bees to eat. He wanted to check if there was any problem with the apple. Chen Chen browsed the forum for 5 minutes, but he still didn't see any information about the superfruit. The 10 bees that ate the apples showed no abnormalities and even looked stronger. Chen Chen stopped hesitating, picked up the apple and ate it. This apple looks perfect, but when you eat it, it doesn't look like an apple at all. It melts in your mouth like jelly. Chen Chen ate it in just a few bites, leaving nothing behind. The apple he ate was like a breath of fresh air entering his stomach and spreading throughout his entire body. Chen Chen felt his entire body refreshed, and his movements became much freer. Chen Chen directly checked the personal information. Chen Chen age, 21 years old. Constitution, 2.0 strength, 1.4. Dexterity, 1.2. Intelligence, 1.2. Equipment, straight steel, tang knife with wooden handle, tactical vest 11-strand parachute rope, blueprint, wooden shelter, wooden sheath, temperature control window, wooden barrel, table awl, occupation panels, beekeeper. You have a deep knowledge of beekeeping and can, to a certain extent, command bees to work for you. You can change the individual habits of the bees you raise by influencing them, and honey production will increase by 20%. Child. Prolonged scavenging makes your eyes especially sensitive and you can easily find valuable items. Carpentry. You are a master of various carpentry tools and are familiar with most carpentry techniques. You can slightly change the appearance and functionality of your products. When crafting wooden products, the quality of the products increases by 10% and the success rate by 20%. The three main attributes, constitution, strength, and dexterity, have increased slightly, and the steel information has not changed at all. Among them, constitution increased from the original 0.9 to 2.0, an increase of 1.1, which is the largest increase among the three main stats. Next are strength and agility, both increased by 0.2. Chen Chen touched his chin. Intelligence has not increased. According to the data, this super energy fruit improves physical fitness. After improving physical fitness, strength and agility also increase. But Chen Chen stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, feeling his body filling with strength. The sudden increase in strength by 1/6 was quite noticeable. I feel like I can run 5 kilometers at the same pace I just ran at without feeling tired. Chen Chen ignored the jaguar outside the door for a while and checked his new physical form. Strength should be pure strength, without any hidden manifestations. But physical data and agility should be complex indicators. Judging by the current tests, my reaction speed has increased significantly after the agility increased. With these words, Chen Chen suddenly slashed forward, and my attack speed also increased significantly. It goes without saying that movement speed is definitely included in agility. As for the factors that influence physical fitness, Chen Chen could not find out yet, as it required a long-term endurance test. But know that improving physical fitness is much more than just agility and strength. Chen Chen calculated that the basis should be physical training, determining the upper limit of agility and strength. After getting acquainted with his new physique, Chen Chen was eager to try it out. Before, you ran away because you were in the wild, because you were inferior to the jaguar in every way, and because this was your home territory. Chen Chen looked at the wooden door. But now I have many advantages, so I can try. Strength gives people confidence, and Chen Chen, who suddenly gained strength, also wanted to experience this effect. Chen Chen immediately prepared himself. If he could kill this jaguar, it would be a huge profit. Chen Chen lay on the windowsill and observed the state of the jaguar. He noticed that the jaguar's face had become round, and its originally round, shiny eyes had now become two slits. Chen Chen felt that it was becoming difficult for the jaguar to see anything. Although Chen Chen treasured his life, he now had the advantage of time and place, and he was well prepared. If he still didn't dare to fight this leopard, he was finished. Chen Chen used his carpentry skills to quickly construct a barrier, placed the sharp end against the door, took the long-handled straight tang knife in his hand, and used his palm to push the wooden door. Half of the jaguar's body was at the wooden door. Chen Chen pushed it away with his palm, catching it off guard and knocking its hind legs off the stone platform. The jaguar held tightly to the stone platform with its front legs, trying to get back up. How could Chen Chen miss such an opportunity? He stabbed with a straight knife, leaving a bloody gash in the jaguar's shoulder. Most people would probably just start hacking and stabbing randomly, but if Chen Chen had attacked, it would have been fatal. Chen Chen quickly pulled back the tang sword while aiming his gaze at the jaguar's throat, and in the next moment, he struck again. Although Chen Chen made some minor adjustments for the second strike, in this life-threatening situation, he still acted very quickly, and it took him less than 2 seconds to deliver 2 strikes. When Chen Chen struck the first blow, the jaguar was about to kick the stone wall and jump back in pain. But Chen Chen's movement was so fast and precise that the second blow hit the jaguar in the throat just as it was exerting great force. Whoosh! The jaguar let out a howl and fell to the ground. He got up on all fours and ran away, staggering. Chen Chen didn't know if the last blow was fatal. Seeing that the jaguar was about to run away, Chen Chen immediately turned and chased after it. Hit it while it was weak. Anyway, he has a huge advantage now, and we can't let such a piece of meat get away. The jaguar was injured and not moving very fast, so Chen Chen chased after it with a knife and caught up with the jaguar more than 20 meters away. Die! Chen Chen tightly gripped the long knife and stabbed it into the jaguar's rear. The jaguar turned around in pain and grabbed Chen Chen, but he quickly dodged. I saw blood flowing from the jaguar's neck, and it was obvious that he would not live long. Chen Chen sighed in relief. It seemed like they hit the aorta or something. We just need to keep our distance and wait a little while before we can reap the fruits of victory. After the jaguar turned around, Chen Chen retreated several times. When he turned around to jump, Chen Chen followed him again, but did not attack, but simply froze. And indeed, less than 100 meters after the chase, the jaguar fell to the ground and lay motionless. Chen Chen stepped forward to make sure the animal was really dead, then tied its limbs with ropes, then cut down a relatively thick tree trunk, hung the jaguar on one end, and carried it on his shoulders back to the shelter. Now, Chen Chen is wearing only one set of clothes. It is difficult to wash if it gets dirty, so he has to carry it home with the help of this labor-intensive lever. Because Chen Chen's strength and physical fitness have increased significantly, he can still carry about 100 pounds and walk 100 meters. If it were the previous Chen Chen, he would have to choose between dirtying his clothes and tearing the leopard skin. If he lacked the strength, he could only carry or drag the person back. Today's harvest is truly rich. Although we only collected 2 items, their value was the highest in the past 3 days. Chen Chen was pleased. He believed that the super apple's effectiveness had not yet been fully revealed, and it could still be improved by eating more meat and exercising more. Transaction: Jaguar, meat adult. Jaguar meat, freshly killed and very tasty. Exchange conditions: you can ask for anything you want. Just attach the product information and I will contact you if I need it. After returning the jaguar and simply dissecting it, Chen Chen posted the deal on the platform. Since meat spoils easily, Chen Chen did not limit the types of goods that could be exchanged. He was willing to exchange them as long as they were useful. While others were still struggling to survive, Chen Chen had already begun to accumulate resources. Chen Chen did not hang up the leopard fur, but it still looked magnificent. The golden background and black spots gave it a luxurious look. He planned to look for someone who knew how to work with fur at a local TV station. He decided to use a leopard skin for the bed, thinking it would be very warm. Chen Chen selected the best part of the meat and was now roasting it in a small aluminum lunchbox. Next to him, 2 large bamboo skewers of meat were grilling. Although Chen Chen had been finding food lately, he had never felt full. Today, he could finally eat properly. Of course, as soon as the jaguar meat was put on display, the regional channel went viral. Transaction: jaguar meat. The killings are crazy. Pleasant goat, no way. They actually tracked down a jaguar. Me, the protagonist. Oh my God, I was wondering why Chief Chen Chen just asked me for so much water. It turns out he was going to wash and cook the meat. Mom saw me being beaten. Brother Chen, I call you Daddy. Can you give me a piece of leopard meat? I have never eaten animals under state protection. Energetic girl. Guodagang, Boss Chen must have some powerful superpowers. Otherwise, how could he kill such a ferocious beast? Wildlife survival expert. Xing Kai. It's really difficult. Usually, wild animals know how to benefit and avoid harm. For an experienced modern hunter to kill such a wild animal. Wildlife survival expert Xing Kai. The jaguar is the 3rd largest cat species and has incredible combat power. Killing one is a miracle. Wildlife survival expert Xing Kai. This must be the jaguar that guarded Boss Chen's hideout last night. Boss Chen didn't open his hideout today, so he must be preparing to kill the jaguar. Wildlife survival expert Xing Kai. But everyone should be vigilant. Today, I encountered a mouse that actively attacked me. Although I killed it, it was too unusual. It seems that some wild animals have become ferocious due to the influence of the distorted world. Mechanical tentacle. It's true. Today, I was also attacked by a bird. It was so fierce that it pecked me in the head 3 times before I killed it. Now, I am very worried that the wound may become infected. Quick fight dragon. Come to think of it, I've encountered this too, but it was just an insect, so I thought it was normal behavior. Planting seeds in the well field. Brother Chen is great. He will always be a god. Gigi is so cute. Li Tianyu. Wow, this dog has changed owners. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Don't be so aggressive. This is the internet. So what if I'm a troll? It won't affect my friendship with you. Take a bite of the snail. It's true. Gigi is so cute. Li Tianyu. You're so naive. I have something to say. Ha 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 ha. Brother Chen also gave away some meat. I'll go and exchange it. Soon, several transactions came in. Chen Chen checked them one by one and responded to each one. Even if there were no transactions, he would inform the other party so that they would not have to wait any longer. Finally, after completing a small transaction, Chen Chen glanced at the time and realized that it was already late. He had already taken the only food outside. So Chen Chen decided not to go out and focused on making a window to control the temperature of the shelter. Selling leopard meat only brings in a temporary huge profit, while the temperature control window provides a long-term and stable income. Difference between day and night is becoming greater. Some people have even died from heat stroke while staying indoors. The remaining players either cut short their search and abandoned the vault when they could no longer hold on, or they could only open doors and windows to let in the radiation from the warped world. They didn't care about radiation to survive. These days, a 90% quality temperature control window is worth a pound of meat. Chen Chen also read some messages that expressed despair and pain, and it was really alarming. If he could produce more thermostats, the situation would improve, and he could help more people. Chen Chen always thought of himself as a person who has no responsibility to society, but selling thermal windows can not only bring him income, but also help others. Chen Chen still enjoys doing such things. After making 2 temperature control windows, Chen Chen responded to the messages while eating the leopard meat. Even after eating all the cooked meat, Chen Chen was still a little hungry. Chen Chen touched his stomach. It seems that my appetite has increased significantly since I have gained weight. I just ate almost 2 kilograms of meat. Although I have been hungry for the last 2 days, this increase in appetite still exceeds my expectations. As his appetite increased dramatically, Chen Chen hesitated to supply meat without limitation and immediately added a 50-kilogram limitation to the leopard meat deal. The jaguar he hunted was an adult male weighing 106.3 kilograms. After removing the inedible parts, there was at least 80 kilograms of edible meat left. The remaining 30 kilograms of good meat was enough for Chen Chen to last for some time. As the number of transactions increased, Chen Chen no longer experienced a shortage of various things, so he changed the trading method of the temperature control window to an auction. Soon after installing 2 temperature control windows, both were sold. One for 2 iron cauldrons, a large one and a small one, and the other for a good axe. After cutting off a few more pieces of meat and roasting them on the fire, Chen Chen continued making the temperature control window. Chen Chen still had a lot of free time today. Following the principle of not wasting time, Chen Chen set up a barbecue on the stone platform in front of the entrance to prevent smoke from polluting the shelter. During this period, Fire King Chao Xin also claimed the temperature control window. He had a lot of meat, so he won the bidding easily, but Chen Chen immediately took it away and let the second player exchange the window. This guy is also talented. He obviously wanted to buy Chen Chen's things, but he also targeted him. Private message Fire King Chao Xin. Chen Zhen, what do you mean? I took a photo. Why don't you give it to me? Chen Zhen, why don't you give it to me? Don't you have any idea? King Cao Xin. Fire. King. Cao Xin. Tell me, what terms do you want to sell me? Chen Zhen. A 90th grade temperature control window in exchange for 10 kilograms of mutton, and it must be mutton chops. Fire King Cao Xin. You are too dark. 10 pounds of lamb chops, the best of everything for you. Chen Zhen. I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you want, change it. If you don't want, forget it. A long time passed before Fire King Chao Xin sent a message. Fire King Chao Xin. Chen Zhen, please help me this time. Honest, I was able to kill the goat by relying on my firepower. Because of this, my thigh was pierced. Now I have to change the thermoregulation window to control the temperature. I'm afraid that tomorrow morning my temperature will rise and I will die. King Cao Xin. The goat that actively attacked me was similar to the rabid animal described by survival expert Xing Kai and others. If you bid lower, I will tell you the details of the goat. Chen Zhen. Okay, the current exchange conditions are 10 kilograms of lamb chops plus this information. Fire King Cao Xin. Chen Zhen, leave a path of salvation for others so that we can meet in the future. Don't be too extreme in everything. Fire King Cao Xin. Besides, we are all human. Wouldn't you feel guilty if you saw me die? Chen Zhen. That's why I sold you the window. Many others need windows. I save lives by providing them. Don't talk to me about guilt, weasel. Chen Zhen. Now that's 11 pounds of spare ribs plus the news. The private message went silent, and Chen Chen ignored it. His current capacity for producing temperature control windows was limited, and killing Chao Xin was just a matter of convenience. If Chao Xin didn't agree, he didn't care. However, shortly after, the transaction request and Cao Xin's private message were merged. A private message from Fire King Cao Xin. Fire King Cao Xin. Chen Zhen, I have sent you the transaction information. We will begin it after your consent. Chen Zhen, you must give me information about the rabid animals first. After a long pause, Cao Xin finally answered. Fire King, Cao Xin. All right, I can give you the information first, and I hope you keep your word. Fire King Cao Xin. Today, I found this goat 6 kilometers away from the hideout. Since I had no tools to kill him, I ignored him at first. But when he noticed me, he immediately rushed at me like a madman. At first, I was very happy and wanted to subdue him. I don't know whether it was the goat's madness or his increased strength, but his attack was terrifying. I was caught off guard, and he stabbed me in the thigh. As I fell to the ground, I used my firepower to burn him, and then, as I ran away, I set him on fire and eventually killed him. King Kaoshin. The most remarkable thing about this goat is that his eyes are light red, not bloodshot, and the white eyeballs are red. Information was very comprehensive, so Chen Chen immediately agreed to the deal and exchanged the newly made temperature control window with Chao Xin. After the deal, Chen Chen muttered, "The radiation from the distorted world must be driving these animals crazy. They become violent and aggressive, but they also seem to have become stronger. It seems that these crazed animals prefer to attack players like us. Perhaps there is something that attracts them." Of course, there is too little information to confirm this conclusion. Then Chen Chen started doing sports. Push-ups, squats, leg lifts. Chen Chen started with these simple exercises that did not require any equipment. Chen Chen believed that the effectiveness of the super apple had not yet been fully studied, and that physical exercise should improve it. Moreover, exercise could help him cope with future outdoor adventures and increase his chances of survival. With my current gear, I don't plan to hunt wild animals. It's too dangerous. Exercise is more of an escape and a reduced risk of getting sick. Without modern medical care, a fever can easily lead to worsening symptoms and death without treatment. The most important aspect of wilderness survival is not the amount of supplies, but how to avoid all possible deadly situations. For most players, food is still the most scarce thing right now, but I need various medicines the most. After training, Chen Chen ate all the roasted meat for the second time. He contacted a man who knew how to process fur through a regional channel and gave him half a pound of leopard guts. The man gave him detailed instructions on how to process the fur. There are 3 stages to processing the fur. First, it is soaked to soften it. Then it is straightened and fixed. Unnecessary parts such as fat and meat remains are removed. And finally, it is degreased and washed. After these 3 stages, the fur becomes soft and ready for use. The last stage was the most difficult and responsible. Chen Chen wasn't sure, so he gave the man another half pound of giblets and asked him to help process them. At this point, all Chen could do was take the finished product. It would be great if there was a scheme for processing fur. Then it could be done in a few hours, and it would look the same as if it were done by a professional in a few days. The stages of drawing production are clear and understandable. You can make small changes and take breaks. But the final effect is truly magical. Chen Chen can only explain this by the laws of the distorted world. After finishing his work, Chen Chen continued making the temperature control window and did not stop until 11:30 p.m. before going to bed. Chen Chen sat down on the haystack, stretched, and looked at the time. It was already 7 in the morning. He slept a little longer than usual. After a simple wash, Chen Chen made a fire and roasted some meat, then checked the bees as usual. Most of the bees had flown out to collect honey. A few were busy inside the hive, and the queen bee was continuously laying eggs. Considering that the queen bee is a powerful production tool, yesterday's loss of bees was just a drop in the ocean. On the contrary, the number of bees in the hive is approaching 50,000, and Chen Chen must prepare new hives for swarming. Just when Chen Chen was checking, he suddenly discovered that there was something unusual among the honey collected in the honey nest yesterday. The honey in this place was more golden, and after it was noticed by the scrap collector child, the system immediately issued a message. Superpower honey. Similar in taste and properties to regular honey. May enhance its properties a little. How did superpower honey come about? Was it really produced by 10 bees that ate a superpower apple yesterday? Chen Chen was a little surprised, but at this moment he wanted to know more about the reasons for the production of supernatural honey. Fortunately, bees are a species with an extremely fine division of labor. Chen Chen used his beekeeping skills to find the bees that produced this honey and soon found them. Bees secrete various pheromones, and Chen Chen quickly found the bee by the remaining pheromones. It is an 18-day-old bee, which can be considered a young bee. To determine whether the super honey was secreted by him, Chen Chen immediately conducted an experiment. This bee is not the same one that ate the superpower apple yesterday, so there are only two possibilities. Either it collected pollen containing superpowers yesterday, or the pollen and nectar were secreted by its glands to produce superpowers. Chen Chen stopped several bees who had returned from collecting honey. After confirming that the pollen had no superpowers, he ordered the bee that produced the super honey to make it on the spot. Chen Chen really hopes that this super honey is produced by the bees themselves. If so, he will most likely have a stable supply of super honey in the future. After receiving Chen Chen's order, the bee immediately began to work hard, and Chen Chen also watched it closely. This mutant bee is larger in size than a normal bee, and when Chen Chen commands it, he feels that its intelligence seems to increase. Maybe they are bees mutated by radiation from the warped world? They are so small, but they run around outside all day. Chen Chen did not sit idle either and began to make a new hive. Regardless of the number of bees, the population in the hive has already reached its maximum number and they need to be swarmed. Without the blueprint, even if Chen Chen had the appropriate technology and tools, making the hive would take much longer than making a wooden product from the blueprint. After collecting half of the honey, the bee finally collected enough honey and Chen Chen hurried to check. Super powerful honey. It tastes and has properties similar to ordinary honey. It can slightly increase its properties. It really works. It can produce super honey directly from ordinary pollen and nectar. Not only that, the effect of the newly produced honey seemed to be even stronger, and the increase in power changed from slight to slight. Chen Chen was so excited. With this honey, his future was limitless. It would be great if he could improve himself or sell it to others. At this time, Chen Chen ignored the bees that went out to scout for resources and flew back, and focused all his attention on this mutant bee. Don't get too excited yet. With this one bee, the yield is too low. Besides, this worker bee can only live for a few months, so it will only produce a small amount of honey. Chen Chen looked at the bee and gradually calmed down. Although there are certain risks, I still have to try. If it works, I will earn a lot of money. A bee colony can be divided into 3 types based on differences in body structure: queen bee, drones, and worker bees. Among them, the queen bee and drones are responsible for production only, while worker bees are responsible for everything else: field bees, guard bees, heat-producing bees, forager bees. All of these are separate divisions of worker bees, but they are all the same in body structure. The queen bee and worker bees have 16 pairs of chromosomes, while the drone has only 16. The main difference between a worker bee and a queen bee is that the worker bee's reproductive organs are not fully developed. The queen bee was fed royal jelly, which is rich in hexose, and her reproductive organs are different from those of worker bees. Now Chen Chen wants to feed this worker bee the royal jelly that only queen bees have and use his profession as a beekeeper to influence this worker bee to turn into a queen bee again. This plan could only succeed with the help of the beekeeper profession, and Chen Chen was not sure about it. But he definitely had to try. If it failed, Chen Chen would lose at most one superpowered fruit, but if it succeeded, he would have countless superpowered fruits. After completing the plan, Chen Chen immediately released the bee into the hive and made it feed frantically on royal jelly, preparing it for its secondary development. Chen Chen picked up his tools again to build the hive, muttering to himself, "This bee's secondary development into a queen bee is only the first step. After that, she will go on a mating flight. The drones outside are just other bees. I wonder if they can still produce super honey after their genes combine." However, the plan is already set, and Chen Chen cannot solve further problems. He can only rely on fate. When everything was ready, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Chen Chen put on his gear and went to look for supplies. Standing at the door and looking at the blue sky, Chen Chen muttered, "The temperature control window is very advantageous now. In the coming days, I will shorten the research time. No need to waste half a day." With the child scavenger skills and my newly improved physical abilities, I can easily cover a large area in one run. It will take less time, but the search area will be virtually the same. Another point is that the risk factor outdoors is much higher now, and reducing the time spent outdoors can also make you safer. After jumping off the stone platform, Chen Chen began to jog. His physical fitness had improved, and he could run for a long time without getting out of breath. Chen Chen age: 21. Constitution: 2.1. Strength: 1.5. Agility: 1.2. Intelligence: 1.2. After training yesterday and resting for the night, Chen Chen's physical fitness and strength had increased by another 0.1. It seemed that training was still very effective. However, Chen Chen also felt that the effectiveness of the super apple was only this, and he had almost completely absorbed it. In the future, it would be impossible to achieve such an improvement with simple training. Of course, after his physical fitness has improved significantly, the effect of subsequent training will definitely be better than the previous one. The super apple can improve physical fitness in all aspects. Today, there is still only one place to eat here. Fortunately, there are no wild animals within a radius of 10 kilometers, so Chen Chen can search in peace. The run was very effective, and Chen Chen quickly found food. In the center, he also found a box of cement nails. It was a good harvest. But today's food is not very good, only 500 grams of whole grain bread. Burgers are also great there. Let's run for another hour and a half and then come back. With the skills of a scavenger, Chen Chen does not have to worry about the lack of resources. Combined with his physical condition, finding resources became a real pleasure for him. Although the food today was average, the rest of the indicators were good. After an hour and a half of running, Chen Chen found a blanket and a machete. Both were excellent items. The machete proved to be much more useful in the wild than the straight tang knife, as it required less labor and was more suited to the wild. For cutting down thin trees, the machete was even more useful than the axe. Without saying that with this duvet, Chen Chen would no longer have to sleep in the licorice pit, and he would be able to survive even if the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Satisfied, Chen Chen returned to the shelter and examined the bees. He found that the mutant bee had sealed itself in its queen cell. Chen Chen immediately removed the entire row of frames and inserted them into a new hive, ordering the bees to wait for the birth of the queen. After dealing with the bees, Chen Chen began to answer those who wanted to trade during mealtimes. The demand for temperature-controlled windows was becoming more and more pressing, and more people were asking about it. Chen Chen directly selected those with the best conditions and launched the reservation system. Regardless of production capacity, first give these people a number so that they don't have to wait in vain. After answering and finishing his meal, Chen Chen took a wooden bucket and sat on the stone platform to bask in the sun. He couldn't stay busy all the time, so he needed to take a break. After resting, Chen Chen did not rush to make a temperature-controlled window, but instead replaced a lot of wood and began to make an extra-large table. The table design can be modified to create tables of different sizes. After Chen Chen mastered the carpenter's profession, the possibilities for making changes have greatly expanded. Now Chen Chen wants to use the wooden table design to make a wooden bed. He had to do was replace the square tabletop with a rectangular one and make the legs shorter, and the finished wooden bed would be ready. The production level of Majianda was too low. He only had a drawing of a 1.5 meter wooden bed, but the quality of the finished product was extremely low. Apparently, sleeping on his wooden bed was no more comfortable than sleeping on his modified wooden table, so Chen Chen had to make one himself. An hour later, Chen Chen's improved wooden bed was finally ready. The improved wooden bed is essentially like a drawing of a wooden table. The surface of the bed is flat and smooth. The 4 sides are connected and fixed with tenons and grooves. The height is suitable, and the quality reaches 80%. The wooden bed is placed against the wall. Chen Chen took out the blanket and placed it on the bed, not wanting to wait to try it on himself. It was a little cold and hard, but if you sleep with the blanket half underneath you and half on top of you, it wasn't a problem. Thinking that he would no longer have to sleep on the ground after today, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. I sent a private message to Wang Yu asking for water and took a bath. After that, I hung the remaining meat outside, made a fire under the stone platform, smoked and dried the leopard meat and lamb chops. Everything was properly organized, and Chen Chen finally focused on making the temperature control window. Except for eating and exercising, Chen Chen spent all his time creating a temperature control window and worked until 10:30 p.m. Since the temperature control system was changed from sale to pre-order, Chen Chen can now exchange the goods as soon as he creates a new window. Today, he got a lot of good things from the exchange. The most valuable item from today's exchange is the arrow design. With this design, Chen Chen will be able to produce arrows in large quantities. If he finds a bow and arrow later, Chen Chen's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly increase greatly. Arrow design. Designed for creating a standard arrow. The size can be slightly adjusted for different bows. Required resources: 0.2 wood required, 0.1 feathers. The next most effective item would be a saw and a pair of combat boots. Although wood is cheap these days, a saw can cut it fairly quickly. A woodcutter with an axe may not earn as much as a resource hunter, but a woodcutter with a saw can earn much more than a resource hunter. That's why Chen Chen couldn't exchange his saw for a long time. However, with its acquisition, Chen Chen's carpentry tools were almost complete. The time to make a temperature control window was reduced to 15 minutes. The time to make other wooden tools was reduced accordingly. The sheath was made in just 10 minutes, the wooden table in 15, and the wooden barrel in 8. Such production speeds are simply unimaginable in the real world, and even with the help of machines, it is not that fast. But now, after studying the blueprints and reaching a certain level of skill, it is possible. In the future, when there are enough resources and the corresponding profession is open, I will study the corresponding blueprint when I find it. The blueprints are so useful that Chen Chen immediately decided to learn more about them. Besides that, there are some resources that anyone can use, but their prices are relatively high, so Chen Chen only keeps what he needs. The prices of various materials change every day, and goods like wood are still slowly falling in price. Of course, Chen Chen does not want to accumulate too much. As for things that no one needed at the moment but had a relatively high cost, such as plastics, mechanical parts, rubber, Chen Chen stockpiled them in large quantities and waited for them to rise in price. It's a pity that Chen Chen hasn't exchanged any medicine yet, not even the most basic alcohol and gauze. Information about the open shelter. Shelter. Wooden room. 1 food, 1 Snickers bar, 26 kilograms leopard meat, 5 kilograms lamb ribs, 310 grams honey. Materials: wood 12, steel sheet 5, steel pipeton, steel rod 5, plastic 4, rubber 8, leopard skin 1, mechanical parts 4, limestone 2, pebble 2. Items: straight steel tang knife, machete, folding knife, axe, hammer, saw, plane, wooden rasp set, combat boots, tactical vest, 11-strand parachute rope, paper towels 1.5, table 3, wooden barrel 4, aluminum field lunchbox, mess tin 2, wooden sheath. 19. Important items: temperature control window. When this medicine first came out, the price must have been very high, but even if it was higher, I had to buy it. I couldn't miss out on this vital thing. After stopping at work and looking at the forum, Chen Chen decided to take a rest. It was too cold at night, and it could affect his performance. Chen Chen has decided to go to bed early today and get up early for work tomorrow. Without the conveniences of modern society in the form of electricity and the various electronic entertainment it brings, Chen Chen and the other players go to bed much earlier. I felt nothing under the electric light, but when I found myself in the wild at night, I understood what it was like to be in pitch darkness. Except for the area around the lantern, the rest of the place was completely dark. While browsing the forum, suddenly a new post appeared on the World Forum. The first episode of Supernatural Common Sense in the Abnormal World, Qi Tianhuang. Dear players, after 4 days of research, I have gradually discovered some information related to supernormal abilities and would like to share it with everyone. Emperor Chi. Well, actually, it's not exactly my discovery. I picked up a brochure this afternoon. It contains a lot of information about the superpowers of this world. Emperor Chi. First of all, the radiation of the distorted world in our world is currently increasing, and its radiation is having a cumulative effect on things outside the shelter. Qi Tianhuang. Many players have recently encountered maddened beasts that have been affected by the radiation of the warped world. They are currently just mad, but as the radiation accumulates, these beasts will transform into deformed beasts, greatly increasing their strength. Moreover, since we players are under the protection of the warped world, we are the natural enemies of these warped beasts. By eating us, they will be able to evolve. Emperor Qi Tianhuang. On the contrary, to us, these ugly creatures are as harmful as the radiation from the warped world. Although eating them can improve the four main attributes, it will also increase the radiation from the distorted world, making it difficult to get rid of. It is definitely not worth the loss. Emperor Qi. Currently, the radiation in the distorted world erupts every 7 days. Estimate that the first batch of twisted beasts will appear on the day of the eruption. If there are twisted beasts outside the vault, even if it is only a mouse, do not leave the vault without warning. On the day of the eruption, our time outside will be significantly reduced, from 5 hours to 1. Emperor Qi. Of course, on the day the radiation of the deformed world breaks out, there will be many good resources refreshed in the outside world, but it is really not recommended for everyone to go out. Because even if there are no deformed beasts outside the shelter on that day, there will be many crazy people there. Animals, and they also pose a threat. Emperor Qi. Radiation spikes every 7 days are a common disaster in the distorted world. Floods, earthquakes, droughts, and other natural disasters may also occur at the same time. An increasing difference between day and night temperatures is a sign of an impending natural disaster. Natural disasters usually last a long time, so there is a buffer zone. With proper preparation, they can be dealt with. Emperor Qi. In addition to supplies and blueprints, there are super items in the distorted world that can strengthen our players. Currently, we can easily obtain 2 types. One is the superfruit that directly improves stats, and the other is the distorted world source called the Square Stone. I don't know what effect it is yet. Emperor Qi. People with superpowers will have a huge advantage over ordinary people, and superpowers can be improved. Players with superpowers should take advantage of this opportunity. Emperor Qi Tianhuan. That's all I know for now. In the future, our days will become more and more difficult. Please help us with everything you can and overcome the difficulties together. As soon as this post appeared, all the players were shocked. Even Chen Chen was surprised. It was already difficult, but I didn't expect that what players are experiencing now is just a drop in the ocean. The very fact that this post appeared on the World Forum confirms that it is right. The coming days will indeed be extremely difficult. After reading the post, Chen Chen muttered for a long time. The abnormal world radiation of the beasts outside the shelter will continue to accumulate. Doesn't this mean that eventually all the beasts in the wild will become abnormal beasts? Fire King Cao Xin told him in detail about the combat power of the mad goat. It was just a crazy herbivore that could harm Cao Xin, who had superpowers. What if it was a deformed bear or tiger? Especially after killing the deformed beast, it becomes clear that the player's strength can be increased, but it cannot be eaten. There is no other way to increase your power except by finding a superfruit or a square stone. Deformed beasts are naturally hostile to players under the protection of the world. So, if a player accumulates a certain amount of radiation from the warp world, will they still be protected by the warp world? Will they still be able to have their own shelter? After receiving the information from Emperor Qi Tian, Chen Chen immediately considered various options, and his expression became more cautious than ever before. The radiation in the distorted world erupts every 7 days. Radiation from the corrupted world will continue to accumulate in the beast's body, eventually turning the beast into a corrupted beast. Abnormal creatures are extremely dangerous and will actively attack players. eating meat of unhealthy nature will also increase the radiation level. This sudden news threw everyone into a panic. Many thought that although life in this distorted world had become much worse, as long as they could survive these difficult times, everything would be fine. However, Emperor Qi Tianhuang coldly urged everyone to abandon this idea in his message. The life of the mutated beast, whoever it is, will always be in danger, and there is no way to finally resolve it. As soon as the post was published, players immediately expressed their regrets. The first episode of Supernatural Common Sense in an Abnormal World. Green grass and blue sky. No. Why? It doesn't give people a chance to survive. I have magical powers. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. Maybe in the end, only 1% of people will survive. Qianshan Fai Niao. From the description, these ugly beasts are much more dangerous than zombies, and the number of these beasts definitely far exceeds the number of us players. Gigi is so good. Li Tianyi. The main thing is to kill the mutant beast. We can't eat its meat either. The way to improve it is too small. Ximen Yudao. The most annoying thing is that the deformed beast can improve physical fitness, but it can't be eaten. Piece of firewood. There is no hope. I definitely won't survive. 3 people and a pig. I am now starving to death and can't even stand the temperature difference between day and night. How can I deal with these monsters? Damn it, why did I even come up with this name? I feel hungry just looking at it. Fly, fly, don't be afraid. Chen Chen looked at everyone present, hesitated for a long time, and finally said nothing. He closed the forum and fell asleep at the table. He wanted to say that the value of the supplies was also increasing day by day, and perhaps the quality of the supplies would increase faster than the speed of the disaster. He also wanted to tell everyone that he had extremely high achievements in carpentry, and once he had the plans for the weapon, he would be able to arm many people. He also wanted to tell everyone that he has bees that can make super honey that can improve everyone's physical fitness. I say this only to prevent everyone from becoming too desperate. Sometimes despair can turn into an even greater disaster. But in the end, Chen Chen chose to remain silent. Guesses cannot guarantee correctness. Otherwise, it would only give everyone a glimmer of hope before falling back into despair. The blueprint and honey could only benefit a small number of people in their region. Spreading them would only make everyone feel awkward. After lying down for half an hour, Chen Chen stood up again, opened the forum, and sent a message. After sending the message, Chen Chen did not reread it, and this time he finally fell asleep. The first episode of Supernatural Common Sense in an Abnormal World. Chen Chen. After seeing all the cries on the forums, I thought the reserve would disappear. It turned out not to be the case. Only a few saber-toothed tigers and similar creatures appeared, which scared me completely in vain. Now I'm sleeping again. Coward. Exactly. You're all so miserable. Our ancestors went through much more difficult conditions than us, but they still managed to develop well, didn't they? 5,482,138,579. Indeed, at least we have a safe haven where we can sleep peacefully at night. Farmer 3 strikes. Yes, compared to the Ice Age and the extreme cold and heat on Earth before it, the current climate is nothing. I don't even use a blanket when I sleep at night. Gua Gua Hiao. Don't even mention the extreme weather conditions on Earth. Look at the people living in India and the Arctic. Aren't they experiencing the same thing? Pancake. We can resupply outside the shelter and study blueprints. Isn't that much easier than our ancestors? Bite into a snail. There are also superfruits and stat-boosting items. Here I am in the world of martial arts. Don't you think that unlimited transfer of objects is something amazing? Such a thing simply does not occur in visible earthly civilization. Trash King. Right. Aren't energy, materials, and information the 3 cornerstones of human technological development? The arbitrary transfer of matter is simply the highest manifestation of material exchange. Dogs playing in the fall. With all this in mind, we are simply sitting on a mountain of treasure without even realizing it. Considering all this, why should we be afraid of these ugly beasts? Little Leaf. Haha, I will also sleep like Boss Chen Zhen. Go to bed early and get up early. Maybe that is the secret to becoming a big boss. Zan Girl's Mom. Chen Zhen. Don't look for me, I don't fence. Energetic Girl. Guo Dagan. Chen Zhen. Yes, yes, rational people like me are all sword experts. Shocking. Look, why do I feel even dirtier? Cute big-eyed brother. By the way, my family has been passing down the art of sword swallowing for 3 generations. Nice goat. Oh my God, that's not a car going to kindergarten. Snow sculpture. I smell a familiar scent. The netizen who makes sand sculptures is back. Flying 3 miles. Smiling with dull eyes. JPG. When Chen Chen woke up the next day, he saw the lost post, and his initially heavy mood seemed to have cleared up considerably. However, Chen Chen made it clear that everyone's transformation was not due to him. Courage and belief in survival have always been qualities that people never forget. Chen Chen only played the role of a fuse. What Chen Chen didn't expect was that this operation of tilting the building actually became a spirit among the players of the warped world. After that, during the disasters, time and again, there would be stupid netizens who would suddenly tilt the building, and everyone would rejoice in despair and gather courage to fight the disasters of the deformed world again. It is now the 5th day since we arrived in the warped world, and there are still 2 days left until the day when the radiation in the warped world will explode, as Emperor Qi Tian said. Chen Chen looked at the number of participants on the forum, now dropped to 916, and is projected to drop below 900 after today. The mutant bees are still in the queen cells and show no signs of hatching. The bees that followed the mutant bees into the new hive seemed a little restless due to the lack of a queen. But since beekeeper Chen Chen was supervising them, everything went smoothly. After Chen Chen washed the dishes and ate, he made 2 temperature-controlled windows, then put on his gear and prepared to set off. In the trading channel, Chen Chen offered a high reward for a bow and arrow, or the corresponding design, and told everyone about his carpentry skills, hoping that someone would find the bow and arrow design and sell it to him. Unfortunately, there are no bow and arrow designs in the trade channel, and even the arrow design has not appeared. Due to this, Chen Chen had to abandon his previous plan. He decided to fully utilize today's time to explore the surrounding area and collect as many items as possible. The plan to spend a lot of time creating a temperature control window can be safely discarded. After all, the danger is getting closer and closer. The right thing to do is to look for more supplies and suitable weapons. It's true that plans can't keep up with changes. The situation in the distorted world changes every day. Chen Chen smiled bitterly. I originally planned to search all the time, but in the end I created a window to control the temperature. I planned to spend the morning searching, but ended up running into a leopard. I originally planned to create a window to control the temperature, but ended up having to find a weapon. Chen Chen checked his gear carefully and was full of energy. Let's go. With my current search efficiency, I don't think I won't find what I want. Today's food is 4 kilometers to the south. There are 2 danger points, one 9 kilometers to the east and one 3.5 kilometers to the southwest. An animal 3.5 kilometers away from you does not pose much of a threat. Likely, it was an animal like a rabbit or a vole, and there was no need to be afraid of it. As usual, Chen Chen first got food and then planned the search area according to the situation. But now that he has eaten the super apple, his physical strength has increased significantly, and his search efficiency has increased significantly, so he doesn't need to be so nervous. Today, we will search within a 5-kilometer radius around the shelter, starting from the east and moving west. Having made his decision, Chen Chen immediately took action. Chen Chen, wearing combat boots, a tactical vest, a hunting knife on his belt, and a straight tang knife with a long handle in his hand, jogged and began searching. The main target of the search today was long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, as well as the blueprints for making them. The second target was various medicines that Chen Chen needed to stock up on to save his life in critical moments. Then came various tools such as saws and axes. Although Chen Chen had all these tools, their functions were not detailed enough, and each tool performed multiple functions. With a complete set of tools, his work efficiency would also increase. The least important and unnecessary things are various resources, both valuable ones, such as mechanical components and plastic, and ordinary ones, such as wood and steel sheets. These things are completely incapable of coping with an abnormal radiation flare in 2 days. They are useless if eaten, and a pity if thrown away. Chen Chen has the powerful intelligence skills of a scavenger boy, but this kind of intelligence still relies heavily on the eyes, and Chen Chen needs to see, which makes his actions of searching outside look very strange. Chen Chen ran with a long knife in his hand, shaking his head from side to side and looking around. Sometimes he would suddenly stop and look ahead to see the message of the bees. He didn't look like a wildlife explorer at all. Fortunately, there is no one else in the shelter, so it doesn't matter if I do something weird. If my current image were to be posted on the class group, I would immediately fall into social poverty. After a while, Chen Chen discovered a resource, which turned out to be a mechanical component. Chen Chen took the mechanical part and put it in the pocket of his tactical vest. He felt a little regret. It was a pity that many of the game settings had changed. Previously, you could directly use mechanical parts and some materials to create items in the game, but now you need the corresponding blueprint. Chen Chen shook his head and continued to move forward. About 5 minutes of running, a small brown creature suddenly jumped into the hole next to me. An ordinary person might not have been able to clearly see what it was, but Chen Chen now has super high dynamic vision and the ability to fixate on an object. As soon as his gaze darted, he saw clearly that it was a vole-like rodent, larger than the average vole, weighing about 8 to 9 pounds. This little animal didn't seem to be crazy. It buried itself in the ground as soon as it heard any rustling. Chen Chen wanted to try to catch it. "You ran so fast that I can see that you haven't eaten much. Let me take you home and feed you well." Chen Chen walked up to the hole where the rat had entered, looked around carefully, filled another hole with earth, and then began to catch the rat. Nowadays, the fire in the trade channel is free, and many people open the trade channel 24 hours a day, allowing those who need it to use it. Chen Chen made a small fire, found some dry wood and grass, lit it, and placed it at the entrance of the cave. The fumigation lasted for 5 minutes. Just when Chen Chen was wondering if the rat had escaped through a hole he didn't know about, the ground in the hole nearby that Chen Chen had dug began to move. Chen Chen immediately grabbed the tang sword and stepped aside. Gradually, the ground became more and more loose. When the small claw extended, Chen Chen decisively stabbed it with his knife. Chen Chen felt like there was something stuck in his throat, so he shook the knife and pulled it out. It was indeed a rat, and it was quite heavy, so it was quite a good harvest. Wang Yu also quickly replied, "I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, is something wrong?" Chen Zhen, "I killed a large field mouse. I will sell it to you now. If you help me sell it, I will give you 200 grams of mouse meat." "I am the protagonist." "Ah, okay. I am the protagonist. I will move." "Brother Chen, you really trust me so much. I will definitely help you do it." Chen Zhen, "Okay, take it." Originally wanted to say that these conditions would be written into the deal, but he felt that he couldn't let Wang Yu leave so easily, so he finally just said yes. Apart from direct transactions, there was only one method left in the system: leasing. Previously given Xing Kai a straight knife, Tang. The contract of sale stated that Chen Kai rented Tang Chen's knife, which was shaped like a water container and would be returned automatically after the expiration of the term. The deal with Wang Yu was the same, except that Chen Chen rented his water supply in exchange for food. Thus, although there are only two types of transactions, one-time settlement and leasing, the imagination of players has led to the emergence of various methods of leasing transactions, including installment payments. However, there are also big risks. If the renter loses, destroys, or intentionally throws away the player's items, the system will immediately determine that the transaction has failed and randomly charge the renter an equivalent amount as compensation. However, the system's equivalence does not match the player's current equivalence. The price of meat is the same every day, and the system compensation may not compensate for the losses. Yesterday, such an example appeared on the World Forum. A player nicknamed Flying Dragon rented things from more than 10 people. He took all his belongings outside the shelter, filled it with rocks, and then threw all the rented items into the wild. The system determined that the transaction had failed, but since his shelter only contained rocks, the system reimbursed the renters an equivalent amount of rocks. Fei Tian Xiaolong stole more than 10 types of valuables at once. Fei Tian Xiaolong knew that he would not be able to return the money, so he asked for a very high rent. Someone gave Fei Tian Xiaolong 5 kilograms of meat, and Fei Tian Xiaolong promised to repay with a bow and arrow, but in the end, he only received 10 units of stone. After all, physically speaking, 10 units of stone are worth about the same as 5 pounds of meat. But in player-to-player trading, 5 pounds of meat is more than enough to trade for 100 units of stone. The problem is that stone is completely useless. Victims in the area posted this message to warn everyone and beware of the scam. But these messages quickly became overwhelmed by daily messages from other players. Watching Wang Yu's reaction, Chen Chen realized that most players might not know about this scheme yet, and the number of victims would probably increase. Chen Chen believed that once everyone knew about this news, leasing deals would essentially only be made between people who trusted each other. After a while, Wang Yu sent a message again. I am the protagonist. By the way, Brother Chen, do you have any requests for exchange? What resources do you need? Chen Zhen. Long-range weapons, medicines, and tools are becoming less and less important. No need for supplies. I am the protagonist. Okay, Brother Chen, I will definitely sell it to you at a good price. Chen Zhen. Yes. Although the player's demand for food is declining, food is still the most sought-after commodity at present. Chen Chen could exchange the temperature-controlled windows for ordinary resources. Those who exchanged temperature-controlled windows were relatively wealthy players who offered ordinary resources. On the other hand, food could be exchanged for rare supplies that were obtained from extremely hungry people. The deal was completed, and Chen Chen continued his search. In 3 hours, Chen Chen collected a thermometer and hygrometer, a kerosene lamp, 3 tires, and a new pair of jeans. After running for another 10 minutes, Chen Chen finally found a food station in the southern direction. I found that this time, the food was a large lunchbox of spicy hot pot, which included a variety of meat and vegetable combinations, including seaweed, lotus root, broccoli, black mushrooms, konjac, tripe, duck giblets, squid, shrimp, beef meatballs, sausages, spicy. Hot pot. This large spicy hot pot is served with a variety of side dishes. It is spicy, refreshing, and aromatic, and goes perfectly with white rice. Ayram gram. Chen Chen swallowed involuntarily. Although meat was now part of every meal, without seasoning, it was completely bland. How nice to find a spicy stew today. Chen Chen took the lunchbox and said, "There is no white rice. No, I have to eat white rice today." After returning to the shelter with the spicy stew, Chen Chen posted several transactions. Transaction: leopard meat, giant field rat meat, exchange for white rice, 3-1. Trade conditions: rice. Transaction: leopard meat, giant field mouse meat, temperature control window. If you have medicine, come and exchange. The price is definitely favorable. Transaction conditions: various medicines. Transaction: leopard meat, giant field mouse meat, temperature control window. Other items such as parachute ropes can also be used as exchange items. Only weapons and related items are accepted. Conditions: long-range weapons or related blueprints. Energetic girl Guo Dagan. Brother Chen is going to do something big. I am the protagonist, definitely. Mum saw the fight. What's wrong with the white rice? Boss, you don't have a shortage of food, right? Will there be hunger later? Pancake. I can't afford the other two things, but I can buy some rice from Boss Chen. Farmer Sangquan. Agreed, I'll sit down too. Seeing the players' messages, Chen was a little worried that they would raise the price of rice, so he replied, Chen, I only bought the rice because it tasted too bland. Spicy hot pot JPG, Zwan girl's mom. Wow. Brother Chen, give me some. I'm so greedy. Killing like crazy. Pleasant goat. I want to eat it so much. Ah woo woo. Li Tianyu. Bro, you said that if you eat a piece of meat, I'll eat a piece of soup, bro. Leaf. My heart hurts. I have nothing to eat since my last meal, and Mr. Chen wants to do the same. Poop Fairy. Ooh, I want to eat it so much. Road Hog. Go away. Your poop makes me sick. I just look at the picture and enjoy it. George, the breeder pig. I'm so greedy. I'll go and exchange rice with Brother Chen. Soon, Chen received a private message. Private message from George the pig. George, the breeder pig. Brother Chen, I have rice. How much do you want to exchange for it? George Pig. Wuchang Northeast rice. Grown in the fertile black soil of northeast China. With ample sunlight, each grain is large and of the highest quality. Little George. Brother Chen, how about I give you some spicy hot pot at a 5-to-1 ratio? Chen. No problem. I'll trade 5 pounds of meat for rice, and then I'll give you 100 grams of spicy hot pot. How about it? Little George. Okay, no problem. I will send you an exchange request right away. Chen. Okay. Soon, an offer came from the breeding piglet George. After reading it, Chen agreed, and they exchanged food. Chen did not use the services of the breeding piglet George. He tried to pick out some meat and vegetables for the spicy stew. After receiving the rice, Chen opened the package and immediately smelled the aroma of rice. Wuchang rice is rice that can be eaten without vegetables. Moreover, this rice is produced according to this system and is the best among Wuchang varieties. He took out an aluminum lunchbox for wild animals, poured rice into it, poured water, covered it with a lid, and put it on the fire. Then Chen made a window to control the temperature. After setting the temperature, the rice was also steamed. It was a little hard, but that was the consistency Chen wanted. A piece of lobster and a piece of rice. A piece of spicy lotus root and a piece of rice. A piece of beef balls and a piece of rice burp. Only after he burped did Chen stop and touch his stomach. The burp was not because he was full, but because he ate too quickly. Seeing that there was only a little bit of the spicy hot pot left, Chen finally put down his chopsticks. My physical condition has improved, and my appetite has increased significantly. But I can't eat anymore. I have to leave some for the afternoon. I have to go somewhere again soon, and it would be inconvenient to eat too much. It took some time to create 2 temperature adjustment windows in a row. The food was almost digested. Chen put on his gear and set out again. During the entire time of waiting for Chen, not a single deal was made for arms and medicine. That's right. Only those who were truly struggling to survive would sell these vital items. Most people would probably just use them for themselves. Opening the door, Chen looked at the wild nature outside the shelter and said, I hope I can get something this afternoon. After leaving, Chen began to search in the south. From the information just transmitted by the bee, both animals, especially the small animal at a distance of 3.5 kilometers, did not move from their place and generally remained in their original position. The wild animals in the southwest direction are just small animals like rabbits, so Chen is not worried at all. He even wants to find a way to kill them and eat them. Chen first explored the area within a radius of 3 kilometers to the west. Fortunately, there is a large plain where I appeared. If it were in the mountains, I would have to go up and down a bit, and collecting supplies would be extremely difficult. Thinking about this, Chen smiled. The distorted world has provided me with a wonderful shelter. I can lean against the mountain and look out over the plain. My safety and my search for supplies are guaranteed. Besides, the harvest was quite good this afternoon. People often say, if you have someone to lean on, then you have someone to lean on. Now, Chen Chen really has someone to rely on and feels completely safe. A total of 3 items were found during the day: a medium-sized stone mortar, a plan for a wooden chair, and an umbrella. Design is similar to the previous table design, except that the wood consumption is reduced from 3 to 1. Since there were no chairs before, Chen Chen made a tall wooden barrel that could be used as a stool to make it comfortable to work at the table. Although Chen Chen later got a job as a carpenter, he did not have the blueprints, and it would have taken a long time to make the chair himself, so Chen Chen did not replace the wooden barrel he sat on. Today, I found a chair plan, so it won't be hard to make some when I get home. Chair plan. Wooden chair. Exquisite workmanship, simple, strong, and reliable. The appearance and size of the chair can be slightly changed during the manufacturing process. Materials needed: 1 unit of wood. Chen Chen has studied the carpenter's profession a little and realized that he can make a chair in less than 10 minutes, and the quality will be 90% plus. The search has been going on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. In theory, Chen Chen should have returned, but not today. After eating the super-powered fruit and increasing his strength, Chen Chen found that the time he could spend outside increased from 5 to 6 hours a day. It turned out that as his physical fitness increased from 1 to 2, the time Chen Chen spent in nature also increased by 1 hour. I don't know if other stat boosts have the same effect. Chen Chen hasn't seen other superfruits yet, so he can't be sure. The superfruit is the most valuable thing in the world. If someone can eat 20 of them in a row, the dangers of the wild will be nothing to them. We're almost done searching for today. Let's check on the beast and then head back to the shelter. The 3 items collected during the day were small, so Chen Chen did not return to the shelter. He simply placed the mortar at his feet and walked towards the beast along with the rest of the things. At this moment, Chen Chen was not far from the beast, so he naturally allowed the bees to examine him closely. Chen Chen did not dare to let the bees attack, fearing that the beast was timid and would run away after being attacked. He moved forward in the direction indicated by the bees, all the while feeling the bees several hundred meters away, constantly approaching the beast. The area is relatively flat with lots of bushes. Chen Chen couldn't see the beast at all, and it was hard to judge its strength. At best, it was just a serval, the biggest of them all. It should run away if it saw me, and even if it attacked, it wouldn't be fatal. Although the information sent by the bees was vague, overall it was not much different. The monster was no bigger than a serval, and Chen Chen felt he could handle it. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Approaching within 50 meters, Chen Chen finally saw the beast. It was neither a cat nor a giant vole, but something in between in size. A fox. The fox turned away from Chen Chen, lingering in one place from time to time. Although Chen Chen felt that he couldn't kill the fox, he still wanted to try. Chen Chen lowered himself, bent down, and quietly approached the fox. 40 meters, 30 meters. It came closer and closer. When Chen Chen was about to approach the fox to a distance of 20 meters, its right ear suddenly moved, and it turned and looked in Chen Chen's direction. Oops, we were discovered. Seeing the fox turn its head towards him, Chen Chen knew that he had been exposed. He stopped hiding and rushed at the fox with a long sword. At the same time, Chen Chen quietly sighed to himself. This fox is not a vole and will not crawl into a hole. It is definitely impossible to catch up with the fox from such a distance. At that moment, the hair on the back of the fox's head stood on end when it saw Chen Chen. Her blood-red eyes stared at Chen Chen, and she used all 4 paws to run towards him. Chen Chen was a little surprised at first, but then he saw the fox's red eyes and how it madly rushed towards him, which shocked Chen Chen again. It was actually a mad fox. Seeing the player named Chen Chen, she immediately rushed towards him. Should we fight or retreat? This thought just came to Chen Chen's mind, but he suppressed it. He couldn't retreat now. The most correct decision was to face the fox head-on. Eyes were not light red, but completely blood red. Chen Chen felt that the fox was about to turn into a disfigured beast. The fox ran towards Chen Chen in an instant. Chen Chen grabbed the long knife with both hands and aimed the tip at the fox. The fox continued to move forward, and Chen Chen's knife remained in place, precisely adjusting to the fox's trajectory. The tip of the knife was about 70 centimeters from the ground. When the fox rushed forward, it naturally wanted to crawl under it. Chen Chen focused all his attention and swung the knife horizontally from top to bottom. The blade scratched the fox's skin and sent it flying. The straight tang knife created by this system was still very sharp. It sent the fox flying, but it also left a long wound on its body. The fox was furious. After landing, she ignored the pain, turned over, and rushed towards Chen Chen again. Chen Chen was still completely focused, keeping the tip of the knife pointed at the fox, and moved according to the situation. When the fox came closer, Chen Chen took the opportunity to stab it straight with his knife. Tang's straight knife pierced the fox's left forelimb from behind, penetrated its chest, and sank into the ground. The fox immediately began to resist desperately, but Chen Chen did not retreat, holding tightly to the handle of the knife to prevent it from breaking free. Not even 10 seconds had passed before the fox could no longer resist, and its breathing stopped. Chen Chen watched it for a while and confirmed that the fox was indeed dead. Then he took a long knife and tied the fox with bark. Corpse fox, a fox that had been stabbed twice and died a violent death. Its fur was badly damaged. It weighed 14 kilograms. Then sold the fox to Wang Yu, asking him to keep it. The field mouse he had exchanged in the morning weighed less than 6 kilograms, and together with the 14 kilograms of the fox, it weighed less than 20 kilograms, making the deal quite profitable. After the deal was completed, Chen Chen did not hurry to return. As soon as he spotted the fox, he immediately saw a wooden box next to it, so naturally he had to go over and take a look. The wooden box is very well made, square and smooth, without any reinforcing wooden planks on the outside. The body of the box is dark brown. The wood texture is natural and beautiful. Then the system information will appear. Wooden treasure chest, a special item that appears in the distorted world. It is relatively rare and contains 1 to 3 items. Huh? These things really exist? Chen Chen was a little surprised and immediately tried to open the box. Chen Chen fiddled around for a while and found a square wooden block on the front wall of the box. Chen Chen pressed it, and a gap formed in the square of the box, and the box opened easily. In the box, but Chen Chen was delighted as soon as he saw it. In fact, the box contained a crossbow and a matching bow and arrow. Cheetah M58. Total length 88 centimeters. Weight 4 kilograms. Crossbow draw weight 84 kilograms, 185 pounds. Effective crossbow shooting range 136 meters. Maximum range 160 meters. The description is simple, but this crossbow is really unusual. It is a modern crossbow with a complex mechanical design. The back of the crossbow is a stock similar to a gun and has a telescopic sight. The crossbow bolts were lying quietly in the box, and next to them was a pack of 10 crossbow bolts. Chen Chen was completely stunned when he saw the description. Initially, he just wanted a bow and arrows, but he didn't expect that a modern crossbow would immediately appear in the box. A crossbow is much stronger than a bow. It is not only more powerful, but also much more accurate, since you don't have to pull the bowstring very hard when shooting from it. Chen Chen remembered watching TV as a child and said that in ancient times it took at least half a year to train a qualified archer, but only a month to train a crossbowman, and the combat effectiveness of a crossbowman was even higher than that of an archer. This is just a comparison between ancient eras. Now Chen Chen has a super powerful modern crossbow, which is a product of 2 completely different dimensions. Chen Chen suppressed his excitement, put the crossbow bolts back into the box, tied the umbrella rope around the box, carried it on his back, and walked back. Finding a crossbow today would be worth it. It was dangerous in the wilderness, so it was better to go back and experiment with the crossbow properly. While packing the box, Chen Chen also thought about taking the crossbow with him and heading east to look for a bigger beast. Based on the information about these maddened animals, most of them were small beasts. Only the Fire King Cao Xin encountered a large beast. The rest were small and, in principle, harmless. For a day or two, when the animals went crazy, they actively attacked players, which actually allowed many players to hunt prey, and the relative price of food dropped a little. However, the thought of hunting large wild animals only flashed through Chen Chen's mind today, and he discarded it. He didn't even know how to shoot a crossbow now, so it was better not to take any risks. What if the beast in the east was a predator? Then it would simply deliver food. Carrying the box on his back and running, Chen Chen soon returned to the shelter. Before Chen Chen could carefully examine the Cheetah M58, his attention was drawn to one of the transactions on the forum. The trade was posted by a player named Kai Tian Yi Jian, and it was the exact bow and arrow that Chen Chen had always wanted. Trade, wooden bow and arrows. Perfect description. This wooden bow, crafted from a blueprint, is the only long-range weapon available at this stage. With it, you can hunt various animals at a distance. The draw weight is 30 kilograms, and even those with less strength can shoot with a half-draw. If you have meat, exchange it now. As everyone catches game and there is more meat, the price of my bow will increase. Conditions: 15 gins of meat or other goods of equivalent value. Leaflet: I finally have a bow, but unfortunately, I don't know how to use it. Snail takes a sip. So strong, energetic girl, Guo de Gang. What a pity, you can exchange this design with Boss Chen. He has good carpentry skills and can definitely make a good quality bow and arrow. Pangu Kaizhang. Yes, I don't know how effective this extremely bad bow is. Farmer Sanquan. I have a bow, but no arrows. 15 kilograms of meat is a bit expensive. Nua patched up the pot. The arrows are with Boss Chen. I've already seen the record of Boss Chen buying the devil's arrows. Cute goat. Actually, it's okay. Although trading with Boss Chen can bring in a lot of supplies, it obviously can't last long. Planting seeds in the well field. This is, of course, for your own benefit. If a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Without cruelty, there is no man. Pu 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 Zhengyi. Haha, you were included in the list because of Chen Zhen, right? Chen Chen noticed that Kaitian Yi Jian posted a message on the forum. Can you please stop being so funny? Kaitian Yi Jian. I am really impressed. I just studied the diagram myself. About ? Kaitian Yi Jian. Don't I need self-improvement? You think Chen Zhen's things are good, and he is a master carpenter, so go and buy from him. Oh, I forgot. Chen Zhen doesn't have that. Kaitian Yi Jian. Don't you dare stoop below me and talk about Chief Chen. Are you annoying me? Why should I ask Chen anything? Sword of Creation. An outbreak of aberration radiation is coming. From now on, whoever has the best weapon and the most powerful force will become the overlord. Chen Zhen is a little luckier than everyone else. He suddenly became such a master carpenter, he must have discovered some secret, so why didn't he reveal it? Ha ha ha, these are the kind of people I hate the most. From now on, he's on my blacklist. Judging from the first 3 paragraphs of this man's speech, there doesn't seem to be anything bad about it. He definitely doesn't like being told what to do. Although his words may have hurt Chen Chen a little, Chen Chen still understands. But the words that this person posted on the 4th floor weren't just complaints. It was obvious that he wanted to step on Chen Chen to get up. The simple statement that Chen Chen had mastered the secrets of carpentry put him in a difficult position. If he had not shared his skills, many people would undoubtedly have hated him. But if he wanted to share his secrets, he basically didn't have any, and he couldn't offer them. Haha, you say that someone forced you, and then you forced me? Chen Chen laughed. You're going to block me too? This is not good. Chen Chen glanced and saw that this person had exchanged a thermostat window with him yesterday. He was very considerate. Chen Chen thought about it and felt that he had to react to this. Although this person had taken advantage of his traffic, it would have been even worse if he had not explained himself. Could you please stop being so funny? Chen Chen. I didn't do it, but you keep picking on me. I don't need to block you, but don't even think about exchanging with me in the future. Chen Chen. As for carpentry, it's easy because I can create blueprints. Any drawing, if I make it several times, will provide a much higher quality of subsequent products. I would like to ask you, what kind of brain do you have to think that one single technique can increase the quality of drawings by 50%? He could have taken advantage of the situation by saying something like, using a bow and arrow requires a lot of experience. But in the end, Chen Chen did not do that. Shortly after posting the message, someone responded. Chen Chen saw that most people were on his side, so he stopped paying attention to the publication and focused on what Kaitian Yijian would say. After all, Chen Chen had done nothing wrong in this whole affair. It was an unprovoked disaster. The past few days, whether in transactions or on the forums, have left everyone with a good impression of Chen Chen. Naturally, players would not attack him just because of Kaitian Yijian's words. After putting away all the supplies, Chen Chen checked the trade channel and found that there was still no information about any drug deals. The mutant bees in the new hive had not yet hatched from the queen cells, and the leopard skin was not yet ready. Chen Chen skinned the fox and sold it to the person who had previously processed it, asking him to continue processing it. There are now many more goods in the trade channel, but I basically don't need anything. As he spoke, Chen Chen looked at the kerosene lamp. It was very inconvenient without lighting fixtures. Fortunately, he found a kerosene lamp today. He could use it by exchanging it for kerosene at the trading floor. Chen Chen searched for a long time, but he did not find kerosene. However, he did find diesel fuel and gasoline. Chen Chen did not know this either, so he went to ask Shin Kai. Chen Chen, Brother Kai, can kerosene lamps be filled with diesel or gasoline? Wilderness survival expert Xing. Kai. Diesel can be installed and used, but gasoline cannot be used because it will explode due to the high temperature. Chen Chen. Okay, thank you, Brother Kai. After the request, Chen Chen exchanged 2 kilograms of meat for a barrel of diesel fuel, added some to the kerosene lamp, and the entire room immediately lit up. It was still early in the evening, but there was still plenty of diesel fuel, so Chen Chen did not save it. He turned on the kerosene lamp at full power and continued working on the thermostat window. Every day, so Chen Chen must hurry to sell more thermal windows. Moreover, there is a radiation emission expected the day after tomorrow, so Chen Chen must prepare for it tomorrow. Tonight was the last time to make a temperature control window, so he needed to exchange as many supplies as possible. During the day, Chen Chen still found time to practice shooting outside of cover. Although the crossbow was much easier to use than the bow, he still had to get used to it first to avoid making mistakes during combat. After everything was done and all the temperature-controlled windows were sold, a small half of Chen Chen's shelter was used to store supplies. The set also included a palm mattress, a wrench, a set of whetstones, a broom, and a dustpan. Only Chen Chen collected things like brooms and dustpans. No one else would consider such useless things. The palm mattress was of suitable length, but only 1.2 meters wide, which did not completely cover the bed that Chen Chen had made. A relatively large amount of supplies had been collected, and it was these that took up space in the shelter. Today, Chen Chen bought a lot of firewood cut by the players. He needed thicker trunks. The firewood took up a lot of space, so Chen Chen brought it out of the shelter. Chen Chen also specially exchanged items such as wire and nails, and the amount was quite large. All of this is prepared for tomorrow. Before going to bed, Chen Chen sent a notice that there would be no window for temperature monitoring tomorrow. He needed to prepare for the 7th day. Today, Chen Chen got up early, ate a simple breakfast, and then went into the wilderness to search for supplies. Chen Chen felt that he was a man who treasured his life very much, and he stayed away from anything that could cause his death. He did not risk his life for 100 pounds of meat. At first, he simply drove the leopard away, because one mistake could easily kill him in its mouth. But this is not cowardice. When faced with an inevitable crisis of life and death, Chen Chen always remains calm and handles it calmly. Therefore, Although the defense of his shelter is essentially the best in the area, since he does not know the number of mutant beasts and wild beasts on the day of the radiation outbreak, Chen Chen still has to do his best to provide the most reliable defense. He's only lost half a day's work, but what he's saved could very well be his life. Today, after 3 hours of searching, he found 5 ripe coconuts, a camp stove, shelter fortification plans, pliers, and a large bottle of iodine. He also came across some wooden blocks and stones, but Chen Chen did not pick them up. He took the rest of the supplies and returned straight to the shelter. Today, Chen Chen finally found the medicine he had always dreamed of. Although it was not as effective as antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, it could still save his life. At the very least, it could prevent the wound from becoming infected. Back at the hideout, Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the mutant bees had emerged from the queen cells, and after secondary development had become queen bees that were slightly larger than normal queen bees. Chen Chen carefully checked and confirmed that the queen bee was functioning normally, and immediately gave her the order to go on a mating flight. Mating flight is a form of mating behavior in honeybees. Once the queen bee is fully developed, she will not mate with the drones in her hive, but will fly out to mate with hundreds of drones from other bee colonies. The male bee dies after mating, but the queen simultaneously stores tens of thousands of sperm. Returning to her hive, she produces gametes every day to synthesize fertilized eggs and lay bees. Chen Chen watched the queen bee fly away, and his heart was full of anticipation and great anxiety. Finally, he calmed himself. Forget about it. Even if his offspring can't produce super honey, he is so big, and his offspring will definitely be stronger than the original bees. This is enough. The blueprint for strengthening the shelter arrived just in time, as Chen Chen was a little worried that the shelter would be destroyed by the mutant beasts. Strengthening a wooden shelter. Now that you have better technology, you can strengthen your shelter. Materials needed: 1 unit of wood, 0.1 units of nails. Using this blueprint, you can upgrade the shelter by making it from 2-layer wooden planks, and also additionally reinforce key parts. For each square meter of reinforcement of the shelter wall, 1 unit of wood and 0.1 units of nails were required. It just so happened that Chen Chen had recently exchanged a lot of cement nails and still had some leftover wood from making windows for thermal regulation, so he could strengthen the shelter walls without having to exchange. At this point, another advantage of the rock shelter was discovered. Now, Chen Chen only needed to reinforce 1 wall of the shelter. The other 3 sides were mountains, so there was nothing to worry about. After completing the reinforcement, Chen Chen checked the regional channel again and found that many people had found the blueprint and reinforcement of the shelter. This caused the price of lumber and nails to skyrocket, and both materials became scarce. Boss Chen Chen is still going strong. Pangu reveals, "Yesterday, Boss Chen bought a lot of firewood from us lumberjacks. It seems that yesterday he found the plans for strengthening the shelter, so he stocked up on it in advance. Now he has made a good profit. Mom sees me getting beaten. 6. Nua mending a pot. Yes, now you can see that Boss Chen is trading a large amount of long nails and wood on the trading platform. Leaf, this is the advantage of building an underground shelter. We only need to improve the gate, and the walls are very strong. Mechanical tentacle. Don't be so happy. I also have an underground shelter. But haven't you heard Emperor Qi talk about natural disasters? A flood would be terrible, even though I'm on high ground. Garuru. Has anyone seen Fire King Chao Xin? Boss Chao hasn't been seen for a long time, and he's still alive. Seeing some players once again raising their image through speculation, Chen Chen felt somewhat helpless. However, it was impossible to explain such things, so he simply left it as it was. Chen Chen could not have expected that he would receive the shelter fortification design today. He had originally bought the wood for other purposes. After resting, Chen Chen jumped down from the stone platform with a saw and other tools and began to work. First, Chen Chen sawed the wooden poles into 1.5-meter sections of suitable thickness, then sharpened one end. Using his carpentry skills, he cut a shallow groove into the top. Finally, Following his memory, he used wire nails to construct the wooden barricades from these sections. To ensure his safety, Chen Chen planned to place these barricades within a radius of 10 meters from his shelter. The wooden spikes of the barricade were facing outward, protecting him and his shelter. This way, even if he was attacked by the zoo, Chen Chen would not be afraid. After processing the thin wooden poles, it was time to process the thick ones, which are almost 20 centimeters thick. Obviously, they are not suitable for the direct production of chevaux de frise. Chen Chen would first need to cut these large pieces of wood with a saw, and then divide each thick pole into 4 pieces, which is also very practical. As usual, after processing the thin wooden poles, Chen Chen needed to take a break. Opening the regional channel, he found a transaction that surprised him greatly. A player named Jianbing Guzi actually found a superfruit today. Transaction: Super Peach. Description: a peach with superpowers. Conditions: meat, weapons, medicine, and anything else that can keep me alive during the radiation outbreak on the 7th day. Thanks to the World Forum and Emperor Qi Tianhuang's reminder, all players have realized how valuable this supernatural fruit is. Well, this pancake dog didn't introduce it in detail, but simply posted the system information on it. It's a good thing. I have to grab it and try it. Seeing this super peach, Chen Chen was very excited. He clearly realized how the super apple he ate earlier had improved his physical fitness. Overall improvement in his physical condition had brought him great benefits in the past few days. If there was a chance, Chen Chen would definitely seize it. Chen Chen took the initiative to send a private message to Jianbing Guzi. Private message with Jianbing Guzi Chen Chen. Pancake. Dog, I can provide you with enough wood and nails, as well as 10 kilograms of food. What do you think? Pancake dog. Pancake dog. Just call me Pancake. Brother Chen, I think you're a good person, but there are a few people who have made similar promises to me, even more than you. And I don't even have the blueprints for a fortified shelter. Even if you give me planks and nails, I won't be able to use them. Blin Guzi. I really want to make a deal with you, Brother Chen, but compared to them, Kaitian Yijian promised to give me a bow and arrow of 50% quality as well as 30 kilograms of meat, which is a little difficult for me to refuse. Chen Chen thought about it. Long-range weapon plus 30 kilograms of meat, this condition is really very tempting. Now Chen Chen has a big family and a big business, but it still hurts to take on so many things at once. Chen Chen rested his chin on his hand. This Kaitian sword can destroy so many things at once. This proves that he must have obtained a superfruit. Chen Chen now has everything he needs to survive. If he can eat another superfruit, his further development will definitely go much more smoothly. Thinking about this, Chen Chen continued to send messages to Jianbing Guzi. Private message to Jianbing Guzi. Chen Chen, okay, I'll give you 35 kilograms of meat and also upgrade your shelter's defense, and you sell me the superfruit. Pancake dog. Brother Chen, there will be a radiation outbreak tomorrow. I saw on the trade channel that there are no plans left to reinforce the shelter. I have the plans, but I have no nails or wood. How are you going to reinforce it? Chen Zhen. I can give you 2 options. First of all, today is only half the way, and someone from another underground shelter will probably find the blueprint. You can exchange the meat I gave you for the blueprint, and I will supply you with nails and wood. The only difference is that there will be 30 kilograms of meat. Chen Zhen. Second, don't fortify your shelter yet. I'll build you enough barricades to surround it. These are all the fortification plans I found today. Once you pass the 7th day, they'll definitely become much cheaper. The same goes for bows and arrows. After the 7th day, you can buy them all for a fraction of the price. Chen Zhen, barricade.jpg. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jianbing Guzi thought deeply. Chen Zhen had made a thorough analysis, clearly identifying all the advantages and disadvantages. He no longer considered Kaitian Yijin's conditions. Now he had to choose between the 2 options that Chen Zhen had given him. Bows and arrows required a very high foundation, and he would not be able to use the bow anytime soon. So if that's the case, he can just wait until the 7th day and wait for the onion price to drop, and then buy it at a lower price. Of the two plans Chen Zhen proposed, the first one is more stable, but it has far fewer advantages. It's hard to say what the effect of the second was, but after enduring the 7th day, he gained more. Jianbing Guzi was a freshman, still an idealist. After much thought, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Let's try it. Let's bury the barricades in the ground and put up 2 more rows. Have room to show off their strength, and we'll be able to hold the shelter." After sending the message, Chen Chen continued working, as he still had half the barricades to set up. Soon after, a message came from Pancake Dog. Pancake Dog: "Brother Chen, I choose the second option. Your barricades look very strong. Others probably won't be able to copy them without your special ability. This is equivalent to the possibility of additional strengthening, so I decided to take a chance." Pancake Dog: "Brother Chen, when are we going to bargain? I won't break the contract. I just think renting it out will be too much trouble, so it's better to do it all at once." Chen Zhen: "Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll remind you when I'm done." Chen Zhen: "By the way, now that you have the superfruit, don't go out anymore. The beast is simply obsessed with the superfruit." The shelter was only 3 meters long and wide, so Chen Chen had no trouble constructing 2 rings of barricades around it. He immediately began constructing them for Pancake Dog. Chen Chen finished the production at 150. Due to restrictions on outdoor trading, they eventually decided to rent the product and exchanged it several times. Super Peaches finally appeared. However, Chen Chen was in no hurry to eat it. Instead, he took out a wooden treasure chest and put the Super Peach in it. Once the superfruit is picked, it will release an aura that will fatally attract wild beasts. Chen Chen wants to try to block it with a wooden treasure chest. After putting the Super Peaches in the wooden box, Chen Chen looked at the bees flying around the room. Gradually, their excitement began to subside. Chen Chen smiled. "Great. Since he was blocked, we can do something important tonight." Chen Chen then began to build the remaining barricades. The construction took more than an hour. Chen Chen set up barricades one after another, dug appropriate holes for their foundations, set them up, and then filled them in and compacted the soil. The barricades themselves were very heavy, and when placed in a row, they could withstand the onslaught of each other. Chen Chen, having secured them, felt that even a beast like a hippopotamus would have a hard time breaking through them. After completing the outer defense work, Chen Chen did not have much time left in the open air, so he immediately returned to the shelter. After returning, Chen Chen began to make arrows based on the attached crossbow arrows. He had both iron and wood, but there were some problems with the feathers. Chen Chen went to the trade channel and directly exchanged all the feathers. Arrows can be made very quickly. Chen Chen can now make one in 3 minutes, but the quality is not good. Most of them are good arrows with 70% quality, and only a few reach 80% excellent quality. But this was not a problem. In Chen Chen's plan, the accuracy of these ordinary crossbow arrows did not matter. Having made a large number of them, he always hit the target, shooting several times. The same was true for the smaller arrows. After several more shots, the beast would eventually fall. As for the 10 modern arrows that came with the sword, he used them on the blade. He only used them when normal arrows couldn't do the job. After doing 50 repetitions in a row, Chen Chen stood up and started eating the meat. After eating, Chen Chen still felt a little full, so he continued making arrows. After making 30 arrows, Chen Chen stood up again to practice and master the Cheetah M58. Before the battle, it is better to sharpen the sword. Thus, Chen Chen began the cycle of making arrows and practicing the crossbow technique. The mutant queen bee finally completed her mating flight and returned to the reserve. Chen Chen immediately found a place for her and asked the other bees to take care of her. After eating and resting, the mutant queen bee finally began her only job: laying eggs. It wasn't until 10:30 p.m. that Chen Chen finished his work, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep on the table. When his hands began to go numb, Chen Chen finally woke up. Listening closely, he heard wolves howling outside. Perhaps the howling of the wolves had woken him up. Looking at the time, it was already 2:10 a.m. Chen Chen looked out the window. The night sky was different at this moment. There was a blood moon in the sky, and the red light fell through the window onto the table. Chen Chen took out the super peach, placed it on the table, and released 1,000 bees for examination. Afterwards, Chen Chen wrapped himself in a blanket and began to move to keep warm. Gradually, the howls of the wolves became louder and louder, and it seemed that the cries of other wild animals could be heard, attracted by the supernatural power of this fruit. Soon, 8 wolves came to the shelter. Upon seeing him, the 8 wolves went into even greater frenzy. The players in the shelter were their desired meal. In the reflection of the red moon, these wolves appeared blue-black, and their 2 green eyes were like 2 laser spotlights. Chen Chen stood on the table, removed the temperature control window, pointed the crossbow at the first wolf that rushed to the barricade, and fired the crossbow. Ding! The arrow pierced the tree deeply, and the wolf moved forward a little more. Chen Chen was in no hurry. He pulled the bowstring, took aim again, and another arrow flew out. This time, the shot hit the wolf, which whined and fell under the mane. Although it did not die for an instant, it could not move. After shooting, Chen Chen immediately pulled the bowstring back and quickly aimed the crossbow at the next wolf. The fastest wolf was already less than a meter away from the shelter. It jumped onto the fence and was about to use it as a springboard to jump onto the stone platform. Being so close and unable to move, Chen Chen shot an arrow at the wolf's head. Chen Chen also realized that these wolves had gone mad and remained bloodthirsty even after the death of their comrades. After successfully defeating the wild wolves twice, Chen Chen finally felt at ease. With a crossbow in hand, these wolves were no threat at all. Chen Chen looked at the time he could stay in the wild and found that under the current conditions, he could only stay there for 1 hour. She immediately compresses time to 1/6. And this is really scary, Chen Chen thought. But his hand did not stop, and he fired another arrow. But this is also due to the fact that it is midnight. At night, time is compressed by half. While shooting arrows, Chen Chen constantly adjusted his movements and soon killed all 6 remaining wolves. After shooting, Chen Chen quickly put the temperature control window back in place. Long-term exposure to high radiation is still necessary. Turning around, Chen Chen saw the bees lying on the peaches, not eating them, but simply inhaling their scent. Chen Chen waved his hand, allowing the bees to return to the hive, and continued to wait calmly. This was exactly what Chen Chen wanted. Once the superfruit is picked, it will emit a deadly, alluring scent that is hard for any creature to resist. Chen Chen wanted to use the peach superfruit to attract wild beasts within a radius of 10 kilometers. The best thing to do would be to gather all the wild animals tonight and destroy them all together outside the shelter. During the day, he can happily go out to collect resources without exposing himself to much danger. Wild animals have sharp noses, but they also need the wind to spread their scent. It was late at night and very cold. Chen Chen checked the thermometer and hygrometer and found that the temperature had dropped to 5 degrees Celsius. He had to wrap himself in a duvet. Chen Chen simply lit a fire in the room and let the temperature-controlled window blow air out so that the superfruit's aroma could spread faster. Now that Chen Chen has a wood stove, there is almost no smoke when burning wood, and the fire is very strong, making the cooking experience much more enjoyable. After 40 minutes, Chen Chen finally heard movement outside again, immediately got up and looked out the window. This time, the boar was a wild boar. It was very large, weighing about 300 kilograms. It took years to grow to such a weight. Chen Chen immediately got up from the table, picked up a modern crossbow, prepared arrows, opened the temperature control window, and began shooting at the boar. Chen Chen aimed at the boar and slowly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow flew like a meteor, piercing the boar's back. The boar howled in pain, lowered its head, and charged straight through the first row of barricades. The wild boar has enormous vitality. We need to deal with him quickly, otherwise he will destroy my defenses. Chen Chen was able to calmly shoot both when attacked by wild wolves and when attacked by less dangerous boars. Combined with his previous experience, Chen Chen quickly fired a second arrow. The arrow hit the boar's waist in one blow. It must be said that a boar rushing forward with its head down was a particularly effective way to destroy barricades. While Chen Chen was changing arrows, the boar knocked another barricade to the side. Seeing this, Chen Chen took out an arrow that came with a modern crossbow and said, "Even if he can't break through even in 20 minutes, we still can't allow him to make a passage for ourselves." This time, the sound of the arrow flying through the air was very quiet, but its speed was noticeably high, and it instantly pierced the boar's body. Compared to crossbows, the only advantage of bows and arrows is a higher rate of fire. Chen Chen stopped shooting, and as soon as he finished speaking, the boar fell. Another beast was killed by Chen Chen. After installing the temperature control window, Chen Chen returned to the wood stove to warm himself. After a while, the bees flew back one after another, bringing news within a radius of 10 kilometers. Apart from the dead boar and the wolves, only one large animal weighing less than 10 kilograms approached. The rest were small animals, no larger than 2 palms, which were not to be feared, at night, and it was too difficult to get into such a small creature. In addition, these little beasts could not break through the walls of the shelter. Chen Chen did not intend to worry about these little beasts tonight. Of course, if these animals guard him all night, Chen Chen wouldn't mind taking care of them in the morning. Realizing that there was only one animal left that was a threat to him, and that it was heading towards him, Chen Chen stopped waiting, picked up the peach, and ate it. The taste and sensation remained the same. The aura spread throughout the body and began to strengthen. Chen Chen opened his personal information panel and constantly monitored it. In just a minute, the personal information panel changed. Age, 21 years old. Constitution, 2.1. Strength, 1.5. Dexterity, 2.2. Intelligence, 1.2. Chen Chen's dexterity has directly increased by 1 point, becoming Chen Chen's second attribute to reach 2. The increase in dexterity feels much more pronounced than the increase in constitution. As the data changed, Chen Chen felt his body become lighter and his reaction speed increased. After simply moving his body, he found that the ligaments had stretched a little. Now his legs did not bend, and his chest actually touched his knees. It was so strong. "I feel like I have gone beyond the limits of the human body." Chen Chen happily moved his arms and legs. At this moment, Chen Chen heard the sound of a tree being hit outside the shelter. Chen Chen picked up a modern crossbow and easily jumped onto the table. Through the crack in the window, he clearly saw a spotted deer running out of its hiding place and jumping towards the door. This spotted deer is small and light. The chevaux de frise is practically useless against it. The deer's hooves step on the crossbar of the chevaux de frise and it quickly approaches Chen Chen. But more importantly, the eyes of this spotted deer actually emitted a red light in the darkness, which looked both strange and ferocious. A deformed monster. This word immediately came to Chen Chen's mind. This was definitely the deformed monster that Emperor Qi Tian spoke of. Chen Chen unfastened the metal buckle, lowered the temperature control window, raised the modern crossbow, and aimed at the seeker deer. The wooden arrow hit the deer, but only slightly pierced its fur. When the deer jumped again, the arrow fell to the ground. Chen Chen's pupils trembled. The defensive power of the mutilated beast's fur was too strong. Chen Chen's speed at this moment was incredibly fast, especially after he had just eaten the super agility fruit. He could quickly and confidently load the arrows, and soon the second arrow was ready. Soon, the spotted deer jumped very close to the shelter and hit its head on the wooden door. Slam! Chen Chen, who was standing on the table, only felt the wooden door shake, and the shelter was subjected to an unprecedented blow. The good news about animals going crazy is that they lose some of their biological instincts and will do anything to eat the player. Now it looks like the same can be said for wild animals. A deer crashed into the gate of a shelter, lost its balance, and fell to the ground. As he fell, he was scratched by the wooden spikes and fell into the gap between the two barricades. This arrow was a normal wooden arrow made by Chen Chen based on a modern arrow. Despite the angle problem, Chen Chen did not expect that the arrow could only pierce skin. After the first arrow was shot, Chen Chen could not hold back any longer, picked up a modern arrow lying next to him and mounted it on the crossbow. As soon as Chen Chen loaded the arrow, he saw a mutilated animal fall through the cracks between the chainmail. He immediately pulled out his crossbow, aimed at the spotted deer, and pulled the trigger. Call! The arrow was halfway embedded in the deer's stomach. The deer jerked desperately in pain, but despite all its strength, it fell to the ground and was trapped in the freezer's mane so that it could not use any force. So, even though the stake was making a clanking sound, it was actually just struggling to survive. Still feeling uneasy, Chen Chen fired 3 more arrows. Only then did Chen Chen return the temperature control window to its original position, get up from the table, warm himself by the fire, and calmly wait for the spotted deer to die. Hey! Chen Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly stood up. After all, I am kind. I can't watch him suffer from pain. With that, he grabbed the crossbow, pushed the door open, and shot the deer 6 times in a row, forcing it to close its eyes. The beast was dead, but Chen Chen did not drag the body back to the shelter. The radiation outside was too strong, and Chen Chen did not want to sleep while inhaling the smell of blood. He wasn't that perverted yet, so he decided to wait until the next morning to collect the bodies. After letting the firewood burn down to coal and removing the rest of the items from the stove, Chen Chen went to bed with a calm mind. The next day, he slept until he woke up naturally at 6:30. Chen Chen went out to check and found that the prey was still there. The time he could hold the prey had also increased from 1 hour at night to 2. Of course, Chen Chen currently only has 1 hour and 38 minutes left. The mutant queen bee has already laid more than 3,000 eggs. Even the Chinese honeybee can't reach such a speed, let alone the Italian one. Chen Chen praised the mutated queen bee. You are so hard-working, even after becoming a queen bee. You are worthy of being a bee that I personally trained. Then Chen Chen called up the panel, and the golden liquid in the small ball under the all-profession panel was almost full. Maybe today or the day after tomorrow it will be completely full. Who knows what use it will be then. After all that tossing and turning last night, I woke up so early today. Chen Chen washed his face and started frying. I think my appetite has increased a little since I became agile, but it shouldn't be as excessive as when I became physically stronger. There were still 8 kilograms of meat left, and Chen Chen thought that it would be just enough for him to last a day. After dinner, Chen Chen went to move the bodies of the Sika deer, the boar, and the 8 wolves to the shelter. There was a pile of corpses on the left wall of the entrance. The shelter was really overcrowded. He sent the bees out to scout again, and Chen Chen himself began to decompose the body, the fur, with the one who tormented him. Given how dangerous she was today, he would no doubt be glad to do so. Personal message with Pangu opening Chen Chen. Master Pan, I have another batch of furs to process. I will pay in am for the same amount. Pangu opens. No problem, Brother Chen. Just send me that piece of skin. Chen Chen. It's not a pair, but a group. Probably no less than 9 individuals. Pangu opens. Pangu opens. I am Brother Chen. You are lying to me. You must be lying. Impossible. How can I get so many furs at once? Chen Chen. A pile of corpses. JP. Chen Chen. You said it was a shipment, right? Chen Chen. Okay, I'll hand it over to you, and we'll make the deal later. Master Pan didn't say anything else, perhaps because he was worried about something. Chen Chen also said nothing and continued to fiddle with the body. After finally dealing with the body, I looked at the time and saw that an hour and a half had already passed. Chen Chen opened the private message and found that Pangu had sent several messages about opening it, as well as a transaction message. Chen Chen clicked on it and saw that the transaction request was that the leopard fur had been prepared and needed to be sent to Chen Chen. Chen Chen clicked the button to receive it and also returned the axe that Pangu had opened. Personal message with the opening of Pangu. Pangu opened his shop. Brother Chen, I will wait for you. Let me handle this. The leopard skin shows that I am very skilled. The fox skin is still a little short, and will not be ready until tomorrow. Chen Zhen. Okay, you can consider your things a deal. On the wolf skin, so consider it my payment. Pangu opens. Okay, I finally got this offer. Pangu opened his shop. The price of my items is not much different from the furs, which is perfect. I will send you a transaction request right away. The leopard skin is really well made, feels nice, and looks luxurious. It can be used as a blanket in the future. As for the value of Pangu's assets when he opened the business, Chen Chen didn't care. As long as they were equal, he wasn't worried about Pangu changing his mind. As for whether he really had that many assets, Chen Chen didn't care. There were 9 pieces of fur and some meat left. After removing the internal organs and so on, the remaining meat and bones weighed a whopping 600 kilograms. Of course, the Sika deer is not edible, as it is a deformed animal, but even if you subtract Chen Chen's weight, there is still more than 500 kilograms of meat left. Dissecting the Sika deer also allowed Chen Chen to understand the differences between the deformed animals. The fur of this Sika deer was extremely tough and very difficult to cut with a tang sword. However, the meat inside was normal and did not have such a high defensive power. The eyes were red. After taking them out, Chen Chen saw that the entire eyeball was blood red, which was especially creepy. Chen Chen felt uneasy looking at this and threw it outside. But that's not the point. The main distinguishing feature of the deformed beast is the metallic tissue growing on its body. The antlers of this mutated spotted deer have completely turned into black metal. The antlers, originally round and beautiful, have now become crooked and sharp. The outer wooden planks of the shelter were pierced by sharp horns. The meat of the mutilated beast was unavailable at the time, so Chen Chen stored it separately, not putting it in a pile with other types of meat. It would be bad if the blood of the mutilated beast contaminated the other types of meat. Chen Chen hammered 2 long cement nails into the wooden wall, lifted the entire mutilated figure of the beast, and hung it on the wall, horns included. Although this amount of meat is a lot for me personally, if it were to be put into the entire area, it would not be that much. There must be hungry people. The meat of crippled animals can also be sold at a critical moment, Chen Chen thought. No way. Since the first day of arrival, there have been hungry people here all the time. They are practically dying of hunger, and they have no time to worry about abnormal radiation. If you look at the regional channel, the number of people on the channel has dropped to 756, and today, this number is decreasing every few minutes. This harsh reality has also forced many players to refuse to go outside and prefer to hide in shelters. After everything was done, Chen Chen washed the oil off his hands. Grab. After placing the straight knife tang on the table, Chen Chen began to put on his outdoor gear. I have always been a very sociable pig. Everything was ready. The bees also examined the 10-kilometer zone and found no danger. Chen Chen came out of the shelter with a crossbow in his hand. Judging by the delight of the bees, today's food may be a superfruit. Transaction. Wild wolf offal. Introduction. Ordinary, non-toxic, and environmentally friendly wild wolf offal. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, large intestine, bladder. Buy whatever you like in large quantities. If you need, please leave a private message and I will directly tell you the exchange conditions and fixed price. If you are satisfied, I am willing to negotiate. Trading conditions. Message, market price. Transaction. Wild boar offal. Introduction. Wild boar offal is non-toxic and environmentally friendly, containing all kinds of organs. Only 1 serving is available, first come, first served. Pork lovers can order various delicacies. Leave a personal message and tell the terms of the deal, the fixed price, and if it suits you, exchange. Trade terms. Message, market price. While the number of people in the regional interface continued to decrease, the information about Chen Chen's 2 transactions suddenly attracted everyone's attention. When everyone in the area learned of what Chen Chen had done, everyone became indignant, much more so than before. Killing like crazy. Pleasant goat. Oh my God, how did you do that? When my mother saw me being beaten, she said, "Get on your knees." Energetic girl Guo. Dagon. Where is that cruel seventh day? This is not enough time to sit outside, okay? Mechanical tentacle. Is this the same peach superfruit I bought last night? Someone on the World Forum wrote that after being picked, this superfruit emits an enchanting aroma that wild animals simply cannot resist. Brother Chen must have used a peach to lure him in and then killed him with a ranged weapon, right? Dragon Slayer. I was happy that I found something good today. But then I suddenly saw this Jingtian Shizhong. This is simply amazing. A superhuman battlefield. Dog? Damn. I remember that Brother Chen has a special ability to create objects. Why is his fighting power so strong? La Baba Fairies. I know. Brother Chen must be the legendary reborn Special Forces fighter. Leaf. This is time travel. Me, the protagonist. As expected, Brother Chen. This is so great. Wildlife survival expert, Xing Kai. This is really amazing. Beginning Pangu, you still underestimated senior Brother Chen. Do you know how many wild animals he killed? 8 wolves, wild boar, a sika deer. Kaitian Yijian was blocked by Chen Chen and couldn't comment, but he still posted a message under his own transaction. Kaitian Yijian. See? Such a large-scale hunt can only be carried out with long-range weapons like bows and arrows. I don't know how many times I've died in close combat. Gigi is so cute. Li Tianyu. Oh, wasn't he blacklisted? Kai Tian. Yijian. Okay, you don't need a bow and arrow, right? I blocked you, Sun, but that's not all. Many players found the incident too shocking and went to the international forum to speak out. Many people were wailing under the post on the World Forum, complaining that some people had broken legs or torn stomachs. Everyone was shocked when they suddenly saw this news. It is dangerous on the streets today, and everyone is mentally prepared. Many people prefer not to go outside, so they have a lot of free time, and they spend a lot of time on a forum dedicated to water. When we suddenly saw this news, our first reaction was, "Are you kidding? Where are the dangers you promised? Where are the distorted animals you promised? What's going on? How can Chen Chen from District 1971 be so powerful? Emperor Qi, RNM, give me your money back." When some players saw Chen Chen's harvest, they couldn't sit still. They immediately grabbed their weapons and came out of their hiding places, hoping to get something worthwhile too. Many of those who left never returned. In the past, Chen Chen analyzed problems and did carpentry work, all of which were within the normal range and everyone could understand. But killing 10 animals during the first radiation outbreak was beyond anyone's imagination. No one could imagine how such a thing could be done at that stage. During the discussion at the World Forum, Emperor Qi Tianhuang also made it clear that at that stage, and even for some time in the future, it was impossible for such weapons as firearms to emerge. Today, Chen Chen obtained so much meat from wild beasts in one go that it completely changed his status in the hearts of most players. At first, everyone thought he was just a capable boss, but now almost all players believe that Chen Chen is a well-deserved number 1 in District 19,711, and he can also be counted among the top few on the World Forum. Although everyone was far away from each other, no matter how powerful Chen Chen was, it was difficult for him to influence others. But at this moment, Chen Chen left a huge impression in everyone's hearts, and this impression even affected reality. Just like with scientists, celebrities, internet celebrities and historical figures, although we may never meet each other, their influence is greater than many of the people around us. When Chen Chen saw this information, he was also quite surprised, but soon felt relieved. Perhaps in such a difficult situation, people need a hero or at least a little hope. Chen Chen is clear about himself. He does not have the strength that public opinion currently presents. How much praise he gets, he's just an ordinary man who died in an accident in the wilderness. The fact that things have gotten this far is largely due to the fact that he was the first to try something new. If someone comes up with the same method and has a certain amount of luck, it will be possible to hunt dozens of wild beasts at the same time. Thinking about this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Although I know that this is largely due to luck, I am still happy to read these words. Chen Chen doesn't have much time left today, and the wild nature is so safe that Chen Chen needs to find as many resources as possible. So, after going outside, Chen Chen quickly ran to search with a knife in his hand. This was the best way to increase efficiency. In any case, with the profession of a scavenger, he didn't have to worry about missing out on resources. Today was truly a day of abundant supplies. We saw many resources along the way, but Chen Chen didn't pick them up. Of course, Chen Chen was no longer interested in things like wood and stone. The 5 steel plates he found earlier were good, but Chen Chen still had to go east, so carrying them was inconvenient. He simply marked their location and promised to return them later. Ahead of him, so Chen Chen naturally had to grab it first. This time, the food was far away, about 6 kilometers away, but Chen Chen's physical strength and agility had improved, so it only took him 10 minutes to get there. Of course, this is because Chen Chen does not care too much about the speed of his running. Under normal circumstances, he would not run so fast to waste energy on overcoming various dangers. When I got closer, I found that it was indeed a superfruit shaped like a grape. This time, the super grape was still growing on a vine-like grass. The thin branches of the plant intertwined and climbed up a short tree, and bunches of grapes hung between the branches. Chen Chen Nanai was delighted and stepped forward to pick up the grapes. This time, when Chen Chen got the superfruit, he did not hesitate and immediately ate the fruits one by one. Today, he planned to thoroughly search the wild, but he could not allow the superfruit to attract wild animals. However, after he picked the superfruit, the smell still dissipated a little. Chen Chen changed the route a little and prepared to return. When you return, just find some supplies and bring back 5 units of steel. Then release the bees to check the situation again and only fly out when there is no danger. The speed, defense, and attack of the mutant beast have been improved. If he encounters Chen Chen in the wild, it will be difficult for him to escape unscathed, so he still needs to be careful. This time, the superfruit grape also improves fitness, and 1 grape can improve it by 0.1. Chen Chen age, 21. Constitution, 4.6. Strength, 1.7. Agility, 2.3. Intelligence, 1.3. Chen Chen ate a bunch of grapes, and soon his fitness increased to June 4th. 25 grapes immediately improved Chen Chen's fitness by 2.5. Strength also increased by 0.2 points, and dexterity and intelligence by 0.1. The latter 2 were not noticeable. On the way back, Chen Chen actually found something worthwhile. 10 packets of hot pot base. 10 packs of big beef hot pot base, made with natural ingredients and carefully prepared. Available in mushroom soup, spicy hot pot, beef yogurt, pickled mustard, kimchi, 3 fresh delicacies, and tom yam goong. Chen Chen took the bottom of the hot pot and smiled. Great, next time, I won't have to wait so long to grill the meat. I can grill the pieces of meat while I wait. I don't have to be so greedy. Chen Chen continued to run faster until he found the 5 steel plates he had already found. He tied them with parachute lines and slowly walked back to the shelter, carrying them on his back. On the way back to the shelter, no wild animal came within 10 kilometers of him, and Chen Chen returned safely. After arriving at the shelter, Chen Chen did not return the steel plate to the house, but simply placed it on the stone platform outside. The space inside the house is really small, and there is nothing to hold the steel plate. It will not rust anytime soon, so I will take it outside first. We need to process all this meat quickly, otherwise it will spoil. It only took Chen Chen a little over half an hour to set out on this trip, and it was the shortest amount of time Chen Chen had ever spent outside of his home gathering information. However, after consuming the super grapes, Chen Chen's physical condition improved, and the time he spent in the wild also increased significantly. In total, this increased the time by 2.5 hours, but today's radiation outbreak reduced the time to 50 minutes. Thanks to this trip, Chen Chen will be able to spend about 10 minutes more outdoors. He ran quite fast, and during the second half of the race, he carried a steel plate on his back. Although his physical fitness had improved significantly, Chen Chen still felt very tired. After lighting the wood stove and roasting the meat, Chen Chen lay down on the bed and watched the regional channels, especially the shopping channel. Many people left comments on my transactions, and many also sent me direct private messages. Most people gave away raw materials such as steel, mechanical parts, and plastic. But Chen Chen's room now has no room for things, and it is not easy to exchange these resources. After reading the private message for a while, Chen Chen turned to the trading channel and looked at both sides before making a decision. Although many people died today, many also gained something from their adventures, and many of them found very valuable things. Generally, only the goods that are listed on the marketplace are high quality, because they are confident that they can be sold and want to get a good price. The goods sent to Chen Chen in private messages are regular shipments. Transaction. Shelter expansion module. Introduction. Grown according to the laws of the warped world, it can be used to expand the area of the shelter. This is the introduction to this thing. Only with its help can the shelter be expanded. Otherwise, the wooden house you build yourself will not be able to protect against distorted radiation. Using it together with the built-in blueprint, building a wooden shelter, you can expand your shelter. Exchange conditions. 20 kilograms of meat or equivalent. Preference is given to food. Chen Chen quickly looked around and found that there were 3 people selling the expansion module. It seemed like it would be easy to find. Chen Chen touched his chin and asked, "Is this thing like a land deed that can be used to buy a place in the distorted world?" Chen Chen was currently worried about having nowhere to stay, and when he saw this offer, he immediately chatted with the 3 of them privately. Private chat with local dog, Chen Zhen. Did you sell the shelter expansion module? Can you make it cheaper? Dogman. Oh my God. Brother Chen. Are you kidding? Dogman. Brother Chen, you caught so much meat and still had to haggle. Chen Zhen. You shouldn't spend too much money. It's only morning, and we already have 3 expansion modules. The price is indeed a bit high. Chen Zhen. Let's not talk about anything else. I'm not short of weight. How about I give you 15 kilograms of wolf guts? Dogman. Is this the boss's success story? Can you elaborate? Chen Zhen. It's 16 kilograms. Content of the internal organs is quite high, and they are also a source of microelements. This is enough to feed for 10 days. There is nowhere else. If you want, exchange. Chen Zhen. Most players don't use the expansion modules they find, but exchange them for something else. As the number of expansion modules increases, their value may decrease. Dogman. Okay, let's exchange. The expansion module was soon obtained. It was a palm-sized block made of an unknown material with a rough image of a shelter. Chen Chen picked it up, felt its connection to the system, and immediately understood how to use it. The shelter expansion module was somewhat similar to the original shelter layout. When you use it, a green rectangle will appear, still 3 by 3 meters in size. You can freely choose a place next to the shelter. After confirmation, this space will belong to the shelter. Then, new rooms can be built on this place. If it is Chen Chen's underground shelter or cliff shelter, when used, the module will immediately clear the items inside the rectangle, which is very convenient. After that, Chen Chen went to ask the other 2 people, one of whom was actually Luo Yingying. Since they were acquainted, they had a very pleasant conversation. In the end, Chen Chen gave away 15 kilograms of internal organs in exchange for the expansion module. Chen Chen now has a lot of meat. If he doesn't sell it in time, it will spoil in his hands, so he doesn't care much about buying and selling. Of course, Luo Yingying happily agreed directly, and Chen Chen wasn't stupid enough to raise the price. The 3rd player, a green onion, rejected Chen Chen. He felt that the price of the expansion module was too high, and Chen did not force him. In any case, Chen Chen thought that the price of this thing would be reduced because he had a lot of meat, and he only gave 15 kilograms. A shelter of 9 square meters is enough for most players. Food becomes an issue, so almost no one will spend resources on expanding the shelter. Besides Chen Chen, he had too many things and couldn't fit them all in. However, Chen Chen basically only needed 2 expansion modules. Chen Chen directly used the module to expand backwards twice and open 3 rooms in the depths of the mountains. Although the mountain was made of rocks, Chen Chen was still worried about landslides, so he left a 10-centimeter wide rock wall between each room. The maximum distance an expansion module could be placed was 10 centimeters. If it is further away, the system will report that it cannot be used. Fortunately, using modules is quite convenient. Each time you expand a room, you can choose the place in the wall where the doors and windows will be located. You can also refuse windows and even doors. Chen Chen opened the door on the left side, that is, on the west side, so that there was a wall left for more convenient placement of things. In addition to the expansion module, others also found many good things. Guo Degang, an energetic girl, Zhang Jianqiang, a person with sound abilities. He found a chainsaw and was so happy that he posted a message on the forum. I first took a picture of a tree as thick as a bucket, and literally 10 seconds later, the tree in the second picture was down. Zhang Jianqiang happily announced that he would now be solely responsible for the wood in Area 19,711. Someone had also found a bow and arrow, and the bow was a modern one. Just one look at it was enough to know that it was much cooler than the bow made by Kaitian Yijian. Also superfruits, various blueprints, street stalls, and other good things that are either sold or displayed. Some people get rich, but others die, and the death toll continues to rise. In the room, so Chen Chen decided to sort the things he had collected. First of all, the bedroom. Chen Chen decided to place the bedroom in the innermost room. Before making his choice, Chen Chen first checked the air and humidity in the innermost third room and found that after installing the thermostatic window, there was no feeling of stuffiness even in the innermost layer. Moreover, the stones on the walls are very dry and not very wet, so there are no problems with living there. After everything was confirmed, Chen Chen immediately purchased a batch of wood from Zhang Jianqiang and, using the wooden shelter building skills he had at the beginning, built wooden walls for the innermost bedroom. The top and sides are covered with light yellow wooden boards. The burrs on the boards have been planed off and are now very smooth. After all, this is a place to relax, so it's better to be a little warmer. After finishing, he checked the trading channel and found that someone was renting out a floor plan. Chen Chen immediately exchanged it for 5 kilograms of wolf and pig guts. Chen Chen planned to sell the wild boar and wolf guts first and keep a little for himself to try. I'm not very good at cooking or preserving offal. More importantly, I eat too much wolf meat. Others might need to think about their diet, but I just need to eat more. Floor Blueprint allows you to create floors of various sizes and shapes up to 1 square meter in area. Can be made of wood or stone. Materials needed: 1 unit of wood or stone. Stones of the appropriate size are currently relatively scarce, and Chen Chen does not have the appropriate cutting tools. But more importantly, the floor of Chen Chen's shelter was originally made of stone, so Chen Chen was determined to use wooden floors to pave the bedroom. Chen Chen did not pave the floor of the 2 rooms in front of the bedroom. These rooms will certainly have to be replaced later, and it would be too much trouble to take apart the wooden floor now. Stone slabs are better for making fire. It took half an hour to lay the floor in the bedroom. Then Chen Chen moved the wooden bed, blanket, rug, kerosene lamp, and other necessary things into the bedroom. He also moved the long table and a more comfortable chair into the bedroom. From now on, the bedroom will be a place of pure rest, free from smoke, sawdust, and blood. After the north bedroom was decorated, Chen Chen moved the remaining 2 large tables to the second room, placed them against the wall, and made a matching chair in place. In the middle room, Chen Chen installed wooden boards on the western wall, nailed them with cement nails, and hung all his tools on them. There were also other tools and equipment in this room. From now on, this room would be Chen Chen's workshop. At first, Chen Chen used the first room to store various raw materials and unused items. In this way, every time Chen Chen returned from collecting items, he could put these supplies directly here, and it would be more convenient to take them out of the workshop when needed. With 3 rooms, Chen Chen's quality of life had not only improved greatly, but his sense of security had also increased greatly. After packing up all his things, Chen Chen prepared to go out again. Before going out, Chen Chen checked the regional channels as usual. At present, the number of people in the regional channel has reached 678. 70 to 80 people have died in one morning, the highest number in the past 7 days. Chen, who was flipping through the pages, suddenly stopped. The personal message from survival expert Shinkai disappeared. In the shelter panel, forum messages sent by individuals will not disappear, but private messages will be impossible to find after the person dies. When Chen saw that Shinkai's private message had disappeared, he was a little confused. Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the death toll these days, but when he suddenly saw someone he knew leaving so quietly, Chen still felt a little uneasy. After a moment of silence, Chen closed the regional forum, opened the trade channel, quickly inspected it, and after finding nothing valuable, he was about to leave. After his physical fitness improved, Chen was able to run faster in the wild. While running, Chen was thinking. He wondered if there was a treasure chest somewhere near the wandering beast. I came across a treasure chest when I killed a fox that was about to deform. I wonder if that deformed seeker deer I killed last night is guarding such a treasure chest. If there is one, Chen will have to run as fast as he can and explore as many places as he can, and he won't be able to pick up some of the less valuable things. Chen looked around. Actually, whether there is a treasure chest or not, I should speed up my search. After all, there is a lot of meat now, and ordinary things can be exchanged for meat. Chen felt that his current running speed had already exceeded the 400-meter dash he ran in the school competition. Even at this speed, he was only slightly out of breath. Chen felt like he could run for 40 minutes without any problems. With this speed, coupled with his exceptional searching capabilities, as well as the lack of wild beasts or other dangers within a 10-kilometer radius, coupled with the increased time provided by the super energy fruit, Chen felt that his searching efficiency today, probably more than 5 times the efficiency of a normal player. Naturally, many good things were found, including a long sword, 3 mechanical components, an electronic component, a flashlight, and a multifunctional military shovel. The long sword has a certain curvature, a thick blade, and a 30-centimeter long handle. It is a 2-handed sword. Chen played with it for a while and found that the long sword was more comfortable than the Tang straight sword with a wooden handle. In the future, he no longer had to carry the Tang long-handled sword when he went out. Mechanical and electronic components would come in handy later. Devices such as winches and bearings require mechanical components. Electronic components are also needed to create simple switches, microcontrollers, and simple control circuits. The flashlight is very useful, but it seems to be out of power. It will not work when the power runs out. At the World Forum, someone found a fuel generator and entered the electric age ahead of time, which made many people envious. It took Chen only 20 minutes to find these things, some of which he did not need, otherwise he would have gotten more. As Chen ran forward, he suddenly saw a large black mass in front of him. Working as a scavenger only improved Chen's dynamic vision and ability to recognize objects. But his eyesight did not improve and remained the same as before, so he could not recognize things that were far away. But Chen, seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. As he approached, Chen felt that he could not breathe, because in front of Chen appeared a row of neatly arranged solar panels. Next to them are 10 solar panels and a central control unit. Solar panels absorb solar energy and convert it into electricity with a generation efficiency of 25%. The size of the panels is 50 by 50 centimeters. Chen was genuinely surprised when he saw the introduction. In his opinion, the efficiency of solar panels was usually around 15%, but the one he picked up was 25%. Horrible. After all, this is normal. The game world is higher than reality. Chen shook his head and smiled. We have already traveled through time and obtained the blueprints. A small improvement in energy efficiency is nothing. Despite everything, Chen was still very happy to find these things. Such a powerful solar panel is enough to generate several kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. In staying in the wild, so Chen tied it all together with an umbrella rope, picked them up, and ran back. Chen Chen froze while tying a knot. This tying technique was taught to him by Xing Kai. As he ran back, a double joy suddenly came. Chen Chen found another blueprint. Moreover, this drawing is very good. It can be said that this is the most valuable drawing that Chen Chen is currently studying. Recurve bow drawing. The ends of the bow point in opposite directions, absorbing more energy. This allows you to use more powerful arrows with the same force while using a smaller bow with the same speed. Materials needed: 1 unit of wood or steel, 1 unit of beef animal tendon. Although the recurve bow is slightly inferior to the crossbow in Chen Chen's hands, it is much stronger than Katian Yijian's regular bow and arrow. More importantly, Chen Chen noticed that the materials needed for this design are actually replaceable wood and steel. This means that the blueprint itself is open to various modifications and improvements. Chen Chen cannot currently process such a large piece of metal, but if he has the appropriate tools in the future, he will be able to make his recurve bow even more powerful. Without thinking, Chen Chen immediately began training, and then 8 minutes later, he ran back to the shelter carrying the solar panel. After returning to the shelter and opening the trade channel, Chen Chen began to request various trade information. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the players did not have equipment to generate electricity and plunder all the electrical appliances in the market. He found light bulbs that weighed 100 grams of internal organs each, and Chen Chen bought 13 of them in a row. If we put 4 in each room, we'll still have 1 left over. Chen Chen also bought a 5,000-watt inverter. The buyer didn't know its value, so he paid Chen Chen 20 kilograms of wolf meat. But the batteries were never found, and no one is selling them. Without batteries, Chen Chen's electronics are practically useless. After the solar panels generate electricity, it must be stored in batteries. However, since the voltage of batteries is relatively low, usually only 12 or 24 volts, they cannot be used to power most electrical appliances. This is where an inverter comes in. It increases the voltage to 220 volts so that electrical appliances can be used. 5,000 watts is the maximum power corresponding to the inverter. When all the electrical appliances are turned on at the same time, the maximum power consumption can be 5,000 watts. Not bad, not bad. The only thing missing is batteries. Chen Chen smiled as he continued to check the transaction information. Suddenly, he realized that Katian Yijian's bows and arrows were selling very well. At 10 jin of meat per bow, he had already sold 23 of them. After repeated production, the quality of his bow and arrows had reached 60%. The guy probably saw that he doesn't talk often, so he left a message in his trade channel. See, long-range weapons are king. Chen Chen bought a bow and arrow from me before I blocked him. I don't know if he found the blueprints later and used his advanced skills to create a more powerful bow and arrow. I can't guarantee that those beasts were killed by my bow and arrow. Judge for yourself. Chen Chen couldn't help but be furious upon hearing this. This guy used to use his reputation to advertise his bow and arrow, causing him trouble. Now he even made up rumors about him, saying a bunch of seemingly reasonable things, but each sentence implied, Chen Chen was able to kill so much game, then why did he buy my bow? Moreover, Chen Chen and he blocked each other, and Chen Chen was unable to comment on the deal. Chen Chen was angry. He immediately took out the wolf meat, tore out the tendons, and began to make a bow. You're teasing me, right? I'll tease you to death. After 30 minutes, Chen Chen finally finished making the recurve bow. The quality of the recurve bow reached 60% of the overall level, and the description matched the drawing. Before Chen Chen could initiate the transaction, a system sub-hint appeared in his mind. Ding. After a long period of working as a carpenter, you have accumulated a wealth of experience and achieved a breakthrough in your career. Carpenter. You are a master of all carpentry tools. You have extremely high carpentry skills and are proficient in most techniques. You create blueprints without errors. The quality of the products increases by 30%, and you can customize the appearance and function of the items you create. Recently, in addition to walking around the neighborhood, Chen Chen has been mainly engaged in making various wooden products in the orphanage. Today, his skill level has increased significantly. Chen Chen never thought that his skill level could be improved through training. He thought that he had to wait until the golden liquid in the ball was completely filled before he could improve it by adding points. An unexpected surprise. An additional surprise. Chen Chen's mouth almost cracked to the roots of his ears, and he laughed. Sword of creation. Let's see you die. Chen Chen was in no hurry to make a deal. The more victims, the more people will despise Kaitian Yijian. The change from a carpenter to a carpenter is enormous. Making a recurve bow, which used to take Chen Chen 30 minutes, now takes only 10 minutes, and the quality is impeccable. Recurve bow. The two ends of the bow point in opposite directions, allowing more energy to be retained. With the same draw weight, arrows can be shot harder, and the same shooting speed can be achieved with a smaller bow. Quality. Perfect 100%. Chen Chen has filled in the transaction information and posted it to the transaction channel. Without saying a word, he directly attached the information provided by the system. Transaction. Recurve bow. Introduction. Recurve bow. Bow body quality. Perfect 100%. Trade conditions. 30 kilograms of meat or equivalent value items, preferably electrical goods for those who have not traded with Kaitian Yijian mechanical feeler. I was a fool. I thought you were the best in the world. A recurve bow and perfect quality. Me, the protagonist? Ha ha ha, this kid deserved it for provoking the boss. Pangu opens. I give up. From now on, my boss will be Brother Chen. Xuan girl's mother. Brother Chen, do you want me to warm your bed? I'll go and find you, okay? Iron Teeth Fairy. Choose me. I have a great figure and I can cook. Just let me stay in your hideout. Nuwa fixed the pot. He really sold a bow of excellent quality. Maybe Boss Chen had a gun. Swift Battle Dragon. Unlikely. After all, you can't make a bullet even if you have a gun. I remember Boss Chen himself can make arrows. Leaf. RNM. Sword of Creation. RNM, give me back my money. As soon as the transaction was announced, a lot of responses appeared and Chen Chen watched it with joy. Suddenly, Chen Chen saw something interesting. Kaitian Yijian posted again. Chen Chen laughed even more joyfully. You're hanging me up again, right? If so, I'll let you have fun. Boycott the low-quality player Chen Zhen. Get rid of bad habits. Kaitian Yijian. Chen Zhen has really gone too far. He uses his advantages to trip up those he doesn't like. Everything he said at the beginning about helping each other was a lie. Kai Tian Yijian. Not only did you blacklist me, you also forbade others from communicating with me. Today it's me. Tomorrow it's you. We should team up. Fight the dragon. Come on. Fart cloud in the sky. I think Chen Zhen is a good person and he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. Ms. Chun Fenglu. Yes, you are right. Can I return the bow and arrow to you? Nua mends the pot. My only concern is that boss Chen Zhen does not have enough production capacity. It takes the tendon of one animal to make one bow. Unlike what Kaitian Yijian expected, this time after he sent out the message, there was almost no one to support him. It was not only his usual arrogance and harshness in speaking, but more importantly, Chen Chen had come up with a better alternative. At this point, Chen Chen had just killed 9 beasts, and everyone in the area had seen it, so naturally they didn't want to go against him. When someone they know who is similar to them, or even lower in status, suddenly becomes rich, people tend to feel jealous and resentful, and some even harbor hatred. This is why people like Chao Xin and Kai Tian Yijian initially hated Chen Chen. When a company founded by an acquaintance enters the Fortune 500 list, the people around him will almost certainly be left with nothing but admiration and pride. This is Chen Chen's current situation. When he becomes a leader in the region and shows good qualities, public opinion will naturally be on his side. Faced with Kaitian Yijian's provocation, Chen Chen simply made a note in his transaction. Terms of the transaction. From now on, anyone who trades with Kaitian Yijian will not be able to trade with me. 30 kilograms of meat, or an item of equivalent value. After the transaction information changed, dozens of people who had previously traded with Kaitian Yijian and were dissatisfied no longer had the desire to help Kaitian Yijian. After Chen Chen's response, he looked at the new items on the trading channel again. Battery was found, but freezer transaction information was viewed. Transaction: freezer commercial freezer, capacity 197 liters, energy level 1, manufacturer Jishiji, quality assurance. Transaction terms: 10 gins of meat. Transaction was posted by a player named Three-Legged Ant. Chen Chen immediately found a contact and had a private conversation with him. Chen Zhen: Brother Ma, I want to exchange 9 pounds of offal for a freezer, is that okay? Three-Legged Ant: I'm surprised, it's Brother Chen. Three-Legged Ant: Yes, I'm free now. And this freezer weighs only 25 kilograms. I can swap with you. Chen Zhen: Yes, it is difficult to move something so big. Okay, agree. Chen Chen installed the refrigerator in the first room, but he has not put the wolf meat in it yet. He had to make another trip and then return to install the solar panels before putting the meat in the refrigerator. After the deal, Chen Chen posted on a forum asking anyone with electrical equipment to contact him, promising fair prices. He even mentioned refrigerators. He expected that after this search he would come across many offers. Chen Chen took his long sword and crossbow and came out of hiding again. This time, Chen Chen started searching in a different direction. This time, luck was not so kind. He found mostly resources, but all of it was too heavy for Chen. Chen Chen ran, squinting and looking around. It seems to be getting hotter and hotter. The plants here are a little short of water. Hey, this is in the windrow. Not bad. After being away from home for half an hour, Chen Chen finally found something that satisfied him. Including this jacket, I only have some electronic and mechanical components. If I don't find anything else, I can just move these resources. It may take some time, but the total cost is quite high. After that, Chen Chen searched for another half an hour. In addition to some small things that were already there, he also found a set of cutlery. This cutlery set looks absolutely gorgeous. 8 plates, 2 large bowls, 6 small bowls, a ceramic bowl, and 2 pairs of metal forks, spoons, and chopsticks, all packed into a small box. Chen Chen contacted Wang Yu, who sold Chen Chen 3 pounds of meat and helped him place the set of things in his hideout. They already knew each other well and trusted each other. Wang Yu was short of meat, but Chen Chen was not. In principle, there would be no problem with such a deal. After the deal was done, Chen Chen continued searching and unexpectedly soon found an egg with a diameter of 40 centimeters. The egg is oval in shape, with a pure white shell and black spots scattered on it. Chen Chen looked carefully, and a system message immediately appeared. Egg, hatched directly in the abnormal world, hatched 1 to 3 days after dripping blood, and considered the person who dripped the blood as its sole master. Chen Chen was a little surprised. Such a thing actually exists. Shelter is just a pure science fiction setting. Did superpowers really exist in this world before the game came into play? Thinking about this, Chen Chen cut his finger and dripped blood onto the egg. Once the blood stuck to the eggshell, it was immediately absorbed and disappeared. Chen Chen then felt a trance in his heart and felt a faint connection with the pet egg in front of him. This can be considered a success, right? Chen Chen said, rubbing the eggshell twice with his hand to make sure it hadn't absorbed anything before stopping. The egg was 40 centimeters tall and 30 centimeters wide, making it awkward to carry. Chen Chen wanted to trade with Wang Yu again, but the system reminded him that living beings cannot teleport. There was no other way out, so Chen Chen could only stop his research and bring the large egg back to the shelter. He took out a parachute rope and tied it around the eggshell several times to prevent it from slipping and falling. Chen Chen then picked up the eggshell and ran to the shelter. By this time, Chen Chen saw another person find a freezer and come to him to exchange it. He asked him to wait there until he returned to the shelter, and then made a deal with him, promising to give him another pound of meat. The man was a little dissatisfied at first, but when he saw that he could get an extra pound of meat, he immediately stopped complaining and calmly waited for Chen Chen to make a deal. On his way back, Chen Chen deliberately changed direction, picked up the 3 pieces of iron he had seen before, put them on his back, and returned to the shelter together. Then Chen Chen unexpectedly had a stroke of luck. On his way back, he found a shelter expansion module. Excellent! This module can be placed above the first room of the shelter. If it is raised 1 level, it will be much more convenient for defense and observation in the future. Chen Chen immediately ran back to the shelter, put the large egg in the first room, and then sat down on the chair, breathing heavily. A bit, Chen Chen immediately contacted the person who found the freezer and made a deal with him. When I opened the private message, I found that the mechanical tentacles were looking for me and sent me several messages in a row. Personal message with him in a dream. Looking for him in a dream. Brother Chen, I found a 418-liter freezer. You said you needed it, so I came to find you. Looking for him in a dream. This thing is too big. I can't take it back. It weighs 52 kilograms. Chen Chen, I'm still in the wild. Wait a minute. I'll give you another pound of meat and we can haggle. Chen Chen, Brother Meng, I'm back at the hideout. Keep the freezer lid and we'll trade the freezer. Chen Chen, what do you think if I give you 21 kilograms of offal? Looking for him in my dream? No problem, no problem. I was looking for him in my dream. Brother Chen, please exchange a small amount with me. I am afraid that if I carry so much meat, it will attract wild animals. Looking for him in my dream. I believe in Brother Chen's trustworthiness. Just give me the meat when we return. Chen Chen? Okay, wait a moment. I will send you the transaction. Although he now has such a reputation that he would not break the contract for such a small amount of meat, Chen Chen was still somewhat touched by this man's trust in him. Chen Chen searched the hideout and finally completed the transaction with the other party using the mechanical part. The value of mechanical parts is still relatively high, and using them in transactions is a way to show trust in the other party. After completing the transaction, Chen Chen checked the private message from the mechanical tentacle. Mechanical tentacle. Brother Chen, I will send you a radio. Can you install it outside the shelter? Mechanical tentacle. I made this radio myself. It has all the necessary settings. With this, I can roughly determine the distance between our hideouts. Mechanical tentacle. I also sent this to a few more people. The more people, the more accurate and precise the information I can get. Then I can measure the approximate distance between our players' hideouts. Mechanical tentacle. I have absolutely no other intentions. I will provide relevant information to all interested parties once the distance is known. If you don't want it, forget it. Sorry for disturbing you. Chen Chen stroked the armrest of his chair and looked at the message thoughtfully. This Li Wusong is actually a technical expert. What if he takes away the radio transmitter and reveals the location of my hideout? Chen Chen shook his head. Perhaps only the distance can be measured, but if there are more of them, will they be able to determine my approximate location? I have used bees for something like this before, but the maximum distance a Chinese honeybee can fly from its shelter is less than 20 kilometers, so they can't get any information. With that, Chen Chen turned to the second hive. But the mutant queen's offspring have already been born. Judging by their size, they are much larger than the bees. With the help of the mutant bees, I may be able to determine the distance between the shelters more accurately. There is no need to participate in this experiment and increase the risk for yourself. After thinking about it, Chen Chen immediately replied to Li Wusong. Chen Chen, how did you invent the radio? Did you find the blueprint? Mechanical tentacle. I didn't find anything. I assembled it from electronic components, mechanical parts, wires. I made the watch with my own hands before I came here. I could program them a little easier and then use the microcontroller. After that, I took out the transmitter, imported the data, and ran the clock for a while to get the results. Chen Chen. It's great, although I don't quite understand it. Mechanical tentacle. Brother Chen, I just want to study the situation. I have no evil intentions. Chen Chen. I have thought about it and do not intend to participate in this experiment. But I am also trying out my method, and if it works out, we can exchange data later. Mechanical tentacle. Let me try it myself. Are these supernatural means? Mechanical tentacle. I'm just asking. If it's inconvenient to answer, forget it. Chen Chen. Yes. Mechanical tentacle. Okay, then we'll swap. Li Wusong. Chen Chen frowned and thought, could it be the mod master Muzi centipede from the forum? Doom Shelter was also a popular standalone game in the past. Many people made patches for the game, and the most powerful of them was Muzi Centipede. Eventually, even the developers of the game approached him with an offer to develop the game with him. However, Muzi Centipede refused. Cloudberry, Wugong Muzi Wugong, Li Wusong. Maybe it really is him. Chen Chen shook his head and muttered, who cares? It is enough for us to know that he is a technical expert. Chen Chen looked at his watch and said, let's start planning the shelter and installing the solar panels right now. The rest of the time, we will not spend on research. We will use this time to install solar panels. Chen Chen first took out the shelter expansion module and expanded the room in the first room, taking into account the integrity of the shelter and the bearing capacity of the rock. This time, Chen Chen directly connected the two rooms, increasing the original height of the shelter from 2.5 meters to 5.5 meters, and creating 4 small windows on the outer wall of the cliff. After completing the expansion, Chen Chen immediately began building a 2-story wooden house on the site. The original shelter was 2.5 meters high and covered with a layer of wooden planks. Chen Chen dismantled it and built a new layer of wooden planks at a height of 3 meters. This way, all 3 shelters on the first floor will be the same size, and the second floor is more like a small attic. After receiving the relevant drawing, Chen Chen upgraded his profession to carpenter, and the pace of construction increased significantly. In 30 minutes, Chen Chen completed the second floor and also made a wooden staircase to make it easier to go up and down. After that, Chen Chen lowered a parachute rope from the second floor window, climbed up from below, used long nails to install a whole wall of wooden planks on the stone wall of the second floor, and then installed solar panels on it. Without using any fixing glue, Chen Chen nailed the edge of the photovoltaic panel directly to the wooden board. Then he bartered high-quality wires produced by the Warped World from the trading channel, connected the boards, and connected them to the second floor. Along with the solar panels, a central controller was also found. Chen Chen connected the wires to the central controller and turned it on. A number of parameters, such as power, were immediately displayed on the small screen. The current power generation efficiency is 625 watts, which is quite acceptable. At this time, Meng Lixun also returned to the shelter and immediately exchanged items with Chen Chen. Chen Chen gave the other party 21 kilograms of internal organs, and Meng Lixun wanted to exchange them for Chen Chen's refrigerator lid and mechanical parts. Chen Chen accepted the refrigerator lid and returned the mechanical parts. After that, Chen Chen rewired the wires from the central controller, connected them to the inverter, and used the inverter to convert the electricity to power the freezer. Chen Chen installed the controller and inverter on the second floor and placed the 2 freezers and various resources on the first floor. First, let the freezer cool down, and Chen Chen began to process the wolf meat and pork. Chen Chen made many large and small buckets and filled them with water. He cut the wolf meat into medium-sized pieces again and began to wash off the blood and dust. After the processing was completed, the freezer cooled down and Chen Chen put the wolf meat and pork in it. Freeze it now while it is still light. Do not let it thaw at night when there is no electricity. The 2 large freezers still could not accommodate all the meat, and about 50 kilograms of meat were left outside. Chen Chen simply used this meat for trading. At the same time, the previously announced deal on the offal was cancelled. After several previous deals, there was very little offal left, so Chen Chen kept some of the best ones for himself. Although I can't cook, if you put offal in there and blanch it in water, the taste won't be too bad. After all the amenities were installed, Chen Chen looked around the messy room and began to clean and tidy up the shelter. Neatly organize items into categories, place 2 freezers next to each other, hang items that can be hung on the wall, and place beehives and pet eggs on the second floor. Now that there are no tools like electric welding, Chen Chen can only build the second floor with wooden planks, which cannot bear too much weight. Chen Chen only placed a few important items on the second floor. Chen Chen touched the eggs with black spots on a white background. I don't know what kind of pet it is, but judging by the shell, it looks like a border collie. Then Chen Chen looked at the hive, took out a plate from it, and began to observe it. The first bees have already been born and are being fed by Chinese honeybees. Even the larvae of these bees are larger than Chinese honeybees. Population in the previous hive had reached its limit, and the mutant queen had laid an incredible number of eggs. Chen Chen took 10,000 bees from the old hive and transferred them to the new queen, allowing these bees to raise larvae. The new bees are already impressive in size. Even if the honey they produce doesn't increase their strength, it's still worth it. With that, Chen Chen took out a knife and carved words on the two hives. Let's call the original hive Huafeng number 1 and the new one powerful bee number. First, the mutant bees are called power bees because their mother produces honey that increases strength. It took Chen Chen about half an hour to install the solar panels, so he only has a few minutes left to leave the house today. Chen Chen went down to the second floor, closed the partition between the floors, and went to the workshop to make a window to regulate the temperature. Chen Chen's production speed is now very fast. In a short time, he had made 4 perfect temperature-controlled windows and went upstairs to install them. Only then did Chen Chen begin to deal with various private messages and transaction information. Chen Chen also published the transaction information of the deformed beast. Transaction: Deformed beast meat system. Introduction: The meat of the Sika deer, deformed by the radiation of the warped world, is delicious and high in energy. Eating it can improve physical fitness, strength, and agility. It contains a certain dose of distorted radiation, and its consumption can cause irreversible contamination with distorted radiation. Terms of trade: This is an introduction to the system. Interested parties can exchange it for anything. Its value is slightly higher than the value of animal byproducts. Transaction: Wild boar description. Wild boar meat, seasoned in a special way, mostly fatty, great for increasing energy. It's very tasty to cook rice with lard, isn't it? Exchange conditions: The cost is slightly higher than normal meat, can be exchanged for items of equal value. Mom saw this and said, "How could a human do this? A deformed monster." Little pudding: My shelter was reinforced. A mutant rabbit guarded it all night. When I went out to check today, I found that many places were damaged. If it was just one layer, I would have died. Boss Chen actually created such a huge corpse. Gigi is so good. Li Tianyu: I give up. I give up. From now on, I, Tianyu, will listen to my brother. Jingtian Xiazhong: Too much. I'm just depressed. Leave a comment on the Dragon Strike post. Brother Chen, can you tell me the strategy again like before? I want to learn. Chen Zhen: I recently came up with this plan. I'll post it tomorrow night. Take a bite of snail. Yes. Aside from the accumulation of abnormal radiation, the meat of the deformed beast has almost no drawbacks. Chen Chen believes that some players who really have no food will exchange it. Chen Chen looked through the various comments with a playful expression. My strength really speaks for itself. Now everyone who mentions me is so friendly and nice. Even Jingtian Xiazhong, who was against me at first, now flatters me. There is no news about Fire King Kaoxing. Park Zhengyi doesn't dare mention me. And the monster Garuru, oh, he's gone. After a large number of deaths in the morning, the death toll by noon had not increased significantly. But many people I knew had still died. A little girl born after 2005 named Wang Zixuan, Tu Qin Shihuang, the list of personal messages of these people disappeared. The transaction had just been published, and it took time to be completed. Chen Chen first went to the trading platform Mu to find the goods he liked. First of all, there were various tools, including different types of screwdrivers, wrenches, axes, saws. Chen Chen exchanged everything he didn't have and hung them on the wooden wall in front of the work table. After 7 days of development, the prices of these tools also increased slightly. The most expensive set of screwdrivers turned out to be a set that Chen Chen spent 2 kilograms of wild boar meat to buy. The other tools were cheaper and ranged from 500 to 100 grams of meat. Chen Chen spent a total of 4,350 grams of meat to exchange them. Ding! Collect all the tools and get the achievement Tool Workbench. Tool Workbench Achievement. Collect all the hand tools and your work efficiency will increase by 30%. Chen Chen was very happy when he suddenly heard a hint. I really got the achievement. This is equivalent to an additional boost. After achieving success, Chen Chen immediately began to experiment. Chen Chen took the tools from the workbench and began to make a temperature control window. As a result, this time the work took only 5 minutes, and the quality was still impeccable. Not bad, not bad, Chen Chen muttered, grabbed a wooden plane and threw it outside the shelter. After throwing the plane, the tool bench achievement instantly disappeared. The description remained, but the bonus effect was gone. It seems that after achieving this achievement, I still need the corresponding tools. I think I'll make some money by reselling them. Chen Chen wasn't surprised that the achievement disappeared without the tools. Of course, it was nice to get something for free, and not being able to use this loophole wouldn't affect Chen Chen much. After that, Chen Chen exchanged the pork for some things, such as extension cords. The total length of the replaced wires was 25 meters, and many switches and other parts were also replaced. Almost no one can use it now, so the price is not high. In total, Chen Chen spent more than 5 kilograms of meat to replace everything. And then, there are all sorts of essential items, such as pots and pans, cups, alarm clocks, bed sheets, duvet covers, tea, rice, oil, salt, etc. These things were not of great value, but Chen Chen had a great demand for them, and he ended up spending 15 kilograms of meat to exchange them. After sorting them into categories, Chen Chen finally nodded with satisfaction. Now that we have everything we need to live, we only need to consider 3 things. The first is improving and modernizing the shelter. I still need to buy additional expansion modules for the shelter, find plans for covering the walls with iron sheets, and install some electrical equipment for air filtration as soon as possible, just in case. Secondly, continue to buy and look for things that can increase my own strength. If I meet a wild animal in the wild, for example, a sika deer, I will most likely die. The only way to increase my strength is to increase my chances of survival. Third, it is logistical support. Medicines are not enough. Now, we only have iodine, which can only be used for simple disinfection. If we encounter any disease or wound, we will suffer serious losses. There is also a shortage of drinking water and food. You should pay more attention to stocking up on bottled water and canned food so that you can survive a power outage in your shelter and the inability to go outside. Okay, the goal for the next few days is to constantly upgrade the shelter, collect and search for super energy fruits and square stones, and collect various medicines and cook food. After planning his goals for the next few days, Chen Chen glanced at his watch and found that an hour had passed since the transaction. Chen Chen immediately opened the private message to check. The sender of the message was Snail Sucker. He said that Jingtian Xiaozhong wanted to buy something from Chen Chen, but was blocked. So he gave Sucker Snail 200 grams of meat and wanted to talk to Chen Chen. He also said that this would definitely satisfy Chen Chen, and no matter what the outcome, he would give Chen a knife as a reward. In this way, he would definitely not lose, so Chen Chen removed him from the blacklist. Personal message to Jingtian Xiaozhong. Jingtian Xiaozhong, Mr. Chen Chen, I would like to exchange a recurve bow with you. I hope that its value will be paid for the deformed beast meat and arrows. Yida Xiaozhong. This is my sincerity. Rod, high tensile carbon fiber shaft, extremely strong and durable. Dyneema braided tip, piano finish, strong joints, anti-lock groove design, first-class rod. Jingtian Xiaozhong, home single-leaf security door. Chinese style, triple lock, 4mm thick single-layer steel plate. The frame is tightly integrated with the door frame, good security. Chen Zhen. Your address makes me feel like I have traveled back in time again. Tell me, how much do you want? Jingtian Xiazhong. Then I will change my name. From now on, I will call you Boss Chen. Jingtian Xiazhong. Boss Chen, I expect you to be able to provide me with a perfect curved bow, 20 arrows, 20 kilograms of deformed beast meat, and a temperature control window. The offer was quite reasonable. If it had been anyone else, Chen Chen would have agreed. However, Chen Chen was a little against the way the man planted the seeds in the well field, so he bargained and lowered the price. Chen Chen, this is too much. I can give you a maximum of 10 arrows, 20 kilograms of mangled meat, and a bow. Jingtian Xiazhong. Okay, Boss Chen, I made a deal with you. I hope you won't block me again. Chen Zhen. Okay, let's make a deal. They quickly exchanged items, including the knife that Ida Shimatani had mentioned. It was a small dagger. The fishing rod was in a cylindrical bucket and looked brand new. Chen Chen didn't know how to fish, so he checked it and put it away, making sure that everything was in order. There was something wrong with the door. There were traces of installation and dismantling, so it was not new. Chen Chen sent a private message directly. Chen Zhen, have you used this door before? Jingtian Xiazhong. Yes, Boss Chen. I just installed it after I picked it up today. Seeing that you killed so many beasts, including the mutant beast, I wanted to try it myself, so I took the door off again and put it back into the wooden door, and then sold the door to you. I gave you all the parts of the door, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chen Zhen? Okay. After understanding the situation, Chen Chen finished the conversation with Jingtian Xiazhong. There was no time to go outside today, so Chen Chen put the door aside and planned to install it tomorrow. First, eat meat, then make a recurve bow, and in between, train your body and archery. It was already midday, so I made a small plan and got down to business again. It was only late at night that Chen Chen finished all of this. Looking at the temperature, it dropped to 2 degrees Celsius in the first room. Lying on the leopard skin bed and covering himself with a blanket, Chen Chen gradually fell asleep. I wonder if I'll be able to save up enough gold marbles tomorrow. What kind of pet will hatch from the egg? And if the newborn mutant bees will be able to produce super honey. P.S. This concludes the first volume of 7 Days to Death. If nothing happens, this will be the shortest volume of the book. The chapters are short, but cover a lot of ground, and it will take players a while to adjust, so the pacing doesn't seem to be very good. I think the next volume will be much better. I think many readers will also feel that the distorted world is not just an imposed background board, but a world that can exist independently and has a certain logic. The birth of the distorted world, its various rules and phenomena have their origins, which will be successively revealed in the following chapters. Kitten hey, hey kitty hey, hey kitty. Chen Chen slowly got out of bed, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and began to dress and wash himself. Thinking about his dream, Chen Chen couldn't help but say to himself, "It would be great if a kitten hatched from the egg. I could play with it in my free time." Only then did he notice the system's prompt. Ding! The distorted world had completed its self-renewal. Chen Chen frowned. This is a distorted world update, not a system update. After washing the dishes, Chen Chen took the meat out of the freezer, roasted it on the wood stove, and went out. When the night fell yesterday, the temperature in the refrigerator dropped below 0 degrees, and in the distorted world, the temperature at night was close to 0 degrees, so when Chen Chen opened the freezer, the meat inside was still hard. After leaving the shelter, Chen Chen looked around and felt that nothing had changed. However, when I studied the system interface, I still found some differences. The time spent in the wild had decreased from 8.5 hours to 7.5 hours. Chen Chen checked the regional forum again and found that everyone's time had been reduced. Not proportionally, but by an hour. For players who had not undergone improvements, the time to explore the area per day was reduced to 4 hours. Everything was as Emperor Qi Tian had said. After a 7-day cycle, the abnormal radiation will increase. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, Chen Chen closed the door again and went to the second floor. Chen touched the pet egg for the first time. He was still looking forward to the birth of the pet that had not yet been born, but was somehow mysteriously connected to him. After that, Chen checked box number. One of the powerful bees. The larvae that were born yesterday already had some resemblance to bees. Mutant bees are amazing. They develop so fast. Generally, it takes about 18 days for a bee to fully develop. After arriving in the warped world, Chen found that the development time of Chinese honeybees had accelerated and they could fully develop in 10 days. The mighty bees are even more terrifying. According to the current ratio, it may take them only 3 days to collect honey. Bees are really hard workers. They usually start cleaning the nest and warming the other eggs immediately after laying. After 3 days, you can feed the large larvae and add pollen and honey. After 6 days, you can secrete royal jelly and take care of other bees. However, these new powerful bees have nothing to do. At first, Chen gave the new queen bee 10,000 small bees and asked them to take care of the strong bees. Even the honey they ate was brought from a neighboring house. The mutant queen bee now lays only over 6,000 eggs, which 10,000 small bees can easily handle, leaving no chance for the strong bees to intervene. In the future, all these mighty bees will go out to collect honey and then produce it themselves. They won't be able to feed themselves until the little bees assigned to them die. Chen was filled with anticipation. Of course, if these strong bees can't produce super honey, Chen will remove the 10,000 little bees and let them build new hives. In any case, by then the strong bees will be able to collect honey, so let them take care of themselves. I don't keep slackers in my shelter. I hope that the brain activity of the Hercules bee is higher, and then it will be easier for her to find supplies. Chinese honeybees can only judge food by its warmth and smell. They can't tell the quality of packaged food and the like, so they report it to Chen. If his intelligence improved, he could help Chen find more valuable materials. Chen looked at the central controller again and found that the power was about 500 watts, and the freezer could only work at low power. Everything is fine. It's only morning now. When the sun comes out, I think the power will be enough. After going down to room number 1, Chen silently roasted wolf meat while checking various transaction information. Soon after, Chen's eyes lit up, and he discovered something good. Transaction. Go set description of the system. The chess pieces are made of natural black and white stone, unpolished, of various shapes, slightly heavy to the touch, with a muted and deep shine. The chessboard is made of golden nanmu wood, varnished for a smooth, crack-resistant surface. Terms of the deal: 2 kilograms of meat or equivalent value. Chen was once a keen Go player. Not to mention the natural stones he had been searching for so carefully, he hadn't even seen any jade. He only had a pair of glass ones in his hands. Seeing such a good Go board and selling it at such a low price, Chen couldn't resist sending a private message. Chen. Few people understand Go, and no one plays against me. Please give it to me at a cheaper price. Qin Ning Shuiyue. Does Boss Chen also haggle? Chen, how can you buy something without haggling? I mean, this thing is a bit expensive. Chen. I'm the only one with enough money, so I bought it when I wanted to play. Qin Ning Shuiyue. What if I sell you a pound of meat? It can't be less. Chen. Okay, let's make a deal. Looking at the chessboard in his hand, Chen was so happy that he couldn't help but smile. He picked up the chess piece and found that it was cold to the touch and really heavy, which looked quite unusual. After playing with him for a while, Chen, since no one wanted to play chess with him, put him in the bedroom. After that, Chen exchanged a few small items: a box of bandages, a box of nails, and a 4-piece set of bed linen. Chen took out a piece of meat that looked like a large wolf's leg. The meat was too thick, so he turned it over and cut it with a knife while eating. After wiping his mouth, Chen finally felt satisfied. After I recovered, my appetite increased significantly, and I spent more time eating. I only eat the hind leg of a wolf at a time, and it looks like the remaining meat won't last long. The next step is installing the steel door. Once the installation is complete and the food is almost digested, it's time to head out. The original wooden door of the shelter was simply attached to the wooden wall with 3 large hinges. To close the door from the inside, a wooden beam was placed horizontally on the middle buckle. Chen Chen quickly disassembled the door. Then Chen Chen began to install the door frame. I don't know if it was designed by a warped world, but the door frame fits perfectly with a double-layer wooden wall. Once this door is installed, its protection will be much higher than that of a wooden wall. When the door frame was halfway installed, Chen Chen suddenly heard something moving on the second floor. Chen Chen immediately stopped working and went up to the second floor. As soon as his head passed the second wooden board, Chen Chen saw a round and plump little creature sitting on the ground with its back to him. "Rudder National Treasure!" Chen Chen blurted out in surprise and hurriedly went up to the second floor. The baby seemed to hear the noise and wanted to turn around, but hit his head on the ground and rolled out of the eggshell. However, when he rolled over, he saw Chen Chen and crawled towards him, waving his claws. Chen Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward and picked up the plump little panda. The red panda had no odor and was not covered in slime. Chen Chen even smelled a pleasant aroma. The panda did not look like it had crawled out of an eggshell, but rather like it had just been pulled out of a gift box. Little Gong Gong lay in Chen Chen's arms, and he was not at all afraid. On the contrary, he tried to stand up and hugged Chen Chen with his paws. "Kitten, hey, hey kitty, hey kitty." After holding the little panda for a while, Chen Chen put his butt on the beehive and rubbed the little panda's round face with both hands. "Since you're plump, I'll call you Yuanzai from now on." He carried Yuanzi to the second floor and let him crawl around room 1 while Chen Chen continued to install the security door. Chen Chen is a carpenter by trade and has been doing a lot of manual work lately. Installing the security door was very easy for him and took more than 20 minutes. During the installation, Yuanzi kept crawling towards him, and when he got close, he hugged his legs, causing Chen Chen to linger for a long time. After the installation, Chen Chen petted the panda while checking the trade channel. This morning, someone actually found a super powerful fruit and put it up for sale on the platform. Soon, a crowd of players were watching the game. At first, Chen Chen made 2 offers, but when the other side said that someone had offered 40 kilograms of meat, Chen Chen gave in. Still a bit expensive to buy a super strong fruit with 40 kilograms of meat. After Chen Chen improved his physical fitness, he felt that his strength was increasing much faster than before due to training. Moreover, he still has powerful bees in his hands. As long as these powerful bees produced super powerful honey, Chen Chen wouldn't have to spend a lot of money on it. After all, the fruit of power was bought by the swift dragon. Chen Chen had a certain impression of him and believed that this person had a certain amount of power. However, Chen Chen bought 2 pieces of animal sinew, which he could later use to make a recurve bow. When everything was basically settled, Chen Chen put on his gear and went out into the countryside. Chen Chen stroked the red panda's head and said, "Little panda, wait for me at home. Today's food is 6 kilometers southeast, which is quite far. Moreover, today there are 3 wild beasts in the east, so Chen Chen gave up on further exploration in the east. Now he doesn't have to worry about food and drink, so there's no need to take risks for a little food. If Chen Chen really had no food left and couldn't survive, he would definitely go east to take a risk. After all, if he didn't take a risk, he might die tomorrow. But now Chen Chen is fine. Unless Chen Chen is crazy, he will risk his life, go to the east, and take risks. The risk-reward ratio is too low. Chen Chen continued searching and clearly felt that today's stock was a little more than at the beginning, and the price was also higher, but still much lower than yesterday. Chen Chen still did not pay attention to materials such as wood and stone. When he came across steel products, he would set up a wooden stick tied with a strip of cloth as a marker. Soon, Chen Chen saw the first item of the day, a small first aid kit. Upon seeing the first aid kit, Chen Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly stepped forward to check what was inside. A small roll of gauze, a few surgical needles and threads, 10 bandages, tweezers, a scalpel blade, a small bottle of iodine, a small bottle of alcohol. These are mainly used to treat simple wounds. They are very good in an emergency if you are injured. In fact, Chen Chen wanted to find antibiotics, aspirin, and anti-infective and anti-inflammatory drugs. These drugs could save him from dying at a critical moment. After taking the medicine, Chen Chen continued his search. Someone on a world forum found a drawing of a shelter reinforced with iron. If you wrap wooden boards with a layer of iron, then ordinary animals will not be able to harm the shelter. Wild animals such as bamboo rats can destroy the outer walls of the shelter. But thanks to the iron sheets, these small wild animals are no longer able to destroy them at all. Soon, Chen Chen found supplies again. 3 pieces of cotton piled up in a riot of whiteness. This is just perfect. With the fabric I exchanged, I can make 2 blankets that would be perfect for covering the freezer. Now that the weather is getting colder, many players only have one ground shelter, so when they find cotton and other warm things, they mostly use them themselves. Reducing heat loss can reduce food consumption, which is indirectly equivalent to buying meat. Had his own duvet, so he didn't need to use his almost unused homemade blanket. He could just cover the freezer with it to keep it from freezing. The cotton was a little bulky, but it wasn't heavy, so Chen Chen didn't turn back and continued searching. After that, Chen Chen found 4 more good items. Seeing that it was late, he took them back to the shelter. A gas mask, an electric drill, a bucket of camouflage waterproof paint, and a thermos. After the radiation outbreak on the 7th day, players were able to take some electrical appliances with them when they went out. A meat grinder, a hair dryer, a curling iron, this was enough for Chen Chen to pick up an electric drill. When he reached the shelter, Chen Chen was still carrying cotton on his back and could not get through the barricade he had built. He could only pack his things and move the wooden stakes to clear a path for himself. While moving the barricades, Chen Chen also noticed his own problem. In the future, we should leave a winding path among the barricades to make it easier to get in and out. At night, we can put 1 or 2 more on the barricades to ensure safety. Generally, the beasts that attacked the shelter were rabid and would hardly be able to find a way through the barricades. As for ordinary beasts, Chen Chen was not afraid of them. "Yuanzi, I'm back!" Opening the door with the key, Chen Chen shouted home. "I was gone for 4 hours. This guy must have missed me very much." Chen Chen opened the door with a smile. "Huh? Where is the cat?" Chen Chen put down the things he was holding and walked inside. After the room was expanded, the new rooms had no doors. When Chen Chen entered the first room, he saw a bedroom, but he did not see Yuanzi. "Yuanzi!" Chen Chen shouted as he continued to walk inside. As a result, Yuanzi was not seen in any of the 3 rooms. Where did he go? He couldn't have gone up to the 2nd floor, could he? Chen Chen also became a little worried. How could such a big cat disappear? Crack! At this time, the sound of wooden planks was heard from above. Chen Chen's mood slightly improved and he smiled. Such a small creature can actually climb to the 2nd floor. It can be called an iron-eating beast. Followed him up. "Ah, what have you done?" When Chen Chen reached the 2nd floor, he saw a real mess. The Huafeng No. 1 hive had been knocked down to the ground, and 2 frames of the nest had been torn out and scattered. Yuanzi's muzzle and front paws were covered in honey. When he saw Chen Chen, he whined happily and crawled towards him. Chen Chen picked up Yuanzi, looked at his cute face, and finally couldn't help but hit Yuanzi hard on the head. Yuanzi was initially happily rubbing against Chen Chen, but suddenly he was hit. He was momentarily confused and hugged Datu, smearing his paws with honey. The honey also stuck to his head. This scene made Chen Chen's blood pressure rise. After taking 2 deep breaths, Chen Chen put Yuanzi down on the ground and said sternly, "Sit here and don't move." Then Chen Chen waved his hand to release some of the frantic bees out and began to clean up the scene. After all, there was some connection between Chen Chen and Yuanzi. After Chen Chen's stern warning, Yuanzi froze in place. Chen Chen first carefully checked the hive and found that it was in good condition and no honey was leaking from the other frames. After leveling the hive, Chen Chen took 2 frames outside, scraped off the honey from them, and put them in a container. After washing the nest frames with water, they were put back into the hive. The water for washing the nest frames was poured into a wooden bucket and brought to Yuanzi so that he could wash the honey off his hands and head. But I did not expect that Yuanzi was already lying on the ground, arms and legs spread out sleeping. Chen Chen patted Yuanzi's round belly to wake him up, then dipped his paws into the bucket and washed them clean. He then washed his head and mouth, picked him up, and placed him in a clean place, where he would remain. While washing, Chen Chen also carefully examined Yuanzi's body and found that the baby had thick skin and flesh. Despite the bee sting, the body was completely healthy. Well, I also learned that Yuanzai was a man. However, about 100 bees died from their stings. Chen Chen looked at Yuanzi from head to toe. He was so strong right after he was born. Maybe he could really raise a little divine beast in the future. After the hive was put back in place, the second floor looked less dirty. Although Yuanzai did not have much eating habits, there was not much honey on the floor, so Chen Chen quickly finished cleaning. At this moment, the second floor was cleared. Yuanzai stopped sleeping, pushed away by Chen Chen. It seemed that he finally realized his mistake. He placed both paws on the floor and lowered his head to look at Chen Chen. Seeing him, Chen Chen felt a slight softening in his heart and touched Yuanzai's head. "You like honey, so drink some honey water first. I'll buy you bamboo shoots from the marketplace." Chen Chen placed the bucket in front of Yuanzai. Yuanzi stretched his head out, looked at Chen Chen, then silently lowered his head and turned it to the other side. A vein immediately bulged on Chen Chen's hand that was holding the bucket. And then Chen Chen took a deep breath. Okay. If you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Blame me for not buying you bamboo." Then Chen Chen carried Yuanzi to the second floor and quickly ordered a bundle of bamboo to be brought from the platform. No bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots are also food, but they are quite expensive. Although Chen Chen was unkind and did not buy the bamboo shoots, Yuanzi felt his DNA stir when he saw the bamboo. He happily crawled over to the shoots, grabbed one, and began to chew on it. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and patted Yuanzi on the head. "Now you can't eat anything by yourself, got it? You can only eat what I tell you to." Chen Chen repeated this several times, gesturing and explaining to Yuanzi. After giving him a 10-minute lecture, Chen Chen finally checked the trading channel. I didn't expect to find anything good with this look. Transaction: lead acid lithium ion battery seller, sky flying fish. Introduction: there are two types of 2 kilowatt-hour batteries commonly used in RV electric vehicles. Friends who have power generator equipment should not miss this option, and those who do not can also stock up on it in advance. Terms of the deal: 40 kilograms of meat or food products of equal value. There is another store that sells solar panels, but they only cost 4 and do not have a central controller. Either the man only found 4 boards or he kept the rest for himself. Chen Chen immediately contacted both of them. Private message to Sky Flying Fish. "Chen Chen, I want to replace this battery. How about 40 kilograms of pork or a recurve bow and 10 kilograms of meat?" Sky Flying Fish: "Just 40 kilograms of meat, Brother Chen. I just want to save up enough to eat now." Chen Chen: "Okay, let's make a deal." Chen Chen took the meat out of the freezer and spent a long time cutting it with a straight tang knife before he collected enough wild boar meat, 40 kilograms, and sold it to another participant. Flashed, and Chen Chen also received 2 heavy black boxes with many interfaces. They looked like batteries produced by a large manufacturer. Chen Chen took the box and went to the second floor. Reaching the stairs, Chen Chen turned around and warned Yuanzi again, "Don't rummage around here and disturb me." After going upstairs, Chen Chen disconnected the circuit and began to connect the lead-acid lithium-ion battery. I completely forgot. I'd better ask Li Wusong. Chen Chen had seen the instructional videos on RV wiring before and had taken the relevant electrical courses. But his memory was still a little unclear, so he immediately sent a private message to Li Wusong. Li Wusong was indeed an important person and quickly gave Chen Chen a reply. At the same time, he expressed envy for Chen's electrical appliances. Chen Chen quickly connected all the lines according to the instructions, and the solar panels began to charge the batteries. Yes, more than 1,000 watts of electricity are generated at noon. At night, I reduce the power of the freezer, and this is more than enough. While assembling the circuit, Chen Chen completed the deal for the supply of solar panels, exchanging 10 kilograms of meat for 450 by 50 centimeter panels. Chen Chen took the rope of the umbrella and was about to lower it from the second-floor window. But his extremely sharp eyes spotted a wildebeest nearby, no more than 100 meters away. This is truly a distorted world. A few days ago, I saw a jaguar, and today, a wildebeest. At the same time, Chen Chen realized that this was a great opportunity. If he sneaked up quietly, he could kill the wildebeest. The GNU was eating grass with its head down, and it was definitely not an ugly animal. With a crossbow in hand, I am only afraid of mutants and carnivores. The GNU is not dangerous to deal with. Not to mention that we are not far from the shelter. Chen Chen's thought immediately began to work. Chen Chen immediately ran downstairs, put on his gear, took a long sword and a crossbow. Before leaving, Chen Chen strictly ordered Yuanzi to stay at home and not go out. Then he opened the door, jumped off the stone platform, and quietly walked towards the wildebeest. The area around Chen Chen's hideout is mostly bushes, and there are almost no tall trees. Luckily, Chen Chen's outerwear is completely camouflage, so it's not easy to spot him hiding in this area. When I was a kid watching Animal Kingdom, I think the narration mentioned that wildebeests have poor eyesight. Slowly moving forward, Chen Chen thought, the lion might be hiding 10 meters away, so it won't be difficult for me to shoot a bow from 30 meters away. 100 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. Chen Chen held his breath, quietly raised the crossbow, mounted the microfiber arrow, and aimed the camera at the wildebeest. Although Chen Chen had practiced archery a lot recently, he still didn't have confidence in himself. After thinking about it, he gave up on shooting at the head and aimed the scope at the torso. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the grass towards the gnu and instantly pierced its stomach. Moo! Moo! The gnu raised its front legs in pain and moaned continuously. Then a pair of blood-red eyes looked at Chen Chen, and all four legs rushed towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen was loading a new arrow when he saw the blood-red eyes of the antelope. Without thinking twice, he quickly fired and turned around to run back. Chen Chen is now in excellent shape. In the wild, he can run 100 meters in less than 11 seconds, and with his 4.6 frame, he can maintain that speed for 500 meters. But the wildebeest was faster. Although his speed was reduced by the arrow, he was still closing the distance on Chen Chen. Hurry! 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 Chen Chen ran like crazy, and in his heart he complained, "This wildebeest is a mad animal. How can it graze there peacefully?" Usually, a rabid animal will behave calmly if it does not see the player, but if it sees the player or a shelter, it will definitely go berserk and attack. For some reason, this wildebeest was eating grass over there, which made Chen Chen make a bad decision. As he ran, Chen Chen quickly turned his head and then just as quickly turned around. With his keen eyesight, Chen Chen discovered that the wildebeest was only 10 meters away from him, and he was still 30 meters away from the chevaux de frise. Running close to the barricade, Chen Chen saw that the wildebeest was only 2 meters away from him. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, took a big step and jumped 30 centimeters forward from the barricade, then stopped a little and abruptly threw his legs towards the narrow passage on the side. When the genu saw Chen Chen stop for a moment, she immediately lowered her head and rushed at him. Chen Chen rushed into the passage, and then the gnu crashed into the chevaux de frise, almost knocking it over. At the same time, the chevaux de frise also injured the gnu, and the sharp wooden spikes penetrated the flesh of the animal's shoulder. The gnu shook his head violently, and it took him a few seconds to free himself. But when he raised his red eyes again to look for him, he found that Chen Chen had already climbed onto the stone platform of the shelter. Only after he returned to the shelter and closed the door behind him did Chen Chen calm down. After being hit by 2 arrows, I don't think he can hold out for long. Chen Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked up to the second floor with Yuanzi in his arms. Although the wildebeest doesn't run away when it goes crazy, such a strange, crazy animal is still a bit unusual. No one has ever mentioned this on the World Forum. Crazy animals should also be more aggressive when they eat grass. Even after being shot with 2 arrows, he could still run that fast. Is this due to the physical condition of the wildebeest, or is there something wrong with this wildebeest? Generally speaking, if animals go crazy, their strength does not increase much, but they pose a greater threat as they will attack players viciously. Only deformed beasts can completely change their form and greatly increase their strength. After reaching the second floor, Chen Chen leaned on the windowsill and looked at the wildebeest below. He was still full of energy, furiously ramming his horse, and the second arrow that Chen Chen shot at his back fell to the ground. Chen Chen shook his head. This is definitely not normal. But if he continues to act like this, he will die sooner or later, so there is nothing to worry about. After saying this, Chen Chen looked at his hand. He had fallen too hard just now, and the skin on his hand was scratched. It was not a big problem. Just find a bandage and wait calmly for the wildebeest to die, so we can take the loot. With that, Chen Chen led Yuanzi down. In fact, Chen Chen didn't know that the reason why this wildebeest had such a high vitality was mainly because it ate a superfruit when it was still slightly crazy. This superfruit doesn't smell when it's not picked, but this wildebeest ate it while foraging. It can be said that it was very lucky. After eating the superfruit, the wildebeest suppressed its aggressive aura a little. Although its strength had increased significantly, its mind remained clear. After Chen Chen shot an arrow at the wildebeest, the animal went berserk, and its remaining common sense vanished into thin air. After applying the bandage, Chen Chen checked the trading channel, hoping to exchange it for something worthwhile. But soon after, Chen Chen suddenly heard an extremely loud mooing of a cow, and the impulse was so strong that even Chen Chen flinched. Chen Chen glanced at Yuanzi, who was standing next to him. Yuanzi continued to chew the bamboo calmly. Chen Chen, is this the confidence of the iron-eating beast? He is completely fearless. In fact, when Chen Chen was outside just now, Yuanzi was anxiously waiting for him at the door, but Chen Chen did not allow him to leave the shelter, so he could only whine there. Now, it seems that he is not afraid of himself, but is worried about Chen Chen. This may be because the pandas are too strong. In the wild, they encounter few wild animals that could pose a threat to them and eat little meat, so pandas have become lazy and friendly. Chen Chen hurriedly climbed to the second floor, removed the temperature control window, and looked outside. The wildebeest had already broken through the 2 rows of barricades and was now standing between them, howling loudly. Its muscles were shaking wildly, and its 4 legs were stamping on the ground. Then Chen Chen saw that the arrow he had shot into the wildebeest's stomach was slowly being pushed out by it. At the same time, all 4 hooves of the wildebeest were starting to turn grey. Chen Chen's eye twitched. He realized that the wildebeest was turning into an ugly beast. Chen Chen quickly took out his crossbow, loaded it with a microfiber arrow, took aim, and fired at the wildebeest. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the wildebeest's back, but was quickly pushed out. Moreover, the wildebeest stepped on the arrow so hard that it broke. Chen Chen's heart sank. There were only 10 modern arrows here. Chen Chen waved his hand and immediately summoned 5,000 small bees to attack the wildebeest. The GNU is almost completely deformed, so it is definitely impossible to pierce its skin. But at least the bees can sting its face and damage its eyes. Then Chen Chen brought a large bundle of arrows of his own making. All of them were of excellent quality. While they're still not as good as the microfiber ones, they've proven to be far more effective than the ones that were used to shoot seeker deer in the beginning. Outrageous! Seeker deer didn't have that kind of strength back then. How could they pull out a barbed arrow? What kind of animal is that? The incident happened suddenly, and Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss for the reason. However, Chen Chen did not hesitate to shoot arrows at the spotted deer. After a while, more than 10 arrows were stuck in the wildebeest's body. It takes time for the GNU to push out the arrow, but Chen Chen shoots very quickly. However, these arrows are not as powerful as the microfiber arrows and cannot penetrate deeply into the flesh. Moo! Chen Chen fired 10 more arrows, and then the yak howled and completely transformed into a deformed beast. Then hit his head on the crossbar of the chevaux de frise, knocking the bee out of his eye. The yak had turned into a distorted beast, and Chen Chen discovered it turns out that the scarlet eyes of a distorted beast can not only be seen at night, but Chen Chen can now see the bloody eyes of the wildebeest in front of him, glowing red even in broad daylight. At this moment, Chen Chen was also furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "The stone platform of my shelter is 1.5 meters high. I don't think you can still do much damage by jumping from such a height. Many ants can kill an elephant. If you waste a few more arrows, I will definitely wear you out." Gaze focused, and he began to shoot arrows at the mutilated wildebeest one after another. The wildebeest continually destroyed and scattered the barricades, gradually advancing towards the hideout. Soon, many arrows were pierced into the wildebeest's body, 2 of which penetrated directly into the side of its muzzle. Note that Chen Chen didn't aim for the head, but the skull of the mutilated wildebeest was too hard, and the rest of the arrows bounced off directly. Long-term archery made Chen Chen's archery skills more skillful and accurate. For a while, and Chen Chen's expression changed as he looked at his full career panel. I simply instructed the bees to continuously accumulate liquid, and at this critical moment, the golden ball filled with liquid. Chen Chen immediately sensed this and discovered that this golden ball had 2 functions. First, the golden ball could be used to directly add points to existing professions, allowing the profession to level up, just like how a carpenter could be upgraded to a carpenter. Secondly, the golden ball can be used to open up new career opportunities according to Chen Chen's wishes. To do this, he needs to have a certain idea of the career he wants to open up. For example, Chen Chen now feels that if he adds some archery skills, he will probably open the archer profession to improve his archery skills. But he can't get as many points as he wants. Without a little relevant experience, it is impossible to start a new career. If Chen Chen wanted to add some dance-related professions but he knows nothing about it, it would be a waste of a golden ball. Adding points to the carpenter profession can directly upgrade it to master carpenter. But Chen Chen thought that the current carpenter profession is enough, so he did not add points. Let's try adding beekeeping. This gold profession always seems unusual. Chen Chen focused his gaze on it. The beekeeper profession that appears at the beginning of the game is the same as the one on the All Professions panel. Both are gold, and the other 2 professions are just white. The carpenter profession remained white after the upgrade. Thoughts shifted, and the golden ball was about to appear in the beekeeper profession. But the ball only moved slightly, and then stopped responding. Chen Chen felt that the power of the golden ball was not enough to add points to the beekeeper. Chen Chen was a little shocked. Really that strong? Is it because they lack strength? Or is the profession already at the highest level? The wildebeest was still rampaging outside. Chen Chen did not hesitate. Realizing that he had failed, he immediately turned his attention to the garbage collector profession. Knowing how to search in the wild is productive. These days, scavenger children are as important as beekeepers. This time, there were no accidents. The liquid from the golden ball slowly flowed into the child who was digging through the trash, following Chen Chen's thoughts. A golden light illuminated the entrance to the room where the scavenger child lay. But soon, the light faded and a whole new profession emerged. Wildlife survivor hunter. You possess exceptionally keen insight and uncanny vision. You clearly see everything within a 50-meter radius and track prey using clues. You are skilled in archery and can masterfully craft and use various traps. Your archery strength is increased by 20%. As soon as the new profession appeared, Chen Chen felt countless knowledge and feelings arise in his mind, and he felt a familiar feeling related to the crossbow in his hand. Chen Chen calmly loaded the arrow, aimed at the wildebeest, and 3 seconds later pulled the trigger. Call. The arrow flew towards the wildebeest's head and entered straight into its eye socket. The moo! Wildebeest neighed and roared, but Chen Chen continued to steadily pull the bowstring. Then another arrow was released. Call. This time the arrow did not enter the eye socket, but only pierced the neck. Call. The third arrow hit the wildebeest in the eye socket, and it fell to the ground, struggling with the last drop. After the wildebeest fell to the ground, Chen Chen no longer attacked, but stood in front of the window and calmly felt the changes that the new profession brought with it. After a long moment, Chen Chen smiled contentedly. It's such a wonderful feeling. The crossbow is no longer a tool in his hand, but as if it has become a part of his body. The arrows that fly out also obey his will, as if a new world has opened up. This time, the Revenant Hunter entry finally changed color, becoming blue, which distinguishes it from the regular carpenter profession. Before adding points, Chen Chen believed that in the original career path, the scrap collector's next career should be wilderness wanderer, and the archer's first career should be crossbowman. However, I didn't expect that in the process of adding points, the scavenger child and the profession being formed would merge with each other and turn into the current wildlife hunter. The description of the wildlife hunter suggests that it is very strong. His powers of observation are far superior to those of a scavenger child, and his archery skills are probably as good as those of a crossbowman. He also has other abilities. Wildlife hunters can rely on their own experience in finding tracks of wild animals and also know how to make various traps to catch them. They are more adapted to the conditions of the wild than the representatives of the other two professions. After obtaining the Wild Hunter this time, Chen Chen's eyesight finally improved, reaching the level of eagle vision, and he can now clearly distinguish words of 2 square centimeters from up to 50 meters away, which is an astounding improvement. However, due to the peculiarity of the field of vision, if something obscures your view, you will not be able to see the objects behind it. Chen Chen once again clearly felt that he no longer needed to be afraid of meeting wolves, leopards, and other wild animals in the wild. He could hunt these animals without relying on shelter. After a while, the deformed wildebeest stopped moving and eventually died. Chen Chen came out of the shelter, dragged the body of the wildebeest back to the shelter with great difficulty, and began to decompose it. Has a fur similar to that of a sika deer. Both are very tough. The only difference is that the muscles of the wildebeest seem to have hardened, making it difficult to cut. What is this? A second-level aberration? The metal part that resulted from this wildebeest's mutation is on the hoof. The size of the hoof did not change, but many twisted lines appeared on its surface. After removing it, Chen Chen placed it next to the antlers of the sika deer. Deformed beast iron, a byproduct of deformed beasts, extremely durable and containing a certain amount of deformed power. According to the system description, it seems like a good thing, but Chen Chen hasn't found a use for it yet and can't process it. Each treatment of the body uses a huge amount of water, and each person's share in foreign trade is only 100 kilograms per day. Therefore, today, water sellers no longer give it out daily, but calculate it by weight. 10 kilograms of water are equal to about 150 grams of meat. However, Wang Yu never told Chen Chen about this. He brought water whenever Chen asked for it. Later, he sold water by weight, wanting to give Chen a discount. Chen Chen refused. He had plenty of supplies, and there was no point in being so stingy with Wang Yu. However, Chen Chen uses a lot of water, and Wang Yu's water alone is often not enough for him. This time, while processing the wildebeest, he used up all of Wang Yu's trade and bought from others. After dealing with the corpse, Chen Chen was just about to ask Pangu to open a shop and process leather for him again, but he didn't expect that Pangu had already sent him a private message about opening a shop. Pangu. Beginning. Brother Chen, I processed all the leather for you. I will sell it to you when I have time. Now Chen Chen, why is it so fast this time? Did you find the blueprints? Pangu's discovery? No, I wasn't that lucky. I found it while browsing the trade channel and bought the leather-making blueprint at a high price. Pangu started my business. I had the skills, but I lacked the tools, so the quality of the leather I made at first was only good. Opening. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I practiced with other people's skins a few more times and only started making your things when the quality reached an excellent level. All 8 wolf skins are of excellent quality. The deer skin of this beast is too tough, so I could only make excellent quality skins. There are also fox skins. Pangu's discovery. Actually, if there is a suitable machine, I can produce excellent quality leather without drawings. Chen Chen. Okay, I understand. Now, pass it on to me. Chen Chen used the things he had pawned to open Pangu's shop in exchange for the skin, and then initiated a deal with him. Pangu's introduction. Brother Chen, you are a miracle. This is another deformed beast skin, and it is a wildebeest skin. Chen Chen. Well, you can trade these things to me again and continue helping me make animal skins. The reward this time is 300 grams of meat. Pangu opens his shop. Brother Chen, I trust you. If you have animal skins in the future, just give them to me directly. You can just pawn them there. Chen Chen. Okay. The reason Pangu opened his business with such enthusiasm was mainly because he took advantage of Chen Chen's influence. After the players learned that Chen Chen had given the furs to Pangu Kaichang, they all handed over their spoils to him, allowing him to make a small profit. Compared to the benefits that Chen Chen brought him, the skin improvement was naturally insignificant. Chen Chen looked at the time and found that he had less than an hour left to go out. Although he had now obtained the profession of a wild beast hunter and hunting them was easy, Chen Chen gave up the idea of going out because he did not have enough time. Of course, the remaining time could not be wasted. Chen Chen came out of the shelter and repaired and rearranged the barricades. He also spent some meat and bought firewood from the energetic girl Guo Dagan to expand the barricades again. Hanging the mutant wildebeest meat on the platform naturally caused everyone to be surprised. In their hearts, Chen Chen's position as the leader of the region was once again strengthened, and his ranking at the top of the world rankings rose again. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I consider that it takes 5 minutes to make one temperature control window, I can probably make about 60 temperature control windows today, which is a very good income. A perfect thermostat at current market prices could be exchanged for about 2 kilograms of meat. Just half a day at the shelter, Chen Chen could add more than 50 kilograms of meat to his assets. Moreover, such a business can continue for a long time. In 10 days, when everyone has installed Windows, many will probably expand their homes, and the demand for Windows will increase again. Before 11 o'clock, when the temperature adjustment window reached more than 30, Chen Chen suddenly realized the problem. I had previously made a statement that I would no longer trade with anyone who traded with Katian Yijian. However, from yesterday to today, he has only made 9 bars, and this number cannot satisfy the needs of the players. It's okay for 1 or 2 days, but if it continues for a long time, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the players, and then the criticism will be directed at me. Thinking about this, Chen Chen immediately stopped working on the temperature control window and began making the bow. The number of recurve bows is limited by the number of animal tendons, but other ropes can be used instead. After making the bow body, Chen Chen can use 2 parachute rope cores as a bowstring. Although the capacity will decrease, it will no longer depend on the production capacity. To make a bowstring from animal tendons, Chen Chen first needs to separate the tendons into thin threads, then twist 10 threads into a rope, and then twist all the ropes and tendons into a whole bowstring. In the past, it took Chen Chen about 10 minutes to make a recurve bow, and a third of that time was spent on stringing the bowstring. After all, Chen Chen was just a carpenter, so stringing the bowstring did not give him any bonuses. That was the strength of the carpenter profession. Although the bowstring made by Chen Chen is not perfect, the profession of carpenter directly adds 30% to the quality of the wooden product, so it will be made flawlessly. After thinking about this, Chen Chen began to feverishly make recurve bows. He could make one in 7 to 8 minutes, and then tie it with an umbrella rope to finish the job. By 11 o'clock, Chen Chen had made more than 20 recurve bows. Since the power had decreased, Chen Chen also lowered the price a little. A bow could be exchanged for the equivalent of 25 kilograms of meat. Stretching, Chen Chen looked at Yuanzi sleeping at his feet, feeling warm and peaceful. Yuanzi is still very dependent on himself. He likes to hug Chen Chen's legs when he has nothing to do and even asks Chen Chen to eat bamboo. In fact, the main reason why Yuanzi ate honey was because of Chen Chen. The newborn bear did not know anything, so Chen Chen did not give any instructions. In particular, he did not leave any food for Yuanzi. When Yuanzi smelled the honey he liked, he naturally gave in to instinct and began to eat it. Yuanzi would be too difficult to identify by nature. Chen Chen bent down and picked up Yuanzi. Looking at the still stunned Yuanzi, who had just woken up, he said, "If the jade is not polished, it will not become a useful tool. I will definitely intensify your training in the future so that you become stronger and stronger." Yuanzi was still happily extending his claws towards Chen Chen, completely unaware that his best days were over. Suddenly, Yuanzi's two small ears moved. He looked towards the protective door and shook his entire body, letting Chen Chen know that he wanted to approach the door. Chen Chen didn't understand yet, but seeing Yuanzi struggling, he pushed him to the ground. Yuanzi immediately took a few steps towards the door, and Chen Chen followed him. Yuanzi crawled towards the door, patted the iron door with his claws, and looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen scratched his head, looked at Yuanzi, and said, "Are you asking me to open the door?" Yuanzi knocked on the door again. Chen Chen still had 20 minutes left outside, so he opened the door for Yuanzi. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Yuanzi ran out, shocking Chen Chen. Chen Chen pushed the door and leaned out. I found Yuanzi lying on the corner of the stone platform, seemingly gnawing on something. The creature squeaked, but soon froze. Chen Chen then saw Yuanzi holding a bamboo rat in his mouth and calmly walking back to the shelter. Chen Chen was a little stunned. He shivered and quickly closed the door. The cold wind howled in the desert at night. The temperature inside the first room was currently only 1 degree Celsius, and the felt temperature in the wild was definitely below zero. Chen Chen understood a little. It turned out that the baby smelled bamboo rats outside, so he decided to open the door and hunt them. Chen Chen thought hard and remembered that there was a documentary about this once, I think. Pandas eat bamboo almost every day and rarely eat meat. Both bamboo rats and pandas eat bamboo. When pandas encounter bamboo rats, the bamboo rats become their snack. Seeing Yuanzi skin a bamboo rat in a few seconds and happily eat the meat, Chen Chen became even more determined in his decision. When Yuanzi rushed forward, he was like a snow leopard, with a speed that was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary red panda. After patting Yuanzi's head, Chen Chen put all the things he wanted to sell on the platform. Chen Chen was worried that there were too few players with money, and he had so many good things, but he couldn't sell many of them. From now until now, a lot of mutant beast meat has been sold, and several temperature control windows have also been sold. Of course, I exchanged many mechanical and electronic components, as well as plastic, steel, rubber, and plastic steel products. I even exchanged a set of clothes and shoes, all in the original packaging. However, Chen Chen was a little disappointed that he could not exchange money for valuable things like batteries. Seeing that it was already late, Chen Chen followed the previous agreement and posted the message: "Survival and experience of the warped world. Hypothesis: Chen Chen. It has been 8 days since we entered the warped world. I think everyone has some experience of survival and discovery. I will share my experience first. 1. The superpower fruit is a good thing that can quickly increase strength. I have eaten several of these fruits. In my experience, the superpower fruits of the physical type have the highest value. Dexterity and strength are about equal. Strength is more important at an early stage, and dexterity is more important at a later stage. Constitution is related to such parameters as recovery, endurance, and defense. The most important thing is that each additional point of physical fitness increases our ability to survive in the wild by 1 hour longer. Agility does not greatly increase running speed, but it significantly improves reaction time and limb flexibility. Might be because my strength hasn't increased. I guess my running speed will increase a lot after I get stronger. I haven't tasted the fruit of intelligence yet, so I don't know. 2. The mutant beast is a mutant that evolved from a rabid animal. The mutant beast's fur is defense. Moondrum. Although this world is called warped, all life forms in it are growing rapidly, and the growth cycles of animals and plants are shortened. It is unclear whether this will affect players in any way. Nangavda. After studying the drawings, even if you know nothing about them, provided you practice a lot, The success rate and the quality of the products will increase and even reach perfection. I have divided the production of drawings into 3 stages. The first stage is to bring the production of this drawing to perfection, and then, with a little effort, you can slightly change the manufactured product. In the second stage, after reaching perfection and a certain level of achievement, you can make significant changes to items and replace various production materials to enhance the effects of items. In the third stage, the launch conditions are unclear, but you can draw conclusions from one instance to another. Even if you do not have a drawing, you can still use the production experience of other drawings to create the effect of the drawing. Eindavde. This post only contains some experience, so I don't think it will be selected for the World Forum. If this is true, then in order to participate in the World Forum, it is necessary to publish reliable facts about the world of distortions. Thanks to the reaction of the warped world to this post, we can get a clearer picture of the standards of the warped world. 6. After the 7th day of the warped world update, the author of the post can now delete it, but only 3 posts can be deleted per day. I hope this post will be about sharing experiences. Only experiences can be published. I will delete the rest of the content. Of course, the comments below are free. After publication, the post immediately caused a response. Chen was that not only were there no players maliciously leaving comments under the post, but everyone was commenting on Chen's post, and many players with professional knowledge were also sharing their discoveries. Survival and experience of the deformed world. Hypothesis. Chen, energetic girl. Guo Dagang. Huh? Is it still possible? Obtain information by choosing a distorted world. I am the protagonist. Brother Chen is invincible. Girl's mother. Zuan. 666. Hurry up and lead us out of danger, Boss Chen. Or you can take me with you first. Rice flowers blowing in the wind. Regarding the third point Brother Chen mentioned, I have also seen similar results in the past few days. I am studying to be an agronomist, so I exchanged a small amount of seeds and experimented with them. I've noticed that plants grow just as well in the wild as they do in the shelter. The same goes for the insects I raise. Their growth has accelerated, but I'm not sure ours will grow any faster once they become players. So I hurt myself and the plants again, and I found that the plants healed faster, but my recovery rate remained the same. As for the insects, they were too small and died immediately after being hit. Newer fixes the pot. I understand. Next time I want to buy food, I'll come to you. Energetic girl. Guo Dagan, regional channels are still better. No limit on the number of responses. Quick battle with a dragon. I met a crow this afternoon. It was much larger than I imagined, with shiny black feathers. But the most important thing was that she was incredibly smart. Not like a crazy creature at all, but rather like a spiritual monster, Chen. Oh, I forgot to mention. I suspect it was the bird that ate the super energy fruit. Compared to the beginning, the players seemed to chat less. Although there are still some stupid people around, they will still be reliable when it comes to serious matters. Players no longer speak from the perspective of an online player. The incident with Kaitian Yijian made them realize that there is a price to pay for speaking carelessly. Chen was reading other people's speeches when he noticed Yuanzi walking towards him with a small piece of bamboo rat in his mouth. Stop, Chen raised his hand. Then Chen gestured at Yuanzi. Hey, eat it yourself. Got it? Eat it yourself. Then Yuanzi was silent for a moment, then turned his back to Chen, leaned against the leg of his chair, and continued eating. Chen. After a while, Yuanzai finished eating and Chen was almost done watching, so he asked Yuanzai to follow him. Chen took out a small bucket, put it in front of Yuanzi, and began to wash his face in another bucket. Seeing this, Yuanzi did not move and just looked at him stupidly. Chen hit Yuanzi on the head and said, "Go learn from me. Wash your paws and face." Yuanzi is also very smart. May not understand other things, but he understood the command after me and immediately began to wash himself, imitating others. After finishing washing the dishes, Chen saw Yuanzi playing in the water. He immediately grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. After checking, I found that some places were still not clean, so I washed and wiped them myself. After doing all this, Chen Chen felt sleepy and returned to the bedroom to sleep. So the next day, Chen Chen woke up and, as usual, let the bees explore the surroundings while he washed himself and prepared breakfast. Chen Chen, looking at the powerful bees, found that there were more than 1,000 of them, capable of collecting honey. He immediately organized the dispatch of a large number of bees to collect honey. Tonight, we will find out whether the newborn strong bees can produce super honey. Chen Chen left behind 200 strong bees that could go out into the wild and began testing their physical fitness and intelligence. About his physical form, his large size alone shows that his fighting strength is incomparable to that of a small bee. After several experiments, Chen Chen found that the carrying capacity of this powerful bee was 3 times that of the Chinese bee. Its flight speed was also faster, and its exploration range was estimated to be much greater than that of the Chinese bee. Chen Chen also experienced the sting of the mighty bee. Although the sting of the mighty bee is larger than that of the Chinese bee, it can penetrate Yuanzai's skin and apparently contains a small amount of poison. But, like the Chinese bee, its sting has barbs that connect to the internal organs, so after the attack, the bee will definitely die. The powerful bee stung him only once, and Yuanzi ran around in pain. Chen Chen wanted to touch his fur to console him, but he suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity and immediately began gesturing. See? That's how strong bees are. If I hadn't stopped you last time, you would have been stung by hundreds of these bees. Yuanzi suddenly stopped, and his small eyes showed an expression as if to say, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Chen Chen. After a short silence. Chen Chen. You don't believe it, do you? Then I won't care about you and we'll just see the aftermath. At the same time, Chen Chen mentally gave an order, allowing these 200 powerful bees to fly towards Yuanzi at the same time. Yuanzi was so scared that he rolled and ran away. After spinning around on the second floor for a few times, he ran to the stairs, grabbed the side supports with his claws, and slid down. Chen Chen saw that the effect was good. This child can really run so fast, Dali Feng just needs to train him properly. Chen Chen didn't expect that he could develop a training program on his own. At first, he was a little worried that Yuanzai would be too lazy and not train properly. It's okay, nothing to worry about. After letting Yuanzai run for 30 minutes, Chen Chen finally drove away the powerful bees. At the same time, let those powerful bees coat their hind legs with honey and stay in place. Today, we will send these 200 powerful bees on a long journey to find shelter in distant places. I think not many of these 200 bees will return, but if even one finds a new shelter and tells me, it will be a profit. Knowing the distance to each shelter will help you make better plans for the future. When Yuanzi, out of breath, finished running, Chen Chen immediately led him to a prepared bucket of water. Yuanzi, without listening to his instructions, began to drink in large gulps. Next to the bucket, on a plate, there was meat that Chen Chen had cut up to provide Yuanzai with energy and protein. Today, Chen Chen had grilled boar. He was already full, so he cut off a large plate for Yuanzai. Now, only a small half was left on the grill. However, Yuanzai had an incredible appetite. After eating everything on the plate, he still wanted more. Chen Chen couldn't keep up with his frying speed. In the end, Chen Chen just cut up the raw meat for Yuanzi to eat and only stopped after cutting off another 2 pounds. At this time, the Chinese bees that had flown out of their nests were gradually returning, bringing news of wild animals and food. The bees that had returned from the south today looked very excited. Judging from previous experience, this was exactly the kind of excitement they felt when they discovered the superfruit. However, the situation was unfavorable. There were 2 large wild beasts 300 meters away from the food. It was dangerous to go there. Chen Chen frowned. If it were 2 slightly larger predators, with my current archery skills, it would be only a little problematic to deal with them. If they were 2 mad beasts, I would have a hard time dealing with them. If they were 2 deformed beasts, my life would be in danger. After much thought, Chen Chen finally made a decision. Go. My eyesight has improved greatly. I can watch from afar. Whether their eyes are red or mutants, Chen Chen muttered. As long as they are not mutants or crazy beasts like tigers, I can handle them. And one more thing. If I don't go and they don't eat the superfruit, it will be terrible. Having made his decision, Chen Chen waved his hand to release the prepared strong bee. Since Chen Chen's hideout was built on a cliff, these powerful bees could only explore the area to the south and ignore the mountains to the north. These strong bees would probably disappear for 2 or 3 days. When they return, they will naturally know how far away the shelter is. If they can't return, it will only mean that the distance between our shelters is very large. Chen Chen touched Yuanzai's head, told him not to cause trouble, and went to get his equipment. This time, Chen Chen just jogged as a warm-up to keep his body in top shape. Along the way, Chen Chen also found a blueprint for making an axe. He was very lucky. It took 20 minutes to get within range of the two beasts. Has passed since the bees discovered the beasts, reported the news, and now Chen Chen doesn't know where the two beasts went, so he needs to investigate. Chen Chen called the bees and asked them to help him figure out the situation while he waited there. Less than 5 minutes later, the bees flew in to report. The two beasts had moved east, slightly different from the original distance. They were now only 600 meters away from Chen Chen. After understanding the situation, Chen Chen immediately calmed down and slowly walked towards where the two wild beasts were. When they were about 200 meters away, Chen Chen climbed a small slope and looked at the two wild beasts from above. The trees here were still sparse. When Chen Chen climbed the hill, he immediately spotted two wild beasts. After obtaining the wildlife hunter, Chen Chen's eyesight had improved significantly, and he could now easily see objects 200 meters away. These two hyenas, who seemed bigger than the ones in the documentary, were walking together. If it's not some freak, I can try, Chen Chen muttered. But these two hyenas are walking forward. How can I see their eyes? Chen Chen was a little worried. If he made a single sound, the hyenas would surely pounce on him. Chen Chen hesitated slightly, looked at the bees around him, and immediately gave the order to the bees to chase the hyenas. Chen Chen himself continued to move forward a short distance. Soon, Chen Chen crawled into the grass less than 100 meters away from the two hyenas and gave the order to the bees to attack. 40 or 50 bees immediately began to circle around the hyena, flying around its ears like flies. Chen Chen did not allow the bees to sting the hyenas. The pursuit could achieve its goal, so there was no point in losing the bees. Soon, both hyenas began to shake their heads, scratch with their claws, and jump away to avoid the bees. Chen Chen hid in the grass, squinting and staring at the two hyenas. The next moment, the hyena shook its head and turned to Chen Chen, and Chen Chen immediately noticed the color of the hyena's eyes. It was a shiny black color. This hyena was neither crazy nor deformed. Good, Chen Chen screamed in his heart. If they were all ordinary beasts, he was sure that he would be able to defeat these two hyenas. To be sure, Chen Chen waited and observed the eyes of the other hyena and finally confirmed that these two were ordinary beasts. After finding out the strengths and weaknesses of the two beasts, Chen Chen felt much calmer. He was too lazy to hide his identity and quickly approached the hyena, bending down. The two hyenas were irritated by the bees, and the wind was blowing in the wild, so they did not notice Chen Chen's approach at all. Chen Chen was also a skilled and courageous fighter. He crept up to 30 meters before stopping. He then crawled another 10 meters to make sure none of the hyenas could escape. He then took out a crossbow, loaded it with arrows, and aimed at one of the hyenas. Call. The arrow was extremely fast, and in an instant it appeared behind the hyena's head, and in the next instant it was pierced right into its head. Hooray! The hyena only managed to let out a very quiet and short cry and then fell to the ground and became silent. The other hyena was completely unaware of what was happening. She only saw her comrade die instantly. She didn't understand anything and ran away with her tail between her legs. Chen Chen had already developed a good habit. After releasing an arrow, he didn't look at the result, but immediately loaded a new one. The other hyena ran only 5 meters before the second arrow hit her in the stomach. To make sure of hitting, Chen Chen did not shoot the second arrow at the hyena's head, but chose a relatively larger body. The shot to the stomach did not kill the hyena immediately, as it continued to run stubbornly. Chen Chen stood up, found a convenient angle, and fired another arrow, piercing the hyena's neck. The hyena fell to the ground and struggled, but could not get up. Chen Chen came closer and struck again. 2 hyenas, a successful hunt. Chen Chen smiled, opened a private message, and contacted Wang Yu directly. Private message to me, the protagonist Chen Chen. I have prey. Are you in the shelter? I'll give it to you first. I'm the protagonist. Brother Chen, please wait a minute. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Chen Chen waited. At this moment, the people closest to Chen were Wang Yu. Ever since he helped him several times at the very beginning, Wang Yu had supported him wholeheartedly. This is not the first time that Chen Chen needs Wang Yu's help. He puts aside his own business and comes to help Chen Chen. Wang Yu's favorable impression of Chen Chen has deepened since Chen Chen first gave him an extra chicken wing, and he has become more active in helping Chen Chen carry water. Chen Chen also thought that Wang Yu was a warm and sincere person. When it came to a deal, he would approach Wang Yu first, and the reward would be higher. This touched Wang Yu even more. Their relationship became stronger and stronger in this virtuous cycle. Nowadays, transactions between 2 people no longer require collateral. Less than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu sent a message. I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, things can be traded. Chen Zhen. Okay, take it. Chen Zhen. This time, you will cut off one of your back legs. You will only serve me water from behind. The rest of the time, you can search for resources. After sending the message, Chen Chen closed the private message and headed towards the supposed superfruit. As expected, this time it really is a superfruit. The fruit grew on a short plant and turned out to be a banana. Chen Chen peeled it and ate it. After waiting for a while, he found that his strength had increased slightly. Chen Chen age, 21. Constitution, 4.6. Strength, 2.8. Dexterity, 2.5. Intelligence, 1.3. As strength increased, agility also increased by 0.2, and the feeling immediately became different. The feeling of increased strength is the most obvious. With this power as if from thin air, Chen Chen feels like a cow. I have lost control of the power in my arms and legs and can easily exert too much force. Chen Chen looked around, confirmed that there was no danger, and put the crossbow on the ground. After my strength increased, I felt that my sprint speed had also increased significantly. I think I can now sprint in less than 10 seconds. Chen Chen immediately tried it, and the result was as he expected. He ran much faster than before. At this moment, Chen Chen finally understood the relationship between the 3 stats. It's like a pyramid. The bottom level is constitution, then strength, and then dexterity. If strength is insufficient, dexterity will only increase reaction speed, and running speed has not reached the peak of dexterity. Shortly after Chen Chen finished the test, he saw a private message sent to him by Pig George. Pig George. Boss Chen, remember me? I was the one who sold you rice last time. Pig George. I found a big refrigerator today. I know you like it, so I want to sell it to you. In the foreseeable future, Chen Chen will indeed hunt many animals, and he will also need a refrigerator and a freezer. Chen Chen immediately replied. Chen Zhen. Okay, no problem. It will take about 20 minutes. I'll come back and we'll do the transaction. Little George. Boss Chen, wait a minute, you don't have to come back this time. Little George. The refrigerator I found this time is a bit big and heavy, so I can't swap it with you in the wild. Chen Zhen. Then why are you asking me? George, the breeding pig. I want to return this refrigerator. It's not far from my hideout, and it only takes me an hour to return it. George, the breeding pig. I just wanted to ask before I move it. On the way, and I'm afraid you won't need it when I get it back, and I'll have wasted my energy. Chen Zhen. Scratches on the case don't matter, as long as it works and doesn't affect functionality. If you come back, I'll swap with you. Chen Zhen, show me the pictures and we'll set the price. George Pig, 470L, double door LCD refrigerator, Dodge APG. Chen Zhen, okay, you ate a super-powered fruit, right? George the producer, he, I was lucky enough to eat one. Chen Zhen, how about I give you a recurved bow made from animal tendons and 30 kilograms of meat? George, the breeding pig, can I get it higher? It took me a lot of effort to carry it back. Chen Zhen, I'm giving you this because you're moving home and the refrigerator has so many functions. Everyone I've bargained with before has traded 200 litres for 10 kilograms of meat. Little George, okay, then I'll trade with you in an hour. Chen Zhen, the refrigerator needs to sit for a while overnight after being moved. After closing the private message, Chen thought about it. This piglet George must have eaten more than one power fruit, or even a power grapefruit. His strength is at least as strong as mine, since he was able to carry such a large refrigerator all the way home. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but sigh. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere. Wild resources appear randomly. If a player suddenly finds an extremely valuable item, it will skyrocket. Chen put on his gear again, picked up the banana peel he had put aside, and continued searching. After all, it was just a banana peel from a superfruit. I'll give it to Yuanzi when I get home. Chen already had a plan. He was going to start searching only in the morning today, since he still had things to do in the afternoon. By noon, Chen finally returned to the shelter, carrying a large bundle of iron sheets and various supplies. Back at the shelter, Chen took the bucket and started drinking. During the day, the temperature was getting higher and higher. Although heat stroke was impossible because your physical condition had improved, the feeling of thirst was very real. After drinking the water, Chen wiped the corner of his mouth and looked down. Yuanzi was already sitting on his lap. Chen smiled slightly, took out a banana peel that was already slightly crushed, and handed it to Yuanzi. I brought you something delicious. Go, eat it. Yuanzi didn't know what it was, but seeing that Chen was allowing him to eat it, he bit off half of it and began to chew. The next moment, Yuanzi's cheeks stopped twitching. The taste was wrong. Yuanzi wanted to spit out the banana peel, but Chen quickly stopped him and asked him to continue eating. He checked the trade channel himself. Chen only glanced around and found a few things he needed. He was overjoyed and immediately contacted these people. Sheng Guodanzi's private message to Chen Zhen. Boss, how much are you selling these solar panels for? Greenhorn. Damn it, brother Chen. One board is worth 10 pounds of meat. If you buy them all at once, the central control unit is free. Chen Zhen. It's too expensive. 5 kilograms of meat for one board? Newbie. This bargaining is too harsh. Just cut it in half and add a little more. Chen Zhen. The current market price of meat is 5 kilograms. To make a full set of equipment, at least 70 to 80 kilograms of meat are required. Almost no one can afford it. Chen Zhen. I bought them like this before, at 5 jin per board, and took them all. Greenhorn. Can I Chen Zhen? Here's the price of the equipment now. I have nothing to lose. I'll ask you one last time. If you don't agree, forget it. Greenhorn. Okay, let's trade. Chen asked Wang Yu to return the hyena meat, cut off 40 kilograms, and exchanged it for Sheng Guodanzi, receiving a new solar-powered generating device in return. In addition to the solar panels, Chen also saw the blueprint for the saw and bought a temperature-controlled window and 5 kilograms of meat for it. It was only after studying the blueprint for the axe that Chen realized the extraordinary nature of the blueprint. Blueprint. Blueprint of a tool that can be crafted from various materials. The quality of the tool depends on the craftsman's skill and skill. Materials required for a stone axe: 0.2 stone, 0.1 wood. The materials required for this blueprint can be changed. If it's an axe with an iron blade and a wooden handle, it will require 0.2 iron and 0.1 wood. You can optionally create an item made entirely of iron, entirely of steel, or even entirely of plastic, as long as the owner of the blueprint can process these materials. The saw design that Chen Chen bought was similar to the axe design, allowing users to choose the materials themselves. Once they mastered the tool, they could also change its shape and size. Although Chen Chen now has various tools, what he can produce is not as good as what we use now. But Chen Chen believes that this project will definitely be useful in the future. Anyway, Chen Chen now has no shortage of meat, so when he sees a blueprint that he hasn't studied before, he buys it and studies it without any hesitation. In addition, Chen Chen also found that some people have started selling thermal windows, but the quality is generally good, which will not have any impact on Chen Chen at this time. Great. If I can keep selling thermostatic windows for another 2 or 3 days, this guy's skill should catch up. Then I can focus on making recurves. Production capacity is limited and there are too many people needed, so it doesn't matter if others find the plans. After that, Chen Chen bought 2 more shelter expansion modules, spending a total of 30 kilograms of meat, which was slightly cheaper than before. Chen Chen glanced at Yuan Zai and saw that he was lying next to him, his chin on the ground, his eyes dull. The remaining half of the banana peel was still lying next to him. Chen Chen patted Yuan Zai's head, picked him up, and found that the other half of the banana peel was still in his mouth. Chen Chen was speechless. If you don't want to eat it, this banana peel probably won't do. But in the end, Chen Chen still forced Yuan Zai to eat it. Since he had already taken it back, he had to try it to see if it would work. Another point, Chen Chen had only just started teaching Yuanzi to obey orders yesterday. If he gave in now, it would create problems in the future. Chen Chen summoned several powerful bees onto his palm and placed them in front of Yuanzi. You know what I mean? If you don't obey, I'll release the powerful bees. Yuanzi jumped up and ate the banana peel in 2 or 3 bites. He took a bamboo stick and sat in the corner, chewing it silently. Chen Chen nodded with satisfaction, handed over another box of screws, and looked at the iron sheet he had brought back. We have a big project ahead of us today. In addition to installing the solar panels, we also need to reinforce the outer walls of the shelter with sheet metal. It is unclear how Yuan Zai can tolerate abnormal radiation, so Chen Chen left him in the bedroom. The previous wooden door was pressed against the bedroom door, so Chen Chen could take things without harming Yuan Zai. The first step is to install solar panels. Previously, 14 solar panels could generate about 3,000 watts of electricity at midday. After installing the new 10 solar panels, generating electricity at midday will not be difficult. 5,000 watts on the outer wall of the second floor, so Chen Chen continued to nail solar panels to these wooden boards. If nothing happened, these solar panels would last a long time. Chen Chen looked at the panels, black in the sun. The main problem now is the lack of batteries. The electricity generated by the solar panels is wasted. After installing the solar panels, Chen Chen began to address the only weak point of the shelter, a wooden wall protruding beyond the cliff. In the warped world, but they have never been sold in his area, so Chen Chen plans to make one himself. The biggest problem without the plan is the extremely low efficiency. The second biggest problem is that the quality of work done by the same person will be lower, and some tools will be needed. Chen Chen has no shortage of tools. He has already found an electric drill, and today, when he went out, he found a cutting machine. Cutting and nailing iron sheets would be no problem for him. As for the poor quality, Chen Chen guessed that it was mainly due to problems with the processing of the corners of the wooden walls. The facade was made of a single sheet of iron, and there should not be much difference. Better to have than not to have. If you can't win, you can reinforce the edges with a blueprint. Finally, there's the question of efficiency. Chen Chen only has one 3 by 3 meter wooden wall to reinforce, no doors or windows. Even if the efficiency is low, it won't take long. Chen Chen first measured the size, then drew the cutting lines on the iron sheet with a marker, then turned on a small cutting machine and cut out suitable iron sheets. Then, using an electric drill and screws, nail the iron sheet to the wooden board. The process took about an hour. The wooden wall built according to the drawings fit perfectly with the stone wall. Chen Chen was afraid that there would be problems when pressing the iron sheet, so he simply stretched the sheet to wrap the stone. Continue drilling holes with a power drill and then securing them with screws until the sheet metal almost completely covers this wall. Later, when the screws ran out, Chen took larger cement nails and hammered them into the small holes he had drilled with an electric drill to strengthen the structure. The entire process took another 30 minutes. From a distance, this part of the rock shined silver. Then Chen took out some unused camouflage waterproof paint and painted the exposed walls, and the shelter was hidden again. After completing the minor repairs, Chen returned to the shelter and closed the security door behind him. I let Yuanzai out of the bedroom, petted him a few times, and then went to the shopping channel to buy some more bamboo for Yuanzai. I used to buy Yuanzai bamboo shoots, which pandas don't like. But Yuanzai ate them with great pleasure. Chen searched around and finally found a merchant who sold bamboo arrows. He bought a lot of goods from him and gave them all to Yuanzi. Yuanzi was naturally very happy to see the new bamboo, but he did not know the difference in taste between the two types of bamboo. Yuanzai was still holding the same bamboo and chewing on it. He wanted to finish the old bamboo before moving on to the new one. Chen saw this, but said nothing. Feeling that time was almost up, Chen sent a private message to the breeding pig George, making a deal with him and delivering a large refrigerator. This refrigerator is really big and looks luxurious. It is equipped with a special module for making ice and a full set of functions for fast cooling and keeping fresh. Before the time travel, it would have cost about 10,000 yuan. On the right side of the refrigerator is a large display, and on the left is a double-layer heat-insulating glass with a film. When people approach, the light inside automatically turns on, allowing users to see the contents better. Carefully open the left door of the refrigerator and you will see several compartments for drinks inside. Close the door, press the button on the handle, and then open it to reveal two compartments. The back can be used to store various products that need to be kept fresh. The outside of the refrigerator did have some scratches, but it was not a serious problem. Chen tried it and made sure everything worked fine, then unplugged the refrigerator and turned it off. Chen had read before that a refrigerator should be left for a day after moving before it could be used. Now he didn't know why, but it was always better to be careful. After that, Chen went upstairs to check on the strong bee. Some strong bees had already brought pollen and produced some honey. Chen hopefully pulled out the honeycomb frame and looked at the small piece of honey. Super strong honey. Its taste and properties are similar to ordinary honey. It can slightly enhance its properties. The same effect as the first mutant bee. Chen was so happy that he literally beamed with happiness. Now he had a reliable source of superpowers in his hands. Chen immediately took out a small bowl, poured some of the honey he had collected earlier into it, and placed it on Dali's hive. At the same time, he ordered Dali's bees to eat only the honey in the bowl, not the honey they had collected themselves. From morning to noon, some powerful bees managed to fly out of the hive. Of them, only about 200. Chen did not let the bees go to collect honey, but led them to look for Yuanzai. Yuanzi had just finished chewing the bamboo and was about to eat another one when he suddenly saw Chen carrying a swarm of bees with him. Frightened, Yuanzi quickly dropped the bamboo and ran to the bedroom. Chen stepped forward and grabbed him. "Don't be afraid. Let me practice with you first." He then brought Yuanzi out, laid him on the ground, and began to teach him various commands. Had no professional knowledge of dog training, but seeing that Yuanzi was very smart, he thought that training him should not be difficult. Chen began training Yuanzi, starting with the most basic steps, sitting down and shaking hands. Because there was some kind of connection between them, Yuanzai quickly learned and soon mastered these two skills. After that, Chen stopped showing Yuanzai gestures and only spoke to him, asking him to perform actions. This time, things got a little more difficult. It took Yuanzi about 10 minutes to memorize the words to sit down and shake hands. During the training, Chen went to the trading platform to exchange fruits. When Yuanzi successfully performed the movements, he gave him some fruits to eat. Enthusiasm suddenly increased. We must instill in children a love for learning, Chen concluded seriously upon seeing this. After that, Chen Chen trained for another 30 minutes, allowing Yuanzai to master the skills of running forward, returning back, picking up objects, and jumping over obstacles. Seeing that time was almost up, Chen Chen went to eat meat, and Yuanzi had to run 100 meters in the shelter in 30 minutes under the supervision of Dali Feng. When Yuanzi finished running, Chen Chen had already finished lunch and prepared food and water for Yuanzi. Chen Chen jumped down from the stone platform and picked up Yuanzi. "You must be hungry. I spent half an hour cooking. Come, drink some water and eat quickly." Yuanzi was already exhausted and allowed Chen Chen to physically knead him for a long time before he stood up to drink some water. After drinking the water, Yuanzi glanced at his master, who was looking at him with concern, and for a moment his heart was filled with excitement. Watching Yuanzi devour the meat, Chen Chen touched his stomach and sighed. "After I gained strength, my appetite increased again. Now I can eat 3 kilograms of meat in one sitting. Even if I'm hungry, I can still eat 5 kilograms." Chen Chen shook his head, put out the wood stove, and went to the workshop to do something. Before this, Chen Chen installed simple lighting in each of the 4 rooms, making all the rooms of the shelter bright. This light is always on during the day. In any case, the solar panels generate so much electricity that there is no problem with its consumption. On the contrary, at night when the battery was low, Chen Chen only turned on the light in the workshop. It is like Da Vinci's invention. It will always be bright when there is light. When the business opened, Pangu sent him a message saying that the leather production was complete and the wildebeest skin was ready. Chen Chen received the skin and found that the wildebeest skin was made in the same way as finished cowhide, with a soft inner layer and a smooth outer layer. Pangu beginning. "Brother Chen, this wildebeest skin is not ordinary. It is much stronger than Sika deerskin. I practiced with other types of fur before making it for you." Pangu opens. "Excellent quality, not bad, huh?" Pangu opens. "This wildebeest was hit by too many arrows. It's a shame to lose such a good hide." Chen Zhen. "Very well. I'll give you one of the front paws of the hyena I killed today. Please help me process the fur of these 2 hyenas." Pangu Kaishan. "Okay, this time the fur isn't from some monster, right? If it was from an ordinary animal, I could have dealt with it in an hour." Chen Zhen. "It's an ordinary animal. I'll pick it up in an hour." Pangu. Opening. "Okay, no problem. Others have already started making thermal windows, so Chen Chen plans to make a few more today and tomorrow to make money from the last batch of thermal windows. But before he starts, Chen Chen has to bow first. Previously separated the tendon of a wildebeest, and he found that the quality of this tendon was much better than before. Chen Chen planned to use this tendon to make a bow for himself. Chen Chen would not have done this before. The accuracy of shooting a bow and arrow is much lower than a crossbow, and it requires some skill to use it effectively. But everything changed after he mastered the profession of a wild hunter. Chen Chen tried and shot a target with a bow. Although the accuracy was slightly lower, the shooting speed was significantly higher. With this tendon, the problem of the speed of shooting a bow can be significantly solved. This bow can be used in emergency situations that require high shooting speed. This time, Chen Chen made a recurve bow in 20 minutes. When twisting the Genyu sinew, Chen Chen was especially careful, striving for the highest quality of the bowstring. Naturally, at the time of production, it has perfect quality. After the bow and arrows were made, Chen Chen began to make the temperature control window. Chen Chen worked until 5 o'clock in the evening, then warmed up and left the workshop. "Take Yuanzi to practice, and then we can have lunch." Yuanzi chewed a large bamboo shoot. When he saw Chen Chen, he ran up to him happily. Before that, more than 200 powerful bees went to collect honey, and the afternoon preparations were personally conducted by Chen Chen and Yuanzi. Chen Chen first checked the skills that Yuanzi had learned at noon and found that Yuanzi had not forgotten any of them, so he rewarded him with a small orange. After that, Chen Chen took out a crossbow and began practicing archery. Yuanzi was in charge of collecting the arrows that Chen Chen shot. There were bushes around the hideout, so Chen Chen shot at the small branches and leaves of the bushes so that Yuanzi could collect them more easily. Actually, a taller tree would be nice. Pandas can climb trees too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Chen continued to shoot. Having acquired the profession of a forest hunter, he had accumulated much more knowledge and experience in archery. Now, Chen Chen needs to completely transform this experience into his own archery skills and constantly improve his skills. Yuanzi initially rushed enthusiastically to collect the arrows, but later found that Chen Chen was shooting too fast, so he simply waited to the side and picked up more arrows before picking them up. Chen Chen did not pay attention to this. After thinking about it, Yuanzi began to practice and train less. In Chen Chen's opinion, this was a good thing, and it was not a good time to undermine the child's self-confidence. After that, Chen Chen took out his newly made recurve bow and began to practice archery. To string the bow made from the sinews of a deformed wildebeest to perfect accuracy. After firing more than 30 times, Chen Chen was forced to take a break. The power of this bow is still inferior to a crossbow. The ultra-thin arrows fired from the wildebeest bow travel even slower than regular crossbow arrows. After training for an hour, Chen Chen practiced the moves he had learned earlier with Yuanzi several times and made sure there would be no problems before leading Yuanzi back to the hideout. As soon as they returned to the shelter, the rich and delicious aroma of meat hit their noses, and Chen Chen and Yuanzi became drunk. Before training, Chen Chen cooked meat soup and seasoned it directly with hogweed mushroom soup. After an hour of cooking, the meat became soft and boneless, and the flavor of the mushroom soup was revealed. The man and the cat were very happy, immediately took their dishes and sat around the wood stove. Chen Chen took out a spoon and tasted the soup. Really delicious. Yuanzi, who was standing next to him, became worried. He placed his paws on his small plate and raised his head, looking at Chen Chen with anticipation. Chen Chen smiled and handed Yuanzi a large piece of meat with bones. Train well, and in the future you will be able to eat more. After saying this, he picked up the bone and began to eat it. Chen Chen scooped up some broth with a spoon and poured a bowl for himself and Yuanzi. He ate it with relish, biting off a piece of meat and taking a sip of the soup. Suddenly, Chen Chen received a system message. Ding! Your digestive system has been strengthened by a long, rich, and fast diet. Got a new job? Gourmet. Foodies. Your digestive system is well developed, allowing you to quickly digest food and convert it into the nutrients your body needs. You will eat more, and the nutrients you absorb will increase the effectiveness of your workouts. Chen Chen was a little surprised. He was happily eating hot pot and drinking soup, so how come such a profession suddenly appeared? Don't you know that during the apocalypse, food is of great value? I ate several superfruits and my appetite was already terrible, but now I have another person who loves to eat. Then Chen Chen heard a rumbling sound in his stomach. It was his intestines moving, digesting the food. Chen Chen couldn't help but grin. Forget it, let's eat first. I'll check the benefits of this profession later. The entrance to the rice cooker profession is still white. Now, Chen Chen has 4 professions: gold beekeeper, blue wild beast hunter, white carpenter, and glutton. I wonder if it's possible to simply open a profession that is not available to white people? After dinner, Chen Chen lay on the bed for a while. He didn't pick up Yuanzi, who was a little dirty after training twice. Feeling that the food had been digested, Chen Chen looked at his watch. It had only been 15 minutes since I finished eating, and I had already digested 4 pounds of meat and soup. Just look at the efficiency. It's amazing. What a shame. Why would I eat that much? It's a really vital skill in the wild. Things like honey and chocolate are digested in a minute or 2. Now that I work as a gourmet, I have to add an extra pound of meat to every meal. Let's try the effect. Chen Chen immediately began doing one-arm push-ups in the bedroom. Given Chen Chen's current strength, one-arm push-ups have virtually no training effect on him, let alone 2-arm push-ups. Then I won't eat super honey today. I'll just see what the gourmet's work brings. At 6:30 in the morning, Chen Chen slowly woke up, dressed, and began to wash his face. Yuanzi was still asleep, so Chen Chen did not wake him up. After lighting a fire in the wood stove and putting a pot of water on it, Chen Chen opened the door and walked out of the shelter. Plants grow pretty fast, right? Chen Chen looked at the stone platform. Yesterday, before going to bed, I poured some water, and now there is a thin layer of ice on the stone platform. It was below zero last night. Returning to the shelter, Chen Chen went up to the second floor. The central controller shows the current power output at 947 watts. Hive can accommodate more than 1,000 bees, and there is still some power left in the two lead-acid lithium-ion batteries. Chen Chen went downstairs, plugged in the double-door refrigerator, and turned it on. Today, I will continue to search for electrical equipment, do some sports, and check the efficiency of my work in the catering industry. In the past 2 days, Chen Chen has sold many temperature-controlled windows, more than 10 parachute recurve bows, and no less than 200 arrows. Naturally, many good things were exchanged. 2 large boxes of mechanical components and a large wooden box of electronic components. The steel and iron pipes that had originally been piled in a corner now occupied 4 square meters. In room number 1, other materials such as plastic and rubber were also accumulated. The space in the first room was a bit tight, so Chen Chen placed all the firewood and other items in the workshop, and many electrical appliances that were not in use at the time were placed in the bedroom. Have 2 expansion modules. I will expand the shelter when I have time. By this time, the water had already boiled away, and Chen Chen scooped up some to wash himself. Chen Chen examined his hand. The scratch had healed by the next morning. The scab had fallen off by itself. His physical condition has improved, and his recovery ability has increased significantly. The dry food profession can speed up the absorption of nutrients and improve the effectiveness of training. Chen Chen put down the towel and muttered, "Doesn't increasing efficiency mean that damaged tissues will recover faster? This profession should also speed up wound healing. Let's try it when we have a chance." Chen Chen shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not miss this chance." The fire in the wood stove was still burning very hot, and the water quickly boiled. Chen Chen put the wildebeest meat that had been cut up long ago into the pot and added some spices to remove the fishy smell. At the same time, start browsing the forum. Since Chen Chen opened the Regional Experience Exchange thread, finding useful information on the regional forum has become much easier. Chen Chen noticed that a player who previously specialized in agronomy and went by the name Feng Chui Daohua had updated his post. Wind sways the rice flowers. Update, day 19. Something new. The first thing I did when I woke up was check my experimental plants. I discovered that they were growing much faster last night. This is not absurd at all. I plant a batch of wheat seeds every day and keep track of every stage of their growth in the warped world. The current situation is that the growth rate of the seeds at all stages has accelerated. Growth is not related to radiation in the anomalous world. The growth rate of plants in a shelter without anomalous radiation is the same as outside a shelter with radiation. This is another unknown factor that affects plant growth. I think it was this factor that was amplified last night, causing the plants to grow faster. After seeing this post, Chen Chen immediately realized that it was not his illusion, and that the plants had indeed grown a lot overnight. Of course, the accelerated growth of plants is just a small thing, and many people even expect it to be so. Energetic girl. Guodagan. That's great. I recently cut down all the trees around the house. I was worried that I'd have to run for a long time to move them. Mechanical tentacles. Does that mean we can start planting? The plants are growing so fast that we won't have much of a food shortage. Fairy. Great. The 2 date trees next to my hideout will produce even more dates. Gigi is so cool. Li Tianyu. Are there any zoologists here? They are also studying whether animals can grow quickly. In general, people are not pessimistic about the accelerated growth of plants. Previously, all media reports focused on the rise in carbon dioxide concentrations and forest areas in other regions, with the exception of one eastern region, were actually shrinking. Now that plant growth has accelerated, many people subconsciously consider this a good thing. Chen Chen continued scrolling and found several messages that seemed to be scams. Ma Bande. I am Ma Bande, the leader of the Hunyuan Bagua Taiji Liangyi School. I would like to take advantage of Master Chen Lu's precious space to explain to you my unique skill the 6 lightning strikes. My 6 lightning strikes are inspired by the 5 animal exercises of Hua Tuo. I use 6 living creatures as prototypes and incorporate their physical characteristics, movements, and preferences into my foot techniques. I take only the essence and specialize in foot techniques that are known for their speed and are very useful for attacking an opponent or escaping. Now I will explain the technique of the first leg, the path of the human world after the rain grass. Sown, huh? Are you accumulating power-ups? Kwai Dalong. That's true. If you train both legs to the limit, you can develop the potential of the third leg, which is called the lightning leg. Piglet, okay, George? Master, I want to learn. Jan Binguzi. It seems to be true. Look at his own post. In the photo, he is being chased by a wolf. I have one word. I am shocked. Farmer 3 strikes. Chen Zhen should be considered your predecessor. Chen Chen frowned. From the description, he thought this person was joking. However, he did post about being chased by a wolf before, and Chen Chen didn't dare delete it. If we can't prove it, let's leave it for now. There are photos taken from different distances, so at least he actually escaped the wolves. Chen Chen felt that this person either had special abilities or had eaten some fruits with supernatural powers, so he should be quite strong. After reading the forum, Chen Chen lay in his arms, holding his little boy A. Although Yuanzai's physical condition is fine, he usually acts very lazy and is especially self-reliant in the morning. Chen Chen played with Yuanzai for a while, then put it aside and began to exercise. Chen Chen set up a pull-up bar on the doorway of his workshop, warmed up, and began his exercises. Chen Chen did 20 wide grip pull-ups, 20 close grip pull-ups, and 20 standing pull-ups, and then he also tried standing and one-arm pull-ups. Only the one-arm pull-up was difficult and hard for Chen Chen, but everything else was not too stressful. After half an hour of exercise, Chen Chen felt that his muscles were a little swollen and the meat was almost cooked, so he immediately called Yuanzi and invited them to eat together. This morning, only a little salt was added to the broth, but it was still delicious. Both the man and the cat liked it very much. After finishing his meal, Chen Chen felt his body digesting the food, which was then quickly converted into nutrients, spreading throughout his body like a warm stream. Chen Chen felt warm, and his muscles regained some vitality. It seemed that the effect was quite good, as described. Feeling a surge of strength, Chen Chen was a little inspired. He immediately went upstairs, took out yesterday's super honey, and ate it. Yesterday, more than 1,000 bees collected a total of 20 grams of honey. After swallowing it, Chen Chen waited for a few minutes, but its strength did not change. Chen Chen thought, perhaps the amount is too small, not enough to change the properties. However, according to the system introduction, powerful honey can increase the strength, and this is certain. It does not matter. Now, less than 3,000 wild bees fly out. Once we have more honey, we can test it several times with different quantities and find out. In order to help Yuanzai master the skills, Chen Chen decided to train Yuanzai in small portions but repeatedly in the future. Chen Chen repeated the instructions he taught Yuanzai yesterday to deepen his memory, and then taught him new skills, such as catching a frisbee. Today's training was much easier for Yuanzi because he already knew what was praiseworthy and what was not. After thinking a few more times, he easily understood Chen Chen's intentions and naturally learned the material quickly. Chen Chen trained while feeling a little unsure. Is it okay if I train the panda like a dog? Yuanzi already looks a bit like a stupid dog. I didn't get the impression that pandas are so eager to see their owners and run around them happily. Then Chen Chen found Feng Chui Dahua. He remembered that this man used to sell bamboo. Private message with Feng Chui Dahua Chen Zhen. Brother Chui, can you grow a lot of bamboo on your land? The plants are growing faster now. If the yield is good, I would like to buy bamboo from you in the future. Feng Chui Dahua. Of course, Brother Chen. I started propagating and transplanting bamboo saplings a few days ago. At first, I made a living by growing bamboo shoots. Chen Zhen. Okay, then plant more edible bamboo shoots. I can ensure a stable supply. Let's negotiate a price. Feng Chui Dahua. No problem. I have some bamboo shoots now and I can sell them to you. Brother Chen, how many bamboo shoots do you need per day? First, I will tell you the basic price, and if you order a large quantity, I can offer a discount. In the end, they agreed on a price. Chen Yu's bamboo shoots were sold for a third of the price of meat. If Chen Chen's demand remained stable, the price would be reduced to 2/7. This time, Chen Chen exchanged 10 kilograms of bamboo shoots, took out 2 of them, and handed them to Yuanzi, and put the rest in a special compartment of the refrigerator to keep them fresh. It was the first time Yuanzi saw something so wonderful. He picked up some bamboo shoots, leaned against the refrigerator, and began to eat them piece by piece. Chen Chen put on his gear, patted Yuanzi on the head, and before setting off, told him not to mess around at home and that he would be spanked if he broke anything. Yuanzi peeled a bamboo shoot and ate it, nodding at Chen Chen. It was unclear whether he was serious or just saying that. Based on the bee's feedback, today's food was average. There was a medium-sized beast to the west of the food's location and another one to the east. Then start from the west, kill the beast, get food, and then search for supplies in the southwest. Jumping off the stone platform, Chen Chen moved forward. I hope I can find a battery today. I must say, Chen Chen was lucky today. Halfway there, he found a bottle of aspirin. This was the medicine that Chen Chen had dreamed of. There were 30 aspirin tablets in a plastic bottle, with instructions on the outside that listed the composition of the drug, indications for use, dosage, and side effects. Chen Chen immediately put it in the pocket of his tactical vest. Aspirin has many beneficial properties. It can relieve pain and reduce fever, fight inflammation and rheumatism, and also alleviate and help treat many cardiovascular diseases. With this medicine on hand, Chen Chen would be able to avoid many life-threatening risks. After packing the medicine, Chen Chen continued to move forward. When they approached the wild beast, Chen Chen, like yesterday, let the bees first explore a certain place. The bees quickly located the beast, and Chen Chen also hid quietly. It was just a goat without horns, so Chen Chen felt relieved, and after watching it for a while, he shot it with his bow. Call. The arrow flew through the air and pierced the goat's butt, and the goat ran away. It seems that it is not even a rabid animal, Chen Chen carefully noticed. The goat's reaction after being hit by the arrow was not that of a rabid animal. It simply ran away in panic. But how could he escape after being hit by Chen Chen's arrow? Chen Chen fired another arrow, hitting the goat's waist, causing it to slow down again. Chen Chen chased after the goat with his crossbow, and after running for nearly 100 meters, he finally caught it. Chen Chen smiled. He drank mutton soup, and mutton rolls were also a good ingredient for hot pot. Then Chen Chen searched the surroundings again and found food. There were 40 skewers in the takeout bag. The aroma of charcoal was so strong that Chen Chen could not help but eat 5 of them. He still handed the goat over to Wang Yu, and Chen Chen continued searching. After searching for more than an hour, Chen Chen picked up many small items, but he didn't find anything valuable. Chen Chen squinted and looked at the small slope 60 meters ahead. I found the shelter expansion module. Chen Chen quickly approached, and when he got closer, he found that this thing seemed to be different from the shelter expansion module. It was a square, light blue cube, 2 centimeters high, about the size of a palm. On top of the block was a 3-dimensional cube. Module. After using it, the player can expand the space by 1 cubic meter to store items. Chen Chen was delighted to discover this and decided to use it immediately. Previously, players had an inventory, but it was dependent on the player's strength. The higher the strength, the more items could be carried. When Chen Chen came to Deformed World, he initially thought that Deformed World had game equipment optimized for real people to carry, but he did not expect expansion modules such as space bags to appear. Now collecting supplies will be much easier. If I buy a few more backpack expansion modules, I won't have to throw away supplies. The process of collecting items is similar to the process of trading. Once you think of an item, a faint blue light will appear on its surface and it will be stored in the item slot. Chen Chen was very happy and continued searching, putting all the supplies into the item slots. When all the space was filled, Chen Chen returned to the shelter. I can go a couple more times. Anyway, returning things doesn't take much energy. As the door opened, Chen Chen heard Yuanzi scratching at it from inside the house. He smiled, opened the door, and Chen Chen walked in. Let's celebrate. We still have hot pot today. Chen Chen touched Yuanzi and simultaneously took out the items he was looking for from the item space. Yuanzi's eyes widened and he looked at Chen Chen's actions with disbelief. After putting everything in place, Chen Chen started to make a fire and boil water while sending Wang Yu a private message asking him to return the goat. After exiting the private message, Chen Chen checked the forum and found a shocking post. MV Suis Fisherman. Quote, Igoke ambushed me. Bow and arrow. Camouflage pants. Face covered. The title of the message was randomly typed, and the content was just a short sentence, followed by messages from other players. At this point, the fisherman's name has disappeared, and the man is dead. Quote, I was attacked by a player, with a bow and arrow, wearing camouflage pants and covering his face. Dogman. Who's there? Tell me your name. When my mother saw him being beaten, she said, He's dead. He's dead now. Gigi is really good. Li Tiannu. Is that stupid? Can I still write down this person's name when I meet him? Take a bite of the snail. It's already late, and they are still killing each other. Are they people? Guo Dagon, a spirited girl. My boy. People are sometimes very dark. Only wise people will go into the deepest darkness, sowing seeds in the fields. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to prosper together? Makabaka salad. This could mean that the distance between our shelters is not great. Zwan damn girl. Stop talking, I'm scared. Chen Chen stared at the message for a long time, then muttered, I didn't expect it to happen so soon. There might not be such a good atmosphere in the future. With such a large number of players and the pressure to survive, player-to-player killing is inevitable, but it goes away too quickly. I haven't seen any news on the World Forum, and my region seems to be the first. But when he flipped through the pages, Chen Chen's expression became a little strange. MV Suis. In the sky, a cloud made of clouds. It just so happens that it reached your home via an internet cable. Dog of the people. It's time to let the keyboard warriors eat my righteous iron sword. Ironsword.jp, Chu Tianchi. Wait until that bastard comes, I'll shoot him. Du Bu Dasha. Using date stones? Iron Teeth Fairy. Can you please show some respect to the dead? Du Bu Dasha. What do you say? Can you bring him back to life? Killing a murderer is the highest form of respect. Little Poop Witch. Just call me Little Poop Witch, or I'll knock your teeth out if you keep spouting nonsense. Snail Bite. Damn, it's on fire. I'll kill that bastard. At the moment, a not-so-big and sad event has happened, which even gave people faith that they can become stronger, and orders for recurve bows have increased. There is only one killer, and his capabilities are limited. It's more about the psychological impact of the players killing each other. Chen Chen opened an exchange channel. Fortunately, this impact was mitigated by the stupid netizens. Taking a quick look, Chen Chen saw something interesting. A blade battery with high energy density. Transaction. Blade battery trader. Explosive candy. Introduction. High energy density. Ultra-safe blade battery. I have a full 10 kilowatt hours of electricity, 10 kilograms per set, which can be sold individually. Conditions. One set of 4 kilowatt hours electricity can be exchanged for 90 caddies of meat. Equivalents of sulfur, mercury, or other special materials are also accepted. Another thing that surpasses earthly technology. This person is very lucky. Today, he found a blade battery that is equivalent to lifting more than 200 kilograms of meat at once. Every day, such a person appears in 3 or 4 districts. However, this person's terms of trade were somewhat strange. He wanted materials such as sulfur and mercury. Chen Chen checked and found that this person had posted the message at the beginning, and the screenshot was saved by him, in which he could see the person's real name. This person's name is Tang Shan. He also gave speeches from time to time. Other than collecting these materials, Everything else is pretty routine. Chen Chen immediately sent a private message to another person. Private message to Bao Shuitang Chen Zhen. Do you only accept food and materials in exchange for blade batteries? Do you also accept recurve bows? Bao Shuitang. Brother Chen, I was just about to find you. I thought you were selling these things. Bao Shuitang. I need a recurve bow made of animal tendons that can hold 30 kilograms of meat. I don't need the other crafting items. Bao Shuitang. But I remember that you killed aberrations before. Could you show me the aberrated iron they left behind? I can exchange it for something. Chen Zhen. Plum Blossom Horn. Distortion Iron.jpg. Horseshoe. Horn Distortion Iron JPG. Exploding Water Candy. It can be exchanged. One hoof can be worth 10 pounds of meat, and one Sika deer horn can be worth 15 pounds. It would be best to take the blood of some monster. I can also exchange that. Seeing Tang Shan's needs, Chen Chen began to think, could this person be someone with special abilities? A Taoist priest, a wizard, a sorcerer, or an alchemist? Chen Chen continued to answer. Chen Zhen. There was no blood from the mutilated beast, and it was not collected at that time. Chen Zhen? I guess there are few people who can process warped iron at this stage, so the price you offer is definitely low. But it doesn't matter. Tell me how to use this warped iron, and I will sell it to you at this price. Bao Shuitang. To be honest, I don't know much about the use of distorted iron. I'll have to study it after buying it. If there's a result, I'll let you know later, okay? Chen Zhen. Okay, then when we make the deal, I'll have to deduct 20 kilograms of meat from you. Once you get the result, you can exchange the information for meat. Explosive sugar. Sure, let's trade. Chen Chen raised his eyebrows. He agreed so easily. It seems like this guy is really something. But it doesn't matter. Chen Chen is confident that he can continue to kill these deformed creatures. Everything would be fine if he could find out the purpose of this iron block as soon as possible. After that, Chen Chen exchanged the curved bow for 30 kilograms of meat, 2 horse hooves, a deer horn, and 104 kilograms of hyena meat. A total of 8 kilowatt-hours of batteries were replaced. Originally supposed to pay Tang Shan 180 kilograms of meat, but 65 kilograms were used as compensation for the goods, and with the additional 20 kilograms of pawned meat, Chen Chen had to pay 95 kilograms. However, since the quality of hyena meat is somewhat lower, it must be added. The total amount of meat given was 104 kilograms, which is 9 kilograms more. Chen Chen went up to the second floor and installed the battery right there. After that, he found a mechanical tentacle, paid 10 pounds of flesh, and asked it to help him connect these batteries to the old power grid. The voltage and capacity of lead-acid lithium-ion batteries and blade batteries are different. Direct connection may cause problems, so Chen Chen decided to spend money to solve the problem. The mechanical tentacles immediately created 2 power supply systems for Chen Chen that did not interfere with each other, and the number of solar panels for charging the batteries could also be freely selected. After connecting the battery under the guidance of the mechanical tentacles, Chen Chen continued to browse the trade channel. Then I bought a stone processing blueprint that cost 30 kilograms of meat, an electric welding machine that cost 20 kilograms of meat, and a temperature control window. Seeing that there was nothing to trade, Chen Chen closed it down. Now, Chen Chen pays for everything he buys in meat, with the exception of recurve bows and temperature-controlled windows. However, when they sell their own produce, they exchange it for supplies and, in fact, do not ask for meat. In any case, Chen Chen can now hunt every day, so there is no shortage of meat. It is best to take advantage of the opportunity and stock up on late-stage items. If this continues, I am afraid that I will only become richer, while others who do not have resources will be driven out. Nowadays, people like Tang Shan are the envy of everyone. But at the moment, Chen Chen has clearly surpassed this category. He has a high and stable source of income, and he continues to accumulate advantages for himself, widening the gap between himself and others every day. But because of this, Chen Chen's storage space was insufficient. Chen Chen touched his chin and said, "Later, I will go look for resources and then expand the shelter again." After the repair, Chen Chen went out again. With 1 cubic meter of storage space, Chen Chen greatly increased the efficiency of moving items. He brought back a lot of resources, but there was nothing particularly valuable. Chen Chen searched until lunch, then stopped and began to eat. It was still bone soup. I cooked a lot in the morning, and there was still enough for lunch. Chen Chen ate 4 pounds of meat, but Yuanzi only ate half a pound. When Chen Chen did not train Yuanzi, Yuanzi only ate and slept all day. In the morning, he ate a lot of bamboo, so he did not feel hungry. Chen Chen took the bowl, opened the door of the shelter, and said to Yuanzi, "Since you don't want to eat, go and exercise." Chen Chen found a comfortable position and put Yuanzi down on the ground, then waved his hand and asked Dalifeng to help Yuanzi exercise. Yuanzai is in good shape. Now we believe that Yuanzai's survival time in the wild is also 5 hours. It is enough to let him walk outside for 2 to 3 hours a day. Chen Chen gnawed on a meat bone, silently thinking to himself, "Someone managed to reach another player's hideout, so some players should be relatively close to each other. If there were other players nearby, the bees I sent should return soon." After finishing his meal, Chen Chen waited for the food to digest while checking the trade channel. After finishing his meal, he finally bought a coffee machine and a 5 centimeter thick latex mattress. Putting his thoughts aside, Chen Chen began to exercise, increasing the intensity slightly. After 20 minutes of anaerobic exercise, Chen Chen noticed that his strength score had increased from 2.8 to 2.9. Clapped his hands and muttered to himself, "About 20 grams of honey and 2 trainings increased my strength by 0.1, which is quite good." When the Earth was not developed yet, its strength increased monthly. The current increase is already terrifying. But the very important point is that my physical fitness is very high now, and the potential of my body has not yet been revealed, so I can achieve such high training efficiency. When my strength approaches my physical form in the future, it will definitely be very difficult for me to increase it. After completing the anaerobic exercise, Chen Chen walked out of the shelter and began practicing archery. Woo woo woo! The arrows pierced the air, and the sound was endless. The advantage of the bow and arrow is its high shooting speed, so Chen Chen needs to practice constantly to use this advantage. Gradually, Chen Chen's shooting speed decreased from 1 arrow every 2 seconds to 1 arrow every 1.5 seconds. Looking at the time, Chen Chen had been training for half an hour. "We've reached a bottleneck." Chen Chen sighed. This improvement was mainly due to his experience as a hunter in the wild. After practicing high-speed archery, he was able to achieve his goal while he was familiar with the feeling. If you want to cultivate further, it will take a long time. Or you can eat the super agility fruit to increase your speed. Chen Chen shook his head. The superfruits were still very few. "Today I finished archery training and mastered all the wilderness hunter archery techniques. I have no major shortcomings." Chen Chen's gaze fell on the arrow in the item field. It's time to try a new way of playing. After mastering the bowstring and arrow string, Chen Chen began practicing it directly from the storage room. He would release the bowstring, and without moving his hands, a new arrow would appear. Once Chen Chen mastered this technique, his archery speed would rise to a higher level. However, in order to pull an arrow from an item slot, Chen Chen must first lock the arrow he wants to pull and then confirm it before the arrow is fired. To do this, Chen Chen needs to clearly imagine the location of objects in the object space in advance and pay attention to the object space when shooting a bow. Chen Chen tried it and found that distraction greatly increased the speed of drawing the arrow, but the shooting accuracy was greatly reduced. It was not worth it. But it was just the beginning, and we will know the concrete results when we try it. Chen Chen used his hands and brain to practice again. After practicing for an hour and a half, Chen Chen only stopped after he had fired hundreds of arrows. He walked to the target and put all the scattered arrows into his storage. Then Chen Chen picked up Yuanzi, who was playing nearby, and walked towards the shelter. There is no problem with the direction. The current shooting speed has reached 1 arrow per second, which is comparable to the speed of Zhuge Liang's crossbow. The hand holding Yuanzi was still slightly trembling, but Chen Chen was very excited in his heart. It's okay if the accuracy is almost there. Just practice more and everything will be fine. Chen Chen smiled. Now I understand how useful it is to be a gourmet. After training, I eat half a kilo of meat, and the small injuries from training heal in an instant. First, he put Yuanzai on the stone platform. Chen Chen patted his bottom and asked him to sit down deeply so that he would not fall. Then he quickly climbed onto the platform and entered the shelter. Even if you don't need to go out, you still have to stay for an hour to avoid accidents. He boiled the water and continued to cook the meat. Then Chen Chen walked around the pile of garbage, walked to the east wall of the first room, and immediately used the shelter expansion module. The user can choose the hollowed-out part of the expansion module at his own discretion. This time, Chen Chen placed a new room next to the first one, but at the first meter from it, he only dug a passage 1.2 meters wide and 2.8 meters high. The remaining 2 meters were a square room. This is mainly to prevent landslides. Although the cliff walls are completely made of stone, Chen Chen would rather spend more on expansion modules to ensure his safety. Chen Chen then used the shelter expansion module in the recently opened room. The new room became a large room measuring 3 by 5 by 3 meters. The room has 2 small windows leading directly to the outside world. This room is on the same level as the first room and has an outer wall made of natural stone 50 centimeters thick, making it resistant to attacks from mutant beasts. According to Chen Chen's plan, this room will be the installation site for heating equipment and fuel generators, as well as a room with heat source equipment. The first room serves as a hall leading to other rooms with different functions. After that, Chen Chen used another expansion module along the west side of the north wall of the equipment room, still maintaining a 1 meter long passage, and opened a small room measuring 2 by 3 by 3. Let's open a small firewood storage box first. Today, the price of wood is falling, and Chen Chen plans to stock up on 10 cubic meters of wood when the time comes. There is no equipment installed in the equipment room yet, so Chen Chen directly moved all the items except the refrigerator and freezer to the equipment room. This makes the room much more spacious and cleaner. The last remaining expansion module was used by Chen Chen on the west side of the workshop, preserving the passage and opening up a small room with a volume of 18 cubic meters. This room is workshop number Dusra. As for what to use it for, Chen Chen has not yet decided. The shelter has become spacious again, and Chen Chen has been looking forward to this moment. Once we open the kitchen, bathroom, gym, and greenhouse, life will be even better. After redesigning the shelter, Chen Chen has returned to production. The demand for thermal windows decreased, but bows and arrows for archery became scarce. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and Chen Chen was still making something when a powerful bee flew towards him. Chen Chen felt it and was very happy. These were the same bees he had sent to explore other shelters. 30 kilometers is not that much for one person, Chen Chen said after receiving the message from the bee. But in terms of the entire territory and even all the players, it is incredibly large. Considering that my shelter was a semicircle, the first shelter appeared 30 kilometers away. After that, even more distant shelters should appear. Chen Chen stretched and looked at the time. Tomorrow, I will exchange information with Li Wusong. Looking at the work done at this time, Chen Chen did not want to do it anymore, so he simply took Yuanzi to the bedroom. Chen Chen took out the Go board that he had exchanged earlier and began to set up his parties. While playing with himself, Chen Chen recalled several endgames, set up the pieces, and began to move them. At first, he held Yuanzi in his arms, stroking him with one hand. But then he became so engrossed in the game of chess that he gradually stopped stroking Yuanzi. Yuanzi, who was holding Chen Chen's hands, could not move. Finally, he bent over, slid off his legs, and sat on the ground. Yuanzi then leaned against Chen Chen and began to eat bamboo, and after a while, he fell asleep. When Chen Chen woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was go outside to see what was happening in the wild. The wooden barrels in the first room were covered with a layer of ice. The bushes outside were even more lush than yesterday, and the grass on the ground covered the entire ground. Many green branches also cling to the fences in front of the shelter. This is too exaggerated. Chen Chen was prepared but was still stunned by the scene before him. Chen Chen looked at his tactical vest. The camouflage pattern on the vest was originally a good means of camouflage, but the Earth tactical vest was obviously no longer suitable for the new conditions. Chen Chen took off the hanging tactical vest and then went to the equipment room to take out a dark green one. Chen Chen's lips curled. Fortunately, I have a lot of resources. I have already exchanged 2 tactical vests. Money can really do anything you want. Let's have a barbecue this morning. Chen Chen immediately got ready. Chen Chen grilled meat and bought food for Yuanzi at the same time. Private message from Feng Chui Dahua Chen Chen. How does bamboo grow? I need to buy some bamboo shoots. Wind shakes rice flowers. Brother Chen, many of the bamboo bushes have not yet grown, but there are already quite a few shoots. They are growing very quickly. How much do you need? Chen Zhen. I will exchange it for 2 recurve bows. How much can you give me? Flowers blowing in the wind. Ah, it will take me 2 mornings to dig them up, and I only have 4 hours to go out. Chen Zhen. Do you want to take them? If so, we will switch to the recurve bow at noon. Feng Chui Daohua. Yes, of course. Thank you, Brother Chen. Feng Chui Daohua's real name is Wu Guanghua. For the first 8 days, his life was miserable, and he often went hungry. This made him laugh at himself. One graduate student specializing in agronomy got to the point where he didn't even have enough food. Fortunately, a few days ago, the plants began to grow rapidly, and Wu Guanghua used his experience to transplant bamboo, plant crops, and experiment with growing various seeds. Gradually, he became famous in the area, and exchanging items became much easier. Sometimes, when he asked other players to exchange tens of grams of seeds, some of them gave them to him directly, thanks to his status. After all, food is everyone's problem. Giving out a handful of seeds won't cause any harm, but it might allow Wu Guanghua to grow crops suitable for mass consumption. Then the food crisis for everyone will be eased. Wu Guanghua, holding a hoe in his hands, muttered, I only have 4 hours to go out. The first hour growing the seeds and planting the plants, and the last 3 hours digging up the bamboo shoots. If you add the bamboo shoots I dug up yesterday, that'll be enough for today. I'll wait until tomorrow to dig up the bamboo shoots. This will give them more time to grow, which in a way will save me time. Wu Guanghua was a little afraid of the wilderness and did not want to go too far from the shelter, as it would bother him a lot. He still liked his profession, and he had a vague plan in his mind. He was going to use his professional knowledge to plant plants around the shelter and try not to wander into the wild. Given Chen Chen's current reputation, as long as he opened his mouth, there was hardly a player who would refuse to trade with him. Chen Chen chose Feng Chui's rice flowers to get to know him better. If this man really developed crops that could be widely distributed in the future, it would be profitable to trade with him because of their relationship. The same logic applies to Chen Chen interacting with Li Wusong, Tang Shan, and the others. Under the same conditions, Chen Chen will naturally interact more with these people who have potential. Chen Chen went up to the 2nd floor and began his usual inspection. Reputation is one thing, but enhancing it through this is another. It can be considered casting a wide net. In fact, Chen Chen intends to befriend people like Li Wusun, but these people are eager to befriend Chen Chen and are willing to lose money for this, because every transaction will be shown, and the traffic that Chen Chen brings them is irreplaceable for them. However, Chen Chen did not use this advantage to exploit them, for which they were somewhat grateful. He was strong, friendly, and had a good character. It would be strange if no one wanted to be friends with him. If the regional channel is the martial arts world, then Chen Chen is the popular leader of the martial arts world. After checking the shelter, Chen Chen began to exercise, and then ate meat with Yuanzi. After eating the meat, the bees also brought information from the wild. Today, there seemed to be 2 superfruits, and there was a large beast next to one of them. There was no time to waste. It was time to go. Chen Chen put on his gear and headed to where the supernatural fruit was. Today's 2 superfruits are still in the southeast direction, with a slight deviation and a slight lag. The one further away has a large wild beast nearby. With my current strength, only the most dangerous predators that have gone crazy can harm me. I'm not afraid of ordinary single mutant beasts. After yesterday's training, Chen Chen's archery skills have improved again, especially his shooting speed has increased, which allows him to effectively hit mad animals and ugly beasts. Chen Chen walked and looked at his surroundings. The small trees that used to grow here have now grown as fat as calves, and young trees have sprouted from the wastelands. Herbaceous plants have completely covered the gravel soil. If this continues, this place will soon turn into a jungle, forest, and tropical rainforest. About 10 meters away, there were trees as thick as a calf, and the ground was covered with vines and grass, which seriously obstructed Chen Chen's view and greatly reduced the effectiveness of his search. After running for about 10 minutes, Chen Chen finally found the first superfruit, a mango hidden in the bushes. Chen Chen picked it up, hesitated for a while, and finally ate it. Including today, the second 7-day period would begin in 3 days. This made Chen Chen a little hesitant about leaving it to attract wild animals. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen ate it. It was still early, and there was still one fruit left, so there was no rush. The World Channel noted that the superfruit is not a real fruit, but is shaped like a fruit and can be eaten whole. Usually, the active ingredient is the pulp, but sometimes the effect is achieved through the peel or seeds. The experimenter recommends that everyone eat the whole thing. The fruit peel I gave Yuanzi before was apparently ineffective. Everything is fine. The mango was very clean, and Chen Chen ate it whole. Just like the apples he ate before, the seeds were slightly hard and crunchy like chocolate. Almost immediately after Chen Chen finished eating the superfruit, he felt his body become stronger. This must be the work of people who work hard. Chen Chen looked at the panel. This time it's intelligence. Chen Chen felt that his thinking had become much faster. At school, he felt sluggish and had difficulty thinking due to lack of sleep. But after his physical condition improved, the flow of energy from his heart to his brain also increased, and Chen Chen no longer experienced this feeling. Now that he had eaten the superfruit, Chen Chen felt that his brain was already sluggish and sleepy. But now his thinking speed was much faster than before. Fish and dragons dive into the water to form words, and the previous sentence was about wild geese flying far, far away without being seen by the light. This feeling is truly wonderful. It used to take me a while to remember the ancient poems I knew by heart, but now I can recite them easily. The intuitive feeling that the superfruit of intellect evokes is even better than that of the superfruit of strength. Then Chen Chen thought about a question. If a person's physical condition is not good enough, thinking will exhaust him. Chen Chen continued to move towards the next superfruit with excitement. At this moment, a large tiger quickly walked towards the peach sea superfruit. Face had 2 blood-red eyes. Silver grey teeth protruded from its fierce mouth, and its scarlet tongue licked the fruit. The tiger easily plucked the fruit with its tongue, then opened its mouth wide and swallowed it right away. Blood. Red eyes were slightly narrowed, as if it was enjoying a delicious meal. After 2 minutes, Dahu tensed his muscles, inflating his flesh into lumps, and stretched. Roar! This sound, similar to the roar of a powerful engine, scared away the birds and beasts in the distance. Dahu continued to walk through the jungle, but his aura had become much stronger than before. This tiger itself is very strong and has a certain resistance to abnormal radiation. Later, he ate the superfruit of intelligence and gained a certain level of intelligence. After that, he hunted an ugly rabbit and an ugly roe deer. He himself turned into an ugly beast, but still retained his intelligence. After he ate this physical superfruit again, his strength finally reached its peak, reaching the level of a first-level distorted beast. If he absorbs the distorted radiation for a few more days, he will be able to transform into a second-level distorted beast. At this moment, Chen Chen did not realize the danger and continued to move forward. Chen Chen was incredibly happy to find an electric saw in the middle. At this time, a vulture flew over Chen Chen's head, and Chen Chen immediately drew his bow and aimed at it. Before Chen Chen obtained the wildlife hunter skill, he was unable to shoot at animals flying in the sky. Chen Chen simply couldn't take into account the parabola, the direction of the wind in the air, and the speed and trajectory of the bird. Becoming a hunter in the wild doesn't guarantee 100% success either. But with the space for objects, everything is different. Chen Chen shot an arrow and then pulled the bow with his bare hands. When he pulled the bowstring to perfection, an arrow appeared on the bowstring out of thin air, followed by another. Whoosh! Chen Chen fired 3 arrows in a row, blocking the vulture's path and leaving it no chance to escape. 2 of the 3 arrows hit the bird, one in the belly, the other in the wing. Chen Chen walked over and took the vulture. Sell it. It's worth money. Chen Chen happily let go of the vulture, picked up the bow, and headed toward the superfruit again, running forward. The big tiger walking on the other side suddenly stopped, then twitched its nose and sniffed carefully, seemed to smell a faint, very fruity scent, and his big eyes immediately flashed with anger. Da Hu followed the scent. The distance between Chen Chen and Da Hu was currently only 3.5 kilometers. From afar, Chen Chen saw several bees flying towards him. Chen Chen took the initiative to go over and receive their messages. The superfruit had disappeared. Chen Chen was shocked. Then don't go there. The superfruit must have been eaten by some big beast, right? It must have been a herbivore. After all, the superfruit didn't have any smell before it was picked. Perhaps he has already eaten the super energy fruit, recognized it, and eaten it a second time. Chen Chen shook his head. But the probability is too low. Besides, if that is the case, then given this beast's keen sense of smell, it will be difficult for me to retreat. When he ran back, the threat was still there. So Chen Chen looked around, then chose a tree as thick as a thigh and 5 meters high and climbed it. Wait a minute. If he follows the scent, I'll deal with it. If not, I'll look for supplies somewhere else. Prudence. But he never thought that the one looking for him was a top-level mutant. Standing high and looking far away, after waiting for less than 3 minutes, Chen Chen saw a huge tiger in the distance. Although the tiger was large in size, it was very agile, jumping and running in the jungle. The direction of the tiger's movement was slightly different from Chen Chen's position, but after running a few steps, the tiger stared at Chen Chen with its terrifying red eyes. Roar! At this moment, Chen Chen finally understood what the roar of the dragon and tiger meant. This oppressive feeling was terrifying. Chen Chen quickly took out his crossbow, loaded it with a microfiber arrow, and aimed at the tiger. Whoosh! The sword flew out and struck the tiger, piercing its hide, but was blocked by its developed muscles and fell. Roar! Having attacked Chen Chen, the tiger became angry and continued to run towards him. Chen Chen panicked a little, but forced himself not to think about it. The distance was only 60 meters, and the falling arrow did not make Chen Chen lose hope. 47 meters, Chen Chen's second arrow flew out. This time, the bullet entered a little deeper, but because it hit the tiger's shoulder, the muscle there was more active, and the tiger fell after running a few steps. 35 meters, the third arrow flies out. This time, it hits the tiger right in the face, causing it to slow down abruptly due to the pain. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Chen let loose the fourth arrow. The bullet hit the tiger's neck, penetrating to a depth of about 7 centimeters. Roar! Roar! The tiger roared continuously and continued to approach Chen Chen. Call. The fifth arrow was shot. The closer the tiger ran, the more powerful the arrow became. It pierced the tiger's left rib. The sixth arrow, flying towards the tiger's eyes, was reflected by its skull. When he took out the seventh arrow, Chen Chen hesitated for a moment. Instead of taking the microfiber arrow, he took out the arrow he made himself. Chen Chen wanted to save the remaining 3 arrows and wait for the tiger to get closer before shooting them. Of course, this tree won't last long, but you should still have time to fire 3 arrows. The arrows made by Chen Chen, in addition to armor-piercing action, are only slightly inferior in muzzle velocity to microfiber arrows. Otherwise, they are at the same level and can be used completely. When the distance to the tiger was only 25 meters, Chen Chen took the bow and shot arrows at it at high speed. The recurve bow is much faster. By the time the tiger ran under the tree, Chen Chen had already shot 9 arrows. While Chen Chen was concentrating on the battle, his archery speed increased slightly. The arrows were stuck in the tiger's body, blood was flowing, and one of the arrows was stuck in the tiger's eye socket. This time, Chen Chen took out a microfiber arrow and aimed at the tiger under the tree. At such a short distance, Chen Chen could hit the target without aiming. But there were only 3 microfiber arrows left, and Chen Chen had to hit the vital point. Call. The arrow flew out and pierced the tiger below. The tiger rushed forward and slammed his paw into the tree trunk, causing the tree to shake and the arrow to hit the tiger in the upper forearm. The tiger missed the tree a little. The tiger's paw knocked down a large piece of wood splinter, and the thick tree trunk was actually dented by his paw. Chen Chen felt his heart ache as the attack failed to reach the vital point. The tiger is good at climbing trees. It must have gone crazy, turning into a deformed beast, so it decided to attack harder. Roar! The tiger's roar was deafening. While Chen Chen was loading the arrows, the tiger pushed off with its hind legs and jumped up. The front paws grabbed it right at the height of 2.5 meters and then pulled it up with force. At the critical moment, Chen Chen did not have time to think, so he kicked the tree trunk with his feet and fell back. Looking at the tiger rushing along the tree trunk, Chen Chen suddenly felt as if he saw the sky through the fog. He adjusted the direction of his hands and shot an arrow at the tiger. Pow! The arrow pierced right into the tiger's eye, and the shock of the arrow shattered the tiger's eyeball. Chen Chen fell to the ground. He wanted to put away the crossbow and draw the long sword, but the time was too short. Chen Chen fell heavily to the ground and could barely breathe. Then his eyes darkened, and the tiger fell as well. The tiger's claws hit Chen Chen's chest hard, causing him to cough up blood. The tiger was blind, but Chen Chen was pinned down at this moment. Instinctively, the tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit Chen Chen. At this moment, Chen Chen finally took out a long sword from the object space, but it was too late to stop the tiger. Chen Chen felt the moisture and heat from the tiger's mouth splashing onto his face, and he would surely die in the next moment. But the tiger suddenly whined, pulled in its head, shook its head, and roared wildly. It turned out that the long arrows had touched the ground, and the tiger's powerful blow broke one of the arrows. Chen Chen took advantage of the opportunity, raised his knife, and slashed it from the bottom up towards the tiger's belly. Chen Chen tried his best, but he was unable to cut the tiger's skin. However, when he raised his knife, he hit one of the tiger's testicles, breaking it. Lower body was numb with pain, and it almost fell. Chen Chen was unaware of his magical strike and thought he had cut the tiger's belly. Feeling the force pressing on him weaken, Chen Chen simply unfastened the quick-release buckle of the tactical vest and rolled out of the tactical vest along the side. Ignoring the pain in his body, Chen Chen gritted his teeth and continued to roll sideways. The tiger was furious at this time, and any blow from it could take Chen Chen's life. The further away from the tiger, the better. Chen Chen did not stop until his body hit the tree. Looking back to where he had just been, the tiger was already 7 or 8 meters away. This position is still very dangerous. The tiger only needs to take 2 or 3 steps to be in front of Chen Chen. If the tiger could see, it would kill Chen Chen in 2 seconds. Chen Chen overcame the pain in his chest, used his hands to stand up, and staggered a little further. The arrow pierced the tiger's eyes and some of its soft tissue, but eventually stopped, resting against its skull. The tiger would have undoubtedly died, but it is unknown how much longer it would have lived. Chen Chen recalled the feeling when he had just jumped down from the tree, took out the crossbow from the item space again, loaded a microfiber arrow, and aimed at the tiger in the distance. Transforming into a deformed beast does strengthen your bones greatly, but the tiny bones in your throat can't stop a crossbow. Chen Chen aimed at the tiger's throat, feeling the sensation, and then pulled the trigger. Call. The arrow flew out. The tiger raised its head and roared in the sky. Pow! The arrow pierced the tiger's neck, and the deafening roar died down. Only a hissing sound remained. At this moment, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had pierced the trachea. The arrow's powerful impact tore apart the tiger's internal organs. Without oxygen, the tiger died within minutes. Aha! With intense pain in his chest, Chen Chen slowly leaned his back against the tree, staring at the tiger in the distance and gasping for air. Every breath sent a heart-wrenching pain through his chest. Chen Chen took out a pack of Snickers from his things, tore it open, and ate it. This Snickers was given to him by Chen Kai. After that, Chen Chen took out a roasted wolf leg and began to eat it in large pieces. The sternum is definitely broken, but I don't know if there is any internal damage. Thanks to his job as a gourmet, Chen Chen can quickly absorb nutrients from food and recover as much as possible. The lungs should be below the sternum, right? It seems like I don't have any serious breathing problems right now. Does that mean there is no internal damage? Soon, the tiger fell to the ground, and Chen Chen had already swallowed half of the wolf's leg in one big piece. We must hurry. The tiger's roar can scare away all the animals. But if there are mad animals somewhere, it can attract them. The food was quickly digested by Chen Chen and turned into a hot stream, most of which flowed into Chen Chen's chest. This is indeed the same as Chen Chen imagined. The characteristics of a gourmet's work can affect the body's recovery. As the heat increased, Chen Chen's chest muscles began to move slightly uncontrollably. This made Chen Chen suddenly remember the wildebeest that had pushed the arrow out of its body. Could it be that after my physical fitness improved, I also developed the corresponding abilities? No, it was instinct. Muscles hold the bones in place. Feeling his body recovering, Chen Chen slowly walked towards the tiger. The fall from the 4-meter tree to the ground did not pose a serious threat to Chen Chen, given his current physical condition. After a thorough examination, it was found that Chen Chen only suffered serious injuries to his chest. Coming closer, Chen Chen first collected some of the still-flowing blood, and then took out an electric saw and cut it, not caring whether the tiger's skin was intact or not. When the tiger struggled for the last time, its body instinctively tensed up and released many trills. Only then did Chen Chen notice which part of the tiger he had just cut, and he immediately understood the whole story. At the same time, I suddenly became afraid. In the previous fight, if Chen Chen had not climbed the tree but had decided to return to cover, if the tiger had not struck the tree trunk but had rushed to bite it, if you had not blinded the tiger with a shot to the eyes and the shot had been fired in the right direction, if the tiger's testicles had not been cut off, if at least one link. If it fails, Chen Chen will definitely die. A top-notch predator combined with a top-notch mutant is truly beyond my reach. He painstakingly dismembered the tiger, then placed the limbs, head, and tail in the item compartment. Looking at the tiger's body lying on the ground, Chen Chen was at a loss as all the storage space was full. Some arrows and long swords could not be accommodated. But now was not the time to hesitate. Chen Chen, holding a curved bow in his hand and carrying a crossbow on his back, began to return to the shelter. After walking briskly for 40 minutes, Chen Chen finally returned to the shelter. Stepping on the chevaux de frise and trying not to disturb the wound, Chen Chen slowly climbed up to the stone platform on the cliff. Yuanzi waited for a long time and was about to rush forward when he saw Chen Chen open the door. "Stop!" Chen Chen shouted directly at Yuanzi. "He still has a chest injury, so it's better to be careful." Yuanzi is small, but very strong. Hearing the order, Yuanzi immediately stopped, but continued to look at Chen Chen. Chen Chen walked up to Yuanzi, touched his head, and continued walking inside. After hanging all the equipment on the wall, Chen Chen headed straight to the workshop. The green tactical vest he wore for the first time today was almost falling apart. When Tiger hit Chen Chen's chest, the force of the blow was dissipated by the vest, and Chen Chen barely survived. If you have time, go to the market and buy a helmet. You will be safer that way. On the way back, Chen Chen also discovered that not only had his body returned the bones to their place, but the muscles around the bones also contracted in turn to keep the bones in a fixed position. It's like putting a splint on your sternum to hold it in place and give it time to heal. I may not be able to shoot a recurve bow for the next 2 days. Drawing the bowstring requires the use of your chest muscles, which is hard on your bones, while the muscles next to the bones help stabilize them. When large muscle groups are stretched, these smaller muscles cannot compete and will still put pressure on the bones. Taking carpentry tools in hand, Chen Chen spent 20 minutes making a large wooden barrel with a shallow bottom. The barrel is oval-shaped. The height of the rim is 7 centimeters. The major axis is 150 centimeters, and the minor axis is 75 centimeters. Chen Chen used his carpentry skills to transform this wooden barrel into a completely new form that can be placed on the table and used as a large bowl for meat. Previously, Chen Chen made a table specifically for cutting meat and cooking. But after talking with Tang Shan yesterday, Chen Chen realized that the blood of a mutilated beast could be very useful. So he made a large meat basin specifically for storing the butchered meat of mutilated animals. It could not only distinguish the meat of a mutilated animal from the normal one, but also effectively collect the blood from the mutilated animal without letting it spread everywhere. The height of 7 centimeters does not affect the performance and is very easy to use. Then Chen Chen took out the tiger corpses from the item compartment one by one and put them in a large meat bowl. The item space is very magical. Blood will not stick to the walls and pollute the item space. Chen Chen looked at the tiger meat in front of him and said, "I guess I'll need another one, otherwise I'll have nowhere to put it." Chen Chen took some firewood and continued working in the workshop. The meat container could be made taller, increasing the height to 70 centimeters. Sti. At this moment, Tang Shan was staring at the compass in his hand. After a long time, he sighed with relief and took a pen and wrote on the paper, "Break the armor." This compass came with him to the distorted world and has a spiritual resonance with him. Tang Shan believed that this compass was a magical weapon of birth in the novels of cultivating immortals. The compass is worn close to the body and can be used 3 times a day to make inferences about certain things. Put something on it, think about a phenomenon or question, and the compass might give you an answer. Tang Shan had previously made many deductions with this compass and finally discovered that mixing a small wild herb with sulfur could be used to repel insects. After he accidentally found the blade battery yesterday, he immediately decided to sell it in exchange for meat and various strange materials and let Luo Pan check them one by one. Of course, I had already agreed with Chen Zhen that we should first understand the distorted iron. Tang Shan has been investigating the properties of the distorted iron for the past 2 days and has finally achieved some results. At this stage, it is essentially difficult for musicians to process and use distorted iron. Tang Shan looked at the sheet music in front of him and muttered, "But if you give me more time, I might be able to find a suitable method to use it, and then I'll be one step ahead of others. In any case, I've figured out most of the properties of the twisted iron. Let me tell Chen Zhen and exchange him for the remaining 20 kilograms of meat." Chen Chen finished making the wooden barrel and now looked at the bees in front of him, interpreting the messages they brought. These bees came from 2 different directions and both found a shelter that was about 45 kilometers away from Chen Chen's shelter. One group of bees even found a large creature in the shelter, but they did not know whether it was a person. The circumference is approximately 6 r. It seems that the distances between me and the other shelters are roughly equal, so there are no more than 6 shelters around my shelter. Chen Chen thought, the ones in the mountains can be ignored. The 3 we found now should be within a radius of 50 kilometers. Thinking about this, Chen Chen was about to send a private message to Li Wusong, but he accidentally saw a private message from Tang Shan. Private message to Bao Shui Tang. Bao Shui Tang. Brother Chen, I have basically figured out the properties of the distorted iron. We can finish the deal. Chen Zhen. Tell me about it. Bao Shui Tang. I found this out through my research, and I can guarantee that it is all true, but there may be some features that I have not figured out. Bursting candy. Deformed iron is strong and very hard. I think you all know this, Brother Chen. Deformed iron can scratch glass. But after my research, I found that the strength of this deformed iron is also incredibly high. My knowledge is limited, but this deformed iron must be superior to 90% of the materials on Earth. Deformed iron also has a high corrosion resistance. I soaked it in sulfuric acid, But it didn't help. Add that to the equation, and 95% of metal materials can't compare, right? Another point. Deformed iron has a certain armor-piercing ability. I believe it has something to do with the residual distorted radiation inside it, but I don't know the details. After seeing these descriptions, Chen understood what distorted iron was and immediately responded. Chen. Yes, this knowledge is very useful. I will give you the remaining 20 kilograms of meat. Chen. But today, I killed another ugly beast and collected its blood. If necessary, you can exchange its meat for ugly blood and ugly meat. Exploding sugar. Have you tracked down another one? Bao Shui Tang. Brother Chen, not to mention your super hunting skills, the probability of mutant beasts appearing around your hideout is also quite high. Bao Shui Tang. How about giving me 10 kilograms of normal meat, 10 kilograms of deformed meat, and 1 liter of deformed blood? Chen. Okay, I'll prepare it and you can have it later. Exploding sugar. Okay, thank you, Brother Chen. After that, Chen sent the goods to the other party, processed several private transaction messages, and then checked the transaction channel. I bought 2 shelter expansion modules and a rice cooker, and then found that there was nothing else that attracted attention. He found a large pot and put the meat in it to stew it, while Chen went back to bed to recover. Yuanzi seemed to sense that Chen was not in a good condition, so he silently climbed onto the bed and hugged his hand. After resting for 40 minutes, Chen stood up and went to the hall to eat. You need to eat small meals frequently to ensure sufficient nutrients for recovery. A broken bone will heal in 100 days. Although Chen's recovery ability had increased significantly, he estimated that it would take more than a week to recover. While eating with Yuanzi, Chen checked the information brought back by the bees. After returning to the shelter, Chen sent out thousands of bees to conduct a large-scale reconnaissance mission. Based on the feedback received so far, there are no wild animals found around the tiger. Chen thought about it and finally decided to go and collect the remaining tiger carcasses. Besides, this tiger skin is worth a lot of money. Let the bees detect the danger. Although I can't use the recurve bow, I can still use the crossbow, but its shooting speed is slower. After the previous battle, Chen felt that he seemed to have hit a bottleneck in archery. After a certain period of practice, he must have been able to firmly grasp this feeling. From this point of view, Chen's attack power had increased significantly. He never intended to fight monsters at close range, so more accurate archery should be safer. During the meal, Chen sent a message to Li Wusong. Private message with mechanical tentacles. Chen. Have you found out the results of your test yet? I can exchange information with you now. Mechanical tentacle. Okay, no problem. Brother Chen, let me first tell you the results of my test. Mechanical tentacle. I only contacted 6 players, and after calculations, I got the approximate distance between the 6 of us. Mechanical tentacles. The shortest distance between 2 players was only 17 kilometers. The farthest is over 5,700 kilometers. Considering the 50 million players, the size of this distorted world is simply unimaginable. Chen. My measurement results show that the distance between 2 players is about 40 kilometers, and the players' hideouts are distributed relatively evenly. Chen. It may be scattered in concentric circles in the distorted world. After Chen sent the message, the mechanical tentacle was silent for a while, and several minutes passed before it continued to respond to Chen. Mechanical tentacles. Brother Chen, the actual data is very different from my expectations. It seems to be unevenly distributed and not very random. I'm a little confused. Chen. We still have too little information to draw a precise conclusion. Mechanical tentacle. Well, from this level, it is impossible to determine the regional distribution and size of the distorted world. We can talk about it later. Mechanical tentacle. Thank you again, Brother Chen. We can exchange information in the future. Brother Chen, if you have any mechanical or electronic problems, feel free to contact me and I will answer them for free. Chen. Okay, thank you. Let's keep each other updated. Seeing Chen Zhen's answer, Li Wusong smiled slightly. This cooperation helped me get closer to Chief Chen. In the future, I will come here more often and see if I can get closer to him. If there was someone on Earth who knew Li Wusong, they would be shocked to hear what he said. Li Wusong has a high reputation among them as a leading technical expert. No one would have thought that Li Wusong would call someone a big boss or even try to curry favor with them. Li Wusong himself did not attach much importance to this. He was an ordinary person who often shared new and interesting facts he had found on the forum. Gradually, people surrounded him with all sorts of halos, making his name synonymous with an important person in their circles. Li Wusong clearly knew who the master of this world was. My abilities are only useful at this stage. After that, the emergence of future technologies will be nothing. And Boss Chen's ability to quickly master blueprints is his real weapon. In the later stages, he is simply invincible. Li Wusong frowned at this thought. Skills are very high, and I wonder what means he has to explore other shelters. Maybe he has a second ability? After eating the meat, Chen Chen put on the new tactical vest again and went out to the tiger's corpse again. This time, Chen Chen did not run, but walked relatively quickly, and it took him 30 minutes to reach the tiger's body. Near the tiger's corpse, there were 4 vultures pecking at its flesh along the wounds inflicted by Chen Chen. His movements were somewhat abrupt, probably because he had gone crazy after eating tiger meat. Chen Chen had already learned from the bees that there were 4 small and medium-sized wild animals near the tiger's corpse. He was mentally prepared and stood 70 meters away from them, raising his crossbow. Chen Chen tried to come to his senses, took aim and released an arrow. Pow! 1 vulture fell, and the rest flew up into the sky and circled around screaming. They were not trying to escape, but rather to find the attacker. Chen Chen was calm and fast. He loaded a second arrow and released another one at the vulture in the sky. Poof! The second vulture fell to the ground. Chen Chen's expression did not change at all, and he quickly loaded the third arrow. At this time, the remaining 2 vultures also flew towards Chen Chen. Raise the crossbow and pull the trigger. Poof! The third vulture fell. The feeling in Chen Chen's heart became stronger and stronger. He raised the crossbow and aimed it at the last vulture, and then Chen Chen closed his eyes. Although it was a moving object, Chen Chen seemed to already know where it would fly to in the next moment. Poof! All 4 arrows hit the target. The 4th arrow still hits. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes, his eyeballs trembling slightly. I have completely mastered this feeling. At this moment, Chen Chen felt that the arrow had become an extension of his body, and he could release the arrow he wanted according to his heart. Of course, this freedom only applies to arrows, allowing Chen Chen to hit where he points. Even if the opponent intentionally dodges, Chen Chen still has trouble hitting them. At least, it's enough to deal with a rabid animal. Give me time, and I can kill him. If he was attacked by more than 10 wild wolves at the same time, Chen Chen would not be able to resist, even if all the arrows hit him. Because during this time, the other wolves would pounce on him and bite him to death. Chen Chen smiled happily. I am almost an experienced escort now. It is not a problem to deal with a dozen soldiers, but if there are more, I will still lose. The arrow can be shot at will, so let's call it freedom. Then quickly reminded himself, none of the disasters that the distorted world spoke of have happened yet. I still need to be careful and accumulate as much strength as possible. Chen Chen then walked to the tiger's body, picked up a chainsaw, and began to cut it. This tiger is incredibly huge, weighing almost 300 kilograms. Leopards, wolves, and the like are nothing compared to it. This time, Chen Chen was not in a hurry and planned to remove the large piece of skin more carefully. Using an electric saw, cut the tiger skin away from the belly, then take out a knife and begin cutting slowly to separate the skin from the tiger meat. After the animal is deformed, its fur and bones become extremely hard, but when its muscles are not under stress, they are still at a normal level, so the meat still comes off easily. After having difficulty removing the tiger skin, Chen Chen went straight to Pangu to open his business and asked him to hand over the recurved bow and the shelter expansion module before selling him the tiger skin. Pangu Kaishan was initially a little dissatisfied with Chen Chen's request for such a high deposit and was even reluctant to complete the transaction, but in the end he said nothing and silently handed over the items. After all, Chen Chen was both his big client and his golden signboard, and more importantly, he couldn't afford to offend him. If Chen Chen blacklisted him, he would be finished. But as soon as the item was handed over, Pangu Kaizhang was dumbfounded. The yellow tiger skin pinned him to the chair. The strong smell of blood hit his nostrils, causing him to feel slightly nauseous. After a long time, Pangu finally came to his senses. He glanced at the system message and muttered, "Impossible. How could it be a monster?" Chen Chen continued to go deeper, carefully looking for places where tigers might roam. He had the knowledge he had gained from hunting in the wild and could locate the tiger by the various tracks. Gradually, Chen Chen passed the location of the second superfruit, and then went tens of meters deeper and finally found the black box. The box was square, pitch black, cold to the touch, and seemed to be made of iron. Last time, the wooden box was a flat rectangle. But when Chen Chen saw the iron box this time, he immediately realized that the shape of the treasure chests was not the same, and the size and appearance should match the items in the box. Chen Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and pressed the bar in the center of the iron box. Click! A crack immediately appeared in the iron box, and Chen Chen pushed it open. Inside were two objects: a black cube with a side of 15 centimeters in patterns and a yellow round bead the size of a fist. Chen Chen was the first to lift the black cube. The cube was very heavy. Chen Chen estimated that it weighed more than 5 kilograms. Smart Butler Chassis. This is the mainframe of the artificial intelligence. Once connected and activated, it will serve you for a lifetime. I finally have this thing. Chen Chen was a little excited. She must be able to master some knowledge of electricity. Then I can let this artificial intelligence design a shelter for me. Chen Chen himself did not understand the structure of systems such as electricity, water supply, and ventilation. He had designed several shelters, but then discarded them all. There was no room for resources in the room yesterday, so Chen Chen opened several new rooms. But he always felt that everything was put together haphazardly, and this would become a big problem in the later stages. Thanks to the artificial intelligence, redesigning and planning the shelters should not be a problem. Now that there was no electricity, Chen Chen could not check the intelligence level of the artificial intelligence, so he put down the main brain and picked up the yellow bead next to it. Bead. Touching the bead with your palm will absorb the earth element qi, allowing you to comprehend the rules of the earth element. Chen Chen felt the earth element bead in his hand. It seemed that as soon as he thought about it, the earth element energy in the bead would be absorbed into his body. Chen Chen examined the beads. This should be the third known super-powered strength-enhancing item, right? Then let's try it. Judging from the sensations the beads convey, it won't take long. Chen Chen continued to meditate and mentally immerse himself in the current situation. After a while, he felt something like yellow gas flowing through his hand. Soon, he felt the earth energy spreading throughout his entire body, and gradually, only the earth energy remained in Chen Chen's consciousness. About 5 minutes later, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He felt as if he had gained and understood something. This feeling made Chen Chen squat down and lean his hands on the ground. Chen Chen used the rules of the earth element that he had just understood. The ground beneath his feet gradually became soft, and half of Chen Chen's feet sank into it. Then Chen Chen changed his mind, and the ground beneath his feet, starting from his palms, became solid again. Chen Chen continued to squeeze his hand like that for another minute, and then let go. His combat boots made a heavy sound as he stepped on it. Chen Chen took the long knife and cut it, but he only cut off a few pieces, and he couldn't really cut the ground that Chen Chen had reinforced. Chen Chen picked up the long knife and looked at it. There was not a single scratch on the blade. The rule? Did it strengthen the ground beneath our feet to the strength of a brick? To be honest, when Chen Chen first saw the introduction of the earth element bead, he was a little disappointed, thinking that it would have been better if it was fire element or metal element. Manipulating fire or wielding a sword seems to be very effective in increasing attack power. But I didn't expect that what I realized was not manipulating the earth element, but rather weakening or strengthening it. With this skill, the shelter will become impregnable. Chen Chen was very pleased and immediately went back to the shelter. Until your injuries heal, stay in the shelter for the next few days. Now that we have the ability to move the earth and artificial intelligence, it's time to repair the shelter. Chen Chen deviated slightly from the route he came from and continued searching for supplies on the way back. Huh? I almost missed it. Halfway there, Chen Chen noticed a bag with a green wrapper. If his vision hadn't been enhanced, he wouldn't have noticed it. After walking forward a little, Chen Chen finally saw the package clearly. It was a bag of spinach seeds. Chen Chen walked over, happily put it away, and continued his way back. Returning to the shelter again, Chen Chen took off his equipment, took out tiger meat and other items, and then checked the forum while eating the meat. This was a bit surprising since Emperor Qi Tianhuang had posted new news on the World Forum 10 minutes ago. Latest news about the distortion world Emperor Qi. Hello everyone, I have new news for you. Emperor Qi. Attention! This is probably the most important news at the moment. Plants have been growing like crazy in the last few days, and I'm sure you've all seen it. Remember what I said before? In addition to the abnormal radiation that erupts every 7 days, there are other catastrophes. And now, this catastrophe is coming. The catastrophe is the frantic growth of plants. Now, it's just a signal. The official outbreak is scheduled to occur in a day, on the 13th day after our arrival at the shelter. By then, the trees will be terrifyingly numerous, absorbing vast amounts of water and spawning even more beasts. Some plants also evolve to gain powerful abilities, making the wilderness extremely dangerous. 3 days after the disaster officially begins, I recommend everyone stay indoors. The dangers of the wilderness are much greater than on day 7. Take advantage of this time and stock up on as much food as possible. We are lucky that this is the first disaster we have encountered. Otherwise, it would be truly tragic. Another message predicted by Emperor Qi Tianhuang appeared on the World Forum. The bad news it brought plunged players into deep despondency once again. Ku Klux Klan. Brothers, there's definitely something wrong with that old Biden. The warped world is your father. You know everything in advance. It seems abstract. You shouldn't say that, right? In the end, they exchange information. I already realized, is that all he said? What if he left out some information that could improve my power? Childhood autumn. I think you're wrong. The distorted world is not his father. He is the father of the distorted world. Wandering on the street corner. It seems that it is true. This kid is really crazy. Fu Shu. What the hell is that up there? It is already good enough for people to share, and you are talking nonsense. Gentle fingertips. That's right. What if Boss Chi is unhappy and doesn't share it? Benzi. What are you arguing about? The forum was so harmonious when we played. Strange rattan chair. Why do I feel like it's just a plant, not very dangerous? 5-tone singer. Indeed. I don't feel any threat from plants now. Street tree. What I hate most is when people show off in front of me. What you said is true, but what they said is recognized by the distorted world. Compared to the first Lamentations, the players living today clearly have a higher tolerance. Even from the comments, it is clear that many people do not care. However, now that the news has become public, the prices of essential goods such as food will inevitably rise, which will have both advantages and disadvantages for Chen Chen. Chen Chen shook his head and closed the forum, then picked up the AI host and plugged it in. There is a small Type-C port on the back of the host, and Chen Chen found a powerful data cable and plugged it in. After connecting to the power source, the black cube lights up and the blue light changes to white. Chen Chen followed the instructions and placed his hand on the glowing area at the top. After he entered the palm prints, he removed his hand. Then, The shadow of a little girl appeared on it. After she appeared, and then stared at Chen Chen. The host's pleasant and melodious voice said, "Please raise your right hand. Xiaoluo needs to confirm your identity. Hey, do you have a name?" Chen Chen was a little surprised and raised his right hand. "I wanted to name you Ruiji." The girl put her hands on her hips, bowed her head, and said quietly, "Xiaoluo already has a name, and you can't change it. Owner identity verification successful. Please enter additional information." Then a blue light burst out from the front of the host and covered Chen Chen from head to toe. "The information has been successfully entered. From now on, you will be my master." The girl said happily, "Master, if you need me, just call me." "Oh," Chen Chen inquired for a moment. "What can you do? What is your IQ?" Xiaoluo said, "I have 16 terabytes of built-in memory, and I have some knowledge of mechanics, electrical engineering, astronomy, and geography. I can help the owner operate the shelter equipment. When communicating with the owner, I have the intelligence of a 10-year-old girl." Chen Chen realized, she is only 10 years old. Can you increase its age? The intelligence of a 10-year-old child was designed from the start. This makes communication with the user more trusting and reduces the likelihood of panic. It cannot be changed. Xiaoluo looked at Chen Chen curiously. Why does the master ask this? Does he like married women? Chen Chen? Chen Chen grabbed his forehead and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you asking this? And how can you pronounce the word wife so skillfully?" Words made Chen Chen instantly lose his composure. How could he have thought that a 10-year-old girl would say such a thing to him? Xiaoluo looked at Chen Chen's expression and was also at a loss. He asked, "Xiaoluo's profile has chats with netizens. After integrating them, this sentence was produced. Teacher, do you want to know the true reason why Xiaoluo said this? Xiaoluo will trace the source and find it." Stop, Chen Chen believed. This was the emotional intelligence of a 10-year-old girl. Don't worry about it. Don't look for it again. Tell me about your abilities. Can you design a shelter for me? Yes. Okay, master. Xiaoluo nodded vigorously. Xiaoluo needs information about the current state of Master's shelter and the related materials to design an acceptable design for you. Master, do you have any special needs? Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "First, safety, then convenience for subsequent development, and finally comfortable living. Okay, Master, please take Xiaoluo with you to inspect the shelter and the surrounding environment. Xiaoluo can design it for you later." Chen Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you need to introduce the abnormal world? There are several additional situations. There are many abnormal powers in this world. No need." Xiaoluo raised his head. Xiaoluo can check the Warped World Forum through Master. If Master agrees, Xiaoluo will get this information very quickly. Oh, good. Then you can take a look. Then Chen Chen took the host and the extension cord with him and walked around the shelter. On the way, Chen Chen added details about the shelter he wanted and explained his situation to Xiaoluo. But all of this information was unavailable on the forum. Yuanzi followed closely behind them as they inspected the shelter. Chen Chen finished saying everything he wanted to say and then said to Xiaoluo, "Okay, that's it. When you finish designing, you can play with this panda. This is my pet, Yuanzi, nicknamed Gong Gong." Xiaoluo also noticed Yuanzai a long time ago, and when he saw this, he jumped up and shouted at Yuanzai, "Yuanzi, Yuanzi, Yuanzi, Yuanzi! Roll, roll, roll!" When Yuanzi heard someone calling him, he ran but found no one and wandered under the table. "Stop!" Chen Chen hurriedly stopped him. "Didn't I tell you to finish the drawing before playing with Yuanzi? You finished it so quickly?" Xiaoluo shook his head. "It's not finished yet. To formulate the entire plan." However, Xiaoluo only has the intelligence of a 10-year-old child, so this will not affect the calculation of the plan. There are 2 hours, 32 minutes, and 49 seconds left. 48 seconds, 47 seconds, Chen Chen was in a difficult situation. Okay, I understand. Please stop." Chen Chen looked at Yuanzi again and said, "Okay, Xiaoluo, you and Yuanzi can play together. I'm going to make a recurve bow. Yes, master. Chen Chen came to the workshop and before making a recurve bow, he checked the market and contacted Feng Shui Daohua. Private message with Feng Shui Daohua Chen Zhen. Do you have any edible mushrooms or anything? I need to buy some. Wind-blowing rice flowers. Yes, Brother Chen. Feng Shui Daohua. I used to buy different kinds of mushrooms, separate the spores and try to grow them in a shelter. Recently, the plants grow very quickly and I can pick one mushroom a day. Yesterday, I finally weeded out the non-toxic and harmless varieties. Originally planned to sell it tomorrow, but I didn't expect that you, Brother Chen, would come to me first. Chen Zhen. Okay, will you sell me the mushrooms today? I'll buy them along with the onions. Wind-shaking rice flowers. Of course I'll sell them. Chen Zhen, the food prices are rising, so I used 20 kilograms of meat for the recurve bow. Give me 15 kilograms of bamboo shoots and cover the rest with mushrooms. Is that okay? Feng Shui Daohua. That's great, Brother Chen. However, if you do that, there's nothing you can do. Chen Zhen. It's okay. Just prepare yourself. We'll do the transaction later. Feng Shui Daohua walked out of her ground shelter, smiled, walked to the wooden house on the other side, and started picking mushrooms. He didn't find it and didn't buy the shelter expansion module, so the house where the mushrooms were grown was still exposed to anomalous radiation. But what does it matter? Usually he lives in an old house, and the crops don't have to worry about radiation and distortion. He only needs to spend 30 minutes each day to get it done. Spending money on expansion modules would be a waste. You can quickly build a new house using some wood and the included plans. Not only that, Feng Shui Daohua also used the resources he had previously exchanged with Chen Chen to surround his hideout with thick wooden stakes. Dig a hole and bury a 3-meter wooden pole in it to a depth of 1 meter. Fill it with soil and tamp it down, and then strengthen the pole in the middle with wooden boards. This will eliminate most of the dangers. It is very pleasant to plant rice in a fenced yard, watching the wind sway the rice flowers. In fact, this is the choice of most players. They are satisfied with sleeping in a place protected from radiation. Why would they need to expand the space for items? They can just build a wooden house to store them there, right? Many players who chose underground shelters also built houses on the surface. In order to expand their shelters, they had to use expansion modules, causing many players who chose the dungeon to regret it. After Chen Chen finished making 3 reverse bows, Feng Shui Daohua finally received a trade offer for 30 kilograms of mushrooms and 15 kilograms of bamboo shoots. After the deal for Feng Shui Daohua was completed, Chen Chen began to search for a shelter expansion module on the trading platform. Chen Chen had not bought expansion modules in large quantities before, expecting the price to drop. Today, after the news of Emperor Qi Tianhuang's reign was released, the price of expansion modules dropped slightly, and Chen Chen decided it was time to buy. The price of recurve bows also dropped, from 25 kilograms at the beginning to 22 kilograms now. It can buy about 2.5 shelter expansion modules. Most players only have one expansion module, so exchanging it for a recurve bow is quite problematic. Chen Chen didn't want to waste his meat on buying an expansion module, so the recurve bow trade was quite sluggish and the volume of transactions even decreased. According to Emperor Qi Tian, in a few days we will basically be unable to go out, and the bow will be of little use. However, when Chen Chen put the deformed tiger meat up for sale, he didn't expect so many players to buy it. Personal message to a dog in the Dogman world. Boss Chen, I'm here to see you again. I found another shelter expansion module and I want to exchange it for the deformed meat. Chen Zhen, deformed meat, clean meat, 15 jin each. Earth dog. Okay, boss. Chen is really generous. The human dog's words made Chen Chen a little embarrassed. Chen Zhen, you should be fine, right? Why buy deformed meat? I just posted this and already 3 people have written to me asking to buy the meat. Dogman. Well, I can't help it. Even though I don't like Emperor Qi Tian, what he said must be true. The coming days will definitely be tough since everyone's time to leave the house is compressed, so we have to race against time. Dogman. I guess Boss Chen has never eaten deformed meat, but he did eat some superfruits, right? Man, most of us haven't improved our physical fitness, so the time we spend outside has decreased. Every time it decreases, it becomes more difficult for us. Of course, we should take advantage of the opportunity now before the first disaster and the second anomalous radiation have happened. Although the meat of mutant animals accumulates anomalous radiation, it can also improve the eater's fitness. Almost a pound of meat can increase fitness by zero point 0.1. Eating 10 pounds can extend your time in the wild by an hour. I see in the records that Jingtian Xiaozhong bought deformed meat from you several times. But is he still alive and well? Many people now just want to survive. Otherwise, all this is nonsense. Dogman. Besides, didn't Emperor Qi Tianhuang say that abnormal radiation is hard to eliminate, so there is still hope? If there is hope, we must fight for it. Looking at the message sent by the dogman, Chen Chen was momentarily at a loss. These days he was busy and read only useful messages. He intentionally skipped some tragic statements and depressing words because he felt that it could affect his mood. Today, I asked the local dogs and learned that some young men who used to be full of energy and play games have turned into hardened old farmers in a short period of time. The suffering is dulled in their eyes, but the tenacity in their hearts is growing. Else to say, Chen Chen immediately replied, "Okay, let's trade." Chen Chen stood up, removed the tiger meat from the skeleton, cut the large pieces of meat into smaller ones, and handed them to the local dog. Tiger bones are very hard. Chen Chen wants to save them, as they may be useful later. Then Chen Chen looked at the second private message. Coincidentally, the second message was sent by the same person who had originally refused the 15 kilograms of offal. Green onions. Yi Gensong was also deeply conflicted. After rejecting Chen Zhen, he waited for the price of the shelter expansion module to go up, but it never happened. The price went down a little bit every day. It was very painful for him to think about how he rejected Chen Zhen at the very beginning. If he refused, he would lose the internal organs he could have bought. But if he did not refuse, he would have to watch the price continue to fall. Sunk costs are not expenses, but they make him feel sad and prevent him from parting. It was only today, when Emperor Qi Tian announced that the price of the shelter expansion module had been reduced again, that he finally couldn't hold back any longer and turned to Chen Zhen again. Personal message to Chen Zhen Green Onion. Boss Chen, I want to exchange some deformed meat with you for a shelter expansion module. Chen Zhen did not respond to him, which made Yi Gensong feel awkward and annoyed. Just when he was hesitating whether to ask the question again in a humble tone, a message came from Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen, of course, I will give you clean meat, 12 jin each. Chen Zhen, you didn't originally intend to sell this to me, right? Or have you been eating something new? Yi Gensong was a little embarrassed and quickly replied, Green onion. Number. This is my second time buying it. Can Mr. Chen offer a higher price? Chen Zhen, number scallion. Okay, let's trade. Yi Gensong closed the private message with a rather dissatisfied expression, feeling both regret and anger. What's good about this? It's just luck and supernatural powers. But there's no way out. Now, the platform only sells deformed meat, and he has no other way to improve his strength. Everyone still has a strong desire to improve their strength, and they come to Chen Chen to exchange it for expansion modules or various resources. Previously, the wildebeest and the sika deer together weighed less than 100 kilograms, but this tiger weighed 300 kilograms each. Chen Chen tried to sell it for a long time, but did not sell even half. Chen Chen also collected many whole pieces of wood. After buying them, he pushed them straight out of the first room. These large logs are useful for making new timber beams or building walls. Despite the lush growth of plants, timber from large tree trunks is still relatively scarce. Timber such as branches is very cheap and does not even cover the cost of labor. In addition to this, some people also brought good things to exchange, which made Chen Chen very happy. Hurry Up and Kill the Dragon used the fuel generator in exchange for 30 kilograms of twisted meat from Chen Chen, and Nua, who repairs the pot, directly took out a 3-horsepower wall-mounted air conditioner and exchanged it for a recurve bow and 20 kilograms of twisted beast meat. Too bad it's not a fuel generator, otherwise we could just use wild trees for fuel. Of course, with all the plant growth these days, fuel generators are incredibly expensive. Following Xiaoluo's advice, Chen Chen is now actively buying up various resources that can be used in the reconstruction of the shelter, and gradually the equipment room becomes cluttered. But at this moment, Chen Chen received an angry private message from Genkong. Personal message with green onion. Green onion. Chen Chen. What's wrong with you? Why do you sell 15 kilograms of deformed meat to others, but only 12 to me? Green onion. How can you run such a business? How can you do this? Chen Chen. You rejected me then, so you will have to pay for your choice. Many want to buy you, and I can sell you. This matter has already been decided, so why are you bringing it up now? Scallion. You? It was just a fair deal. The price was not right then, so why do you hold such a grudge? Chen Zhen. Yeah, it's just a fair deal. If you don't want it, give me the deformed meat intact and I'll give you back the expansion module. Scallion. Do you think I'm stupid? Just throw it away if you want. Seeing the reply, Chen Chen wanted to block this person immediately, not wanting to waste any more words. But soon, another message from Genkai arrived. Onion. Okay. Chen Zhen, I haven't eaten your meat yet, so I'll give it to you now. After sending the message, Yigenzun untied his belt and poured a bucket of yellow water on it. Green onion. Let's trade. Chen Zhen. Okay. Chen Chen then glanced at the meat in the transaction and decisively clicked cancel. Others may not be able to see the virtual image of the trade item clearly, but Chen Chen's vision improved and he immediately noticed the problem. When Yigenzun saw that the transaction was suddenly interrupted, he immediately sent a message to Chen Chen. Private message to Chen Zhen Gengchang. Chen Zhen, what's wrong with you? You didn't want to bargain, so why did you agree? The other party blocked him. Yigengkong. Chen Zhen sentence Sendai was blocked by the other party. The green onion lay sadly on the ground. After a long time, his anger subsided. He picked up the pulp from the wooden board and rinsed it with water. Now that the price of water has gone up, it's still a shame to waste even a little onion to rinse. After being blocked, he had nowhere to vent his anger, and he didn't dare go to the platform to curse Chen Zhen. Chen just needed to take a screenshot, and he would have to eat the beast's mangled meat himself. But he didn't expect that, after he hung the meat on the platform, many people would immediately leave messages below. Mom, do you really want to sell it? This guy won't have any descendants. Bite a snail. This is an inverted sentence referring to yes. Dragon Slayer. Ugh, disgusting, disgusting. Xuan Girl. I threw up. Looking for him in my dreams, Boss Chen is very easy to talk to. We have been talking for so long. Energetic Girl Guodagan. Do you think he will eat the meat himself if he can't sell it? Mechanical Tentacle. Of course I'll eat it. I am the main character. Some of us players died of hunger, some of us of the cold, and some of us were eaten by wild animals. But the only thing we didn't die of was thirst. You should be the first to drink urine, right? Yigensong sensed something was wrong and quickly checked the forum, where he found a message posted by Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen's green onion urine. Chat screenshot.jpg. Meat deformed by yellow water. JPG. Disgusting. Avoid it if you see it. Yigensong roared angrily. He didn't expect this turn of events. I didn't expect someone to die in their own shelter. Chen Chen completed all the operations and made several recurve bows before waiting for Xiaoluo to draw up the design plans. When Xiaoluo saw Chen Zhen, his eyes lit up. Master, I have only made 3 plans. Tell me about them. While Chen Chen was speaking, he walked to the pot, picked up a piece of meat, and began to eat. Chen Chen basically eats a little meat every hour so that his sternum always has enough nutrients to recover. Xiaoluo said, the first plan is to continue the design based on your plan, expand this floor, and divide it into different functional areas. The advantage of this approach is saving time, effort, and speed. The disadvantage is a large open area and low security. Chen Chen shook his head. let's not consider the resource issue for now. Just tell me the most ideal solution. Oh, Xiaoluo nodded. This is the third plan. In Xiaoluo's plan, the 3 vertical rooms created by the owner can be kept, and those next to them can be removed. Above the bedroom are 2 connected rooms, and the 3rd floor continues with another room, behind which is the front door to the shelter. On the outermost level, there is also a security door in the 2nd and 3rd rooms, and then you need to climb a 6-meter ladder to the 4th room. In front of and behind the 4th room, there is a door. Going through it, you will get to the shelter hall. The entire hall is made up of 16 shelter extension modules with a length and width of 10 meters, and the remaining 1 meter is used as a protective wall. In this way, the owner's safety can be greatly guaranteed. Including the area outside the cliff, the enemy will have to overcome a total of 5 blockades before entering the shelter. After the hall, Xiaoluo planned it for Master like this. Xiaoluo counted on her fingers and spoke non-stop, and Chen Chen gradually realized what kind of shelter she had planned. He still didn't quite understand some things, so Chen Chen asked, "What should I do before finishing this huge project?" Xiaoluo said, "I have a plan. Master can open the passage first and use only the first part. The 3rd room can be used as a temporary workshop. Going upstairs, the passage will become a bedroom. Only a small part of the hall will be open to accommodate equipment, and then it will be constantly developed." Chen Chen continued to ask, "Isn't it inconvenient to go up and down the vertical ladder? And how are we going to ventilate the room? Do we have to lower the pipes from a great height? Has space for things and a good physique, so it is easy for him to stand up when the door is open," Xiaoluo said in surprise. Then Xiaoluo put his hands on his hips and said, "The length of the corridor is equal to the length of 4 shelter expansion modules. To expand the space above the bedroom, we need to expand the adjacent room to serve as an elevator. Once we get up there, we'll see that the 2 vacated rooms are right in the middle of the hallway. The elevator is usually locked with a bolt. It only opens when you or Yuanzi use it. Is it an extra layer of protection? But once you're inside, it becomes a prison. Unless you're stupid, the enemy will still attack from the stairs. As for the ventilation duct, there's no need to worry about radiation distortion. The master can use his ability to move the earth to make a small stone path to the middle of the cliff. In the middle, it will branch out, and an air quality sensor will be installed there. Xiaoluo will always keep the area with good air quality open. The small passage is built on a cliff away from the shelter, making it difficult for the enemy to find and penetrate from this side. He finally understood what Xiaoluo said. Once he had opened the passage, he could use his earthquake ability to soften the rock, then place thick steel bars on it and harden them. If he placed these bars 10 meters away, even a person with 20+ physical fitness would not be able to get in. You can also install cameras in the ventilation shafts and let Xiaoluo constantly monitor them. If an enemy crawls through the shafts, you can easily destroy them. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen asked, "My current earth power can only be used a few times a day. It will take a long time just to open the channel." Xiaoluo replied patiently, "There is no need to open the passage in the next few days. Once the master has collected enough expansion modules and connected the hardware, it will be necessary to open the passage. By then you won't be able to go out much, so you might as well use this time to survive the abnormal radiation here. We have fans, air conditioners, and temperature-controlled windows now, so it's not stuffy at all." Chen Chen was finally satisfied and continued to ask, "What subsequent upgrades did you talk about? How exactly should it be done?" Xiaoluo said, "When the master expands the shelter deep into the mountain, he can directly dig a passage down to connect to the underground shelter. Opening a remote tunnel at ground level and driving the SUV directly out of it would be a great option for exiting or escaping. Xiaoluo is worthy of becoming an artificial intelligence, taking into account every aspect." Xiaoluo told Chen Chen that there was no need to set up separate rooms. The shelter would be dedicated to just him and Yuanzi, so they could immediately plan out a 90 square meter space that could be used as a living room, kitchen, office, bedroom, and bathroom. Other rooms such as studios, seedling rooms, plant breeding rooms, equipment rooms, weapon rooms, classrooms, production rooms are also planned in detail. Apart from the waste of resources, the more Chen Chen heard about the steel ones, the better he felt. After finishing the introduction, Xiaoluo immediately got down to business. According to Xiaoluo, Chen Chen expanded 2 rooms directly above the bedroom, and the ceiling height of the bedroom suddenly reached 9 meters. After that, Chen Chen took the expansion module and expanded another room inside it from 6 meters to 9 meters. Thus, a pedestrian passage of the shelter was created. Only one shelter module remained, and Chen Chen did not use it because he could not see what was happening behind it. Then used his carpentry skills to build a wooden ladder in the empty space of the bedroom and secured it with an electric drill. Once he reached the top, Chen Chen used the expansion module again and opened the room inside. Let's live downstairs first, and when everything is ready, we'll move upstairs. Compared with the bedroom with the wooden floor, the upstairs still looks a bit abandoned, and Chen Chen doesn't want to move anything up and down. After the expansion was completed, Chen Chen, under the guidance of Xiao Luo, installed a fan to provide simple ventilation. Looking at the time, Chen Chen felt that there was still time, so he simply took a chainsaw and dismantled the entire front wall of the shelter. Then Chen Chen turned on the welding machine and began to weld the steel plates. Under Xiao Luo's guidance, Chen Chen was finally able to weld the steel plates together, welding 3 of them into pieces. After spending more than an hour, Chen Chen finally welded the lower half of the outer wall, then marked the spot, loosened the stone 2 fingers wide on the doorframe, and then knocked it down with tools. This kind of subtle control over the power of the earth is difficult to master, and Chen Chen often inadvertently softens the things around him. However, the grooves do not have to be particularly precise, as long as they can accommodate a steel plate. The 1 centimeter thick steel plate was very heavy after being welded into a single piece. Chen Chen had to work hard to fit it into the groove. The steel plate penetrated 15 centimeters into the surrounding stone walls, so there was no need to worry about the mutant beast knocking it out. Chen Chen then crushed the gravel he had prepared and poured it into the grooves of the steel plate to fill the gaps. Then used the power of the earth to harden the gravel and slag, so that the gravel and stone become one. When merging them into one, Chen Chen first had to soften this part of the stone and gravel together, and then harden it again, so that there would be no gap between them, and they would become one. Chen Chen can only strengthen the soil to the hardness of a brick, but if the raw material is stone, the strength can be increased even more. Then, Chen Chen used the same method and made a ring-shaped top, which he attached to the top of the shelter wall. Using wood to support the top and bottom, Chen Chen starts from the side, clamps the gap with his hands, and gradually reinforces the gravel and rocks. Another 2 hours passed, and Chen Chen quickly picked up the welding machine and began welding the remaining part in the middle. This time, Chen Chen left the door in the middle and removed the windows to hide the flaws of the shelter portal. It took Chen Chen another hour and a half to finish welding the remaining parts, and the shelter portal became a solid metal wall. Building such things without blueprints is a real hassle, but there is no way out. Now players are essentially strengthening wooden walls, and few are improving iron walls, let alone Chen Chen's incredibly advanced steel walls. In Chen Chen's plan, a 1 centimeter thick steel plate was just the beginning. He planned to build a wall using the remaining 1 meter wide space. He then used his digging abilities to transform the rock into concrete, creating an indestructible gate. Chen Chen then took the armored door and glued it to the metal doorframe with glue. Of course, this does not provide any protection, but at least it fills the shelter with abnormal radiation. After resting, Chen Chen felt that his earth power had recovered a little, and then he began to build the second layer of the anti-theft door. Let Xiaoluo analyze it first, and then Chen Chen will begin to insert the steel rods into the ground behind the iron plate according to the instructions. The steel rods with a diameter of 2 centimeters and 0.7 centimeters are arranged in a staggered pattern, and a steel frame is built on the ground behind the steel plate, extending all the way to the top. After finishing all this, Chen Chen felt that he had truly reached his limit and could no longer use the power of the earth. It was almost dark, so Chen Chen moved the rocks and other heavy objects he bought to block the iron gate. Chen Chen looked at the half-finished gate and said, "Let's keep it like this for a while. Tomorrow, when we have enough earth energy, we can embed the protective door into the rock." After that, Chen Chen made one deal after another while eating meat. At present, there are very few players who have power generation equipment, and Chen Chen is the only one in the regional channel who has both power generation equipment and welding machines. Therefore, the prices of various steel resources are low. 1 pound of meat can be exchanged for about 15 pounds of iron, which makes Chen Chen extremely happy. Chen Chen looked at the neatly stacked steel plates, steel pipes, and other items. I hope that later everyone will learn how to use these steel raw materials, and I can earn more money for a few days. Then Chen Chen looked at the blocked doorway. The beasts have been gone for so many days. It shouldn't be a coincidence that they came tonight when my defenses were so weak, right? Chen Chen touched Yuanzi's head and said, "Your ears are very sensitive. You can sleep here tonight and help us watch the door." Current earth power can only change 2 cubic meters of earth. With a finer measurement, the amount of impact will continue to decrease. And after 1 cubic meter of earth is transformed, the next cubic meter can only be used periodically after restoration. If you think about it, building ventilation ducts is really a large-scale project. Then Chen Chen went upstairs and ate the honey collected by the mighty bees, 10 grams at a time, 6 times. Because the plants grew quickly, more flowers bloomed, and Chen Chen collected more honey. Chen Chen ate 50 grams of honey 5 times in a row, and his strength increased by only 0.1. After that, when he ate another 10 grams, there was no change. Therefore, consuming 50 grams of strength honey can increase your strength by 0.1. After tasting the honey, Chen Chen continued making bows and arrows. Today, he finished at 9:30 and went to bed at 10. When Chen Chen woke up the next morning, the first thing he did was look at his body. The gaps between the broken bones had healed a little, and the muscles holding the bones together had weakened. It looks like it should heal in 4 or 5 days. After a simple wash, Chen Chen continued to build the shelter's protective gate. Before going to bed yesterday, Chen Chen offered a reward for gravel at the marketplace. When he woke up in the morning, he found that he already had 2 cubic meters of gravel. Chen bought everything and used it to fill the walls. After pouring gravel into a steel frame, Chen Chen began using the power of the earth to soften and fuse it, and then hardened it so that it fit tightly against the steel plate. Chen Chen first made a 30-centimeter thick door frame and embedded an armored door into it. The stone surface was tightly attached to the door frame, tightly enveloping it. In this way, the protection of the shelter gate would be higher than before. Later, I will buy another security door and install one on each side of the meter-high wall. It will be more secure. After finishing the work, Chen Chen and Yuanzi ate dinner together, receiving news from Bee. After a while, Chen Chen, who had been calmly looking at the bee, suddenly expressed surprise. "You really found someone like you?" After hearing this news, Chen Chen hurried to eat and couldn't wait to find out what was going on. At the same time, Ida Xiaozhong sent him a private message. He actually wanted to exchange his motorcycle for deformed meat. Private message to Jingtian Xiaozhong. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Boss Chen, I urgently need as much deformed meat as possible. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Boss Chen, I know you still have some deformed meat left. Sell it to me and I will exchange it for my motorcycle. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Off-road motorcycle. Durable, shock-absorbing, explosive. I wonder if it can be exchanged for 60 kilograms of meat. Chen Zhen. Why do you need so much? Or do you have a way to compensate for the distorted radiation? Jingtian Xiaozhong. Boss Chen, where could such a thing not come from? I eat very little myself, and I want to give most of it to my hunting dogs. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Did Qi Tianhuang really say that? Getting rid of abnormal radiation is difficult. If I really had something that could be eliminated, I would keep it and sell it later. Now, well-field seedlings. There are almost no normal meat platforms available, and the meat of deformed animals is also currency, so I will naturally exchange it. Chen Zhen. I can sell you 50 kilograms. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Soon, an off-road motorcycle appeared in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen inspected it and found that there was no gas in the tank. This was also expected, so Chen Chen was not worried. There are too many trees on the street now, so riding a motorcycle is very inconvenient. Let's just walk. After putting on his gear, Chen Chen headed towards where the bees were. After running for half an hour, Chen Chen finally saw a beehive hanging on a redwood tree in the distance. The honeycombs are oval-shaped with cloud patterns similar to the honeycombs commonly used in cartoons. But these are not bees, but wasps. They do not produce honey, but feed on fruits and small insects. There is no honey in such a hive. Chen Chen carefully identified it and confirmed that it was a hornet's nest. Chen Chen curled his lips. I see. I was wondering why some of the bees we sent in this direction did not return. Wasps are also often called hornets, wasps, man-headed wasps, and simply hornets. They are extremely aggressive. Their stings are highly venomous and can sting an opponent multiple times. They kill people all over the world every year. In fact, there are over 10,000 species of hornets, varying in size and shape, but they are collectively called hornets. Looking at the hive in the distance, Chen Chen calmly approached it. Soon, a wasp flying around the outskirts discovered Chen Chen and furiously pounced on him. Then, when the hornet approached Chen Chen within 1 meter, it was no longer so aggressive and flapped its wings, landing softly on Chen Chen's hand. Chen Chen looked at the wasp carefully. It seemed to have mutated. It was originally a golden ring wasp, but now it is much larger. I wonder if her poison has gotten stronger. With the golden-ringed hornets in his hands, Chen Chen continued to move forward. The closer he got to the hive, the more hornets there were. But once they got close to Chen Chen, they all obediently followed him. Several little bees leading the procession lay on Chen Chen's shoulders, not daring to move. This redwood is very tall, and Chen Chen feels that it would take 2 of his kind to embrace it. The hive was too high up, so Chen Chen simply stood under a tree and let the hornets fall into the trap. Watching the golden-ringed hornets constantly running out of their nests, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of an evolved, or rather, distorted hornet, it's so aggressive. It was a pity that Chen Chen did not have suitable animals. Otherwise, he could have experienced the poison of these mutated hornets. Soon, Chen Chen had destroyed most of the hornets, but there was still a small number of hornets and a queen bee that refused to come out of the hive. Chen Chen felt the power of these hornets, and then let them rush forward and collapse the hive right on him. The nest was disturbed, and the worker bees remaining inside could no longer sit still. They flew out of the nest to check the situation, but at first glance they saw that they were all their own and were momentarily confused. Soon, these golden-ringed hornets flew to Chen Chen along with the hive. Chen Chen stretched out his hand to grab the hive and immediately calmed down the queen bee and the other hornets inside. The hive was very large, and Chen Chen had to hold it with both hands, making it difficult to move. Thinking about this, Chen Chen ordered all the hornets in the hive to come out, and then placed the hive into the item space, allowing the entire hive, numbering around 8,000 hornets, to follow him back to the shelter. Today's food was very far away, and judging from the bees' responses, the quantity was small, so Chen Chen was too lazy to get it. Since it is a mutation, let's just call it golden ring bee from now on. It's easier to pronounce. Continued on his way, he found a drawing of a calcination table and some general items that were of no particular value. Chen Chen put the drawing aside and said, "Go back and show this to Xiao Luo. Ask her to prepare a place to build the calcination table." Back at the shelter, Chen Chen hung the golden-ringed bees on the second floor. He attached wooden blocks to the wall and ordered the bees to build a new nest above the corner, then took out the wood chips that had accumulated during his work and used them as raw materials for the golden ring bees to build nests. After that, 30 golden ring bees were selected and divided into 3 groups. They were asked to taste the blood, flesh, and internal organs of the mutant tiger to see if they could gain anything. Chen Chen had previously given the small bees and strong bees the mutilated blood to drink, But these bees soon died because they could not tolerate the blood and flesh. The golden ring bee is very large and has undergone another transformation. Perhaps it can withstand it? Chen Chen wants to try. Then Chen Chen looked at the Chinese honeybees and the strong bees again, and found that the Chinese honeybee colony was about to reach its upper limit, and he had to think about swarming. With Chen Chen's full support, the number of strong bees has reached 7,000 and continues to grow at a rate of over 1,000 per day. Initially, the Chinese bees devoted part of their resources to caring for the stronger bees. After their colony grew, the Chinese bees returned to their hive. Although Chen Chen did not intentionally breed Chinese honeybees from now on, the number of bees in hive number 1 had reached its limit. Chen Chen immediately selected the strongest bee from the queen, and after this bee was born and grew strong, she went on a mating flight to mate. When this bee returned, it would inherit the current hive, and the old queen bee would take half of the bees to build a new hive. Chen Chen went to the workshop and made a new hive for the old queen bee. Then Chen Chen studied the golden-ringed bees again. He was surprised to find that the intelligence of these golden ring bees was significantly higher than that of the 2 previous honey species. After some additional training, they were even able to differentiate between the types of some materials. This time, I found a treasure. Has a high flight speed, reusable poison needles, a strong attack, and an amazingly high intelligence. Chen Chen stroked the rough shell of the golden ring hive. With such a flock of wasps, it is like an entire army of beasts. With the advent of the golden ring bee, the colony's reconnaissance and combat capabilities have improved significantly. Now the bees can calmly produce honey, and the rest of the work can be entrusted to the hornets. After dealing with the bees, Chen Chen went down to the first floor and began to strengthen the stone wall of the shelter portal. Chen Chen strengthened the stone from the bottom up, softening the gravel, then leveling it with his mind, and then strengthening it. It's a bit like 3D printing. At the current rate of construction, it will take about 3 days to strengthen this wall. After strengthening about 20 cubic decimeters, Chen Chen felt that his earth strength was exhausted. He stopped working, took his carpentry tools, and went to build fortifications. Having bought many large pieces of wood, Chen Chen naturally wanted to put them to good use to make more and better chevaux de frise. This time, all areas within a radius of 20 meters will be equipped with barricades. Chen Chen also used his carpentry skills to improve the chevaux de frise, widening its bottom so that it could be firmly rooted in the soil. This time, armed with a chainsaw and many other tools, Chen Chen was able to quickly build, even without a blueprint. Every hour of construction, Chen Chen would return to the shelter, eat some meat to restore his strength and speed up the healing of his bones, and then use the newly created earth power to strengthen the stone. After working until noon, Chen Chen could no longer generate earth power, but there was still a small part of the chevaux de frise that needed to be done. Let's go here first, take a break, check the trade channel, and then make a recurve bow. It looks like everyone in the trading channel has made a good profit. 2 people are selling super energy fruits, one for improving physical fitness, the other for increasing agility. Chen Chen tried to buy it, but the price of the fruit of agility was too high, so it was eventually sold to someone else. Chen Chen bought the fruit of physical super energy with 2 recurve bows and 20 kilograms of deformed meat. After consumption, physical stats increased by 1.1, again far outpacing other stats. Chen Chen age, 21. Constitution, 5.7. Strength, 2.9. Dexterity, 2.5. Intelligence, 2.3. After consuming this physical superfruit, Chen Chen's recovery ability was further improved, and the bone healing time was also shortened. Initially, the price of physical training should be higher, but the players also know that after improving physical training, the human body's need for food will also increase significantly, so there are still fewer people competing. Had more than 200 kilograms of edible meat left, but he was not too worried about it. Another reason is that Chen Chen's current strength is only 2.9. After consuming the superfruit of agility, his agility stat exceeded his strength stat, and the excess could not be used. Chen Chen gave up. There was also the rubber molding blueprint that Chen Chen obtained by spending the recurve bow. Generally speaking, the plans don't cost that much money, but players currently don't know how to vulcanize rubber, so they can't use such a versatile material. After studying the drawings, you can ignore these prerequisites and directly process plastic rubber, and its cost will naturally be much higher. Rubber molding drawing. You can directly shape the rubber into the desired shape. After finishing his research, Chen Chen asked Xiaoluo to help him search the World Forum for any information about Fang Shi. Soon, Xiaoluo gave an answer. The square stone is a cube with a side of 5 centimeters. Its texture is similar to jade and has various properties. There are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, wind, and electricity. Players with the corresponding abilities absorb the energy in the corresponding square stones, and their abilities become much more powerful. Chen Chen nodded and said, "It seems like a natural treasure that can increase my strength. Now that I have the power of the earth, I should be able to absorb the energy of the earth stone, right?" Unfortunately, there were no transactions related to Fang Shu in the regional channel where I am. While pondering, Chen Chen saw Yuanzi walking towards the door of the shelter, then knocked on the door and looked at Chen Chen. Seeing this rather familiar scene, Chen Chen asked cautiously, "Did you notice any small animals?" Yuanzi looked at Chen Chen, not understanding what he was talking about. Chen Chen gestured with his hands and spoke as he spoke. "Do you want to catch bamboo rats and eat them like you did that night?" Now, Yuanzi seemed to understand and nodded. Chen Chen was delighted, picked up Yuanzi and carried him upstairs. "Yuanzi, you have grown up so quickly. I think you've gained a lot of weight," Chen Chen said excitedly as he walked up the stairs. "Don't come out this time. I'll show you something new." After reaching the second floor, Chen Chen and Yuanzi looked down and saw a rabbit grazing in the middle of the barricade near the shelter. Eyes were originally red, and Chen Chen couldn't figure out why. He didn't know whether the rabbit had gone crazy or eaten the wisdom fruit like a tiger. Chen Chen directly picked out a golden ring bee and asked it to sting the bee. The remaining 50 golden ring bees ate and surrounded the rabbit, preventing it from escaping. After the golden ringed wasp fell, it lay on the rabbit's back and hit it hard. The rabbit was frightened and quickly ran away from its previous location and hid in the bushes 10 meters away. Seeing that the rabbit did not run away, Chen Chen did not allow the other golden-ringed bees to attack again. "Very good. It looks like this rabbit won't run away for now. Let the golden ring wasps scatter around the rabbit. This will give me a good opportunity to evaluate the toxicity of one golden ring wasp." Chen Chen waited 10 minutes. During this time, the rabbit, in pain, changed several bushes. But since it did not have time to run far, the ringed bee did not attack anymore. Chen Chen continued to watch. He found that the rabbit's back was swollen, its movements and facial expression looked painful, and its running speed was significantly slower. But it was not dead. After observing for a while, Chen Chen found that the rabbit's condition had neither worsened nor improved, so he ordered a golden ring bee to come and quickly kill it. 5 golden ring bees flew forward and attacked the rabbit one after another. The rabbit began to twitch on the spot and stopped moving in less than 10 seconds. Looking at this scene, Chen Chen was very happy, as this meant that the stinger of the golden ring bee had also evolved. Walking with Yuanzi, Chen Chen thought for a moment. Since a rabbit has appeared, it means there might be a rabbit nest somewhere nearby. I should go and look. When I have enough space, I will definitely build a mushroom plantation and a vegetable greenhouse. The remaining vegetables could be used to feed the rabbits. The more Chen Chen thought about it, the better his mood became. Rabbits should have a very short breeding cycle, right? They are also very fertile. If I grow more, at least I won't run out of meat. Into a spicy stew, and the rabbit meat can be fried, stewed, or braised. It all sounds pretty tasty. Rabbit skins can also be made into things like slippers and hats. It's the perfect cash crop. Chen Chen looked at Xiaoluo and asked, "How long does it usually take Xiaoluo to raise rabbits and sell them?" "Master, it usually takes 4 to 5 months for a rabbit to be ready for slaughter. In the abnormal world, the growth cycle may be shorter. Xiaolo doesn't know the exact time. Chen Chen had already made up his mind at this point and immediately sent out a large number of golden-ringed bees with the help of Chinese bees to search. The Chinese bee can only distinguish the size of the animals and cannot tell Chen Chen anything else. But after all, there are many Chinese honeybees, so they can first find small animals and then let the golden-ringed bees check. Chen Chen left the shelter and carried the dead rabbit back to the shelter. Since he might have to go out again, Chen Chen did not build any more barricades. If Chen Chen did not catch the rabbit because he did not have enough time to prepare the chevaux de frise, he would regret it until he died. Chen Chen continued to make recurve bows and checked the transaction information from time to time. There were only 436 people left in the channel now, but they had all been mercilessly filtered out in the distorted world for several days. All of them are people with a strong will to survive and are able to endure hardships. Thus, although the situation is becoming increasingly severe, the death toll is slowly decreasing. Many of these people have learned the blueprints. Unlike Chen Chen, they only learn one or two, and after mastering them, they sell them to others. So they are relatively competitive. Now Chen Chen mainly sells only recurve bows and arrows and does not try to take over other businesses. These players who sell their products are also very polite to Chen Chen because they all know his terrifying skill level. If they offend Chen Chen, Chen Chen will put the same things up for sale, and they will have no chance to sell their things. In the general trading market, if a player's production quality of a certain design reaches 80%, other players will no longer learn that design. Since they can't catch up with their competitors, even if they learn, and the items they create can't be sold, they will decide to sell the blueprints directly. If the players themselves don't want to take the blueprint, then most likely no one else will want it either, so the price will be very low. This is where Chen Chen comes in. The rubber mold that Chen Chen bought earlier was a counterexample. No other player knew the design, so Chen Chen had no choice but to buy it at a high price. Continuing to explore the market, Chen Chen bought a lot of materials and 4 shelter expansion modules. Now Chen Chen has a total of 7 expansion modules, and in one evening, he can significantly expand the space. It is enough to expand half of the hall. Xiaolo said that half the hall was enough at this stage. After thinking about this, Chen Chen sent a private message to Wang Yu. A private message to me, the protagonist Chen Zhen. Has there been any change in the water source in the past 2 days? I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, I was just about to tell you next time. Today, the stream has become very shallow, and it has become difficult to get water. The road is overgrown with grass and bushes. I am the protagonist. Is it true, as everyone says, that plants absorb water from the upper stream? Chen Zhen. Perhaps, but it is foreseeable that in the future, there will be less and less water. Chen Zhen. Just focus on getting water these 2 days. I will give you 30 kilograms of meat. This should be enough for a few days. Let's store up more water. Chen Zhen. Have you ever tried this superfruit? What are its properties? Let's see how effectively you extract water. I am the protagonist, Brother Chen. I have eaten deformed meat before. Now my constitution is 2.1, strength 2.3, dexterity 1.6, and intelligence 1.3. I can stay in the wild for 5 hours. Chen Zhen. I'll make you 2 buckets and a pole. Today, you can just carry water. Later, everyone will be hiding in the shelter, and there will definitely not be enough water. Me, protagonist. Okay, Brother Chen, I'll listen to you. Chen Zhen. Do you know how to ride a motorcycle? Is it possible to ride a motorcycle along the road from the stream to the shelter? Me, the protagonist. Brother Chen, do you really have a motorcycle? Unfortunately, I don't know how to ride one, and the road to the stream is a mountain road. It's steep and has big rocks, so a motorcycle can't go up. Chen Zhen. Okay, then go to the stream and we'll make a deal later. Wang Yu and Chen Chen agreed and immediately went to the stream. Chen Chen immediately began to make a wooden barrel to carry water. Chen Chen made 2 large buckets with a capacity of 30 liters. There were clamps on the edges of the buckets, which could be closed with wooden lids. Carrying more than 100 kilograms of things is not a big burden for Wang Yu, whose physical fitness and strength are above 2.0. Chen Chen also used his rubber molding ability to attach 2 circles of rubber to the lid of a wooden barrel so that the water would not spill out after the lid was closed, and Wang Yu could also walk faster. Chen Chen made a wooden barrel and waited for a while before Wang Yu sent a message that he had arrived at the stream. I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, I am feeling better. It only takes 10 minutes to get here from the shelter. If I bring water, it will take longer, but I don't know for sure yet. With water and the round trip, it will take about half an hour. Chen Zhen. We managed to get more than 1,000 kilograms of water that day. Taking into account the transactions, the most we got was only about 1,300 kilograms. Chen Chen felt a little regret. His own item space could hold a ton of water at a time. Compared to Wang Yu, his efficiency was much higher. However, useful things like item spaces are usually used by players after they are found. If they are not used themselves, they are sold at a very high price. Chen Chen felt that the value of this thing was higher than the earth bead he received. It's just that he doesn't have water here, and he can't find any within a radius of 15 kilometers. Otherwise, if he went for water twice a day, it would be enough for him for 2 weeks. Chen Chen also considered using the molding properties of rubber to make a water pipe for Wang Yu. But after asking Xiaolo to do a rough calculation, he found that the amount of rubber needed would be astronomical, so he eventually abandoned the idea. In addition, it is difficult to deliver water there. Player shelters are usually built on high ground. There are water pipes, but there is no water pressure. Then Chen Chen asked other water sellers and made a deal with one of them. Chen Chen provided the other party with a set of tools for collecting water, as well as 20 kilograms of deformed meat, and the other party provided Chen Chen with 800 kilograms of water. This person's shelter is closer to the water source, allowing him to bring about 1,700 kilograms of water per day. Alone, his income exceeds that of most players. In fact, if Chen Chen only uses water for drinking and cooking, he only needs less than 10 liters of water per day. But he also wants to do planting, so the water requirement will be much greater. In any case, it is better to stock up on water to ensure your peace of mind. The deal was done, and 20 minutes later, golden-ringed bees brought news that they had found a rabbit nest. Chen Chen quickly gathered his gear and headed to the rabbit hole, located 4 kilometers away. Upon arrival, Chen Chen did not see a single rabbit. After a thorough search, he found a rabbit nest. The edge of the nest was covered with hay as camouflage, but Chen Chen still found it easily. After finding the entrance to the cave, Chen Chen did not immediately begin digging. Instead, he left the gold ring to guard the cave while he continued to search for other entrances. Chen Chen had experience hunting in the wild, and he quickly found the remaining cave entrances. Chen Chen sealed and packed the hole with mud, then chose a cave entrance oriented to the wind, set fire to the hay that was used to cover it, and blew smoke into the hole. A large rabbit ran out. Chen Chen, with his keen eye and dexterous hands, caught it alive. Chen Chen looked closely and found that the rabbit was showing signs of breastfeeding. He immediately tied it with a rope and threw it aside. He put out the flames, took out a sapper's shovel, and began to dig. With Chen Chen's current strength, digging the earth was not as difficult as digging rice. He quickly dug up the entire rabbit nest and saw a nest of baby rabbits in the hole. Chen Chen glanced at it, and a number immediately came to his mind. There were 9 baby rabbits in the litter. With enough nutrition, rabbits seemed to be able to produce offspring every month. This reproduction rate is not much different from that of mice, Chen Chen chuckled. Now that the plants have grown so lushly, if I spend half an hour on them every day, I can raise many rabbits. I only grow vegetables and mushrooms for myself and Yuanzi. The water consumption is small, and the rabbits provide me with a constant diet. This way, even if I can't go far into the wild, I won't have to worry about food and drink for a long time. The big rabbit still resisted. Chen Chen took out the prepared wooden box and hay from the box, and then placed the big rabbit and its children in it. The little rabbits were not aware of their situation, but when they felt the warmth of their mother, they gathered around the big rabbit again, and some of them even began to eat. "My dear little bunny, I will take you home and feed you. You give me something to eat." Chen Chen hummed a light melody and happily returned to the shelter with his harvest. Chen Chen placed the rabbits on the second floor in a wooden frame he had specially built for them, and placed in the frame various herbs that he had picked up when he returned home. But looking at the expression on the rabbit's face, I understand that she is very scared, and I don't know if she can survive. Then returned to his daily routine, building a shelter, eating meat to replenish his energy, continuing to strengthen the rocks, and going out to do a chevaux de frise. After building all the barricades, Chen Chen only had half an hour left in the wild, so he hurried back to the shelter. Entering the shelter, Chen Chen felt a sense of security as he looked at the 30-centimeter foundation of the shelter portal. After all the rocks at the entrance of the shelter hardened, Chen Chen would have an outer layer of steel plates, and the inner layer, 1 meter thick, would be much stronger than reinforced concrete walls. A wall 1 meter thick can be used to install a gate in the front and back. If thick steel gates like those used in the bank are found, all known deformed creatures will no longer pose a threat to Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Xiao Luo, who was playing with Yuanzi, and asked, "I asked you to teach Yuanzi some skills. How is your training going?" Xiao Luo immediately replied, "Master, Yuanzi is very smart. If you teach him a command 7 or 8 times, he will learn it. If you reinforce it more, he will be able to remember the corresponding words." Then Xiao Luo looked at Chen Chen expectantly. "Master, do you want to see the results of training?" "Okay, let Yuanzi show you." Chen Chen opened the wood stove and casually threw some wood into it. "Good. Yuanzi, listen to my order." Xiao Luo was very excited, making big circles with his hands. "Roll over." Yuanzi put his head on his stomach, leaned forward, and rolled twice. "Behaving indecently. Behaving nicely. Lie down. Cross your legs." Chen Chen. Okay, you can stop." Chen Chen waved at Xiao Luo and said, "Didn't you teach him something more practical?" "Well, I'm not looking for quick success. I just think Yuanzi has a pretty good body. Wouldn't you like to develop it a little?" Xiao Luo nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll teach you something tomorrow." Yuanzi is really amazing. He is no longer afraid of powerful bees. Chen Chen was a little surprised. What? So fierce? Not even afraid of a powerful bee? Chen Chen walked over and pinched Yuanzi's skin, and Yuanzi took the opportunity to hug Chen Chen's arm. Chen Chen patted Yuanzi on the head and said, "Very good. You are worthy of being the panda I am optimistic about. Work hard, and in the future, you will become the second person in our reserve." But Chen Chen pinched Yuanzi's stomach again. Can such a soft stomach withstand the sting of a strong bee? "Yes, it is soft, but very strong and tough," Xiao Luo added. Chen Chen clapped his hands and said, "Okay, let's eat. We need to go to bed early today." Chen Chen ate only a little. He ate about every hour of the day, so he was not particularly hungry now. As for Yuanzi, Chen Chen watched closely and found that Yuanzi's appetite had increased. Fortunately, compared to his rapidly increasing defense, the increase in appetite was very small and quite acceptable. After dinner, Chen Chen went up to the second floor, took out all the dalimi, only 90 grams, and ate them. His strength also increased from 2.9 to 3.1. Now, Chen Chen could easily lift 150 kilograms with one hand. This kind of strength is actually quite frightening. Lifting a 150-pound kettlebell with one hand is a challenge for my deltoids. By the way, I can probably do a long-distance one-arm muscle-up. After that, Chen Chen checked the condition of the 3 species of bees. The Chinese honeybees were divided into 2 hives. The old queen bee took her subordinates to develop in a new hive, and the new queen bee inherited half of the young and strong bees. With sufficient food, both queen bees will direct all their efforts to laying eggs and quickly expanding the colony. Now, over 8,500 powerful bees. Today's honey production has reached 90 grams. Tomorrow, when the plants begin to grow rapidly and new bees join them, the amount of honey collected will be even greater. A few days ago, Chen Chen was selling honey collected by Chinese bees at a price of 50 grams per pound of honey, but later stopped doing so on his own initiative. Now this honey will have to be stored, given to Chen Chen and Yuanzi, fed to the strong bees and kept for yourself. Now that there are more bees with golden rings, some of the honey will have to be given to them. The golden ring bee eats not only fruits and insects, but also likes to eat honey. Why not breed 2 more queen bees and build 4 hives to ensure honey production? There is still some honey left, enough to support the growth of 4 new hives. Then Chen Chen suddenly thought, why did I forget about royal jelly? From strong bees may have a stronger strength bonus. Royal jelly from Chinese honeybees is milky white, and the same can be said for strong honeybees. Have the same genes, and the final result of the bee larval development is determined by royal jelly. After birth, worker bees can only feed on royal jelly for 3 days. Their growth and development is not completed, and they become worker bees. Bee feeds on royal jelly from infancy until death, and the hexose purity is much higher than that of the royal jelly consumed by worker bees. Royal jelly is superior to honey in every way, so the effect should not be too bad. Chen Chen was a little excited. He opened the hive, pulled out a frame of honeycombs, and carefully examined the royal jelly on it. Super powerful royal jelly, similar in taste and action to regular royal jelly. Taking it can increase strength indicators. Compared to the introduction of royal jelly, the word slightly was immediately removed, and it became an attribute that increased strength. Try it! Chen Chen took out the royal jelly with chopsticks and ate it. Phew! A sharp, sour, and spicy taste appeared in his mouth. Although Chen Chen was mentally prepared, a physiological reaction still occurred, and he almost vomited. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and Chen Chen forced himself to eat it. The properties have not changed. I need to eat more. Chen Chen forced himself to relax. In fact, the aftertaste is normal, mainly because I just ate honey. Otherwise, the taste is acceptable. Chen Chen ate a few more sticks, and his strength stat finally increased by 0.1. 5 grams of royal jelly can increase your strength by 0.1%, which is 10 times more. Chen Chen was very pleased with the result, but now he couldn't eat too much. Royal jelly serves as food for the queen bee and the larvae. Eating it would be like killing a chicken for its eggs, which would slow down the reproduction of strong bees and wasn't worth the loss. In any case, this is another way to increase the population. From now on, let's make the strong bees brew more royal jelly to quickly increase the population. Chen Chen was full of anticipation. When the number of strong bees exceeded 40,000, honey production would increase 5-fold. This way, I can increase my strength little by little every day. After giving orders to the strong bees to produce more royal jelly, Chen Chen began to check the golden ring bees. The 30 golden ring bees that were fed the meat of the anomalous beast are still healthy, with no further mutations or signs of weakness. A thorough confirmation of the results will probably have to wait until tomorrow morning. However, when he thought that tomorrow would be the 13th day, the first day of the official onset of the plant exuberance disaster that Emperor Qi Tian had mentioned, and the countdown to the second outbreak of abnormal radiation would begin, Chen Chen's heart became heavy and a little sad. After going down to the second floor, Chen Chen used 6 shelter expansion modules to expand the hall by half, and used the remaining module to open a passage on the east side. By assembling a few more modules, Chen Chen can expand the ventilation room and then move the bedroom and workspace in there. He can also begin expanding the mushroom growing room and vegetable greenhouse. According to Xiaoluo's plan, at least 2 sets of ventilation and power systems must be prepared in different places, which will effectively prevent damage caused by the enemy attacking the shelter. With the current defense of the shelter, there is basically no reason to worry about the deformed beasts breaking through. Of course, this does not apply to the deformed beasts of the second level, whose strength is still unknown. After that, Chen Chen continued to make a batch of bows and went to bed at 10 o'clock. Chen Chen collected tiger skins and other animal skins. He planned to wait for some time until the clothing players mastered the designs, and then ask them to help sew a set of tiger skin clothes to cope with the cold and protect against wild animals. Left, but there are also a lot of bones that can't be used yet. Chen plans to try to loosen it and bury it when he plants a vegetable garden later. Perhaps the quality of the harvest will be better. As for the tiger tendons, Chen made a bowstring out of them yesterday. A bowstring made from tiger tendons is incredibly strong. Chen only tried it out, but he didn't dare pull it all the way out of fear of damaging his sternum, which was still healing. But Chen felt that this tiger sinew bow was stronger than a crossbow. If he found suitable wood, he could improve it. Chen also had a vague idea of his profession. He felt that he had accumulated a lot of experience in carpentry and was close to becoming a master carpenter. However, the level of wooden products currently produced was not high enough and could not provide Chen with the experience to improve his skills. The development of the carpenter profession was temporarily suspended. The liquid in the golden ball was almost full. Chen would soon be able to raise his career level or open a new one. Chen thought about this randomly and gradually fell asleep. When Chen woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was feel the wound on his sternum. As a result, Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that his sternum no longer needed to constantly strain the muscles around it. Some of the bones had fused together, and normal movements did not cause them to shift. So, we can go explore the wild nature today. Using regular bows and crossbows should not cause problems. Today is the first day of the official start of mass reproduction of plants. It is necessary to go into the wild to gather first-hand information and determine a plan of action for the coming days. With the golden ring bee, there should be no particular problems. Chen quickly got up, washed himself, made a fire, cooked food, and sent out a large number of bees and gold-ringed bees to explore. Chen first went upstairs to check on the 30 gold-ringed bees that had eaten the deformed meat. These golden ring bees were still alive and their vitality was slightly higher, but it did not cause direct mutations. This is normal. They just ate something. It is likely that they did not mutate. Chen let a few golden ring bees into his hands and carefully examined them. The abnormal radiation has accumulated. If we continue to grow thousands or tens of thousands of them this way, mutations will inevitably occur. Although the test was successful this time, Chen did not blindly expand, but only selected 300 golden-ringed bees to eat the flesh and blood of the deformed beast. Only after Chen repeatedly confirmed that the golden-ringed bees would not be killed did he relax the restrictions and feed all the golden-ringed bees the flesh and blood of deformed animals. After a simple breakfast, we set out with 2,000 honeybees and 5,000 golden ring bees. As Chen emerged from the shelter, he was stunned by the scene he saw. Trees 4 to 5 meters high swallowed up the shelter, and many of the chevaux de frise were displaced from their positions by the plants growing below. In the jungle, the ground is covered with crisscrossing bushes, vines hang down the middle, and the branches of large trees above overlap, blocking out most of the sunlight. Fuck you. If Chen still couldn't vaguely discern the surrounding space, he would even think that he and the shelter had traveled through time together. Such a dense jungle looks very dangerous. After saying this, Chen glanced at the hunting knife on his waist and turned towards the shelter. Originally thinking of using this medium-length knife to cut through bushes and clear a path when I encountered obstacles, but now it looks like I'll have to bring a chainsaw. Wearing high combat boots, 2 layers of thick pants, and carrying various tools, Chen stepped into the jungle for the first time. Chen did not intend to push through the weeds, but decided to walk through them directly. When he encountered bushes and couldn't get through them, Chen used his hunting knife to cut his way through. As for the chainsaw, he didn't need it yet. The bees had already explored the road, and there were no large wild animals nearby, so Chen still felt relieved. The grass on the ground was very tall, which greatly weakened the effect of Chen enhanced vision. Chen released many bees in a radius of 100 meters around himself to scout the situation in detail. At a greater distance, the density of bees decreases significantly, and they are used only to detect large wild animals. Chen Chen had only walked a few dozen meters when he suddenly felt something hit his army boots. He turned around and saw that the scorpion was stabbing its tail into the front of his army boots. Fortunately, the army boots were thick, and the scorpion did not sting me. Chen Chen cut off the scorpion's tail with a knife and then pierced its body with the tip of the knife. After a quick inspection, he found that the scorpion was not much different from what he had imagined, so he killed it and placed it in an empty wooden box in the item compartment. After walking another 160 meters, Chen Chen stopped in front of a crooked tree as thick as a bowl. It was here that the bees had discovered something useful. Chen Chen stood 5 meters away and looked at the crooked tree. Chen Chen looked at the tree trunk and found that there were many brown-red ants digging around on it. With the help of their mouth apparatus, they transfer, for example, dew. Chen Chen scared off the enemy with a long steel rod, pushed aside the grass in front of him, and went inside. Now he was strong enough and did not feel tired at all, holding on to the steel rods. On the contrary, the thick steel bars were heavy enough that he could easily push aside and break the grass in front of him. As he got closer, Chen Chen looked up along the path of the ants. Among the intertwined trunks of the crooked tree lay an unknown fruit. The top of the fruit was cracked, and inside was dew brought by ants. Chen Chen noticed and confirmed that there was no danger around, only these brown and red ants. Chen Chen jumped up, stepped on the tree trunk with his foot, and slightly raised his head above the fruit. He stretched out his hand and easily plucked it. Upon landing, Chen Chen immediately placed the fruit into the item compartment. The ants that were originally on the fruit were unable to climb up, and a large group of them fell to the ground. Chen Chen took a few steps back and looked at the group of ants. The ants that had fallen to the ground seemed to go crazy at that moment and began to scurry about furiously. The same could be said about the ants that were near the fruits. Soon, starting from these two places, the mad mood quickly spread, and the ants in the entire field of vision became aggressive. P.S. Let me repeat the rules of trade. In the wild, one person can sell no more than 100 kilograms per day. But in the shelter, there is no limit. This was mentioned in the previous fraud cases, in the conversation between Chen Chen and Wang Yu, and in the case of the large-scale freezer trade. Initially, these ants were like a converging river winding along a tree. As a result, after Chen Chen picked the fruit, the ants went crazy, quickly crawled up the tree and spread to all parts of the trunk. Chen Chen looked at the back of his hand where a red swelling the size of a 1 yuan coin had appeared. As soon as he picked up the fruit, a reddish-brown ant fell onto the back of his hand. Although Chen Chen put the fruit back into the item compartment and immediately pulled his hand back, he still didn't know where he had thrown the ant. But the ant still bit him. At this moment, Chen Chen felt a burning pain on the back of his hand, as if it was being pricked with a needle. Chen Chen looked at the gold-ringed bees and ordered 50 of them to pounce on the ants. The gold-ringed wasp is much larger than the ant. Flying up, she immediately grabbed it, soared into the air, and began to eat it. The golden ring wasp also has certain instincts. It will not eat anything that can be harmful to it. She simply swallowed the ant's head in a few bites and threw away its body. The ants store their poison in their abdomen, and apparently this can also harm the golden-ringed wasps. After confirming that the golden-ringed bees could easily deal with the ants, Chen Chen ordered the other golden-ringed bees to attack together, eliminating the threat and enriching their food supply. The reddish-brown ants are about the size of regular ants, about 1 centimeter long and less than 3 millimeters wide. However, golden ring wasps are about the thickness of your little finger, so they are a breeze to deal with. The golden-ringed wasp can also be attacked by ants, but the ant's venom has virtually no effect on the ringed wasp's body. The acid is completely blocked by the shell and dissipates when the ringed wasp's wings flap. Only a few golden-ringed bees took a little longer to take off, and they were stopped by a large number of aggressive ants, after which they drowned in the anthill. Chen Chen found that the golden-ringed bees were eating with relish, as if the ants were some kind of delicacy. But after a few minutes, Chen Chen realized that something was wrong. The number of ants was increasing, and with them, the number of golden-ringed wasps that were dying while hunting them was rapidly increasing. Then Chen Chen saw that from under the roots of the crooked tree, a large brown mound of earth appeared, consisting entirely of reddish-brown ants. This happens because too many ants run out, and when they reach the exit, they are blocked by uneven holes and tree roots, causing them to accumulate at the exit. Although the ants quickly scattered after leaving the hole, the anthill at the tree roots continued to grow. Some of the scattered ants had already run to Chen Chen's feet. Chen Chen took 2 steps back and decisively waved his hand, ordering the golden-ringed bees to evacuate with him. Originally wanted to kill these ants and destroy their nest, leaving the ant eggs to feed the golden-ringed wasps. After walking for almost 100 meters and making sure that the surroundings were safe, Chen Chen took out the fruit he had collected and examined it. The fruit is about the size of 2 fists, green in color and looks like a pear, but it is open at the end. Unknown fruit. Drinking the juice of this fruit can help heal wounds. Chen Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He opened his mouth and drank some of the fruit juice. The taste of the fruit juice is sweet, but not cloying at all. As soon as Chen Chen drank it, he felt that the fruit juice quickly entered his throat like clear water, spread through his stomach, and flowed throughout his entire body like a stream of cool water. The reason it is absorbed so quickly is because of the magical properties of this fruit, and also because Chen Chen is a gourmet. Chen Chen examined the back of his hand. The redness and swelling were still there, but the pain had gone. At first, and then drink the rest, depending on the effect that you experience after the medicine wears off. Finding such a wonderful thing just a few hundred meters from home, Chen Chen suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the upcoming adventure in the jungle. The bees reported 3 feeding points, and this fruit was just one of them. The next food station was quite far away, so Chen Chen cleared the grass and walked forward. After walking a little, Chen Chen felt his hands itching, and he scratched them several times without thinking. The more he scratched, the more itching became. Chen Chen looked down and found that his hands were already red. Apart from his head, Chen Chen's hands were the only exposed part of his body. He probably felt itchy and red from touching some poisonous plant. But this was not a serious problem and did not affect Chen Chen's condition much. The effect of the nameless fruit wore off and the slight swelling on the back of his hand subsided, so Chen Chen took out another fruit and drank some juice. After I drank this, the redness and itching on my hands immediately went away. I'll have to pay attention to this when I go back and buy myself a pair of tactical gloves on the trading platform. After walking nearly a kilometer southwest and almost reaching the second aid station, Chen Chen found a bundle of microfiber arrows. Like the 10 superfiber arrows Chen Chen had obtained earlier, this arrow had a superfiber body, plastic tail fins, and armor-piercing alloy tips. Contains 20 microfiber arrows. In the future, when Chen Chen encounters a lonely, ugly beast, he can use microfiber arrows throughout the process. After putting away the arrow, Chen Chen continued to move forward. But after walking for a while, Chen Chen found that there was no news from the bees ahead, and he could not sense them at all. The disappearing bees were about 150 meters away from him. It seemed as if a black hole had formed in front of him, literally swallowing up the bees that flew by. Chen Chen sent dozens of bees to scout, but they also lost contact with Chen Chen when he was 150 meters ahead. In the wild that can block my beekeeper's senses. What is this thing that kills bees when they get near it? Chen Chen looked cautious as he walked forward about 10 meters and changed his position so that the trees did not block his view. Then Chen Chen sent another 50 bees to approach the front. Chen Chen looked at the bees flying in front of him, trying to figure out what was strange about it. The bees flew following Chen Chen's instructions. When they crossed a certain line, their flight began to waver and scatter. After flying only 20 centimeters, the bees fell to the ground, and Chen Chen no longer sensed their presence. It seems that there is a poisonous area ahead with a clearly marked boundary, and if you approach it, you will die. Chen Chen called the bees back. From their description, Chen Chen realized that the place the bees had found was ahead. They could even smell the tempting scent coming from the poison field when they were close to Chen Chen. This is too dangerous. It is beyond my strength. Retreat." Seeing this strange situation, Chen Chen immediately decided to retreat. At the same time, Chen Chen declared this place a forbidden area and forbade bees to approach it. The third feeding point is further southeast, 4 kilometers from Chen Chen's current location. Used to be nothing, but now it has become a difficult task. The jungle is too dangerous, and you can die for no apparent reason. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen said slowly, "We still need to go and see. Today is only the first day." Following the trail, firstly, we get food. Secondly, we collect resources along the way. And thirdly, and most importantly, we form our understanding of the jungle. The road to the third food station was exciting. Chen Chen was very attentive and looked around. He took pictures of plants he had never seen before and collected them as samples. After the grass and trees grew, not only did Chen Chen's search speed decrease, but the frequency of finding resources also decreased significantly. Many items were hidden in the grass, and most of the items found along the way were materials such as steel. Only one shelter expansion module was found, as well as a white table lamp and a medium-sized microwave. Chen Chen stopped and looked ahead and to the left. Just now, a golden ring wasp flew past. It touched a small vine on a tree and rolled down. Although it was only peripheral vision, Chen Chen had extremely strong dynamic vision, and he still caught it. Chen Chen walked away and ordered the bees to disperse, then took out his crossbow and fired the arrow. The arrow accurately hit the still twisting and writhing vine, and white sap squirted out, making a hissing sound as it landed on other plants. The broken vine still hadn't released the golden-ringed bee after it fell to the ground. The remaining vine was still hanging on the tree, wriggling like a headless snake. I don't know if the white sap is poisonous or sour. Chen Chen thought that it would probably be sour, as it would help digest the food quickly. Chen Chen didn't want to risk testing this strange thing, so he took the crossbow and retreated. But suddenly, the big trees in front of him started to move, and the small vines trembled slightly. It seems like he's going to attack, but he has no target. Fortunately, Chen Chen simply asked the bees to stay away from the area. Otherwise, about 100 bees would have died. It's a pity there's no dry wood, otherwise everything would have burned down. Take the bees with you and continue on your way, making a detour. After walking for almost another hour, Chen Chen finally reached the third food station. This place to eat is very strange. A plant like a liana twisted around itself and stood upright in the middle. Only the very tip was light green, and the rest was black and shiny, like wooden vines. There is a bunch of grapes on the vine, but these grapes are not the fruits of the black vine. Along with the black vine, there is an extremely thin green strip that winds up the black vine and then produces these fruits. If it was just that, then everything would be fine. But the strange thing is that there are no other plants within a radius of 20 meters from the black vine. Black vine was like a scepter, creating a hole in the green ocean through which sunlight could penetrate. Chen Chen was very familiar with grapes and green branches. It was a grape-shaped superfruit that Chen Chen had eaten before, and it could improve his physical fitness. I think this black vine must be absorbing nutrients from other plants to grow, so it doesn't need branches and leaves to receive sunlight. Chen Chen watched from afar and came to a conclusion. This superpower fruit is really special. It wasn't absorbed by the black vine. Possible that this super powerful fruit and its pulp are not plants at all. I do not know if this black vine is dangerous. If not, it should be replanted before sheltering. No plants will grow around it. Chen Chen waved his hand, allowing about a dozen small bees to approach the black vine. As a result, the bees actually entered safely, flying around the black vines. Some of them even landed on the superfruits and black vines at Chen Chen's command, without receiving the slightest harm. Seeing this, Chen Chen felt a surge of joy. Could this plant really only attack plants and pose no threat to animals? If so, it would be an ideal choice for a protective forest. After repeated confirmation, it was found that this black vine was indeed harmless. Chen Chen took out a sapper shovel and began to dig from the dividing line. At a depth of less than 30 centimeters, Chen dug up the roots of a black vine. It was true. The black vine uses its roots to absorb the life force of other plants. After several pushes, the rhizome did not react at all. Chen Chen simply dug up a piece of the rhizome and then moved it back. If the roots of the black vine can move, then there must be something like nerves on it that should respond to external stimuli when they are not under the control of the main body. No problem. It is 99% safe. I can't imagine any other problems. Chen Chen then stepped into the black vine area and came closer, but still didn't find anything unusual. Chen Chen reached out and pulled out the superfruit, then quickly put it into the item compartment. When this superfruit is picked, it will emit a scent that will attract wild animals. After removing the superfruit, Chen Chen began to look at the black vine in front of him, which was as thick as his arm. The black liana reaches almost 2 meters in height, and its trunk consists of several tightly connected black stripes as thick as a finger. It is slightly cold to the touch, but does not resemble wood. Since it does not attack, take it back with its roots and see if it can be transplanted and propagated. The superfruit was harvested, and Chen Chen immediately began to dig the ground with a shovel. Chen Chen's physical condition had improved greatly. He quickly dug a hole a meter wide, and the tree roots wrapped in earth were revealed in front of him. Chen Chen squatted down, touched the ground with his hand, and directly used the earth's force to loosen the soil. Then Chen Chen cut the roots of the trees around him and picked up the black vine with both hands, and the dirt on the roots fell off by itself. Chen Chen held the black vine in his hand with a satisfied expression. He never imagined that the black vine was actually not dangerous at all. We have collected enough for today. Now, let's immediately return to the shelter by the same route. As usual, Chen Chen chose a new route to return. Now the jungle is full of dangers, so it is safer to return by the old route. When he arrived, Chen Chen had already made a small path with steel bars. Now the speed of the return journey was much faster. It took only 20 minutes to run back. Chen Chen did not place the black vine in the item space. Firstly, it was impossible to place it there, and secondly, if he did place it there, the plant would die. Chen Chen jogged all the way, carrying a 2-meter-long black vine. On the way back, Chen Chen gradually discovered a problem. The path he had laid out at the beginning was now gradually disappearing, and the grass would soon swallow it up. On the way back, no more incidents occurred, and Chen Chen quickly returned to the shelter. Only then did Chen Chen breathe a sigh of relief, take off his equipment, and hang it back in place. After taking out the superfruit and thinking about it, Chen Chen put it in the black iron treasure chest. Tomorrow is the second outbreak of abnormal radiation. If the superfruit is pulled out at night, it can attract a wave of wild beasts and reduce the food shortage. Chen Chen then looked at the black vine and bent it with force, but found that with his current strength, he could only bend the black vine slightly. This is an excellent material for a bow. If you add tiger tendons to it, the resulting recurve bow will be much more powerful than a crossbow. After a short rest, Chen Chen came out of hiding with an engineering shovel, dug a large hole in the barricade, and planted a black vine in it. The life force of the plants is very strong. In just one night, several bushes burst out of the ground and pushed aside the barricades that were pressing on them. Now, as long as the black vine lives, there will be no more plants in the area where the chevaux de frise grows, once and for all. Returning back to the shelter again and confirming that he was not going to go far today, Chen Chen began to continue strengthening the shelter portal. Previously, when he was in the wild, Chen Chen, in order to save time, directly used his earth-moving ability to loosen, which resulted in a slight decrease in earth-moving power. And today, he was able to solidify fewer rocks. However, after using it yesterday, Chen Chen found that his earth power had increased slightly. Although it was not much, it was good to see the hope of growth. Otherwise, the ventilation ducts would have to be dug later, which would take too much time. After using up all the earthly power, Chen Chen and Yuanzi ate some meat together, and then Chen Chen took Yuanzi outside the shelter. Since the plants grow so quickly, Chen Chen also wants to plant some bamboo in the wild to provide more food. At night, the temperature in the wild continues to drop. Listening to the wind swaying the rice flowers, I realize that crops like rice can no longer grow. even with the help of the environment. After all, bamboo is one of the three friends of winter. Chen Chen felt that he could hold out for a few more days. Plants growing in the wild are extremely adaptable to the wild. Many broad-leaved plants fold their leaves at night and open them again when the sun comes out, effectively protecting them from the harsh cold. After Chen Chen freed Yuanzi, he allowed him to play by himself, dig grass, scratch trees, and practice his skills. First used an electric saw to cut down a large area of trees, and then planted bamboo shoots one by one. Chen Chen planted the last bamboo shoot and said, "It depends on whether the bamboo can compete with the trees in the wild." After completing the planting, Chen Chen took up archery again. His archery skills are now completely natural. He can shoot anywhere he points, and it is no different from shooting from his own limbs. Speed, temperature, and humidity. Gravity. Chen Chen already knew these influencing factors well. After understanding them a little, he kept the corresponding standards in mind, and then subconsciously adjusted the aim according to them, and almost always hit the target. To do this, one must have extremely rich experience as well as good physical training, including sufficient intellectual power. Before meeting the tiger, Chen Chen had experienced a similar feeling, but he could not comprehend it. Later, after eating the fruit of supernatural power, he mastered this state in a fight with the tiger. Now that I think about it, it was all because I found the mind fruit at the very beginning. Otherwise, I would have died if I had encountered that tiger. After training for a while, Chen Chen took out a curved bow made from tiger tendons. After tasting the juice of the unknown fruit, Chen Chen felt that his chest had recovered significantly, and he could draw a bow again. The wood of this bow is also unusual. It is purple sandalwood, a gift from a player. The player asked Chen Chen to help him make a bow from the wood he had obtained, and he gave him some wood himself. The hardness and density of purple sandalwood are very high. Thanks to the high quality of the carpenter, Chen Chen was able to create red sandalwood that has both a beautiful appearance and practicality. Chen Chen not only made this bow, but also polished it carefully. Now the bow body is shiny black and has a beautiful shape. It is obvious at first glance that this is not a simple product. Chen Chen took a deep breath and pulled the bowstring that flew out, hit the sharp thorns of the chevaux de frise, and entered halfway. Chen Chen smiled. With the added power of my profession and this bow, ordinary arrows would easily pierce the fur of a level 1 deformed beast. Moreover, the draw weight of this bow is only slightly lower than that of Chen Chen, so it is relatively easy to draw and shoot. If you want a higher rate of fire, just do not pull the trigger too hard. Chen Chen continued to practice, mastering his new bow and arrow, and every now and then, he would take out some roasted meat from his item storage to replenish his strength and heal his injuries. Only when there was only 1 hour left in the wild, Chen Chen took the arrows and returned to the shelter. Seeing the arrow, Chen Chen felt helpless. That were shot and stuck in the tree were deformed and became unusable under the enormous force. And most of the arrows were stuck in the tree and could not be pulled out. The arrow that entered the mud was a little better, as it was only slightly deformed. After Chen Chen adjusted it, it was still usable. Forget it, let's not do that. It takes me less than a minute to make a new arrow, and it takes almost the same amount of time to rework and adjust it. It's better not to waste precious time in the wild. After calling Yuanzi, Chen Chen returned to the shelter. Looking back, Chen Chen found that Yuanzi was quite good at destroying trees. Despite multiple attacks, he still managed to knock down several trees. Back at the shelter, Chen Chen reinforced the shelter portal again and then began checking private messages and the trading market. After an hour of searching carefully, Wang Yu finally found a safe path and continued his mission to obtain water. Merchant he did business with yesterday raised his price a little today, and Chen Chen accepted it and allowed him to continue bringing him water. The iron shelter upgrade blueprint appeared in the trade channel for the first time, which attracted many people to buy it. The price of the blueprints is not high. After all, if you have the tools, you can do it yourself. You just need to nail nails to the wall, which is much easier than building or strengthening a wooden house. Shelter was now a structure made of steel plates reinforced with stone, so naturally he didn't care about the iron blueprint. He spent all his limited deformed flesh to buy shelter expansion modules. In fact, Chen Chen wanted to sell his cheetah M58 crossbow. After buying the rosewood, he no longer needed it. However, the seventh day has not yet arrived, and there is little to sell now. Let's wait a little longer. A crossbow that is extremely easy to use for a beginner. I think it can be exchanged for many good things. After the deal was completed, Chen Chen followed Xiaoluo's instructions, opened the door on the east side of the hall, and expanded it inward 3 times. When planning, the length of the side of the hall is the sum of the lengths of the sides of the 4 expansion modules, while the thickness of the walls on all sides is 1 meter, which makes the hall square with a side of 10 times 10 meters. The entrance is reserved in advance at a distance of 4.5 to 6 meters north of the east side of the hall, and 3 expansion modules continue to the east along the entrance. Chen Chen expanded these 3 modules strictly according to the plan on the drawings, wide, and has a 20-centimeter wall next to it. Another 1.3 meters of space was then cleared to allow for future expansion of the room. The first expansion module goes out the door, and the last 2 expansion modules combine to go out the door, forming a large room. After that, Chen Chen took out 2 expansion modules and used them in the large room, turning it into a 4.3 by 6 meter room. This room is a ventilation system equipment room designed by Xiaoluo. Air enters here through a ventilation stone duct and is then distributed to various parts of the shelter. After installing the ventilation system, Chen Chen will be able to move the workshop and bedroom to the upper floor. Chen Chen looked at the vacated space and patted the wall. When my earth power increases, I will definitely strengthen these walls. After opening the upper space, Chen Chen was about to go down when a system message suddenly appeared. Ding! Player Jingtian Xiazhong challenges you to a decisive battle. Do you accept the challenge? Chen Chen was stunned when he suddenly received this message. By detailed instructions, and Chen Chen read them carefully. This duel is initiated by the player using the duel card and can challenge any player in the user's area to a duel. The player who initiates the decisive battle in case of victory will receive half of the supplies and property of the opponent. The player who is challenged in case of victory will receive all the property of the challenger. The side that received the challenge has the right to refuse. If both sides agree, they will be transported to the final battlefield and will not be able to leave until one of the sides dies, or both sides refuse the final battle. The summoned side can view basic information about the opponent. The time of the final battle is determined by both sides, but it cannot exceed 1 abnormal world day. This Jingtian Xiazhong is very confident, challenging me. After reading the rules of the competition, Chen Chen checked the basic information about planting seeds in the well fields. Lower middle school age, 43 years old. Constitution, 5.5. Strength, 6.6. Dexterity, 4.7. Intelligence, 1.9. Middle-aged uncle, this attribute Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Xiaoluo, Xiaoluo, check Jingtian Xiazhong's transaction information and pay special attention to his records of exchanging super powerful items. Okay, master, Xiaoluo quickly replied. According to the transaction records on the platform, Jingtian Xiazhong did not trade super energy fruits or buy shelter expansion modules. He bought deformed meat 6 times, and the bow and arrows were bought from you, master. Xiaoluo added, Jingtian Xiazhong used to sell fuel generators, but he rarely bought food or other necessities. Chen Chen frowned. This guy sold all the upgrades for the shelter, like the armored door and fuel generator. It seems he uses them all in exchange for deformed flesh and weapons. He must be very strong. It's surprising that with so much deformed meat, he doesn't have excessive radiation. He's not deformed at all. On the World Channel, that players will start to deform after eating too much deformed meat, and will become creatures similar to deformed animals. They will also leave the shelter, lose their game identity, and become wild monsters. Judging from his stats, he ate a lot of deformed meat. Chen Chen looked through the various information provided by Xiaoluo, but the amount of deformed meat he bought seems to far exceed the improvement in his stats. If he didn't eat the remaining deformed meat, what did he do with it? Feed it to his pets? Or was it used for some other purpose? Chen Chen considered several possibilities, and then decisively rejected Jingtian Xiaozhong's request for a decisive battle. With Chen Chen's current archery skills and strength, it won't be difficult to deal with this Jingtian Xiaozhong. Even if the opponent has hidden techniques, as long as he doesn't use firearms, Chen Chen feels that he can deal with him. Chen Chen has read the more detailed rules. Site was very large, covering 2 square kilometers, and pets were allowed in. If about 100 golden ring bees flew by, even a person with a physical fitness level of 10 would die. My archery and golden ring bees are definitely trump cards that he doesn't know about. He's pretty strong, but he keeps buying deformed meat. This shows that his archery skills and killing ability are average. So it seems I'm very stable. But I don't like to take risks, especially when I don't understand the world well enough. Having rejected the other side, Chen Chen returned to the workshop and continued making the bow. Now, almost half of the players already have recurve bows, and the prices are getting lower and lower. Chen Chen suddenly stopped mid-sentence because Jingtian Xiaozhong sent him a message. Private message to Jingtian Xiaozhong, Jingtian Xiaozhong. Chen Zhen, you are too cowardly. You ate several super energy fruits, but you still didn't dare to fight me. Planting seeds in the well field. 5 element square stones. 5. I took this from the wooden treasure chest. Don't you need it? Jingtian Xiaozhong. Ha ha ha. By the way, is the security door still working? I got it by killing a female player and then sold it to you. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It's quite beautiful. It's a pity I didn't even send a message asking for help. Jingtian Xiaozhong. I hesitated a bit when I killed the man the second time. The real culprit of the news published in the area you saw earlier was me. Chen Chen's face became completely cold, his eyes icy, and he replied to Jingtian Xiaozhong. Chen Zhen. You deserve to die. I will definitely kill you as soon as I have the chance. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Haha, isn't there a chance now? Don't be a coward. Chen Zhen. Don't be so smug. My stats aren't as good as yours right now, so I naturally won't fight you. Keep the duel card for yourself. I just hope you don't challenge me later. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Don't you know how to shoot a bow? You've killed several wild beasts. Yida Xiaozhong. He he he. How about promising to only use the curved bow you gave me? We can include this in the agreement for the decisive battle. We won't use any super powerful attacks. That way, you'll always have the advantage. Jingtian Xiaozhong. Or are you a coward, afraid to fight me under these circumstances? Are you just hiding like a turtle behind the protective door I've set up for you? Chen Zhen. Okay, I promise. After closing the private message, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes and calmly waited for Jingtian Xiaozhong to send the decisive battle. The words in the message he just wrote were naturally false. Chen Chen wanted restrictions. If he hadn't mentioned planting seeds in the well fields, Chen Chen would have suggested it himself. After all, this is a distorted world, and Chen Chen has no way to resist an attack like a curse. Jingtian Xiaozhong sat in his hiding place with his legs crossed. Seeing that Chen Zhen had accepted his request for a decisive battle, he chuckled. He was a brainless youth after all. He was only angered by my few words. The middle-aged man's face was covered in skin, and he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I don't have any super powerful long-range methods at all, and I basically used that as a condition to get his consent. So goes the old saying, the white-eyed wolf is easy to fool. Saying this, Ida Shimotane laughed heartily, touched the samurai sword lying next to him, tore off a piece of deformed meat, and began to chew it. As he swallowed, a faint red light appeared on his chest. Jida Shimotsu and Chen Zhen signed a contract for the decisive battle. Officially take place at 1900 hours on the 13th day of the Warped World. The announcement of Chen Chen and Jingtian planting seeds appeared on the forum, shocking players in the region. Mechanical Tentacle, Battle Card. The battle card actually exists, necessary to accept the challenge after I have issued it. Pangu's beginning. I think so. I think Brother Chen has a balanced character and will not accept the challenge. Fight the dragon. It is no longer a mess. Experts can challenge him at their own discretion. Gigi is so good. Li Tianyu, can I see? My brother Chen will definitely win. Farmer Sangquan, not necessarily. The initiator was planting seeds in the well fields. Dubu Daxia. Isn't it clear from the name? Chen Zhen will definitely win. Energetic girl Guo Dagan. Come on, the market is open. The market is open. Buy and leave him alone. Not only did players on the forum start discussing it, but Chen Chen himself received many personal messages from his acquaintances. Some asked about the situation, some advised not to be impulsive, and some encouraged. Chen Chen basically did not answer because he still had a lot to prepare. In the jungle, a young man in jeans pierced a flying green snake with a sword to a depth of 7 inches. With a slight twist of his sword, he crushed her heart. Then he quickly sheathed the sword, pinning the still struggling green snake to the ground. The young man frowned slightly. My swordsmanship had been limited for a long time. How can I master this feeling of freedom? The young man still held the green snake with his sword, took out a water skin from his body, and took 2 sips. Suddenly, the young man's gaze stopped, and a faint light seemed to flash in his eyes. A decisive battle card? Chen really hopes that you will survive. In the end, it was your blacklist that caused my rapid progress. After drinking the water, the youth pulled out the iron sword from the ground, wiped it with a white cloth, put it back in its sheath, and continued walking forward. The green snake on the ground was dry and shriveled, and it seemed like it had been dead for several months. Unfortunately, I don't have a call card. A bald young man sat on the threshold of the hut, squinting at the sun. Looking up, he saw scorched earth around the hut. The bald youth shook off the ashes scattered over his body and stretched. It's not bad to burn the wasteland every day, but it's a pity that so little of it remains. Ha 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 ha! Park Zhengyi laughed heartily in his hiding place. I had a premonition that planting seeds in this well was not a good thing, and it turned out to be true. Ha 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 ha! It would be better if they both died in the decisive battle. Park Zhengyi's hideout was dark. The firewood and rocks were piled up haphazardly. There were very few supplies, and he himself looked dusty and dirty. Park Zhengyi touched his stomach, and the happy expression on his face immediately disappeared. Oh, I have to go again. I hope there will be a rich harvest. Brother Chen still hasn't responded to my message. Wang Yu walked restlessly around the shelter. It's over. That bastard from Jingtian must have made preparations. Brother Chen is in great danger this time. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression changed, and he looked at his private message. Private message to Chen Zhen. Chat screenshot.jpg. This is a screenshot of the conversation between me and Jingtian Xiaozhong. After our duel is over, regardless of the outcome, please send it. I am the protagonist, Brother Chen. Chen Zhen. Okay, that's all. I need to get ready. Chen Chen walked to the treasure chest, opened it, and took out some grapes. It seems we should take advantage of this early to increase our chances of winning. This bunch of grapes can now be used to attract some wild beasts, but Chen Chen needs to maintain his fitness before the decisive battle, so he does not have this super fruit to attract wild beasts and eats it directly. Chen Chen age, 21. Constitution, 5.7 plus 2.0. Strength, 3.2 plus 0.1. Agility, 2.5 plus 0.1. Intelligence, 2.3. This bunch of grapes is another physical superfruit. Although the effect is not as strong as the first time, it is still the strongest among all the superfruits that Chen Chen has tried. With a 7.7 physique, I can stay outside for more than 10 hours. After that, Chen Chen went upstairs again, took out 50 grams of honey and ate it, and his strength increased by 0.1. Feeling that his sternum was still a little short, Chen Chen took out an unknown fruit, broke off a small piece from the crack, and ate it. The pulp of this fruit also has a wound healing effect. As soon as Chen Chen swallowed it, he felt the fruit turn into several streams of water flowing all over his body, and then most of them gathered in his chest, continuously healing his wounds. This effect surprised Chen Chen. The healing effect of the fruit is not as strong as that of fruit juice. After that, Chen Chen ate another half of the fruit, and the medicinal water stopped flowing into his chest and naturally spread throughout his body, and then gradually dissipated. Chen Chen moved a little, feeling his body become stronger than before. He took out a purple sandalwood bow and made several circular bows to try it out, getting used to the sensation again. Chen Chen first put the remaining fruits and juices into the item compartment and memorized their locations. Then start organizing the equipment and put them in the item compartment one by one in the order given. After arranging all the items, Chen Chen took the tools and made a wooden box with a side of 50 centimeters, which could hold 5,000 golden ring bees. Chen Chen tried to practice several times to make sure that the golden ring bee can move quickly. Meanwhile, Chen Chen still made a deal and bought 3 infrared cameras and a humidifier on the second floor, allowing Xiao Luo to constantly monitor the surrounding world. A humidifier is used in the mushroom growing room to maintain a suitable temperature. Chen Chen glanced at his full profession panel, and the gold balls on it were almost full. What a pity. I was thinking of choosing a class like Herbalist, but for this battle, I guess I'll have to choose a combat class. Chen Chen then picked up a bow and arrow and began practicing in hiding. Has a total of 4 professions: beekeeper, wildlife hunter, carpenter, and gentleman. As long as Chen Chen is doing things related to these professions, the liquid level in the golden ball will increase. Chen Chen is now constantly practicing archery. About an hour, the liquid in the golden ball would probably be completely accumulated, and then he would be able to advance to a higher level or start a new career. Finally, it was done. Chen Chen put down his bow and arrow, wiped the sweat from his face, and began to study. Had a vague idea of how to develop his career, but now that he had the golden ball, his idea became clearer. The beekeeper had tried this before, but it was unsuccessful. This time, Chen Chen tried to directly sense the wild hunter. Then Chen Chen felt that the golden ball could not improve the wild hunter. It seems that if I improve my archery skills a little, or if I obtain more golden liquid, I can become a wild hunter. Chen Chen was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that wild hunter couldn't be improved. Then let's wait for the decisive battle, and then we can start a new career based on the situation. Chen Chen continued to practice archery and ate meat when he was tired to quickly recover his strength. Before the final battle, Chen Chen stopped training and waited quietly. Ding! Your final battle with Ida Shigeki will begin in 1 minute. Teleport now. Then Chen Chen saw his body enveloped in a faint blue light. Chen Chen looked at the small wooden box in his hand, and there was also a faint light on it. A blue light flashed, and in the next instant, he was in the desert. 200 meters away from him stood a tall, middle-aged man. When Chen Chen looked at him, the man also looked up at him. Keen eyesight played a decisive role at this moment. When Jing Tianshizhong, who stood before him, looked up, Chen Chen immediately noticed the abnormality in his eyes. The eyeballs had a faint red tint, but it was paler than the eyes of a rabid animal. Ida Simonaka was wearing loose clothing, so his equipment was unclear, but the samurai sword was especially noticeable. He did not have a bow and arrow. Chen Chen noticed that the blue light on his body had not yet dissipated, and he could not move his body in a wide range. Apparently, this was the only minute of observation time left to them by the system. Chen Chen immediately looked in another direction. The area where he and Jingtian Xiazhong were was deserted, flat, and without any obstacles. 300 meters away from the two of them was a circle of stone forest with heavily weathered stone pillars rising in the Gobi Desert. Watching this, Chen Chen let go of the wooden box and threw it to the ground. At that moment, a dense swarm of golden-ringed bees flew out of the hive. Unfortunately, due to system limitations, the golden-ringed bees cannot fly far from Chen Chen. Ding! The decisive battle begins. When the system prompt sounded, Chen Chen immediately took out a purple sandalwood bow from space, pulled the bowstring, made a full circle, and shot an arrow towards the bottom of the well. Call! The arrows are incredibly powerful and extremely fast. Jingtian Xiazhong saw the arrows flying towards him from afar. Although he knew that 200 meters was enough, he still changed the pace and direction. This was exactly the effect that Chen Chen wanted to achieve, and he quickly came to a consensus. The results matched the declared values. Yet, whoosh! The arrow landed 3 steps away from the center of the well field, causing the center of the well field to narrow. He didn't expect that Chen Chen's recurve bow could shoot so far, and he didn't expect that Chen Chen's archery skills would be so amazing. The place where the arrow fell was where he had just stood. You must know that this is happening in the Gobi Desert, where strong winds blow, and Jingtian Xiaozhong finds it incredible that he has indicated his position so accurately. Jingtian Xiaozhong ran with all his might. In just 15 seconds, he covered a distance of 200 meters. But as soon as he took 2 steps, a second arrow flew towards him and pierced his stomach. How is this possible? A human can't shoot a bow like that. I only need 15 seconds to kill him. Why is this happening? Ida Shimonaka gritted his teeth and screamed, "Ah, ah!" Muscles tensed, firmly holding the arrow in place. Chen Chen couldn't see all of this. Otherwise, he would have been surprised to find that Jingtian Xiaozhong's abdomen was made up of a series of muscles that could move freely. After the arrow hits, the muscles adapt flexibly, allowing the abdominal muscles to still exert force effectively. Seeing that Jingtian Xiaozhong's speed did not slow down, Chen Chen frowned slightly and fired another arrow. The effective range of the purple sandalwood is 180 meters. Now Jingtian Xiaozhong ran up to 160 meters. If he shot accurately, he could kill the enemy with 1 shot. Call! The arrow stuck in the sand, and the tail of the arrow continued to tremble. After Chen Chen shot him, Jingtian Xiaozhong began to change his position frequently. Although Chen Chen's arrows could hit any target no matter where they were aimed, it was difficult for him to predict the next point under the well field. However, Chen Chen's expression remained calm, and he continuously fired arrows. Wish, wish, wish. The sounds of arrows piercing the air resounded one after another, blocking Jingtian Xiaozhong's advance. Since I can't hit you effectively, I'll use arrows to slow you down. A large flock of golden-ringed bees flies towards the base of the well field. As long as they surrounded the bottom of the well field, victory was assured. Jingtian Xiaozhong also saw the swarm of bees. Although he felt that these bees could not cause him much harm, he still continued to run, increasing the distance between himself and the swarm of bees. At this moment, Chen Chen also noticed something was wrong. Although Jingtian Xiaozhong had been hit by 3 arrows, he was still in the same state as he was at the beginning and continued to approach him. The speed of the golden-ringed bee is still slightly slower than Jingtian Xiaozhong, but while running, the golden-ringed bee continued to spread and gradually blocked Jingtian Xiaozhong's direct path. If Jingtian Xiaozhong did not turn around and run away, he would definitely be attacked by the golden bees. Gritted his teeth and continued to run forward. They are just bigger bees. Why would I be afraid of them? When Chen Chen heard the other person's screams, his expression changed. This person really wasn't Chinese. The angry cry of an unknown person flashed through Chen Chen's mind and was automatically translated into a language he knew. It seems that the text on the forum was also translated, Chen Chen thought, and at that moment, the first microfiber arrow flew out. At this moment, Jingtian Xiaozhong had already jumped 100 meters away from Chen Chen. Chen Chen was confident that at this distance, he would have a high probability of hitting the enemy. Call! The microfiber arrow flew out and pierced Jingtian's lower thigh, almost piercing him from front to back, and only the tail of the arrow remained in the flesh. Ah! Ida Xiaozhong's muscles struggled to adjust, but he was unable to control his body and stumbled, almost falling. Before Jingtian Xiaozhong could react, several golden-ringed bees had already climbed onto his body, and their stingers quickly pierced him. Entire body, Jingtian Xiaozhong's steps became disordered, and he completely lost his original striking speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Of course, Chen Chen showed no mercy this time. He shot 2 arrows, one after another, one hitting Jingtian Niu's left chest and the other hitting his face. Jingtian Xiaozhong finally fell to the ground and could not get up. Chen Chen's order did not change. The golden ring bees still rushed to attack, and soon the bees wrapped around the bottom of the well field. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen ordered the bees to fly away. The venom of a single golden ring wasp can seriously injure a rabbit, so thousands of golden ring wasps would likely be enough to kill a human. If that doesn't kill the bee, injecting the rest of the bees with the toxins won't do any good. Poison is also a treasure, and Chen Chen doesn't want to waste it. After the bee flew away, Chen Chen saw that Jingtian Xiaozhong's body seemed to still be moving, so he retreated some distance. All mortals must die. Chen Chen stood at a distance and began to shoot arrows continuously. The distance was far, and Jingtian Xiaozhong fell to the ground, making it difficult for Chen Chen to hit the opponent's vital points. But it didn't matter much. The man didn't seem to have any serious injuries. "Have mercy. My lord, my good man, may the king spare my life." Ida Xiaozhong, who had fallen to the ground and was unable to even rise, cried out loudly, "I have lost. I beg for mercy." "Please let me go, sir. I want to tell you a big secret." Roar became much quieter when Chen Chen reached him. Chen Chen ignored him and continued shooting arrows. At this moment, Jingtian Xiaozhong curled up into a ball, feeling his body becoming increasingly difficult to move, and he was increasingly panicked. "Good man, king, please let me go. I will flatter you in the future, like Jingwei filling the sea and Yugong moving the mountains." "King Chen, please let me go," a young and inexperienced middle-aged man. Chen Chen frowned when he heard this. "What nonsense!" Ida Xiaozhong continued to shout. "I am just an old father who loves his people as his own children. My little son plays this game, and I play it to guide and teach him. I just want to survive and see my child again." Jingtian Xiaozhong was overjoyed when he saw Chen Chen stop shooting. He grabbed his head and screamed even louder. The most compassionate parents in the world are coming home in March to give thanks. "King Chen, please let me go. Let's give up the decisive battle together, and we can all be saved. Give me the opportunity to acknowledge the thief as my father, and I will definitely thank you and your entire family." Chen Chen stretched out his arms and raised his bow again. "Damn it! Die!" Chen Chen advanced a little further, and arrows rained down like meteors on the bottom of the well field. 3 minutes later, Chen Chen finally received a hint from the system, which appeared right below the duel announcement. "Ding! Jingtian's seeds die. Chen Chen wins. Ding! You have obtained all the inheritance from the well field. You have 1 hour to place it. If you do not claim it within an hour, it will be considered a loss. Ding! You have killed Jingtian Xiaozhong and have begun to unify Jingtian Xiaozhong's shelter core." After several reminders, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Chen then slowly walked to the edge of the field and stayed on the combat ground for an hour. Before leaving, Chen Chen naturally collected some trophies. Besides, the samurai sword in Ida Simonaka's hands is definitely a good thing. Jingtian Xiaozhong was shot and hit the hedgehog. Chen Chen came closer and picked up the samurai sword to play with it. When Jingtian Xiaozhong rushed towards Chen Chen, the samurai sword was already drawn, and the gleam of the blade was like a mirror, reflecting pieces of cold light. Jingtian Xiaozhong also has basic swordsmanship skills. As he ran, he split Chen Chen's arrows several times. At this moment, Chen Chen looked at the samurai sword again. The blade was still shiny, and there was no trace of use on it. Katana. Made of a mixture of first-level distorted iron, it can cut through iron like mud and instantly cut hair. It also has a certain attack bonus against creatures with superpowers. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, holding the knife in one hand. He cut Jingtian Xiaozhong's shirt and used the blade to spread the clothes to both sides. Chest was exposed in front of Chen Chen, and Chen Chen discovered that Jingtian Xiaozhong's skin was torn as if something was twisting it, revealing the muscles that were pulled together underneath. Each of these muscles is 2 centimeters thick, like tubes connecting to various bones, and does not look like normal human muscles at all. Chen Chen stuck the tip of the knife in and pulled it down, feeling the slight resistance of the blade. "I just saw something moving inside him. Could it be the muscles?" Chen Chen looked at the scene in front of him. After I shot him, the muscles adjusted. Did they adjust too much and end up tearing his skin, which was full of holes? But that's not the point. The point is the red gemstone in the center of Ida Shimotsuki's chest. The red stone is an irregular diamond shape, 7 centimeters long and about 4 centimeters wide. It is like the core of the body, connecting all its parts. Chen found that Jingtian Xiaozhong's muscles were too strong, and his internal organs showed signs of degeneration and decay. It seemed that the red gem had replaced the functions of his internal organs. Chen selected a red gem, placed it in the item compartment, and then returned to the shelter. Everything was as before in the shelter. When he returned, Zhao Luo played the melody of Good Days. At that moment, the virtual fireworks started, and the firecrackers started ringing. Xiao Luo happily welcomed Chen's return. Yuanzi didn't understand what was going on, but he felt the joyful atmosphere and rolled on the ground. Okay. Chen also laughed at the joyful atmosphere. I'm just going out for a while, and you're creating a Chinese New Year feeling. After letting Xiao Luo entertain him for a while and touching Yuanzi's head, Chen began to check the legacy planted in the well field. Chen was a little surprised to see it. Despite Jingtian Xiaozhong's powerful strength, his hiding place seemed very simple. A forge, a fuel generator, 2 forged diathermic furnaces, 2 iron traps, 2 shelter expansion modules, a wooden treasure chest containing 5 square stones, 2 wooden barrels, a power saw, 3 hammers of various sizes, and some iron pitchforks he forged, with his own hands. There are slightly more supplies than items, but the amount of each type is very small. The most common item is wood, followed by steel and 2 animal skins. After that, nothing of value. There was no misshapen meat, probably because Jingtian ate all the seeds he had sown. He is ruthless. He has almost no basic necessities. Chen picked up the samurai sword. It seems he spent a lot of resources to create this sword. Deformed flesh and weapons are used to enhance combat effectiveness. Chen went to the hall and took out some supplies. Chen didn't intend to use the useless wooden barrels, iron pitchfork, and slightly dirty furs, so he left them in the shelter under the well. Chen hasn't touched the fuel generator and forging table yet, especially the fuel generator, which is very large and heavy, so Chen wants to place it directly in a suitable equipment room. I don't know how Jingtian Xiaozhong assembled this huge thing. At this moment, I looked at the forum again. All the players were discussing the battle that had just happened. It took Chen only a few dozen seconds to defeat Jingtian Xiaozhong and more than 3 minutes to kill him. This speed was truly incredible. At 9 o'clock, the players were all staring at the forum, hoping to see the live broadcast. At this time, most of the players had nothing to do, and the duel between Chen and Jingtian Xiaozhong suddenly became the biggest entertainment. Although the live broadcast was not available to watch later, everyone enthusiastically discussed it on the forum and imagined the battle scenes. Some players even started writing novels, vividly telling the story, such as the battle between Guangong and Qinqiang, where the 2 sides fought for 300 rounds. As a result, at only 9:04, the system directly announced that Chen had won. This news took players by surprise, as if you went to a movie theater to watch a blockbuster and then a short video was shown in the theater, and then everyone left the theater. However, this short video is probably about Dongfeng Express. I told you, Chen is invincible. I understand. In a duel between masters, the outcome is often decided in just 1 or 2 moves. Very well, Chen won. This is the best result. Don't challenge me, bosses. I am weak and very poor. May not even be able to compensate for the value of your duel card. Brother Chen, I have thought it over. Only a righteous person like you can lead our region to victory. From now on, you will be my elder brother. If anything happens, let me handle it. As soon as the game ended, I, the protagonist, posted a screenshot of Ida Shimotsugu's chat, which showed that Ida Shimotsugu had killed someone on a motorcycle. This caused a huge stir, and more people began to angrily curse the planting of the wells. After some analysis, some players determined that the motorcycle that Jing Tian had thrown to him had ended up in Chen Chen's hands. A player who had a bad relationship with Chen Chen couldn't sit still and apologized to him on the forum. He said a lot of ridiculous words that made Chen Chen laugh and cry. Chen Chen shook his head, picked up 5 shelter expansion modules, and continued to expand the shelter. Following Xiaolo's instructions, Chen Chen expanded the fuel generator room and placed the fuel generator and oil generator installed at the borehole site into it. This fuel generator set is definitely a high-tech product in the game. It is 1.5 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 1.2 meters high. It can directly burn wood and coal to generate electricity. On the end, to adjust the output voltage. The maximum generation power is 30 kilowatts. Compared to its sci-fi appearance and the principle of energy generation, the generation power is nothing. After all, the fuel generator I bought earlier can generate up to 10 kilowatts of electricity. The power generation capacity was slightly lower than Chen Chen expected, but the role of this fuel generator was irreplaceable. Especially now that wood is abundant, you can just go out and chop wood with an electric saw and use it to generate electricity. If Chen Chen works harder, there will be no shortage of electricity in the future. Chen Chen placed the fuel generator in the generator room, but he hasn't installed it yet. Not much power is needed at night, so it's not too late to install it tomorrow. Then, Chen Chen placed the forge table and 2 forge furnaces in the generator room. The generator room was expanded with 4 additional modules, and the floor space was large enough, so Chen Chen first placed the iron forging work area here. The forge furnace runs on electricity and is similar in principle to the induction cooker. One is round, the other is rectangular. In principle, they are enough for Chen Chen to forge iron in the future. With these 2 things, Chen Chen only needs to make a normal furnace to adjust the carbon content of the steel. After installing these machines, Chen Chen quickly walked towards the hall. For Chen Chen, the 5 square stones of the 5 elements were no less important than the fuel generator. After entering the hall, Chen Chen opened the wooden treasure chest and took out all 5 square stones. Square stone, a concentrated object of the distorted world that contains the energy of attributes. Square stones live up to their name. Each one is an exceptionally square shape, like a carefully polished crystal cube. These 5 square stones have corresponding colors, like mist dispersed in the center, and the colorless areas are extremely transparent. Chen Chen did not feel anything special when holding the other square stones, but he could feel the unique energy in the yellow earth stone. As noted at the World Forum, Chen Chen took the earth stone in his hand and began to mobilize the earth force in his body. When the earth force came into contact with the square stone, Chen Chen discovered that he could mobilize the energy inside the earth stone. Chen Chen carefully felt it for a while, and then, after making sure that there was no danger, he began to direct the energy into his body. Once in the body, the earth energy is naturally directed throughout the body by the power of the earth, and then it is as if absorbed by the body and disappears. After a long time, Chen Chen finally absorbed all the energy of the earth and stone. He opened his palms, filled with transparent crystal fragments. Chen Chen felt that the earth power in his body had become much stronger, so he went down the stairs and immediately tested it on the shelter portal. Putting his hands on the gravel, Chen Chen began to soften the rocks. Feeling the earth power coming out, Chen Chen shook his head. I ate the super energy fruit, stored the earth power, and meditated for over an hour. But I ended up killing Jingtian Xiaozhong in just a few seconds. What a waste. Originally used to lure wild animals so that Chen Chen could get more meat. As a result, it was used in advance to solve the problem of sowing seeds in the gardens. While Chen Chen was continuously strengthening the shelter portal, the system sound finally sounded, warning of the shelter being upgraded. Kill Jingtian Jiazhong and obtain 4 shelter cores. The shelter cores are starting to merge. Ding! The shelter core is integrated, and the shelter is upgraded to level 2. Secondary shelter. Compared with the original shelter, the second-level shelter has greater power, higher resistance to distortion radiation, and the range of the shelter is expanded 5 times. Seeing this description, Chen Chen frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "This is too general. But now I understand why Jingtian Xiaozhong was able to make me fight. Is this the supreme power?" Chen Chen didn't have a decisive battle card, so the system didn't show him the information that he could have a decisive battle in a low-level shelter once a month. Chen Chen didn't know that this authority had a limitation on level and quantity. Soon, Chen Chen strengthened the shelter portal, which was almost 1 cubic meter larger than usual. By absorbing 1 earth stone, I can solidify 1 cubic meter of earth. Chen Chen was not disappointed with the result. He just hoped that there would be more fang shui in the future. When I have enough earth power, I will strengthen the ground outside the shelter so that no plants can grow. These plants are not only frost-resistant, but also fire-resistant. Some players poured gasoline on them and wanted to set the forest on fire. But contrary to expectations, the fire only caught those trees where gasoline was poured, and then gradually died out, not having time to spread far. Chen Chen touched his chin and asked, "I wonder if Fire King Chao Xin has obtained the Fire Stone and whether his abilities have improved significantly." Chen Chen felt that Fire King Chao Xin's skills, like his own golden finger, could be improved, and it was very likely that it could be done without the unusual items from the distorted world. Chen Chen looked at the golden ball again. "I hope to create professions such as healer, Chinese medicine doctor, and herbalist. In the conditions of rapid plant growth, this profession should be the most useful. Blacksmith, mechanic, swordsman, fighter. I want these professions too." The golden liquid accumulated too slowly, which made Chen Chen a little sad. Chen Chen does not understand herbal medicine at all, and if he immediately chose a profession, he will most likely fail. Chen Chen looked at Xiaoluo, and Xiaoluo immediately noticed Chen Chen's gaze. "Master, do you have any instructions? What herbal knowledge do you hold? Can it give me the necessary knowledge to start a new career?" Xiaoluo tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Master, Xiaoluo has accumulated a large amount of knowledge in both traditional Chinese medicine and modern medicine, and has expert-level knowledge and experience." Xiaoluo then added, "He is an expert in all major fields of medicine. When the master has a mechanical operating table in the future, he can trust Xiaoluo to perform the operation. However, Xiaoluo doesn't know about the new plants that have appeared in this world." Xiaoluo lowered his head. "Enough, enough." Chen Chen thought that his carpentry skills were just earthly skills. "Well, let's start from today. From now on, you will explain Chinese medicine to me every day, especially Chinese herbal medicine." Chen Chen muttered, "My current IQ is 2.3, so I should be able to learn these things pretty quickly, right? Master is the best. He must learn faster than Yuanzi," Xiaoluo encouraged Chen Chen. After that, Chen Chen went upstairs to check the hives and found that the number of bees that returned today was much greater than last year. In the past, bees died every day from disease, fatigue, or other causes and were unable to return to the hive. But the number of bees lost was only slightly greater than on Earth, which was generally normal. But today, we lost 1,000 Chinese honeybees, which is more than the rate at which a queen bee can lay eggs. 200 bees died, as well as about 100 golden ring bees. Although the other 3 queen bees will grow up in a few days, the total egg production will exceed 1,000, and the number of bee colonies will continue to grow. This is still a problem. Let's summarize tomorrow. Let's distribute 5,000 bees evenly. If the bees in a certain area do not return, it means there is danger. Preventing the bees from coming back in the future will help minimize the losses. This is the only plan Chen Chen can come up with now. The danger of wild plants is much greater than before, and an increase in the number of deaths is inevitable. Well, let's move the hive to the workshop tonight. It's still a bit cold here, close to the wild, which is not conducive to the growth and reproduction of bees. Chen Chen decided, tomorrow we will build them a new room so that they can live comfortably there. Chen Chen also took out the diamond-shaped ruby planted in the well and examined it. When Chen Chen held it himself, the stone did not react at all, but when he dripped some of the deformed beast's blood onto it, the stone absorbed it. When the deformed meat was placed on it, the gemstone extended its tentacles like crystals from a solution, as if absorbing the nutrients from the deformed meat. Chen Chen placed it in the black iron treasure chest. Before understanding the nature of this item, Chen Chen decided that he should be more careful. After calming the bees, Chen Chen made several curved bows and then went to sleep. This time, there are no superfruits, so Chen Chen will not have to stay up all night to kill monsters. Late at night, in the orphanage bedroom, Chen Chen was fast asleep when he felt something licking his hand and someone shouting in his ear. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw the light on in the bedroom. My hand was in Yuanxi's mouth, and Xiao Luo was in the room across the hall. I couldn't hear what he was shouting. "What are you doing?" Chen Chen removed his hand and sat up from the bed. Yuanzi turned around twice on the ground and then ran out. Chen Chen was a little embarrassed, got dressed, and went out. "Master, wake up quickly. We are being attacked by mutant beasts." "Master, wake up quickly. We are being attacked by mutant beasts," Shalwa repeated like a voice recorder. Chen Chen was surprised to hear this and hurried to the room where the entrance to the shelter was. Seeing Chen Chen approaching, Xiao Luo cried out anxiously, "Master, look! 2 mutant beasts are leading other beasts to attack the shelter." As he spoke, Xiao Luo's image zoomed out, revealing a view of the outside of the shelter taken by an infrared camera. Chen Chen had set up the camera right at the top right corner of the entrance to the shelter, securing it with earth power. The infrared camera's ultra-wide angle allowed it to capture the entire scene beneath the shelter. The picture was grey-green. Chen Chen saw at first glance 12 pairs of green eyes rotating around and 2 pairs of red ones. It was a pride of lions. Chen Chen was very shocked. He did not expect that his shelter would be attacked by so many wild beasts. Bang, bang. Hissing. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 deformed lions slashed their claws at the security door, causing the iron plate of the security door to be dented and scratched in some places by the sharp claws of the deformed lions. "What time is it now?" Chen Chen asked Xiao Luo as he approached the pile of debris next to him. "It's 1:03 a.m., Xiao Luo immediately replied. A little later than an hour later, the second burst of abnormal radiation occurred. Chen Chen quickly placed the debris in the item space, then walked to the iron gate and began to strengthen it with the power of the earth. This explosion was too strong. Chen Chen was a little scared. The power of the earth continued to burst out, and he continued to ask, "When did these ugly creatures appear?" Xiao Luo said, "I came here less than a minute ago, and it only took me 22 seconds to knock on the door." After 3 hours of sleep, Chen Chen's earth strength had barely recovered, and now he could only harden 0.7 cubic meters of stone. Chen Chen first reinforced the upper and lower parts of the doorframe with stones and connected them to the adjacent wall to ensure that the door lock would not break. Then continued to strengthen the remaining parts and directly sealed the iron door with 20-centimeter wide hardened stones. In this way, the iron door and the wall behind it were tightly pressed against each other, and the force of the lion's blow to the door was absorbed by the wall, so for a while there was no need to worry about the door of the shelter being broken down. "This is outrageous. A group of lions that just happened to pass by have such strength. Wouldn't 90% of the other players be dead?" Chen Chen isn't bragging. The point is that the second radiation surge was too outrageous. If Chen Chen didn't have the power of the earth, there wouldn't be enough space for the beasts outside the shelter, and Chen Chen wouldn't have the confidence to survive the night. After confirming that the door was strong and secure, Chen Chen took Xiao Luo and headed to the second floor. It would be easiest to fight back only when we got to the second floor. Next to Xiao Luo, Chen Chen could constantly observe the situation. After going upstairs, Chen Chen opened the regional forum and said, "I hope everyone is doing well. Quick fight with the dragon, Boss Chen Zhen's method really works. I used the superfruit to lure the beast, and after much effort, I finally shot one. Quickly, work hard tonight, kill as many people as you can, and you will be well off tomorrow. Dogman, I envy you for not having a super powerful fruit. Energetic girl, Guo Dagan, I have tried this before. Why didn't it attract wild animals? Feng Chuidahua. I guess it all depends on luck. There are a lot of animals on the day of the radiation outbreak, so the probability is high. George, the breeding pig, I envy you, sir. I have only shot 2 animals so far. Mom saw this and said, "The guy upstairs is also a big shot. Chen Chen, what's going on? Why do they look so harmless? They are still discussing the appearance of monsters." Chen Chen carefully checked the system and found that it only displayed a message this time. On the day of the radiation outbreak in the secondary shelter, more beasts will appear in this area. That's the reason. Chen Chen instantly understood the gist. When the shelter is upgraded to the second level, the system will spawn more and stronger beasts. That's why my shelter was attacked by a pack of lions. Must have happened to be near my reserve, which is why they were attracted here. There must be many wild animals in the wild around the reserve. Thinking about this, Chen Chen was even a little glad that he didn't have that superfruit. If all the ugly beasts in the area gathered here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Chen went up to the second floor, removed the temperature control window, took out a bow and arrow, and began shooting at the lions. Call. An arrow flew out and pierced the lioness's head. As long as he was safe, Chen Chen could easily kill the beast with arrows. Chen Chen talked about his time outside. Taking into account the radiation spike at night, my time outside was reduced to just over 3 hours. About the same as after the first radiation spike. It's okay. Let's get rid of these creatures as soon as possible. After Chen Chen killed the lioness, most of the lions in the group also noticed Chen Chen on the second floor. The 2 mutant lions no longer had room to stand on the stone platform of the shelter. Although the other lions were furious, they could only roar under the platform. And then Chen Chen shot an arrow, and they found an attack direction. However, the lion's hunting ability is still inferior to that of a tiger. The window where Chen Chen is 6 meters above the ground, and it is difficult for the lions to reach it. The red moonlight illuminated the ground, and combined with the green eyes of the lions, Chen Chen easily identified their location. Woo, 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 woo. Arrows almost never missed their target, and every arrow was fatal. A lion would die if Chen Chen shot at it with a maximum of 3 arrows. After killing 8 lions, the 2 lions who tore the door into pieces and whose thoughts were full of tyranny also realized that something was wrong. They jumped down from the stone platform and looked at Chen Chen with red eyes. The 2 deformed beasts, one had deformed teeth and the other had deformed claws. The claws twisted and thundered, and the creature jumped straight at Chen Chen Ya. Its strength was much greater than that of the mad beast, and it was obvious that it could attack Chen Chen. Chen Chen shot an arrow and hit its chest, then stepped back and drew the bowstring again. Paw penetrated the shelter's window with its entire length and fixed itself on the inside of the windowsill, with half of its body entering. There are 4 windows on the second floor. The 2 upper ones are smaller, and the lower one is larger. Chen Chen designed it specifically for the convenience of archery. Otherwise, with the wall thickness of 50 centimeters, Chen Chen would not be able to shoot at the beasts clinging to the rock. This design makes it easier for the mutant beasts to attack. The lion grabbed the rock and tried to get inside, but Chen Chen's second arrow had already reached its muzzle, and in the next moment it was pierced into the lion's mouth, and its tip pierced the back of the neck. The lion couldn't even make a sound and just fell. Splat! The window on the other side was broken by an ugly beast with reinforced teeth, which also climbed onto the stone windowsill and tried to get in. Chen Chen drew his bow again and shot an arrow into its eyes. But when the lion approached, its head kept shaking, and the arrow hit its facial bones. The tip entered the body, but was stuck there without causing any harm. Roar! The lion suddenly roared and exerted all his strength, and his huge head poked through the window. Chen Chen quickly drew his bow again and fired. Whoosh! Puff! This time, he finally hit the lion in the eye, but the lion still kept squeezing, trying to get in. The window is slightly larger than the lion's body, so it will be blocked when he enters, but he will still be able to get in. Of shooting from a bow is very fast, but it is enough time for the mutant lion to pounce. In a panic, Chen Chen raised his leg and kicked the lion in the face. The force of the blow made Chen Chen retreat several steps. This blow naturally did not cause any harm to the lion, but it slowed down its movement. The body that was initially exerting force to move upward stopped for a moment, delaying the lion's forward dash for half a second. When Chen Chen stepped back and froze, the bow in his hand had already been drawn and made a full turn. With the power of thought, an arrow appeared on the bowstring, and Chen Chen shot. Call! This time, the arrow hit the lion's nose, which apparently had more cartilage, and entered almost straight. The lion roared in pain and fell to the ground. Finally, his entire body was in place. The lion was still trying to get up, but a round figure jumped out from under Chen Chen's feet and bit the lion's neck. It was Yuanzai, who had just gotten up. Yuanzai had grown much larger than when he was born. He was 60 centimeters tall. When he hugged the lion's neck, he was even larger than the lion's head. Force is among the top 5 mammals. The lion couldn't escape Yuanzai's bite on the neck. Seeing Yuanzi rushing forward, Chen Chen also became anxious, drew his bow and shot an arrow again. This time, the lion's head was held by Yuanzi and did not shake much, so Chen Chen shot an arrow at the vital point. The arrow shot from below, pierced the lion's eyes, and penetrated deep into the brain. The lion's resistance instantly became much slower. At this time, the mad lioness finally climbed onto the windowsill and tried to enter. Chen Chen changed direction and shot it down with an arrow. The arrow hit the skull, and the lioness died instantly. Chen Chen still easily deals with undeformed animals. When I turned around, the fallen lion could no longer move. Chen Chen hurried to check on Yuanzi's condition. Seeing that the little one was still fiercely biting the lion's neck and refusing to let go, Chen Chen grabbed Yuanzi's neck from behind and forcefully lifted him up before letting Yuanzi let go. Chen Chen picked up Yuanzi and quickly examined him. After confirming that he did not seem to be injured, he placed him on the ground and prepared to kill the remaining lions. After placing Yuanzi on the ground, he paused for a moment, patted Yuanzi on the head, and said encouragingly, "Well done." Chen Chen drew his bow again. "Next time, you must obey my order before you can go up. Understood?" An arrow was shot and the lion fell to the ground. Chen Chen remembered that time was pressing and he could not give orders. If it weren't for Yuanzi, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Then he changed his words and said, "You can't go up unless I allow you to." The most difficult moment has passed and there are only 2 lions left below. Chen Chen is no longer so nervous. Aim and shoot, quickly killing the remaining 2 lions. Then lift the temperature control window that was put aside and set it. Seeing that the countdown in the wild had finally stopped, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Time was running out, and the golden-ringed bees could not provide any help in this battle. Chen Chen killed the normal beasts alone, and even the bee with the golden ring couldn't stop the mutated beasts. This is pure robbery, planting seeds on this well. Only then did Chen Chen manage to pick up Yuanzi and examine his body. He probably doesn't know that the second-level shelter will attract a huge number of wild beasts on the day of the radiation outbreak. He still wants to kill me to get the core. Killing me will kill him too. After carefully examining Yuanzi and confirming that he was not harmed, Chen Chen smiled. Chen Chen lifted Yuanzi's plump face and said, "Yuanzi, you are magnificent. You are worthy of being the cat I saw at the beginning. Me, 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 and me. Master, I taught Yuanzi this skill. Xiao Lo took credit for it." "Well, you are also a good boy," Chen Chen said casually. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lo was very happy when he heard this, and his virtual image jumped up and down. Chen Chen looked at the shelter gate in the virtual image. The first layer of iron plates of the gate had already been broken into pieces, and deep scratches from the claws of the mutilated beast were visible all over the building. It was time to make iron windows with temperature control in the shelter. Also, we need to fill up that room on the second floor when we can, so we can create an attack point higher up. Blueprints can replace materials. If the quality of the products you create reaches 100% perfect quality and you have reached a certain level of mastery, you can replace the materials used to create the blueprint. Chen Chen said on the regional channel before that this is the second level of blueprint building, and Chen Chen has already reached it. It was just that Chen Chen didn't have the proper forging equipment before, and he had enough wooden windows, so he never replaced them. Now that he had a diathermic furnace, it was time to try his hand at forging. By forging iron and crafting items, I can create a blacksmith profession, just like the carpenter profession used to be. Chen Chen does not plan to use the golden ball to master some simple professions. The golden ball is more profitable to use for opening professions such as traditional Chinese medicine and herbalism, which require several years of training to master. By the way, I can sell several plans related to the mason, and then use the power of the earth to create them. Greatly improve my control over the power of the earth? Chen Chen took a wooden barrel and collected all the lion's blood in it. This is the first time I have collected all the blood, right? All the blood from the monsters I killed before was wasted. If we exchange this blood with Tangshan, maybe he can investigate something. As for the corpse outside, I have to leave it like this for the night. I don't have the power of the earth right now, so it's not easy for me to get out. Chen Chen wrapped himself in his clothes and said, "It's getting colder and colder. Let's go to bed. Xiaoluo, help me monitor the outside. I am Master. Another mutant beast is approaching." Xiaoluo turned the camera to Chen Chen and added, "There is only one this time, and it is quite small. Judging from its appearance, it is probably a serwal." Chen Chen heaved a sigh of relief, stood up and rolled down the window. If there was only one problem, it would not be difficult to solve. The serval was very fast and agile. By the time Chen Chen drew his bow and arrow, he had already nimbly broken through the barricade. Call. Chen Chen fired an arrow, but missed. Chen Chen made a prediction in advance, but after the arrow flew out, the serval changed direction and barely dodged the flying arrow. Chen Chen instantly became wary and drew his bow again to aim. Call, but this arrow missed again. Seeing the serval begin to climb the rock wall, Chen Chen quickly retreated and drew his bow and arrow for the third time. Call. As soon as the serval poked its head out, Chen Chen fired an arrow, which pierced the serval's chest, piercing its small body. The serval slashed with its four paws, immediately gave up the idea of entering the shelter, turned over in the air and landed lightly on the ground. It looked at Chen Chen with red eyes, and then ran away a little. The serval did not run away. His scarlet eyes still glimmered dimly in the jungle 50 or 60 meters away. The serval is a deformed beast with elongated claws. It is characterized by high speed, high evasive ability, and can climb rocks. Leaving such a guy outside, Chen Chen really didn't dare to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Wait and wait until everything gets better. Chen Chen returned the temperature control window to its place and sat down to the side, leaning against the wooden wall. Xiaoluo, turn off the lights in the shelter and keep an eye on the outside. Notify me if the serval comes. Xiaoluo turned off the lights, following Chen Chen's instructions. Her own projection also shrank and dissipated, and her voice became quieter. Okay, Master. Seeing that Xiaoluo's main brain had turned off all the lights and was like a piece of scrap metal, Chen Chen asked hesitantly, Xiaoluo? He was very afraid that Xiaoluo would turn off his phone. Xiaoluo replied in a low voice, Master, do you have any instructions? Chen Chen, it's okay. Just keep an eye on the serval. Okay, Master. Chen Chen waited 10 minutes until his hands were cold, and then Xiaoluo finally reminded him, Master, the serval is coming. Chen Chen stood up silently and looked down through the wooden strips. The serval ran up to the body of the mutilated lion unnoticed, cut open its belly, and ate the meat. Chen Chen tried not to make any noise, slowly opened the window, drew his bow, and shot an arrow at the serval. Call. When the serval heard the sound, it was too late to hide. The arrow pierced its neck. The serval ran 30 meters with the arrow and fell to the ground. Good! Chen Chen shouted happily, and then fired several arrows at the serval, killing it completely. Xiaoluo, watch the outside of the shelter. Chen Chen said to Xiaoluo as he headed to the bedroom. There should be other beasts there. I'll have to make do with them tonight. Back in the bedroom, Chen Chen wrapped himself in a blanket, then went up to the second floor, leaned back in the chair, and dozed off. The two corpses of ugly creatures downstairs are very attractive to ugly creatures. If they don't watch out, they will be eaten by other ugly creatures and turn into level 2 ugly creatures, which will be bad. Chen Chen hasn't seen a level 2 mutant yet on the forum who claim to have seen him, but some of the descriptions are too cryptic to be believed. So, Chen Chen guarded the second floor all night. However, he was attacked by a mad cheetah, which Chen Chen killed with 2 arrows. Sleeping on the chair was no longer comfortable, so Chen Chen woke up as soon as the first ray of sunshine entered the shelter. Chen Chen began the new day by stretching and moving his body. A small group of people on the forum were beaming with joy. Others were filled with envy, and a few more were unlucky enough to encounter mutated creatures that could break through the shelter, leaving behind death posts. Ha 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 ha, I had a great harvest today. A total of 4 beasts and 1 deformed one. Now I'm going to sleep. I wish you all good luck. He's strong, sir. I just killed 2 beasts that were approaching me. Ha ha ha. Although I'm glad you call me boss, the real boss is Brother Chen. He killed over 10 animals a week ago. I'm still way behind. My archery skills are terrible. There's a mad goat outside my door, but I can't hit it. Why are you going out there in this abnormal radiation? It's just a goat and you can't kill it? I really think that the abnormal world created these crazy animals out of pity for us. Otherwise, how could we hunt wild animals? Brothers, I can't take it anymore. 2 mutant dogs are about to break into my shelter. I won't survive this night. Brothers, if you need anything from me, I will give it to you for free. Overall, after the players had fully prepared, the number of players who gained something from this radiation outbreak far exceeded the number of those who died, and the overall atmosphere on the forum was positive. Since there is enough wood, almost all players have added outer walls of logs to their shelters, which are very strong, and even deformed beasts with reinforced teeth cannot break through the defenses of the shelter. The players who have survived to this day are all capable and fortunate people, and they will undoubtedly strengthen their main support, the shelter, to the limit. Chen Chen went down, softened the stone wall behind the shelter door, and opened the door. The game time was reduced to 3 hours per, which is almost equal to the 7th day. This is not bad. Chen Chen jumped down from the rock platform, placed the animal carcasses in the item compartment, and carried them one by one to the shelter. The 3 solar panels on the outer wall of the rock were damaged and completely unusable, which made Chen Chen very sad. Chen Chen looked at the black vine and found that it had been knocked down by a wild beast last night. When Chen Chen straightened it out, he found that many of the roots of the black vine had rotted and could be separated from the main trunk with a slight movement. It seemed that this one would not survive. The other plants are growing like crazy, but this black vine dies if you move it. The bamboo planted yesterday is already as thick as arms, and new shoots are sprouting underneath. They are growing very well. Below, the chevaux de frise was entangled with vines and ami bushes. Chen Chen felt that if he didn't clear it, the chevaux de frise would be swallowed up by the jungle in 3 days at most, and within a week there would be no trace left of its construction. These plants would naturally swallow up civilization. By the way, we players can be considered a civilization, a survival civilization. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, but still planted the black vine back. He wanted to try again. If it survived, it would save Chen a lot of trouble. All the corpses were moved to the room with the original equipment and placed in large wooden pools made by Chen Chen, with the maddened animals separated from the mutilated ones. Chen Chen looked around the room and said, "There is a chance to use the power of the earth to fill this place and reduce the holes in the shelter." The meat was still boiling in the cauldron, and Chen Chen had nothing to do for now, so he began to dissect the 15 lions and servals he had hunted last night. All rabid animals are edible, with the exception of the 2 male lions and the serval, which have abnormal radiation. Many players have made significant gains today. The relative value of meat should drop slightly, and the price of deformed meat should drop even further. Chen Chen thought as he cut the meat. Unless there really was nothing else to eat, it was unlikely that anyone would choose deformed meat. There was news on the World Forum that some people had turned into deformed people after eating too much deformed meat and left the system. The shelter lost its effectiveness, and they became feral monsters roaming the wild. These deformed people retain a fairly high level of intelligence. They use their deformed bodies to hunt wild animals, are exposed to deformed radiation all day, eat deformed meat, and grow very quickly. They also use tools and know how to escape. The player who sent this message was attacked by a mutant. Luckily, his hideout had a high level of protection, and the mutant was unable to break through it. As a result, he was forced to retreat. Later used a telescope to look around the area and discovered that the disfigured man was only pretending to leave, but was actually hiding in the distance, waiting for him to come out and kill him. The player spent 2 days in the shelter before being cornered and spent most of their items to buy a crossbow to kill the disfigured man. Lately, the plants have been growing wildly, and players have even found some edible plants. By returning them to the shelter and planting them, they have significantly solved the problem of food shortage. Wind-blowing rice flowers. Hello everyone, I am here again to tell you about the progress of my plant research. Rice flowers blown by the wind. I buy the seeds that everyone finds and try to grow them. Now I have selected 7 crops that can be grown. First, mushrooms. I have selected 3 types of non-toxic and harmless mushrooms. I have named them common button mushrooms, fresh shiitake mushrooms, and tiger skin mushrooms. Each of them has its own unique characteristics. Common button mushrooms are easy to grow and produce high yields. Fresh shiitake mushrooms are delicious, but require demanding growing conditions, and tiger skin mushrooms have a pattern similar to a tiger's skin. Other crops grown include bamboo shoots, sweet potatoes, spinach, leeks, etc. Compared to the latter, mushrooms are easier to grow on a large scale indoors. The rest of the plants are either impossible to grow indoors or require a lot of electricity, which is impractical at this stage. Except for Brother Chen, of course. After talking to him, I found that he had a lot of electricity and could expand the suitable space for growing vegetables. The wind sways the rice flowers. Anyway, as long as it is not too cold outside, come to me for seeds and plant them. The more you collect, the better. Didn't Emperor Qi Tianhuang say that you can't go outside for 3 days after the plants bloom? So stock up. Let's stop here for now. We Chinese can't lose our traditional craftsmanship. Come to me right now to get a discount. Chen Chen divided all the animal skins and sold them to Pangu Kaijan in batches. Chen Chen would only hand over the second batch of goods after the other party had finished making the first. This way of trading was safer. In the end, the 3 deformed animal skins and the 12 lion skins were still very valuable. By this time, the meat, mushrooms, and bamboo shoots had already cooked, giving off an incredible aroma. Chen Chen put a handful of spinach in there, and then blanched the spinach, hardening the tent portal. Today, we can strengthen the shelter portal, and then install 2 solid doors. Today, Chen Chen can only go out for 3 hours. He doesn't plan to go out in the morning, and he needs to see what's going on during the day. The increase in the number of wild animals brought from the second-level shelter still makes Chen Chen a little nervous. The life force of this ugly beast is very strong. If Chen Chen is attacked by a freak beast in the wild, no matter how strong his melee skills are, it will be difficult for him to guarantee survival. Being able to kill a mutant beast in melee combat is nothing. Being able to withstand the opponent's desperate attack while being seriously injured makes him truly strong. Jingtian Xiaozhong also relied on his extraordinary recovery ability to dare to hunt crippled beasts at close range, but Chen Chen could not do so. Eating 4 pounds of meat took half an hour. Overeating was not only a waste of food, but also a waste of time. After eating, Chen Chen's earth power had recovered a little, and he continued to strengthen the shelter portal. The strength of the stone strengthened by earth power would increase by 1 level. At this point, the mutant beast will not be able to break through the wall. There is only a little time left for solidification, and the inner layer has already merged with the rock wall. Chen Chen stands at the edge and presses the gravel, continuing the process of merging and solidification. Ding! After much research, you have become familiar with the properties of stone and know how to handle it well. You can begin a career as a stonemason. Stonemason. You will now be able to more skillfully handle various stone materials, including gemstones. You will no longer encounter errors when creating stone-related blueprints, and the quality of your products will increase by 30% and efficiency by 50%. Chen Chen didn't expect that he would directly activate the mason profession, which, unlike the carpenter, had the additional feature of increasing efficiency by 50%. It was an unexpected surprise. It must have been the constant use of earth power that allowed me to grasp the essence of the mason profession. Probably related to this. Direct molding and hardening is indeed much faster than carving. Chen Chen said happily, "It can also process precious stones. Doesn't that mean I can get a diamond sword?" However, Chen Chen was thinking about this. The diamond sword was only strong in the game. It was hard, but had low durability. It would break if cut with a sword. Chen Chen then continued to make a recurve bow, allowing the bees to explore the wild beast's habitat again and again. Today, he needed to be 90% sure before Chen Chen went hunting. But soon after, a post suddenly appeared on the World Forum, which immediately stirred up the emotions of all players. Qi Tianhuang is Qi Sizuo, the personal developer of the Doomsday Shelter, wandering on the street corner. This is a test post. Only posts related to the origin of the warped world will be posted on the forum. I'll try. If it works, this Qi Tianhuang will become Qi Laogu's goddamn developer. Emperor Qi is Qi Siju, the personal creator of the Doomsday Vault. He had more authority than us from the start, which is why he knew so much about the warped world in advance. 6666. Damn it, it actually worked. Little Leaf, I'm shocked. No wonder he called himself Emperor Qi. It's a scam. Ku Klux Klan. Qi Laogu, let me go. You dragged so many of us here, and you still have the nerve to survive. Look at how many people have died because of you. Fu Shengyishi, don't say that. He probably can't change anything, but not telling everyone is too much. How much information does he know? And how much has he already revealed? Green Grassland. Murderer! This guy is a murderer! The players' emotions instantly flared up. It seemed that they had immediately found the culprit of everything that was happening, and countless people immediately condemned Qi Siruo. Those who had previously spoken out in defense of Qi Siruo now joined the condemning team. Under this post, those who greeted Qi Sijuo's ancestors were relatively less extreme. Chen Chen felt that it wouldn't be a mistake to accept the family's greeting. After all, they had suffered so much because of this game. I hope he can endure it. Humans are social animals, after all. It must be hard to hold on when so many people are judging him, right? When Chen Chen first saw this post, he also wanted to curse. But after seeing so many offensive words, he couldn't bring himself to do so. The players are now completely angry. If Qi Sijuo appeared before them at this moment, they would find 10,000 reasons to execute him. Justice and morality have always been the needs of most people. When needs change, the old morality can be changed at will. Shortly after, someone brought new news in the last message. Holding the ring and tying the grass. Qi Laogu and I are from the same region. He just posted on the regional forum. He said that he shared everything he knew. That it wasn't him who came to the distorted world. That he felt extremely guilty and that he had no other choice. He said a lot of things, but I don't believe a single word he said. Mr. Xiaosha, just ask him why he doesn't just die. He still has the nerve to say such a thing. Arrogant network name. Let him die. The anger continued to mount, and the player's rhetoric became more and more aggressive. After more than 50 minutes, the player left a message under the post. Qi Siju's name disappeared. Chen Chen didn't remember Qi Sijuo's name, but he did read the development reports of Doom Vault, so he took on the project. Chen Chen only remembered that the game was released in 2006 and that it was developed by a small independent team of developers. Later, team members kept leaving, and eventually only the lead developer remained. Chi Sizhuo worked silently and alone for 19 years before finally completing the game. It was released to rave reviews, and the media, hearing of his inspiring story, ran articles about it, ultimately selling 500,000 copies. But a little over a year later, Chen Chen and his comrades were trapped in a distorted world by this game. Chen Chen felt a little suffocated. Only when this message was reinforced by a new response did he mutter, "This is fake, right? His family must have played his game, and he just left?" This question. The players continued to leave messages, and the noise gradually began to increase. Chen Chen stood up, picked up a samurai sword, and practiced his swordsmanship by chopping a wooden stake. When he was in a bad mood, his training would yield half the results with twice the effort, so Chen Chen would simply vent his frustrations under the pretext of practicing swordsmanship. Chen Chen doesn't like long two-handed swords and yatagans. "When I master blacksmithing, I'll make one myself." Following Xiaoluo's instruction on the basics of swordsmanship, Chen Chen studied and practiced for an hour. After wiping the sweat off his face with a towel, Chen Chen felt much better and continued studying herbal medicine. Chen Chen's current IQ is 2.3, and he feels that his brain is much smarter than before. Previously, he had difficulty understanding awkward definitions and concepts, but now he understands them at first sight and remembers them after reading them 2 or 3 times. Chen Chen had not yet reached the level where he could memorize martial arts moves after hearing them once in a martial arts novel, but he could still easily memorize various sentences that were less than 30 words long. The knowledge of herbs in Chen Chen's head grew rapidly. He studied like this until noon. After dinner, Chen Chen went to bed and dozed off for the first time since coming to the distorted world. The attack of the mutant beast last night and the morning classes made Chen Chen feel sleepy. He took a nap at noon and felt calmer when he came out of the shelter in the afternoon. "It seems I'm not cut out to be an excellent student. My intelligence has improved greatly, but I still feel sleepy when studying." Chen Chen has always been prone to escapism when it comes to studying. It seems even eating the intelligent superfruit can't change this habit. 25 minutes later, Chen Chen was woken up by Xiaoluo. Chen Chen stood up and stretched, checking his private messages and transactions. "Private message to me. The protagonist, I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, it's over. Today, I finally reached the stream. But there is no water in it, and even trees are growing. I am the protagonist. Brother Chen, I am back at the shelter. There are so many good things outside today. On the way back, I grabbed a chainsaw. I won't have to give it to you in the future. I am the protagonist. Of course, charging still depends on you. I don't have any electrical equipment. I'm the main character. I just found some stone blocks while clearing the trees around the shelter. Fire and earth blocks. Brother Chen, if you need them, come on, let's swap." Seeing that Emperor Qi Tianchen had not read the private message, he did not expect that Wang Yu had sent so many messages in this period of time. Chen Chen replied immediately. "Chen Zhen, it doesn't matter that there is no water. I caught a lot of meat last night. We don't need to waste water to grow vegetables. This amount of water will last us for a long time. Chen Zhen, just chop wood with an electric saw and move around the shelter. I will provide you with electricity. Take this time to expand the shelter and build a shelter lower. Me, the protagonist. Brother Chen, my hand is swollen. I bumped into something while chopping wood. You have any medicine? It hurts a little. I can exchange square stones with you. Chen Zhen, Chen Zhen. I was just about to say, give me the earth stone, and I will give you medicine and 30 kilograms of meat. Me, the protagonist. Brother Chen, isn't this too much? Chen Chen thought about the influence of earthworks and stone and said, Chen Zhen, it's not much different. If you think it's too expensive, just give it back to me. I am the protagonist. I always believe in Brother Chen. I am the protagonist. Please give me 10 pounds of meat first. I don't have a refrigerator and I'm afraid it will spoil. Chen Chen. Okay. Chen Chen took out the nameless fruit, broke off a small piece and sold it to Wang Yu along with the pulp. After receiving the deal for the land and stone, Chen Chen decided to use them directly. The amount of soil he could strengthen per day also increased to 4 cubic meters. We need to buy a refrigerator. We can't store all this lion meat anymore. Thinking about this, Chen Chen looked at Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, can you modify the refrigerator? Make it into a cold storage. Yes, master. Follow Xiaoluo's instructions to disassemble the refrigerator and then use the power of the earth to install the equipment. A simple cold storage is ready. Xiaoluo then added, however, such a cold storage cannot be too big. Even if all 3 refrigerators are removed, they can only maintain a temperature of 6 cubic meters. If the owner has good insulation materials, the area can be increased. Chen Chen understood and said, okay, let's talk about it when I come back. I'm a little reluctant to part with the 4-door refrigerator. Let's see if anyone takes it then. The 4-door refrigerator was brought by the breeding pig, George. If it were found in the wild now, it would be impossible to return or exchange, so it would soon disappear from sale. Even if it were halved, 3 cubic meters of space would still be enough to store all that meat. Other players also got some benefits. Shelter expansion modules and square stones were available for sale, and 2 players even sold superfruits. The number of wild beasts for ordinary players is the same as the 7th day, but now they have higher physical fitness and a variety of weapons, so the loot is much larger than before. That night, Chen Chen saw players killing many beasts and thought that the prices would rise. However, since he had also collected many more supplies, the price fluctuations were surprisingly small. Chen Chen went to the market with a large amount of lion meat and quickly bought up all 3 clay stones in the market at an average price of 30 kilograms of meat. After that, he spent another 50 kilograms of meat to buy 4 shelter expansion modules. Chen Chen also bought the agility and intelligence superfruits, spending 90 and 80 kilograms of lion meat respectively. The price of the super energy fruit made Chen Chen a little sad, but it didn't break his heart, because Chen Chen's success yesterday was simply colossal. 2 male lions weigh an average of about 190 kilograms each, and together with the serval, that's almost 800 kilograms of deformed meat. Of the remaining 12 normal lions, only 1 is a male, and the other 11 are lionesses. The lioness weighs about 130 kilograms, and together they weigh more than 3,000 kilograms. In total, Chen Chen got 2 tons of meat last night. After deducting all expenses, Chen Chen was left with 2,800 kilograms of edible meat. With such financial resources, Chen Chen can naturally buy whatever he wants. Please wait for the rest of the stones. I will buy them all at once this evening, so they won't have time to raise the price. After completing his plan to make money, Chen Chen turned his attention to the wooden treasure chest that contained the super powerful fruit and earth stone. Judging from the detailed investigation of the golden ring bee during the afternoon, there were many wild beasts in the wild now. It is unknown how many freaks there are among them, so Chen Chen did not dare to take the risk of using the superfruit to bait them. After exchanging the superfruit, Chen Chen specially went to the room with the fuel generator. After exchanging, he quickly put it in the treasure chest of juice to prevent the smell from spreading. Chen Chen opened the treasure chest, quickly took out a super intelligence fruit, ate it in a few bites, and his intelligence increased by 1.0. After that, Chen Chen ate all the super agility fruits one by one. After consuming 3 earth stones, his stats changed dramatically. Chen Chen age, 21. Constitution, 7.7. Strength, 3.4. Dexterity, 2.6 plus 1.0. Intelligence, 2.3 plus 1.0. Special earth power, 7 directions. Professions, beekeeper, hunter, carpenter, mason, and cook. Blueprints, wooden shelter construction, wooden shelter reinforcement, wooden scabbard, temperature control window, wooden barrel, table, arrows, recurve bow, axe, saw, hammer, floor, rubber model, chair. The stats have changed significantly, and I have mastered various abilities, Chen. Chen smiled and carefully felt the feeling of mastering the power. After adjusting to his strengthened body, Chen began to work. Following Xiaoluo's instructions, Chen cleared a little space and then went out with an electric saw to cut the firewood. Moving to a second-level shelter allowed Chen to collect 2 tons of meat and earn a fortune. However, it was the second-tier shelter that made the wilderness full of dangers and a large number of wild animals, forcing Chen to abandon his plan to go deep into the jungle and only look for supplies near the shelter. Chen first looked at his vegetable garden. The bamboo grew well, but the spinach planted nearby was overgrown with weeds. In the same conditions, the vegetables could not compete with the weeds at all. Chen dug up a basket of bamboo shoots and put them in his inventory, then began to cut down the trees. After cutting down a large tree, he cut the trunk into short pieces and stacked them aside. He then planted bamboo shoots in the cleared area to help the bamboo expand its territory. After sawing for more than an hour, Chen stopped and returned to the shelter to unload the things from the storeroom. He used the storage room to carry firewood and stacked it in the hallway. When there was only half an hour left in the wild, Chen completely closed the shelter door and stopped going out. At this time, I looked through my private messages again and found that a player named Sunta had contacted me. Chen had a certain impression of this man. He was the one who sold him a large freezer and spoke to him quite politely. Personal message with him in a dream. Looking for him in a dream. Brother Chen, I found a good thing, iron knife drawing. Knowing that you can make it, I came straight to you. Looking for it in my dreams. If you want to exchange, I can offer you 40 kilograms of meat and a knife mixed with deformed iron. Chen was slightly surprised by this news. Few people knew that weapons could be mixed with deformed iron. He wondered where this person got this information from. Chen responded immediately. Chen. Of course, I can provide you with the materials to make knives, but you will have to wait a few days to get high-quality knives. Looking for him in a dream? No problem, I can wait. Looking for him in a dream? Shouldn't you provide the materials? I can make a deal with you. Chen. Come on, no need. I'm just taking advantage of you by getting the plans in advance. The materials are a small thing for me. Looking for it in my dream? Thank you very much. Soon, both sides made a deal, and Chen personally reviewed the plan. Great. I can use this blueprint to practice my forging skills. This way, I can start my career faster. Chen looked at the golden ball again. I only need to master the basic knowledge of herbal medicine or traditional Chinese medicine. After that, I can directly use the golden ball to open the corresponding profession. If I study hard for the next 2 days, I can try to open it the day after tomorrow. If possible, Chen still hopes to get out tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will be the 4th day of the outbreak. The danger will increase significantly. This may be the last chance to get rich. Then Chen walked up to the strong bee, took out the strong honey he had collected today, and ate it, increasing his strength by 0.2. Chen touched his chin and said, "It's time for the strong bees to produce a new queen bee. Anyway, since I and the Chinese bees take care of them, the strong bees don't have to worry about food at all." Chen acted immediately and selected 3 strong bee eggs, designated their locations as queen cells, and ordered that the queen bee that emerged first should not attack the other bee eggs. Chen can sense the tiny life in bee eggs and give them simple commands, making a small hive produce 3 new queen bees at once. After placing the powerful bees, Chen looked at the other hives again and found nothing unusual. He took some honey, put it in the hive, and left. Walking to the window, Chen took out the thick steel rods he had prepared from the item's space and, using the force of the earth, fixed them one by one on the outside of the window. Although this would cause some interference to Chen's archery, the security of the shelter would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After dealing with this, Chen went to the ventilation equipment room and began to lay out a ventilation stone path according to Xiaoluo's plan. The width of the ventilation duct is 50 by 50 centimeters, which is barely enough for Chen to crawl in, soften a piece of rock, put it all in the item space, crawl out and dump it all out. At the junction of the ventilation room and the ventilation stone channel, Chen Chen directly used the shelter expansion module to expand the 3-meter-long ventilation stone channel. Even if the shelter expansion module is closed, abnormal radiation still remains in the area where it is not used. The 3-meter passage is extended to prevent future accidents. When more expanders come out in the future, I want to use one expander for the entire channel, so there is no distortion in the channel. 1 square meter of earth force can soften 1 cubic meter of stone, and if it is used to make a passage, it can expand to a distance of 4 meters. Chen Chen stopped, having made a section of 12 meters according to Xiao Luo's instructions. The remaining energy from the earth will be used to install a freezer. Use an expansion module to create a small 4-cube space, then place the disassembled refrigeration components into the wall and use ground current to completely seal the wire connections inside. Run the wires, turn on the switch, and you have a small cold storage. The cleaning function of the shelter module can only be used once. In the future, Chen Chen will have to use the power of the earth to expand the cold storage. After that, Chen Chen installed wooden boards on the 4 walls to prevent direct contact between the flesh and the walls. The 4-layer wooden door is 15 centimeters thick, and the edges are wrapped with rubber to minimize the leakage of cold air. Xiaoluo tried to run it for a while, and then said to Chen Chen, "Master, the cooling system is fine. You can put the lion meat in there." Chen Chen took the undigested meat and put it in a small cold storage. After the meat of the mutilated animal was dismembered, it was packed separately into large wooden barrels, separated from the normal meat, and placed in cold storage. Looking at the full cold storage, Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction. After building a small refrigerator, Chen Chen began forging iron again. He started with ordinary iron blocks and made an iron knife in 40 minutes, but the quality was extremely poor. Chen Chen felt like he was back in the days when he first started doing carpentry. At that time, making sheaths was labor-intensive and of poor quality. Chen Chen trained until 9 o'clock at night before finally stopping. Even with the fan on, he still felt stuffy and a little short of oxygen. The passage must be built as soon as possible, otherwise production and life will be at risk. Chen Chen wiped the sweat from his face and went down to the bedroom. It was almost time to collect the square stones. At 6 o'clock in the evening, all the players returned to their shelters. By 9 o'clock, those who needed to put their harvest on the marketplace had already done so. The items for trade today were roughly decided, and Chen Chen was about to start buying these super items. At noon, Chen Chen bought 3 earthstones, causing the price of earthstones on the platform to rise to about 35 kilograms. Chen Chen asked Xiaoluo to calculate. Now in the trade corridor, there are 5 earthstones, 7 water stones, 4 fire stones, 4 gold stones, and 12 wood stones. Without thinking, Chen Chen spent 180 kilograms of meat on all 5 clay stones, and then bought 8 wooden stones of 25 kilograms each. He bought 3 of the remaining stones, using 290 kilograms of meat. In total, Fang Shi's purchase cost 670 kilograms of meat, and Chen Chen's edible meat reserves suddenly dropped to 2,200 kilograms. The dangers in the wild increase significantly the day after tomorrow, and by then, players will essentially be forced to hide and cover. This causes the effectiveness of deformed meat to decrease dramatically, since if you don't go outside, there is no need to increase your strength. On the contrary, eating deformed meat will increase food intake and significantly increase deformed radiation in the body. No one will eat deformed meat unless they have no other choice. Come to think of it, I still don't understand what the purpose of the red gem embedded in Jingtian is. Chen Chen touched his chin. How about taking advantage of the low price and buying some deformed meat? Thinking about it, Chen Chen tried to contact Tang Shan, who quickly responded. Private message to Bao Shuitang Chen Zhen. Brother Tang, in addition to being able to test the properties of the distorted iron, can you also test other superpowered items? Bao Shuitang. It's hard to say, Brother Chen, but in general, it should be possible. I don't understand what exactly you're trying to test. Chen Zhen, I will send you a transaction. You don't have to accept it. Just take a look at it first. Chen Chen then took out a diamond-shaped gem from the iron box and decided to trade with Tang Shan. The condition of the transaction was directly set at 1 ton of meat, so Tang Shan could not trade until he could produce something and could only pre-inspect the diamond-shaped gem. After waiting for a while, Tang Shan rejected the transaction and sent a message. Exploding water candy. Brother Chen, this thing seems a little strange, but I feel like I can identify it. Bao Shui Tang. How about I give you 10 pounds of meat for an appraisal? After all, it's the only thing I can appraise in a day. Chen Zhen. Okay, I'll give you another ½ pound of deformed meat. This thing is very sensitive to deformed meat. Chen Zhen. By the way, have you figured out how to use deformed flesh, blood, and bones? Bao Shui Tang. I'm the one who researched it, but I'll send it to you for you to take a look. Then a request came for a transaction for 5 talismans. Chen Chen agreed to the request and exchanged a piece of wood for 5 sheets of talisman paper. The talisman paper is made of animal skin, with runes written in distorted blood. It is crooked and does not look smooth. Tang Shan didn't know what method he used, but the bloodstains on his fur were completely indelible. There was no information about it in the system either. Bao Shui Tang. Brother Chen, I don't know if you can feel the slight fluctuation of the supernormal abilities above. Maybe not, but I guarantee that I can. Chen Zhen. So what's the meaning? Bao Shui Tang. From my point of view, this talisman can scare away evil spirits, ghosts, and the like. Chen Chen was a little surprised and continued asking. Chen Zhen. Ghosts? Are there ghosts in this world? Have you met any? Bao Shui Tang. I haven't encountered anyone yet, but my hunch about this talisman is right. There are definitely ghosts in this world. If I encounter them in the future, this talisman will definitely come in handy. Tang Shan was also a little embarrassed. The thing did have a small effect after the compass identified it, but the problem was that now players never seemed to encounter ghosts or anything like that. He worked hard to study the talisman work, but there was no market for it. Chen Zhen. You want to sell it to me and then make a name for yourself in this area? Bao Shui Tang. Brother Chen, don't be so blunt. It makes me feel very awkward. Chen Zhen. That's it? Okay, help me identify the diamond-shaped stone. If the result satisfies me, I will buy 20 kilograms of talisman paper with deformed meat. Bao Shui Tang. Okay, thank you, Brother Chen. After that, they decided to bargain. Chen Chen gave Bao Shui Tang a diamond-shaped gemstone, and Bao Shui Tang took a curved bow, a square stone, and a full-grown roe deer as collateral. Tang Shan said that the results would be ready within an hour, so Chen Chen waited patiently, then continued to browse the trading channel and found 3 good things at once. Transaction: broken leg rabbit. Trader pervert. Introduction: this stupid rabbit was caught while waiting for a rabbit to come to you. It is still alive. If you are interested, sell it and wait for a female. You can reproduce infinitely. Don't miss it if you pass by. The terms of the transaction are 10 pounds of meat. Chen Chen directly sent a transaction request. As soon as this guy saw that it was Chen Chen, he immediately sent him a private message, talking nonsense without end. Only after Chen Chen threatened not to buy did the other party agree to the deal. Even after Chen Chen closed the private messages, the number of private messages continued to increase. The purchased rabbit was brown with brown eyes, which was very different from Chen Chen's white rabbit. Its hind legs were broken. Chen Chen reluctantly fed it some medicinal fruit pulp, and the rabbit's condition immediately improved. It looks like it will limp now, but it won't affect its fertility. With this rabbit, we hardly have to worry about inbreeding. The second good purchase was the intelligent superfruit that Chen Chen bought for 95 kilograms of meat after haggling. I bought it from another person at noon and immediately bought 90 kilograms. This time he asked for a much higher price than in the morning. There is no way out. Superfruits are too rare. Some people think they should be more expensive, and those who urgently need them have no choice but to accept them. The third good thing was put up for sale shortly after Chen Chen exchanged the super energy fruit, which made Chen very excited. Transaction: accelerated growth fruit. Trader: fugitive introduction. unknown fruit. Eating it can speed up metabolism and growth and heal injuries. That's right. I believed the system's lies and ate only a small piece. As a result, my body became terribly hot and my hair fell out. I had to eat a lot of food from the reserves to suppress my hunger. I felt like I had aged at least a year in an instant. Terms of the deal. Although it's a bit of a scam, I'll have to give you at least 60 kilograms of meat. Chen Chen headed straight to the other side. Private message to fugitive Chen Chen. Do you have any information about this fruit and plant? If I have enough information, I'll buy it. Fugitive. As expected of Brother Chen, he is so straightforward. Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know. Fugitive. The tree is growing there and won't go anywhere. Let me go and take a look tomorrow. Brother Chen, are you still going to accept him? Chen Chen. Of course, you can come to me again after you get it, but from now on, the same weight will be purchased in batches of 50 kilograms of meat. Escapee. No problem, no problem. This fruit is a bit like a pumpkin, but much smaller, about the size of 3 fists. Growing fruit JPG. It grows on a thick old vine. The thickest part is as thick as my ankle. Chen Chen remembered the description of the fugitive, and then the two of them made a deal. For others, this fruit may just be an extremely expensive medicinal product, but for Chen Chen, it means much more. It is simply worth the money. Besides, if you feed this offspring to rabbits, they will immediately begin to mature and reproduce, and the rabbit breeding industry will develop rapidly. Chen Chen examined the gaps on the fruits and assessed the overall ripening effect that the fruit can have. Chen Chen said to Xiaoluo, use laser scanning and then use the information provided by Wu Mingtian to calculate how much the little rabbit needs to eat at one time. Be careful and don't kill the rabbit, Chen Chen added. Okay, master. Computer projected a laser beam, scanned everything, and quickly returned a response. Master, based on the information we have, to mature the rabbits, just feed them one piece of fruit the size of a peanut at a time. 3 times should be enough for them to grow to adulthood. The laser Xiaoluo simulated was extremely weak and invisible. In order for Chen Chen to see it clearly, Xiaoluo projected visible light along with the laser. Okay, Chen Chen nodded. Let's try it right now. Xiaoluo, you will be in charge of recording the test data. Then Chen Chen took the fruit to the wooden box where the rabbits were locked up, cut off 2 peanut-sized fruits with a knife, and placed them in front of 2 small male rabbits. Try it on the male rabbit first. If he dies, you won't be too upset. The 2 rabbits conspired and ate the fruit. Chen Chen quickly grabbed a handful of the grass that the rabbits loved so much and placed it in front of them. After eating, the 2 rabbits were clearly excited and began to eat the grass in large chunks. Then, every 5 minutes, Chen Chen watched as the 2 rabbits slowly grew. However, probably due to lack of nutrition, the 2 older rabbits were a little thin. Half an hour later, when the appetite of the 2 rabbits returned to normal, Chen Chen looked at Xiaoluo and asked, "How is it? How should the data be adjusted?" Master, this growth fruit not only promotes growth, but also seems to improve the rabbit's digestibility. However, rabbits have not yet developed digestive systems, so when you feed them, you may want to break the first fruit into peanut-sized halves. 2 feedings should be enough. Okay, Chen Chen nodded. He still believed in Xiaoluo's ability to calculate. Then Chen Chen asked, what about the bees? How much should the golden ring bees, Chinese honeybees, and powerful bees be fed? Can it speed up the breeding of queen bees? Xiaoluo said, the amount that can be fed to bees at one time is even smaller. I suggest you try it on worker bees first. After several experiments to determine the dosage, you can try it on the queen bee. The Chinese worker bee probably needs a fruit about the size of a sesame seed, while the strong bee and golden ring bee probably need 3 to 6 times more, Xiaoluo added. Chen Chen immediately followed Xiaoluo's advice. First, he cut out 10 pieces of pulp the size of a peanut, then split them into 2 halves and fed them to a small rabbit. Then he took some of the fruit pulp, poured water over it and crushed it with a wall crusher, diluted it by half, and then fed it to Chinese honeybees. After drinking the juice, the Chinese bees were really hungry. Chen Chen took out some honey and let these Chinese bees eat as much as they wanted. Then the bees died peacefully after eating their fill. Chen Chen. Xiaoluo reminded, these doses are still too big for the bees. I suggest the owner dilute the juice 5 times and feed it to the larvae. The lifespan of worker bees varies from several weeks to several months, depending on seasonal weather conditions and the intensity of work. Have the shortest lifespan, dying after just 2 to 3 weeks of collecting honey. After diluting the juice 5 times, Chen Chen tried again and fed the juice to young bees aged 1 to 3 days. After drinking a little juice, the larvae change noticeably and grow into adults in a matter of minutes. Xiaoluo, who collected the data, also began analyzing it and eventually compiled a table of the sap concentrations required for 1 to 3-day-old Chinese honeybees to grow into adults. Chen Chen immediately took shape and fed the new queen bee with the juice of the appropriate concentration according to the dosage. The queen bee drinks the juice and begins to frantically eat the royal jelly. In 5 minutes, it is fully matured. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Chen seemed to see a new path to power and wealth. This is too conservative. 4 hives are not enough for me. Let's expand to 10 hives for Chinese honeybees, 5 for the strong bees, and 5 for the golden, ringed bees. The more Chen Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. During this period, all the bees should stop collecting honey. They should stay in the hive to prepare for the birth of the new queen. For the next 2 days, they can feed on the honey they have. If there is not enough, they can go to the trade channel for more or use sugar water to make up for the shortfall. After the bees are born, they are immediately brought up to adulthood and put into production. If they survive this first stage, the bees will be able to grow rapidly in the future. Chen Chen was incredibly excited. With so many queen bees, beekeepers would be able to accumulate golden liquid faster and start a new career in the future faster. Chen Chen immediately showed energy and began to repeat the previous experiment to test the suitable concentration of juice for strong bees and golden ring bees. Another half hour passed, and Chen Chen finally tested the concentration of juice needed for the full development of 3 types of bee larvae of different ages. The baby rabbits have also passed the first stage of development. Chen Chen feeds them a second fruit the size of a peanut so that they can continue to grow. Chen Chen took the big white rabbit out of the cage and put it in the male hare's cage. You two need to work hard so that the second generation of rabbits will be born soon. Then Chen Chen touched his chin and said, by the way, I should also set up some traps in the wild to see if I can catch wild rabbits. Chen Chen thought this method was feasible. I can also give out traps to other players for free and ask them to help me catch them. After they catch them alive, I will buy them back at a high price. At this moment, a private message from Tang Shan arrived. Personal message to Bao Shui Tang. Bao Shui Tang, Brother Chen, I have understood the situation as a whole. Bao Shui Tang. First of all, I can confirm that this diamond-shaped stone is not a living being. It is something between an instrument and an organ, and does not pose any threat to humans. Secondly, the diamond stone eats the deformed flesh and converts it into nutrients needed by the host, and transforms it to a certain extent. If the host is not present, the nutrients it has received gradually dissipate, exploding water candy. While it is harmless and can greatly increase your strength, I still do not recommend implanting this thing into your body, as it will most likely turn your body into something inhuman. Exploding water candy. If you have a pet, it would be a good idea to give it this candy. But the effects are still unknown. Chen Chen was very pleased with the results of Tang Shan's discovery, and his ability in this area seemed to have improved a little. Chen Chen, okay, I'm very satisfied with the result. Let's make a deal. Bao Shui Tang, Brother Chen, don't forget the talisman paper you promised. Chen Chen, okay, no problem. Let's buy twice as much as we agreed. Chen Chen closed the private message, and soon a transaction request for Bao Shui Tang arrived. Bao Shui Tang sold Chen Chen some diamond-shaped gems and a large amount of talisman paper, while Chen Chen sold the other party collateral, 10 kilograms of normal meat and 20 kilograms of deformed meat. After receiving the diamond-shaped gem again, Chen Chen looked at Yuanzi from the side, still feeling a little uneasy. The scene of Jingtian Xiaozhong's death was still in Chen Chen's mind. The sight of blood and flesh after his death made Chen feel sick. He really didn't want Yuanzi to become like this. "Let's talk about it later when I meet that one," Chen Chen said as he put the gem into the iron box. After adding a handful of grass to the little rabbit, Chen Chen went up to the hall and widened the passage a little. Afterwards, Chen Chen went downstairs and played Go with Xiao Luo, quietly waiting for the little rabbit to grow up. As his intelligence developed, his calculation ability also increased significantly. Chen Chen felt that if he were to return to Earth now, his strength should be at the level of a 7th level professional. "Xiao Luo, pull yourself together and play against me at the level of a 7th Dan professional." "Okay, master," Xiao Luo replied cheerfully. In the underground shelter, Kaitian Yijian danced freely with his sword and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, I see. The limit of follow your heart's intelligence level is actually 2.0. Haha, I finally did it." The sword in Kaitian Yijian's hand was like a silver snake, continuously licking the fat candle on the table. The burning flame was constantly extinguished by the tip of the sword, and the room suddenly became pitch black. Ha 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 ha. To draw the sword incredibly quickly without blowing out the candle, this is following the call of the heart. So wonderful. Kaitian Yijian held the silver sword and continued to try out different moves. He danced for half an hour before stopping. "Jing!" Placing the sword on the wooden table, Kaitian Yijian's eyes flashed with fury. "Chen Zhen, once I find the jewel card, I will make you fight. I wonder if you will beg for mercy then." Chen Chen didn't know what Kaitian Yijian was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely mock him. Without Jingtian Xiaozhong's perverted abilities, even if he mastered the sword technique, Chen Chen would have killed him in a few rounds. At this moment, Chen Chen held the chessboard with both hands, staring at it without saying a word. Xiao Luo reminded him, "Master, you have been watching me for a long time. How about I lower my level a little?" Chen Chen remained silent. He raised his hand and swiped the chess piece back into the box. He pretended not to care and said, "I am too tired from today's training. I will rest tonight before we fight again." "All right, master?" Xiao Luo asked. "And then tomorrow I will still play against you at the level of a 5th Dan professional?" Chen Chen's hand froze as he put away the chess pieces and then said seriously, "Of course. Wait a few days for me to recover. Even if you play at the level of a 6th Dan, I can still beat you. The owner is just super." Chen Chen. After removing the chess pieces, putting the adult rabbits in a separate cage, adding some food, and settling the bees, Chen Chen returned to his bedroom to sleep. Is a level 5 professional really that strong? Or was my previous level too low to notice the difference? Chen Chen thought sadly as he wrapped himself in a blanket. After I eat the superintelligence fruit tomorrow, I will definitely be able to defeat Xiao Luo, right? If not, I will limit her strength. So Chen Chen gradually fell asleep. After waking up early the next morning, Chen Chen opened the wooden treasure chest, took out the intellectual superfruit from it, placed it next to the second-floor window, and then went to wash the dishes and cook. Today, after the day of the radiation outbreak, Chen Chen will use the super energy fruit to attract the beast and kill it. This way, it will be much safer for him to go out and explore the area. A new post appeared on the World Forum last night. Upgrade in the Warped World is organized by the Warped World, just like the items. Handsome, 103rd attempt, come on up. Heng Tian Zhen, 666. Bro, you've succeeded. Natural curls. Now I know another rule. Work harder, bros. Ever since Qi Sizhuo's prediction was posted on the World Forum, players have been making exhaustive guesses and posting messages, and some of them have actually been successful. After cooking the meat, Chen Chen went out to check the intensity of the abnormal radiation in the 3rd week. Not bad. This time I only spent half an hour compared to the previous one. Chen Chen looked at the data. Now I can still walk for 10 hours a day. At the moment, the outside of the shelter is full of trees. The area near the entrance to the shelter is unremarkable. Only bushes and small trees grow there. In the distance, thick trees more than 10 meters high can be seen, blocking the sky. In addition, today morning there seemed to be a light fog in the forest, and given Chen Chen's vision, he could only see within a radius of 70 meters. Chen Chen looked at the steel plate of the shelter portal. The earthy camouflage paint applied earlier was no longer in keeping with the surroundings, and the exposed edges and corners were already slightly rusty. Refresh after returning from your walk today, and make sure you haven't missed anything. After closing the door, Chen Chen returned to the shelter and used the power of the earth to temporarily seal the door and deal with the wild beasts that would attack the shelter after some time. This is crazy. The high humidity, the crazy growing plants, and all these unknown dangers in the jungle. I really can't go out tomorrow. After that, Chen Chen went to check on the bees. The queen bees that had matured and fully developed last night had already flown away. Had it that they returned around midday or early afternoon, by which time they were fully capable of laying eggs, and the bee population had increased dramatically. The rabbits were doing well. The two first-generation rabbits were eating grass together and seemed to be getting along well. After inspecting the shelter, Chen Chen began studying Chinese herbal medicine and occasionally skimmed off the foam from the cooking meat. About 20 minutes later, a monkey came on the trail. It was a disfigured creature, and Chen Chen shot it with 2 arrows. Then he attacked several more times, killing all the beasts that appeared one by one. Chen Chen's meat reserves increased a little more. After Chen Chen finished eating and studied for another hour, the second mutant beast appeared. The black eagle flew in. Chen Chen had a headache from studying when he suddenly heard a loud scream. He immediately stood up and went upstairs. As soon as I got up, I saw a black eagle swooping down, its iron claws clinging to the steel window, leaving deep scratches. Chen Chen slowly walked to the window, picked up the superfruit in front of the temperature control window, and ate it in 3 or 2 bites. The black eagle, watching Chen Chen eating his favorite food, immediately became furious. He grabbed a stone with his claws and began to peck at a thick steel rod with his beak, causing sparks to fly. Stupid bird! Chen Chen took out a bow and arrow from the item box and shot an arrow at the black eagle. The arrow pierced its throat, and the black eagle flapped its wings and flew away. Chen Chen didn't care whether he flew away or attacked. He shot arrows continuously, hitting many vital points and knocking him down into the grass. Putting away his bow and arrows, Chen Chen went downstairs to continue his studies. It would take another hour for the superfruit scent to wear off, and then the bees would be able to explore the safe zone before Chen Chen could safely go outside. Taking advantage of the break, Chen Chen spent a large amount of money to buy white sugar from the trade channel and restore the strength of the bees. To produce royal jelly, you need to use as much honey and pollen as possible. Young bees need the nutrition contained in royal jelly to grow healthy. The flames continued to blaze on Cao Xin's bald body, setting the surrounding trees on fire. But the fire did not spread far. After Cao Xin extinguished his flames, the flames around him also diminished significantly. If they were not maintained, they would soon go out. Cao Xin's face darkened. Because of this fog, the fire cannot spread at all. The 12 elements of fire cannot even burn trees. Moreover, after the fire a few days ago, the remaining plants are extremely fire-resistant. The fire will not kill them. On the contrary, it will give these trees the opportunity to explode with seeds. These plants are now growing bigger and bigger. During these days spent in the burning wasteland, Cao Xin found many useful things, which he exchanged for 3 firestones. By absorbing them, he greatly increased his strength. But looking at the forest in front of him, he realized that the good days when he could quickly earn money were behind him. He had often read about the dangers of the forest on the forum, and now he was a little hesitant about going there. After a long ideological struggle, Cao Xin finally gritted his teeth and went into the forest. I don't want to be oppressed by others for the rest of my life. Chen Chen, I must surpass you. Chen Chen waited for an hour and a half, but the beast did not come close to the shelter, so he had to get up and put on his gear. There are not many beasts under normal circumstances. If you want to get rich, You have to wait for the day of the radiation outbreak. Is made of tiger skin. It is of excellent quality and very comfortable to wear. Now that the weather is getting colder, the sun's rays are blocked by tall trees, so you won't be too hot when you go for a walk in a tiger skin. The meat of deformed animals is of course of no value now, but materials such as the fur of deformed animals are still very popular and have excellent protective properties. The tiger skin on Chen Chen's body is of the best quality. Torso is covered in tiger skin with thick shoulder pads and an ancient skirt on the lower part of the body that does not restrict movement and can effectively protect against various flying insects and poisonous weeds. The protection of the limbs and head is also in place. On his feet were high combat boots. On his hands were braces. On his hands were tactical gloves. On his head was a helmet. On his face was a gas mask. And finally, a tactical vest over a tiger skin. Fully armed, Chen Chen opened the door of the shelter and went out into the wild again. After leaving, Chen Chen first carried the bodies of several wild beasts and the two mutilated beasts back to the shelter, closed the door, and then sealed it with the power of the earth. The iron gate had been scratched by a deformed lion before, and Chen Chen had not yet found a suitable replacement, so he could only use it as is for now. After much exploration yesterday, the gold-ringed bees had drawn a map for Chen Chen Ya with many forbidden places. Even the bees were not allowed to approach these places, which were completely unfamiliar to him. Today, we must bypass these dangerous areas and go to where the healing fruits grow, to see if there are any new ones. Then we will continue to explore new places. This time, Chen Chen cleared the way with his samurai sword. The long sword mixed with deformed iron was very sharp and easily opened the way. Being able to clearly see what was underfoot greatly increased the margin of safety. A crooked tree stood not far from the shelter. Chen Chen quickly walked closer and looked up. He found that the tree was indeed growing another fruit, much larger than the previous one. The crooked tree had also become much thicker, and its trunk had grown from the size of a bowl to the size of a wash basin. However, it did not grow very tall, and the tall trees around it blocked the sunlight. Once I have collected the fruits, I will cut down all the trees around you. This will be considered saving your life. I hope that by the time we meet again, you will still have healing fruits. As he spoke, Chen Chen frowned and looked down at his feet. There were reddish-brown ants scurrying around under his feet, and some were even trying to climb onto his shoes. Previously, there was only a nest of ants under the crooked tree, but now these ants had spread out within a radius of 10 meters around. Chen Chen stamped his feet and shook the ants off his shoes. These ants climb very quickly. They are just a nuisance. Chen Chen prepared himself a little, took a deep breath, and quickly rushed to the crooked tree. Coming closer, he stepped on the trunk, jumped up again, picked up the fruit and put it directly into the item compartment. Without thinking, Chen Chen immediately chose another way to escape. The ants that ran past ran like crazy. After getting out of the anthill, Chen Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though there were ants on his body, he was not harmed due to his strong defense. Chen Chen simply opened his arms and allowed the golden ring bee to remove the ants from his body. Chen Chen looked towards the shelter and said, "We will deal with this when we return from reconnaissance. Then we can take more gasoline from the shelter and destroy all these ants in one fell swoop." There are still too many ants, otherwise Chen Chen would have been eaten by the golden-ringed bees. With the healing fruit in his hand, Chen Chen continued on his way. After walking for 20 minutes, he finally reached a suitable place that the golden-ringed bee had found. Chen Chen looked ahead and saw that the branch of a tall pine tree was covered with white insect eggs, so thickly dotted that his scalp itched. Chen Chen looked at the golden ring bee and said, "It turns out that it can be useful to you. I thought I discovered another superfruit." From the behavior of the golden ring bees, Chen Chen noticed that they were eagerly waiting for these eggs. Seemed to be no danger nearby, so he let them come and collect them themselves. There were so many white eggs that even if the golden-ringed bees around them ate them freely, they would only be able to eat a small portion. Chen Chen also climbed the tree, picked up the insect's egg, and examined it. The shell of the insect eggs is very soft, about the size of a grain of rice, and there is nothing special about them. Chen Chen collected a pile of dirt, put it in the item compartment, and then took it out to feed the golden ring bee. The golden ringed bees were still happily eating and didn't care whether the eggs were alive or dead. Very good. Take the rest and examine them carefully. Apparently, these eggs were laid by insects such as moths that died or flew away after laying the eggs, allowing Chen Chen to safely remove all the eggs. After collecting the insect eggs, the only place left was the last one where the bees had found something useful. It was far away from Chen Chen, and it took more than an hour to get there. However, this place is far from dangerous areas and can be reached relatively safely, so Chen Chen still wants to try. There, Chen Chen suddenly looked at the roots of the banyan tree where the shelter expansion module was located. Along the way, Chen Chen also found two shelter expansion modules, but the module nearby was slightly different.